Deception on His Mind by Elizabeth George. Copyright 1997 by Susan Elizabeth George. This recording of the full-length reading of Deception on His Mind was published by arrangement with Susan Elizabeth George and was produced in 1997 by Books on Tape Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Neither this recording nor any part thereof may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authority from Books on Tape Incorporated. This book is read by Donada Peters. Where is the man who has the power and skill to stem the torrent of a woman's will? For if she will, you may depend on't, and if she won't, so there's an end on't. From the pillar erected on the mount in the Dane John Field in Canterbury. Prologue. To Ian Armstrong, life had begun its current downward slide the moment he'd been made redundant. He'd known, when he'd been offered the job, that it was only a temporary appointment. The advertisement he'd answered had not indicated otherwise, and no offer of a contract had ever been made him. Still, when 2 years passed without a whisper of unemployment in the offing, Ian had unwisely learned to hope, which hadn't been much of a good idea. Ian's penultimate foster-mother would have greeted the news of his job loss by munching on a short-bread finger and proclaiming, "Well, you can't change the wind, can you, my lad? When it blows over cow-dung, a wise man holds his nose." She would have poured tepid tea into a glass — she never used a teacup — and she would have sloshed it down. She would have gone on to say, "Ride the horse that's got its saddle on, lad," and she would have returned to perusing her latest copy of Hello, admiring its photos of well-groomed knobs living the good life in posh London flats and on country estates. This would be her way of telling Ian to accept his fate, her unsubtle message that the good life was not for the likes of him. But Ian had never aspired to the good life. All he'd ever sought was acceptance, and he pursued it with the passion of an unadopted and unadoptable child. What he wanted was simple: a wife, a family, and the security of knowing that he had a future somewhat more promising than the grimness of his past. These objectives had once seemed possible. He'd been good at his job, he'd arrived for work early every day, he'd laboured extra hours for no extra pay, he'd learned the names of all his fellow workers. He'd even gone so far as to memorize the names of their spouses and children, which was no mean feat. And the thanks he'd garnered for all this effort was a farewell office party drinking lukewarm squash and a box of handkerchiefs from a tie-rack outlet. Ian had tried to forestall and even to prevent the inevitable. He'd pointed out the services he'd rendered, the late hours he'd worked, and the sacrifices he'd made in not seeking other employment while occupying his temporary position. He'd sought compromise by making offers of working for a lower salary, and ultimately he'd begged not to be cut off. The humiliation of grovelling in front of his superior was nothing to Ian if grovelling meant he could keep his position, because keeping his position meant that the mortgage could continue to be paid on his new house. With that taken care of, he and Anita could move forward with their efforts to produce a sibling for Mikey, and Ian wouldn't have to send his wife out to work. More important, he also wouldn't have to see the scorn in Anita's eyes when he informed her he'd lost yet another job. "It's this rotten recession, darling," he told her. "It goes on and on. Our parents had World War II as their trial by fire. This recession is ours." Her eyes had said derisively, "Don't give me philosophy. You didn't even know your parents, Ian Armstrong." But what she said, with an inappropriate and hence ominous amiability, was, "So it's back to the library for me, I suppose. Though I hardly see what help that'll be once I've arranged to pay someone to look after Mikey while I'm out. Or did you plan to look after him yourself instead of looking for work?" Her lips were tight with insincerity when she offered him a brittle smile. "I hadn't yet thought. That's the trouble with you, Ian. You never think. You never have a plan. We move from problem to crisis to the brink of disaster. We have a new house we can't pay for and a baby to feed, and still you aren't thinking. If you'd planned ahead, if you'd cemented your position, if you'd threatened to leave 18 months ago when the factory needed reorganisation and you were the only one in Essex who could do it for them—" "That's not actually the case, Anita." "There you are, see?" "What?" You're too humble. You don't put yourself out. If you did, you'd have a contract now. If you'd ever once planned, you'd have demanded a contract then and there when they needed you most. There was no point in explaining business to Anita when she was in a state. And Ian really couldn't blame his wife for the state she was in. He'd lost 3 jobs in the 6 years they'd been married. And while she'd been supportive through his first 2 spates of unemployment, they'd lived with her parents then and hadn't the financial worries that menaced them now. If only things could be different, Ian thought. If only his job could have been secure. But residing in the twilight world of ifs did nothing to offer a solution to their problems. So Anita had returned to work, a pathetic and ill-paying job at the town library, where she reshelved books and helped pensioners locate magazines. And Ian began the humiliating process of seeking employment once again in an area of the country long depressed. He started each day by dressing carefully and leaving the house before his wife. He'd been as far north as Ipswich, as far west as Colchester. He'd been south to Clacton, and had even ventured onward to Southend-on-Sea. He'd given it his best, but so far he'd managed nothing. Nightly he faced Anita's silent but growing contempt. When the weekends came, he sought escape. Walking provided it on Saturdays and Sundays. In the past few weeks he'd come to know the entire Tendring Peninsula intimately. His favourite stroll was a short distance from the town, where a right turn past Brickbarn Farm took him to the track across the Wade. At the end of the lane he'd park the Morris, and when the tide was out he'd put on his Wellingtons and slopped across the muddy causeway to the lump of land called Horsey Island. There he watched the waterfowl, and he poked about for shells. Nature gave him the peace that the rest of life denied him. And in the early weekend mornings he found nature at her best. On this particular Saturday morning the tide was high, so Ian Armstrong chose the Naze for his walk. The Naze was an impressive promontory of gorse-tangled land that rose 150 feet above the North Sea and separated it from an area of tidal swamp called the Saltings. Like the towns along the coast, the Naze was fighting a battle against the sea. But unlike these towns, it had no line of breakwaters to guard it, and no concrete slopes to serve as armour over the uneasy combination of clay, pebbles, and earth that caused the cliffs to crumble to the beach below them. Ian decided to begin at the southeast end of the promontory, making his way round the tip and down the west side, where waders like redshanks and greenshanks nested and fed themselves from the shallow marsh pools. He waved a jaunty goodbye to Anita, who returned his farewell expressionlessly, and he wound his way out of the housing estate. 5 minutes took him to Balford-Lenays Road. 5 minutes more, and he was on Balford's High Street, where the Dairy Den diner was serving up breakfast, and Kemp's Market was arranging its vegetable displays. He spun through the town and turned left along the sea front. Already he could tell that the day was going to be yet another hot one, and he unrolled his window to breathe the balmy salt air. He gave himself over to an enjoyment of the morning, and worked at forgetting the difficulties he faced. For a moment he allowed himself to pretend all was well. It was in this frame of mind that Ian rounded the curve into Naze Park Road. The guard shack at the entrance to the promontory was empty so early in the morning, no attendant there to claim 60p for the privilege of a walk along the cliff top. So Ian bumped over the cratered terrain towards the car park above the sea. That was when he saw the Nissan, a hatchback, standing alone in the early morning light, just a few feet from the boundary poles that marked the edge of the car park. Ian jounced towards it, avoiding potholes as best he could. His mind on his walk, he thought nothing of the hatchback's presence, until he noticed that one of its doors was hanging open, and its bonnet and roof were beaded with dew not yet evaporated in the day's coming heat. Ian frowned at this. He tapped his fingers against the steering wheel of the Morris, and thought about the uncomfortable relationship between the top of a cliff and an abandoned car with its door left open. At the direction in which his thoughts began to head, he very nearly decided to turn tail for home, but human curiosity got the better of him. He edged the Morris forward until he was idling at the Nissan's side. He said cheerily out of his open window, "Good morning. I say, do you need any help in there?" in case someone was dossing in the car's back seat. Then he noted that the glove compartment was hanging open and that its contents appeared to be strewn upon the floor. Ian made a quick deduction from this sight. Someone had been searching for something. He got out of the Morris and leaned into the Nissan for a better look. The search had been nothing if not thorough. The front seats were slashed, and the back seat was not only cut open but pulled forward as if with the expectation that something had been hidden behind it. The side panels of the doors appeared to have been roughly removed, and then just as roughly returned to place. The console between the seats gaped open, the lining of the roof sagged down. Ian adjusted his previous deduction with alacrity. Drugs, he thought. The harbours of Parkston and Harwich were no great distance from this spot. Lorries, cars, and vast shipping containers arrived there by the dozens on ferries every day. They came from Sweden, Holland, and Germany. And the wise smuggler who managed to get past customs would be sensible to drive to a remote location, just like the Nays, before retrieving his contraband. This car was abandoned, Ian concluded, having served its purpose. He would have his walk and then phone the police to have it towed away. He was childishly pleased with his insight. Amused at his first reaction to the sight of the car, he pulled his Wellingtons from the boot of the Morris, and as he squirmed his feet into them, he chuckled at the thought of a desperate soul attempting to end his troubles at this particular site. Everyone knew that the edge of the Naze's cliff-top was perilously friable. A potential suicide wishing to fling himself into oblivion at this spot was far likelier to end up sliding with the brick earth, the gravel, and the silt onto the beach below as the cliffside collapsed beneath his weight in a dirty heap. He might break his legs, certainly, but end his life? Hardly. No one was going to die on the Naze. Ian smacked the boot of the Morris shut. He locked the door and patted the vehicle's roof. "Good old thing," he said in an affable fashion. "Thank you very much indeed." The fact that the engine continued to turn over in the morning was a miracle that Ian's natural superstitions told him he ought to encourage. He picked up 5 papers that lay on the ground next to the Nissan and deposited them within the car's glove compartment, from which they'd no doubt originally come. He swung the hatchback's door closed, thinking, no need to be untidy about things. Then he approached the steep old concrete steps that led down to the beach. At the top of these steps Ian paused. Even at this hour, the sky above him was a bright blue dome, unmarked by the presence of clouds, and the North Sea was tranquil with the calm of summer. A fog bank lay like a roll of cotton wool far out on the horizon, serving as distant background for a fishing boat, perhaps half a mile offshore, that chugged in the direction of Clacton. A flock of gulls surrounded this like gnats round fruit. More gulls, Ian saw, were buzzing along the waterline at cliff-top height. They flew in his direction from the north, from Harwich, whose cranes Ian could glimpse even from this distance across Pennyhole Bay. Ian thought of the birds as a welcoming committee, so intent did they seem upon him as a target. Indeed, they approached with such mindless determination that he found himself giving more than idle consideration to Du Maurier's story, Hitchcock's film, and Tippi Hedren's Avian Torment. He was thinking about beating a hasty retreat, or at least doing something to shield his head, when, as a single unit, the birds arced and dived at a structure on the beach. This was a pillbox, a concrete fortification from World War II, from which English troops had watched and waited to defend the country from Nazi invasion. The structure had once stood on the top of the Naze, but as time and the sea had washed away the cliffside, it now sat on the sand below. Ian saw that other gulls were already doing their web-footed tap dance on the pillbox's roof. From a hexagonal opening on this same roof, where a machine-gun placement once would have stood, more birds entered and exited the structure. They gabbled and cawed as if in communication, and their message seemed to pass telepathically to the birds offshore, for these began to leave the fishing boat and to head towards land. Their decisive flight reminded Ian of a scene on the beach near Dover that he'd witnessed as a child. A big, barking brute of a dog had been lured out to sea by a flock of similar birds. The dog had been playing at catching them from the water, but they had been deadly serious, and they'd circled farther and farther out into the sea until the poor animal was a quarter-mile from the shore. No one's shouting or imprecations had brought the dog back, and no one had been able to control the birds. Had he not seen the gulls toying with the dog's ebbing strength, circling above him just out of his reach, cawing, approaching, then darting away? Ian would never have thought it reasonable to conclude that birds were creatures with murderous intentions. But he saw it that day, and he'd believed it ever since, and he always kept a respectful distance from them. Now, however, he thought of that poor dog. It was obvious that the gulls were toying with something, and whatever that desolate something was, it was inside the old pillbox. Action was called for. Ian descended the stairs. He said, "Hey there! I say!" and he waved his arms. This did little to deter the gulls that bobbed on the guano-streaked concrete rooftop and flapped their wings minaciously. But Ian wasn't about to be put off. The long-ago gulls in Dover had got the better of their canine pursuer, but these Balford gulls weren't about to get the better of Ian Armstrong. He jogged in their direction. The pillbox was some 25 yards from the foot of the steps, and he was able to build up a fair amount of speed in that distance. Arms waving, he descended on the birds with a yowl, and he was pleased to see his efforts at intimidation bear fruit. The gulls took to the air, leaving Ian alone with the pillbox and whatever it was that they had been investigating within it. The entrance was a crawl hole less than 3 feet from the sand, the perfect height for a small seal to wriggle through seeking shelter. And a seal was what Ian expected to find when he himself duck-walked through the short tunnel and emerged in the gloom of the pillbox's interior. Cautiously he stood. His head brushed the damp ceiling. A pervasive odour of seaweed and drying crustaceans seemed to rise from the ground and to seep from the walls. These were heavily embellished with graffiti, which at a glance appeared to be solely sexual in nature. Light filtered in from embrasures, allowing Ian to note that the pillbox, which he'd never explored before this moment, despite his many trips to the Naze, was actually 2 concentric structures. It was like a doughnut, and an opening in its internal wall acted as access to its centre. This was what had attracted the gulls, and finding nothing of substance on the rubbish-strewn ground, it was towards this aperture that Ian moved, calling out, "Hello there! Anyone here?" without realising that an animal, wounded or otherwise, would hardly be likely to answer. The air felt close. Outside, the cries of the birds rose and fell. As he reached the opening, Ian could hear wings flapping and webbed feet scuttling as the more intrepid gulls descended once again. This would not do, Ian thought grimly. He was the human, after all, master of the planet and king of all that he surveyed. It wasn't thinkable that a gang of hooligan birds could presume a dominance over him. He said, "Shoo! Off with you! Get out of it! Get!" and burst into the open air of the pillbox's centre. Birds rocketed skyward. Ian's gaze followed their flight. He said, "That's better," and pushed his coat sleeves towards his elbows to ready himself to deal with whatever the gulls had been tormenting. It wasn't a seal, and they weren't through with their tormenting, though. He saw this at the same moment his stomach lurched upward and his sphincter quivered. A thin-haired young man sat upright with his back against the old concrete machine-gun placement. The fact that he was dead was demonstrated by the 2 remaining seagulls who picked at his eyes. Ian Armstrong took 1 step towards the body, his own body feeling like ice. When he could breathe again, and believe what he saw, he uttered only 4 words. "Well, Jesus be praised." Chapter 1. Whoever said April is the cruellest month had never been in London in the midst of a summer heatwave. With pollution dressing the sky in designer brown, diesel lorries draping the buildings and the inside of noses in basic black, and tree leaves wearing the very latest in dust and grit, London in late June was the cruellest month. Indeed, it was a veritable hell-hole. This was Barbara Haver's unsentimental evaluation of her nation's capital as she drove through it on Sunday afternoon, heading homeward in her rattling Minnie. She was ever so slightly, but nonetheless pleasantly, tanked up. Not enough to be a danger to herself or to anyone else on the streets, but enough to review the events of the day in the pleasant afterglow produced by expensive French champagne. She was returning home from a wedding. It hadn't been the social event of the decade, which she'd long expected that the marriage of an earl to his long-time beloved was supposed to be. Rather, it had been a quiet affair in a tiny church close to said earl's home in Belgravia, and instead of blue-bloods dressed to the nines, its guests had been only the earl's closest friends, as well as a few of his fellow police officers from New Scotland Yard. Barbara Havers was one of this latter group. At times, she liked to think that she was also one of the former. Upon reflection, Barbara realised that she should have expected of Detective Inspector Thomas Linley just the sort of quiet wedding that he and Lady Helen Clyde had produced. He'd been downplaying the Lord Asherton side of his life for as long as she'd known him, and the last thing he would have wanted in the way of nuptials was an ostentatious ceremony attended by a well-heeled crowd of hooray Henrys. So instead of that, 16 decidedly un-Henry-like guests had assembled to watch Linley and Helen take the marital plunge, after which they'd all repaired to La Tante Claire in Chelsea, where they tucked into 6 kinds of hors d'oeuvre, champagne, late lunch, and more champagne. Once the toasts were made, and the couple seen off to a honeymoon destination which they had both laughingly refused to disclose, the rest of the wedding party disbanded. Barbara stood on the frying-pan pavement of Royal Hospital Road, and exchanged a few words with the other guests, among them Linley's best man, a forensic specialist called Simon St. James. In best English fashion, they'd commented upon the weather first. Depending upon the speaker's level of toleration for heat, humidity, smog, fumes, dust, and glare, the atmosphere was deemed wonderful, hideous, blessed, bloody awful, delightful, delectable, insufferable, heavenly, or plain effing hell. The bride was pronounced beautiful, the groom was handsome, the food was delicious. After this there was a general pause in which the company decided upon 2 courses of action, talk that ventured beyond banalities, or friendly farewells. The group parted ways. Barbara was left with St. James and his wife Deborah. Both were wilting in the merciless sun, St. James dabbing a white handkerchief to his brow, and Deborah fanning herself enthusiastically with an old theatre programme which she'd fished from her capacious straw bag. "Will you come home with us, Barbara?" she'd asked. "We're going to sit in the garden for the rest of the day, and I plan to ask Dad to turn the hose-pipe on us." "That sounds like the ticket," Barbara said. She rubbed her neck where sweat had soaked her collar. "Good, but I can't. To tell you the truth, I'm whacked." "Understandable," St. James said. "How long has it been?" Deborah added quickly, "How stupid of me! I'm sorry, Barbara. I'd completely forgotten." Barbara doubted this. The bandages across her nose and the bruises on her face, not to mention her chipped front tooth, made it unlikely that anyone who saw her would miss the fact that she'd recently served sentence in a hospital. Deborah was merely too polite to notice this. 2 weeks, Barbara replied to St. James's question. "How's the lung?" "Functioning. And the ribs?" "Only when I laugh." St. James smiled. "Are you taking time off?" "Under orders, yes. I can't go back till I've got clearance from the doctor." "I'm sorry about it all," St. James said. "It was a rotten piece of luck." "Yeah, well..." Barbara shrugged. Heading part of a murder investigation for the first time, she'd been injured in the line of duty. It wasn't something she wanted to talk about. Her pride had taken as serious a blow as had her body. "So, what will you do?" St. James asked. "Escape the heat," Deborah advised her. "Go to the Highlands, go to the lakes, go to the sea. I wish we could." Barbara tossed Deborah's suggestions round in her mind as she drove up Sloane Street. Inspector Linley's final order to her at the conclusion of the investigation had directed her to take a holiday, and he'd repeated that order in a private moment between the 2 of them after his wedding. "I meant what I said, Sergeant Havers," he'd told her. "You're due some time off, and I want you to take it. Are we clear on the subject?" "We're clear, Inspector." But what they weren't clear on was what she was supposed to do with her enforced leisure. She'd greeted the idea of a period away from work with the horror of a woman who kept her private life, her wounded psyche and her raw emotions in order by not having time to attend to them. In the past, she'd used her holidays from the yard to deal with her father's failing health. After his death, she'd used her free hours to confront her mother's mental infirmities, the family home's renovation and sale, and her own move to her current digs. She didn't like to have time on her hands. The very suggestion of a stretch of minutes, dissolving into hours, leaking into days, extending into 1 week and maybe even 2... Her palms began to sweat at the very thought. Pains shot into her elbows. Every fibre of her short, stout being began to shriek, "Anxiety attack!" So as she veered through traffic and blinked against a particle of soot that floated in her window on the blistering air, she felt like a woman on the edge of an abyss. It dropped down and away and into forever. It was signposted with the dread words, "Free time." What would she do? Where would she go? How would she fill the endless hours? Reading romances? Washing the only 3 windows she possessed? Learning how to iron, to bake, to sew? How about melting away in the heat? This bloody heat, this miserable heat, this flaming, flipping, sodding heat, this... Get a grip, Barbara told herself. It's a holiday you're doomed to, not solitary confinement. At the top of Sloane Street, she waited patiently to make the turn into Knightsbridge. She had listened to the television news in her hospital room day after day, so she knew that the exceptional weather had brought an even greater than normal influx of foreign tourists into London. But here she saw them. Hordes of shoppers wielding bottles of mineral water shoved their way along the pavement. Hordes more poured out of the Knightsbridge tube station, beelining in every direction towards the trendy shops. And 5 minutes later, when Barbara had managed to negotiate her way up Park Lane, she could see even more of them, along with her countrymen, bearing their lily-skinned bodies to Apollo on the thirsty lawns of Hyde Park. Under the scorching sun, double-decker, open-topped buses trundled along, carrying a full load of passengers who listened with rapt attention to tour guides speaking into microphones, and tour coaches disgorged Germans, Koreans, Japanese and Americans at every hotel she saw. All of us breathing the same air, she thought, the same torrid, noxious, used-up air. Perhaps a holiday was called for, after all. She bypassed the mad congestion of Oxford Street and instead headed northwest on the Edgware Road. The masses of tourists thinned out here, to be replaced by masses of immigrants, dark women in saris, chadors and hijabs, dark men in everything from blue jeans to robes. As she crawled along in the flow of traffic, Barbara watched these one-time foreigners moving purposefully in and out of shops. She reflected on the changes that had come upon London in her 33 years. The food had undergone a distinct improvement, she concluded. But as a member of the police force, she knew that this polyglot society had engendered a score of polyglot problems. She detoured to avoid the crush of humanity that always gathered round Camden Lock. 10 minutes more, and she was finally cruising up Eton Villas, where she prayed to the great angel of transport to grant her a parking space that was near her personal hovel. The angel offered a compromise, a spot round the corner about 50 yards away. With some creative shoehorning, Barbara squeezed her Mini into a space fit only for a motorbike. She trudged back the way she'd come and swung open the gate at the yellow Edwardian house behind which her bungalow sat. In the long drive across town, the pleasant glow from the champagne had metamorphosed in the way of most pleasant glows arising from alcohol. She was killingly thirsty. She set her sights on the path that led along the side of the house to the back garden. At the bottom of this, her tiny bungalow looked cool and inviting in the shade of a false acacia. Looks deceived, as usual. When Barbara unlocked the door and stepped inside, heat engulfed her. The 3 windows were open in the hope of encouraging cross-ventilation, but there was no breeze stirring without, so the heavy air fell upon her lungs like a visitation of the plague on the unprepared. "Bloody hell!" Barbara muttered. She threw her shoulder bag on the table and went to the fridge. A litre of Volvic looked like a tower block among its companions, the cartons and packages of leftover takeaway and ready-to-eat meals. Barbara grabbed the bottle and took it to the sink. She swilled down 5 mouthfuls, then leaned over and poured half of what was left onto the back of her neck and into her cropped hair. The sudden rush of cold water against her skin made her eyeballs throb. It was perfect heaven. "Bliss," Barbara said. "I've discovered God." "Are you having a bath?" a child's voice asked behind her. "Shall I come back later?" Barbara swung round to the door. She'd left it open, but she hadn't expected that its position might be interpreted as an invitation to casual visitors. She hadn't actually seen any of her neighbours since being discharged from the Wiltshire hospital, where she'd spent more than a week. To avoid the potential of a chance encounter, she'd limited her comings and goings to periods when she knew the residents of the larger building were out. But here stood one of them, and when the child ventured a hop and step closer, her liquid brown eyes grew round and large. "Whatever you've done to your face, Barbara? Have you had a car smash? It looks perfectly dreadful." "Thanks, Hadia." "Does it hurt? What happened? Where have you been? I've been ever so worried. I even phoned twice. I did that today. See, your answer machine is blinking. Shall I play it for you? I know how. You taught me, remember?" Hadia skipped happily across the room and plopped herself onto Barbara's daybed. The answering machine stood on a shelf by the tiny fireplace, and she confidently punched one of its buttons and beamed at Barbara as her own voice was played. "Hello," her message said. "This is Khalida Hadia, your neighbour, up in the front of the house, in the ground-floor flat." "Dad says I'm always supposed to identify myself whenever I ring someone," Hadia confided. "He says it's only polite." "It's a good habit," Barbara acknowledged. "It reduces confusion on the other end of the line." She reached for a limp tea towel hanging from a hook. She used it on her hair and the back of her neck. "It's awfully hot, isn't it?" the message continued chattily. "Where are you? I'm ringing to ask, do you want to go for an ice cream? I've saved up so I'll have enough for 2, and Dad says I can invite anyone I like, so I'm inviting you. Ring me back soon. But don't be afraid, I won't invite anyone else in the meantime. Bye now." And then a moment later, after the beep and an announcement of the time, another message from the same voice. "Hello? This is Khalida Hadia, your neighbour, up in the front of the house in the ground-floor flat. I still want to go for an ice cream, do you? Ring me, please, if you can, that is. I'll pay. I can pay because I've saved up." "Did you know who it was?" Hadia asked. "Did I tell you enough so you knew who it was? I wasn't sure how much I was supposed to say, but it seemed like enough." "It was perfect," Barbara said. "I especially like the information about the ground-floor flat. It's good to know where I can find your lolly when I need to steal it to buy some fags." Hadia giggled. "You wouldn't, Barbara Havers." "Never doubt me, kiddo," Barbara said. She went to the table where she rooted in her bag for a packet of Players. She lit up and inhaled, wincing at the prick of pain in her lung. "That's not good for you," Hadia noted. "So you've told me before." Barbara set the cigarette on the edge of an ashtray in which 8 of its brothers had already been extinguished. "I've got to shed this get-up, Hadia, if you don't mind. I'm bloody broiling." Hadia didn't appear to take the hint. She nodded, saying, "You must be hot. Your face has gone all red," and she squirmed on the daybed to make herself more comfortable. "Well, it's all girls, isn't it?" Barbara sighed. She went to the cupboard, and standing in front of it, she yanked her dress over her head, putting her heavily taped chest on display. "Were you in an accident?" Hadia asked. "Sort of, yeah." "Did you break something? Is that why you're bandaged?" "My nose, 3 ribs." "That must have hurt awfully. Does it hurt still? Shall I help you change your clothes?" "Thanks, I can cope." Barbara kicked her pumps into the cupboard and peeled off her tights. In a lump beneath a black plastic mackintosh lay a pair of purple harem trousers with a drawstring waist. The very thing, she decided. She stepped into them and topped the outfit with a crumpled pink T-shirt. "Cock Robin deserved it" was printed on the front. Thus garbed, she turned back to the little girl, who was thumbing curiously through a paperback novel she had found on the table next to the bed. The previous evening, Barbara had reached the part where the eponymous lusty savage had been driven beyond human endurance by the sight of the heroine's firm, young, and conveniently stripped buttocks as she delicately entered the river for her bath. Barbara didn't think Khalida Hadia needed to learn what happened next. She crossed the room and removed the book from her hands. "What's a throbbing member?" Hadia inquired, her brow furrowed. "Ask your dad," Barbara said. "No, on second thought, don't." She couldn't imagine Hadia's solemn father fielding such a question with the same aplomb that she herself could muster. "It's the official drum beater for a secret society," Barbara explained. "He's the throbbing member. The other members sing." Hadia nodded thoughtfully. "But it said that she touched his—" "What about that ice cream?" Barbara asked heartily. "Can I accept the invitation straight away? I could do with strawberry. What about you?" "That's what I've come to see you about." Hadia slithered off the bed and earnestly clasped her hands behind her back. "I've got to take back the invitation," she said, hurrying on to add, "but it's not a forever taking back, it's just for now." "Oh." Barbara wondered why her spirits took a downward slide at the news. Experiencing disappointment hardly made sense, since enjoying ice cream with an 8-year-old child was hardly an event to emblazon upon her social calendar. "Dad and I are going away, you see. It's just for a few days. We're leaving straight away. But since I rang and invited you out for an ice cream, I thought I should tell you that we couldn't go till later, in case you rang me back. That's why I'm here." "Ah, sure." Barbara retrieved her cigarette from the ashtray and eased into one of the table's 2 accompanying chairs. She had not yet opened yesterday's post, merely moving it on top of an old Daily Mail, and she saw that at the head of the pile was an envelope marked "Looking for Love." "Aren't we all?" she thought sardonically, and screwed the fag into her mouth. "That's okay, isn't it?" Hadia asked anxiously. "Dad said it was okay for me to come tell you. I didn't want you to think I'd invite you somewhere and then not be round to see did you want to go. That would be mean, wouldn't it?" A little line appeared between Hadia's heavy black eyebrows. Barbara observed the weight of worry settle on her small shoulders, and she reflected on the way that life moulds people to be who they are. No 8-year-old girl, with her hair still in plaits, should have to trouble herself so much about others. "It's more than okay," Barbara said, "but I plan to hold you to the invitation. Where strawberry ice cream's concerned, I draw the line at letting friends off the hook." Hadia's face brightened. She gave a little skip. "We'll go when Dad and I get back, Barbara. We're going away for a few days. Just a few days. Dad and I together. Did I already say?" "You did." "I didn't know about it when I rang, you see. Only what happened is that Dad got a phone call, and he said—" "What? What? When did this occur?" "And the next thing I knew he said we were going to the sea. Imagine, Barbara!" She clasped her hands to her bony little chest. "I've never been to the sea. Have you?" The sea, Barbara thought. Oh, yes, indeed. Mildewed beach huts and suntan lotion, donning damp swimsuits with scratchy crotches. She'd spent every childhood summer holiday at the sea, trying for a tan and managing only a mixture of peeling skin and freckles. "Not recently," Barbara said. Hadia bounced to her. "Why don't you come, with me and Dad? Why don't you come? It'd be such fun." "I don't really think—"
"Oh, it would. It would. We could make castles in the sand and swim in the water. We could play catch. We could run on the beach. If we take a kite, we could even—"
"Hadia, have you managed to say what you've come to say?"
Hadia stilled herself at once and turned to the voice at the door. Her father stood there, watching her gravely.
"You said you would require only 1 minute," he observed, "and there is a point at which a brief visit to a friend becomes an intrusion upon her hospitality." "She's not bothering me," Barbara said. Taimullah Azar appeared to observe her, rather than just notice her presence, for the first time. His slender shoulders adjusted, the only indication of his surprise. "What's happened to you, Barbara?" he asked quietly. "Have you been in an accident?"
"Barbara broke her nose,"
Hadia informed him, going to her father's side. His arm went round her, his hand curved at her shoulder.
"And 3 of her ribs. She's got bandages all up and down, Dad. I told her she should come with us to the sea. It'd be good for her, don't you think?"
Azar's face shuttered immediately at this suggestion. Barbara said quickly, "A nice invitation, Hadia, but my sea-going days are completely kaput." And to the girl's father, "A sudden trip?"
"He got a phone call,"
Hadia began. Azar interposed. "Hadia, have you said goodbye to your friend?"
"I told her how I didn't know we were going till you came in, and said that—"
Barbara saw Azar's hand tighten on his daughter's shoulder. "You've left your suitcase open on your bed," he told her. "Go and put it in the car at once." Hadia lowered her head obediently. She said,
"Bye, Barbara,"
and scooted through the door. Her father nodded at Barbara and began to follow. "Azar," Barbara said, and when he stopped and turned back to her, "Want a fag before you go?" She held the packet out towards him and met his eyes square on. "One for the road?" She watched him weigh the pros and cons of remaining another 3 minutes. She wouldn't have attempted to detain him had he not seemed so anxious to keep his daughter quiet about their journey. Suddenly Barbara's curiosity was piqued, and she sought a way to satisfy it. When he didn't answer, she decided that a prod was in order. She said, "Heard anything from Canada?" as a form of coercion, but she hated herself the moment she'd said it. Hadia's mother had been on holiday in Ontario for the 8 weeks that Barbara had been acquainted with the child and her father, and daily Hadia had scoured the post for cards and letters and a birthday present that never came. "Sorry," Barbara said. "That was rotten of me." Azar's face was what it always was, the most unreadable of any man's in Barbara's acquaintance. And he had no compunction about letting a silence hang between them. Barbara bore it as long as she could before she said, "Azar, I apologized. I was out of line. I'm always out of line. I do out of line better than anything else. Here, have a fag. The sea will still be there if you leave 5 minutes later than you planned." Azar relented, but slowly. His guard was up as he took the proffered packet and shook out a cigarette. While he lit it, Barbara used her bare foot to shove the other chair back from the table. He didn't sit. "Trouble?" she asked him. "Why should you think that?" "A phone call, a sudden change of plans? In my business that only means one thing. Whatever the news is, it isn't good." "In your business," Azar pointed out. "And in yours?" He lifted the cigarette to his mouth and spoke behind it. "A small family matter." "Family?" He'd never spoken of family. Not that he'd ever spoken of anything personal. He was as guarded a creature as Barbara had ever encountered outside of the criminal element. "I didn't know you had family in this country, Azar." "I have significant family in this country," he said. "But on Hadia's birthday, no one— Hadia and I do not see my family." "Ah." "I get it." Except she didn't. He was rushing off to the sea on a small family matter concerning a significant family that he never saw. "Well, how long do you expect to be gone? Anything I can do for you here? Water the plants, collect the post?" He appeared to consider this far longer than the insouciance of the offer required. Finally he said, "No, I think not. There's merely been a minor upheaval among my relations. A cousin phoned to give voice to his concerns, and I go to them to offer my support and my expertise in these matters. It is a question of a few days away. He smiled. He had, when he used it, a most attractive smile, perfect white teeth gleaming against his pecan skin. "The plants and the post can wait, I dare say." "Which direction are you heading in?" "East." "Essex?" And when he nodded, she went on with, "Lucky you, then, to be out of this heat. I've half a mind to follow and spend the next 7 days with my bum firmly planted in the old North Sea." He didn't react other than to say,
I'm afraid that Hadia and I will ourselves see little of the water on this trip.
That's not what she thinks. She'll be disappointed.
She must learn to live with disappointment, Barbara.
Really? She seems a bit young to be racking up a score in the life's bitter lessons game, wouldn't you say? Azar ventured closer to the table and put his cigarette out in the ashtray. He was wearing a short-sleeved cotton shirt, and as he leaned past her, Barbara caught the crisp, clean scent of his clothing, and she saw the fine black hairs on his arm. Like his daughter, he was delicately boned, but he was darker in colouring.
Unfortunately, we cannot dictate the age at which we learn how much life is going to deny us.
Is that what life did to you, then?
Thank you for the cigarette, he said.
He was gone before she could get another dig in. And when he was gone, Barbara wondered why the hell she felt the need to dig at him at all. She told herself it was for Hadia's sake. Someone had to act in the child's best interests. But the truth was that Azar's impermeable self-containment acted as a spur upon her, pricking at the sides of her need to know. Damn it all, who was the man? What was his solemnity all about? And how did he manage to hold the world at bay? She sighed. The answer certainly wouldn't come from slouching slug-like at the dining table with a burning fag hanging from her lip. Forget it, she thought. It was too bloody hot to think about anything, let alone to come up with believable rationales for the behaviour of her fellow humans. Sod her fellow humans, she decided. In this heat, sod the whole flaming world. She reached for the small pile of envelopes on the table. Looking for love? Leered up at her. The question was superimposed upon a heart. Barbara slid her index finger under the flap and pulled out a single-page questionnaire. Tired of trial-and-error dating? It asked across the top. Willing to take a chance that finding the right person is better handled by computer than by luck? And then followed the questions, asking about age, about interests, about occupation, salary, and level of education. Barbara considered filling it out for her own amusement, but after she evaluated her interests and realized that she had virtually none worth mentioning, who really wanted to be computer-matched with a woman who read The Lusty Savage to lull herself to sleep, she balled up the questionnaire and lobbed it towards the rubbish bin in her matchbox kitchen. She gave her attention to the rest of the post. BT bill asking to be paid, an advert for private health insurance, and an offer of a deluxe week for two on a cruise ship described as a floating paradise of pampering and sensuality. She could do with a cruise ship, she realized. She could do with a week of deluxe pampering, with or without the accompanying sensuality. But a glance at the brochure's photographs revealed slim and tanned young things, perched on bar stools and lounging poolside, their fingernails painted and lips pouting glossily, attended by men with hirsute chests. Barbara pictured herself floating daintily among them. She snickered at the thought. She hadn't been in a bathing suit in years, having come to believe that some things are better left to draperies, shrouds, and the imagination. The brochure went the way of the questionnaire before it. Barbara stubbed out her cigarette with a sigh and looked about the bungalow for further employment. There wasn't any. She trundled over to the daybed, searched out the television's remote, and decided to give herself over to an afternoon of channel surfing. She pressed the first button. Here was the Princess Royal, looking slightly less equine than usual as she inspected a Caribbean hospital for disadvantaged children. Boring. Here was a documentary on Nelson Mandela, another snore. She picked up the pace and surfed through an Orson Welles film, a Prince Valiant cartoon, 2 chat shows and a golf tournament. And then her attention was riveted to the sight of a phalanx of police constables facing down a mass of dark-skinned protesters. She thought she was about to settle in for a good wallow with either Tennyson or Morse, when a red band appeared at the bottom of the screen with the word "Live" superimposed on it. A breaking news story, she realized. She watched it curiously. She told herself it was no different than an archbishop's attention being drawn to a story about Canterbury Cathedral. She was, after all, a cop. Still, she felt a twinge of guilt. She was supposed to be on holiday, wasn't she? as she avidly watched the story unfold. Which is when she saw Essex printed on the screen, which is when she twigged that the dark-skinned faces below the protest signs were Asian, which is when she upped the volume on the television. "Body was found yesterday morning, apparently in a pillbox on the beach," the young reporter was saying. She appeared to be 1 or 2 leagues out of her depth, because as she spoke she smoothed her carefully coiffed blonde hair into place, and cast apprehensive glances at the swarm of people behind her, as if afraid they might seek to re-coiffe her without her permission. She put her hand to her ear to block out the noise. "Now! Now!" the protesters were shouting. Their signs, crudely lettered, called for justice at once, and action, and the real truth. What began as a very special town council meeting, ostensibly called to discuss redevelopment issues, Blondie recited into her microphone, disintegrated into what you see behind me now. I've managed to make contact with the protest leader, and... Blondie was jostled to one side by a burly constable. The picture veered crazily as the camera operator apparently lost his footing. Angry voices shouted, a bottle soared in the air, a chunk of concrete followed. The phalanx of police constables raised their protective plexiglass shields. "Holy shit!" Barbara murmured. What the hell was happening? The blonde reporter and the cameraman regained their footing. Blondie pulled a man into the camera's range. He was a muscular Asian, somewhere in his 20s, long hair escaping from a ponytail, one sleeve ripped away from his shirt. He shouted over his shoulder, "Get away from him, damn you!" before turning to the reporter. She said, "I'm standing here with Mohammed Malik, who... We've no bloody intention of putting up with evasions, distortions, and outright lies," the man broke in, speaking into the microphone. "The time has come for our people to demand equal treatment under the law. If the police won't see this death for what it is, a hate crime and an out-and-out murder, then we intend to seek justice in our own way. We have the power and we have the means." He swung away from the microphone and used a loud hailer to shout to the people in the crowd, "We have the power! We have the means!" They roared. They surged forward. The camera swung wildly and flickered. The reporter said, "Peter, we need to get to safer ground," and the picture switched to the station's news studio. Barbara recognized the grave-faced newsreader at the pine-wood desk. Peter somebody. She'd always loathed him. She loathed all men with sculptured hair. "To recap on the situation in Essex," he said, and he did just that as Barbara lit another cigarette. The body of a man, Peter explained, had been discovered in a pillbox on the beach in Balford-le-Naze by an early-morning walker. So far, the victim had been identified as one Haytham Qureshi, recently arrived from Karachi, Pakistan, to wed the daughter of a wealthy local businessman. The town's small but growing Pakistani community were calling the death a racially motivated crime, hence nothing short of a murder, but the police had yet to declare what sort of investigation they were pursuing. Pakistani, Barbara thought. Pakistani. Again she heard Azar say, "A minor upheaval among my relations." Yes, right. Among his Pakistani relations. Holy shit. She looked back at the television where Peter was continuing to drone on, but she didn't hear him. What she heard was the tumble of her own thoughts. They told her that having a substantial Pakistani community outside of a metropolitan area was such an anomaly in England that for there to be 2 such communities along the coast in Essex would be wildly coincidental. With Azar's own words telling her that he was on his way to Essex, with his departure preceding this news flash of what was clearly a riot in the making, with Azar heading off to deal with a minor upheaval within his family... There was a limit to Barbara's toleration for coincidence. Taimullah Azar was on his way to Balford-le-Naze. He'd planned, he said, to offer his expertise in these matters. But what expertise? Brick-throwing? Riot planning? Or did he expect to get involved in an investigation by the local police? Did he hope for access to the forensic lab? Or, more ominous, did he intend to become involved in the sort of community activism she'd just witnessed on the television, the sort that invariably led to big violence, arrest, and a stretch in the neck? "Damn!" Barbara muttered. What in God's name was the man thinking? And what in bloody hell was he doing, taking a very special 8-year-old girl along for the ride? Barbara gazed out the door in the direction Hadia and her father had taken. She thought of Hadia's bright smile and the plaits that twitched like living things when she skipped. Finally, she mashed out her cigarette among the others. She went to the clothes cupboard and pulled her haversack off the shelf. Chapter 2. Rachel Winfield decided to close the shop 10 minutes early, and she didn't feel one twinge of guilt. Her mother had left at 3:30. It was the day of her weekly due at the Sea and Sun unisex hairstylists, and although she'd left firm instructions about what constituted doing one's duty at the till, for the past 30 minutes not a single customer or even a browser had come inside. Rachel had more important things to attend to than watching the second hand of the wall clock slowly circumnavigate the dial. So after carefully checking to make sure that the display cases were locked, she bolted the front door. She flipped the open sign to closed and went to the stockroom, where she took from its hiding place behind the rubbish bins a perkily wrapped box that she'd done her best to keep from her mother's eyes. Tucking it under her arm, she ducked into the alley where she kept her bike. The box she placed lovingly in the basket. Then she guided the bike round the corner to the front of the shop and took a moment to double-check the door. There'd be hell to pay if she was caught leaving early. There'd be permanent damnation if she not only left early but also left without locking up properly. The bolt was old and sometimes it stuck. Wisdom called for a quick, reassuring and foiled attempt to get inside. Good, Rachel thought when the door didn't budge. She was in the clear. Although it was late in the day, the heat still hadn't abated. The regular North Sea wind, which made the town of Balford-le-Naze so nasty in the depths of winter, wasn't gusting at all this afternoon, nor had it gusted for the last 2 weeks. It wasn't even sighing enough to stir the bunting that hung dispiritedly across the high street. Beneath those criss-crossing red and blue triangles of manufactured gaiety, Rachel pedalled determinedly southward, heading for the upmarket part of the town. She wasn't going home. Had she been doing so, she would have been riding in the opposite direction, along the sea front and beyond the industrial estate, to the 3 truncated streets of terraced houses where she and her mother lived in frequently strained goodwill. Rather, she was heading to the home of her oldest, best, and only true friend, upon whose life recent tragedy had fallen. Must remember to be sympathetic, Rachel told herself sternly as she pedalled. Must remember not to mention cliff-top snuggeries before I tell her how bad I feel. Although I don't feel bad like I ought to feel, do I? I feel like a door's been opened wide, and I want to rush through it while I got the chance. Rachel hiked her skirt above her knees to make the pedalling easier, and to keep the thin, diaphanous material from becoming snagged in the greasy chain. She'd known she was going to pay a call on Salah Malik when she'd dressed this morning, so she probably should have worn something more suitable to a long bicycle ride in the late afternoon. But the length of the skirt she'd chosen favoured her best features, her ankles, and Rachel was a young woman who knew that, having been given so little to work with in the looks department by the Almighty, she had to accentuate what positives she had. So she regularly wore skirts and shoes that flattered her ankles, always hoping the casual gazes that fell upon her would overlook the mess of her face. She'd heard every word in the book applied to her in her 20 years. Homely, arse-ugly, bagged out and grotty were the usual adjectives. Cow, mare, and sow were the nouns of choice. She'd been the butt of jokes and of ceaseless bullying throughout her school days, and she'd early learned that for people like her life presented 3 clear choices: cry, run away, or learn to fight back. She'd chosen the third, and it was her willingness to take on all comers that had won her Salah Malik as a friend. Her best friend, Rachel thought, through thick and through thin. They'd had the thick of it since they were 9 years old. For the past 2 months they'd had the thin. But things were going to change for the 2 of them. Rachel was nothing if not certain of that. She teetered up the slope of Church Road, past St. John's graveyard, where the flowers drooped from their stalks in the heat. She followed the curve by the railway station's grime-soaked walls, and panted up the sharp acclivity that led to the better neighbourhoods with their rolling lawns and leafy streets. This section of the town was called the Avenues, and Salah Malik's family lived on Second, a 5-minute walk from the greensward, that stretch of perfect lawn beneath which 2 rows of beach huts perched above the sea. The Malik's house was one of the grander residences in the neighbourhood, with wide lawns, gardens, and a small pear orchard, where Rachel and Salah had shared childhood secrets. It was very English, tile-cladded, half-timbered, and diamond-paned in the fashion of another century. Its worn front door was studded with iron, its multiple chimneys were reminiscent of Hampton Court, and its detached garage, tucked at the back of the property, resembled a medieval fortress. To look at it, one would never guess that it was less than 10 years old. And while one might conclude that its inhabitants were among the wealthiest people in Balford, one would also never guess that those same inhabitants took their origin in Asia, in a land of mujahideen, mosques, and fig. Rachel's face was beaded with perspiration by the time she bumped over the curb and cracked open the front gate. She gave a sigh of pure pleasure as she passed beneath the fresh-scented coolness of a willow tree. She stayed there a moment, telling herself it was to catch her breath, but all the while knowing it was also to plan. In her 20 years she had never gone to the home of any recently bereaved who had been dealt her bereavement in such a fashion as had her friend, and now she had to concentrate on what to say, how to say it, what to do, and how to act. The last mistake she wanted to make was to put a foot wrong with Salah. Leaving her bike propped against a garden urn abloom with geraniums, Rachel plucked the wrapped package from her basket and advanced on the front door. Carefully she sought the best opening remarks. "I'm so terribly sorry. I came as soon as I could. I didn't want to phone because it seemed so impersonal. This changes things awfully. I know how you loved him." Except that last was a lie, wasn't it? Salah Malik hadn't loved her intended husband at all. Well, it was no matter now. The dead couldn't come back to demand an accounting of the living, and there was very little point to dwelling upon her friend's lack of feeling for a man who'd been chosen from complete strangers to be her spouse. Of course, he wouldn't be her spouse now, which nearly made one think... But no, Rachel forced all speculation from her mind. With her package tucked under her arm, she rapped on the door. It swung open under her knuckles. As it did so, the unmistakable sound of cinematic background music rose over voices speaking a foreign tongue in the sitting-room. The language was Urdu, Rachel guessed, and the film would be yet another catalogue purchase made by Salah's sister-in-law, who doubtless sat on a cushion in front of the video player in her usual fashion, with a bowl of soapy water in her lap and dozens of her gold bangles piled into it for a thorough wash. Rachel wasn't far off the mark. She called out, "Hello? Salah?" and ventured to the sitting-room doorway. There she found the young wife of Salah's brother, seeing not to the care of her copious jewellery, but rather to the mending of one of her many dupattas. Was sewing industriously upon the hem of this scarf, and she was making an inexpert hash of the effort. She gave a little shriek when Rachel cleared her throat. She threw her hands up and let the needle, the thread, and the scarf fly in 3 different directions. She was, unaccountably, wearing thimbles on every finger of her left hand. These flew off as well. "How you frightened me!" she exclaimed energetically. "Oh, my goodness, Rachel Winfield! And on this of all days when nothing on earth should discompose me. The female cycle is a delicate thing. Has no one told you that?" Salah had always referred to her sister-in-law as born for Rada, but bred for nothing. The former certainly appeared to be the truth. Rachel's entry had hardly been surreptitious, but seemed willing to milk it for whatever power its meagre spotlight offered. She was shining this light on her female cycle, as she called it, and she used her hands to cradle her stomach in the event that Rachel failed to catch her meaning. This was hardly likely. If Yum ever thought or spoke of anything besides her intention of achieving a third pregnancy within 37 months of marriage and before her second son was 18 months old, Rachel wasn't aware of it. "Sorry," Rachel said. "I didn't mean to startle you." "I do hope not." Yum looked about for her scattered sewing. She squinted at the scarf, using her good right eye and closing the left one, whose wandering she generally hid by draping a dupatta to cast a shadow over it. When she seemed intent upon returning to her work and ignoring Rachel indefinitely, Rachel spoke again. "Yum, I've come to visit Sala. Is she about?" Yum shrugged. "She's always about, that girl. Although whenever I call for her, she goes stone deaf. She needs a proper beating, but there's nobody willing to give her one." "Where is she?" Rachel asked. "Poor little thing, they think," Yum continued. "Leave her be. She's grieving. Grieving, mind you. What an amusing thought." Rachel felt alarmed at this remark, but out of loyalty to Sala she did her best to hide it. "Is she here?" she asked patiently. "Where is she, Yum?" "She's gone upstairs." As Rachel turned from the sitting-room, Yum added, "Well, she's prostrate with mourning, no doubt," with a malicious chuckle. Rachel found Sala in the bedroom at the front of the house, the room that had been fitted out for Yum's 2 small boys. She stood at an ironing-board, where she was folding a mound of freshly dried nappies into perfect, neat squares. Her nephews, a toddler of 27 months and his younger brother, lay in a single cot near the open window. They were fast asleep. Rachel hadn't seen her friend for a fortnight. Their last words hadn't been pleasant ones. So despite her rehearsal of prefatory remarks, she felt gawky and overcome with awkwardness. This sensation didn't arise only from the misunderstanding that had grown between them, however, nor did it arise from the fact that in entering the Malik's house, Rachel was aware of walking into another culture. Instead, it rose from the acute appreciation she had, refreshed each time she looked at her friend, of the physical differences between herself and Sala. Sala was lovely. In deference to her religion and to the wishes of her parents, she wore the modest shalwar kameez, but neither the baggy trousers nor the tunic that hung below her hips managed to detract from her looks. She had nutmeg skin and cocoa eyes, with lashes that were thick and long. She wore her dark hair in one dense plait that hung to her waist, and when she raised her head as Rachel said her name, wispy curls like cobwebs fell round her face. The sole imperfection she possessed was a birthmark. It was strawberry in colour and strawberry in shape, high on her cheekbone like a tattoo. It darkened perceptibly when her eyes met Rachel's. Rachel started at her full view of Sala's face. Her friend looked ill, and Rachel immediately forgot everything she'd rehearsed. Impulsively she held out the gift she'd brought. She said, "This is for you. It's a present, Sala," and at once felt like a miserable fool. Slowly Sala brushed the wrinkles from a nappy. She made the first fold in the material, lining up the corners with intense concentration. Rachel said, "I didn't mean any of it. What do I know about love, anyway? Me of all people. And I know even less about marriage, don't I? Especially when you consider my circumstances. I mean, my mum was married for about 10 minutes once, and she'd done it for love, according to her. So there you have it." Sala made 2 more folds in the nappy and placed it on the pile at the end of the ironing-board. She walked to the window and checked on her nephews. It seemed a needless thing to do, Rachel thought. They were sleeping like the dead. Rachel winced at the mental figure of speech. She absolutely had to avoid using or even thinking that word for the duration of her visit to this house. She said, "I'm sorry, Sala." "You didn't need to bring a gift," Sala replied in a low voice. "Do you forgive me? Please say that you forgive me. I couldn't bear it if you won't forgive me." "Don't need to apologize for anything, Rachel." "That means you don't forgive me, doesn't it?" The delicately carved bone beads of Sala's earrings clicked together as she shook her head, but she said nothing. "Will you take the present?" Rachel asked.
When I saw it, I thought of you. Open it, please." She wanted so much to bury the acrimony that had coloured their last conversation. She was desperate to take back her words and her accusations, because she wanted to be back on her old footing with her friend. After a moment of reflection, Sala gave a gentle sigh and took the box. She studied the wrapping paper before she removed it, and Rachel was pleased to see her smile at the drawings of tumbling kittens in a tangle of wool. She touched a fingertip to one of them. Then she eased the ribbon off the package and slid her finger beneath the sellotape. When she had the top off the package, she lifted out the garment and ran her fingers along one of its golden threads. As a peace offering, Rachel knew she had chosen well. The sherwani coat was long, its collar was high. It offered respect to Sala's culture as well as to her religion. Worn with trousers, it would cover her completely. Her parents, whose goodwill and understanding were essential to Rachel's plans, could only approve. But at the same time the coat underscored the value that Rachel placed upon her friendship with Sala. It was silk, liberally threaded with strands of gold. Its price declared itself everywhere, and Rachel had dipped deeply into her savings to pay for the garment. But that was of no account if it brought Sala back to her. "The colour's what caught my eye," Rachel said. "Burnt sienna's perfect with your skin. Put it on." She gave a forced little laugh as Sala hesitated, her head bent to the coat and her index finger circling the edge of one of its buttons. "Real horn, those buttons," Rachel wanted to say, but she couldn't get the words out. She was too afraid. "Don't be shy, Sala. Put it on. Don't you like it?" Sala placed the coat on the ironing board and folded its arms as carefully as she had done the nappies. She reached for one of the dangling ornaments on her beaded necklace, and she held it like a talisman. "It's too much, Rachel," she finally said. "I can't accept it. I'm sorry." Rachel felt sudden tears well in her eyes. She said, "But we're friends. Aren't we friends?" "We are." "Then I can't reciprocate. I haven't the money, and even if I had—" Sala went back to folding the garment, letting her sentence hang. Rachel finished it for her. She'd known her friend long enough to realize what she was thinking. "You give it to your parents? You wouldn't spend it on me?" "The money? Yes." "It's what we generally do," was what she didn't add. She'd said it so often over the 11 years of their friendship, and she'd repeated it endlessly since first making Rachel aware of her intentions to marry a Pakistani stranger chosen by her parents, that there was no need for her to tack the sentence on to the declaration she'd already made. Before coming to the house, Rachel hadn't considered the possibility that her visit to Sala might actually make her feel worse than she'd been feeling for the last few weeks. She'd seen her future as a form of syllogism. Sala's fiancé was dead, Sala was alive, ergo Sala was free to resume her position as Rachel's best friend and the dearest companion of her future life. Apparently, however, this wasn't to be. Rachel's stomach churned. She felt light in the head. After everything she'd done, after everything she'd known, after everything she'd been told and had loyally kept to herself, because that's what friends did when they were best friends, right? "I want you to have it." Rachel strove for the sort of tone one used when paying a visit to a house where death had paid a visit first. "I just came to say that I'm most awfully sorry about your loss." "Rachel," Sala said quietly, "please don't." "I understand how bereft you must be. Despite your having known him for so short a time, I'm sure you must have come to love him, because—" She could hear her voice tightening. It soon would be shrill. "Because I know you wouldn't marry anyone you didn't love, Sala. You always said you'd never do that. So it only stands to reason that when you first saw Haytham, your heart just flew to him. And when he put his hand on your arm, his damp, clammy hand, you knew he was the one. That's what happened, isn't it? And that's why you're so cut up now." "I know it's hard for you to understand." "Except you don't look cut up, at least not about Haytham. I wonder why. Does your dad wonder why?" She was saying things she didn't mean to say. It was as if her voice had a life all its own, and there was nothing she could do to bring it under control. "You don't know what's going on inside me," Sala declared, quietly, almost fiercely. "You want to judge me by your own standards, and you can't because they're different to mine." "Like I'm different to you," Rachel added, and the words were bitter. "Isn't that right?" Sala's voice softened. "We're friends, Rachel. We've always been, and we'll always be friends." The assertion wounded Rachel more than any repudiation could have done, because she knew the statement was just a statement. True though it may have been, it wasn't a promise. Rachel fished in the breast pocket of her blouse, and brought out the crumpled brochure she'd been carrying with her for more than 2 months. She'd looked at it so often that she'd memorized its pictures and their accompanying pitch for the cliff-top snuggeries, 2-bedroom flats in 3 oblong brick buildings. As their name suggested, they sat above the sea on the South Promenade. Depending upon which model one chose, the flats had either balconies or terraces, but in either case they each had a view, the Balford Pleasure Pier to the north, or the endless grey-green stretch of sea to the east. "These are the flats." Rachel unfolded the brochure. She didn't hand it over because somehow she knew that Sala would refuse to take it from her. "I got enough money saved to make the down payment. I could do that." "Rachel, won't you try to see how things are in my world?" "I mean, I want to do that. I'd see to it that your name, as well as my own, went on the deed. Each month you'd only have to pay—" "I can't." "You can," Rachel insisted. "You only think you can't because of how you've been brought up. But you don't need to live like this for the rest of your life. No one else does." The older boy stirred in the cot and whimpered in his sleep. Sala went back to him. Neither child was covered. It was far too warm in the room for that, so there was no adjustment to make in any bedclothes. Sala brushed her hand lightly against the boy's forehead. Asleep, he changed positions, his rump in the air. "Rachel," Sala said, keeping her eyes on her nephew, "Haytham is dead, but that doesn't end my obligation to my family. If my father chooses another man for me tomorrow, I'll marry him. I must." "Must? That's mad. You didn't even know him. You won't know the next one. What about—" "No, it's what I want to do." Her voice was quiet, but there was no mistaking what the firmness of her tone implied. She was saying, "The past is dead," without saying it. But she'd forgotten one thing. Haytham Qureshi was dead as well. Rachel went to the ironing-board and finished folding the coat. She was as careful about the task as Sala had been about folding the nappies. She brought the hem up to meet the shoulders. She formed the sides into thin wedges, which she tucked into the waist. From the cot, Sala watched her. When she had returned the coat to its box and taped the lid on it, Rachel spoke again. "We always talked about how it would be. We were little then. It's easy to have dreams when you're just a child." "You thought I wouldn't remember them." "I thought you'd outgrow them." The remark smarted, probably much more than Sala intended. It indicated the extent to which she had changed, the extent to which the circumstances of her life had changed her. It also indicated the degree to which Rachel had not changed at all. "Like you've outgrown them?" she asked. Sala's gaze faltered under Rachel's. Her hand went to one of the bars on the children's cot, and her fingers grasped it. "Believe me, Rachel, this is what I must do." She looked as if she was trying to say more, but Rachel had no ability to draw inferences. She tried to read Sala's face to understand what emotion and meaning underlay her statement, but she couldn't grasp it. So she said, "Why? Because it's your way? Because your father insists? Because you'll be thrown out of your family if you don't do like you're told?" "All of that's true. But there's more, isn't there? Isn't there more?" Rachel hurried on. "It doesn't matter if your family throw you out. I'll take care of you, Sala. We'll be together. I won't let anything bad happen to you." Sala let out a soft, ironic laugh. She turned to the window and looked at the afternoon sunshine that beat relentlessly down on the garden, drying the soil, desiccating the lawn, robbing the flowers of life. "The bad's already happened," she said. "Where were you to stop it?" The question chilled Rachel as no breath of cool wind could have done. They suggested that Sala had come to know the lengths to which Rachel had been willing to go in order to preserve their friendship. Her courage faltered. But she couldn't leave the house without knowing the truth. She didn't want to be faced with it, because if the truth was what she thought it might be, she would also be faced with the knowledge that she herself had been the cause of their friendship's demise. But there was no way round it that Rachel could see. She had barged her way in where she wasn't wanted. Now she would have to learn the cost. "Sala," she said, "did Haytham—" She hesitated. How to ask it without admitting the ugly extent to which she had been willing to betray her friend. "What?" Sala asked. "Did Haytham what?" "Did he mention me at all to you? Ever?" Sala looked so bewildered at the question that Rachel had her answer. It was accompanied by a swelling of relief so sweet that she tasted its sugar on the back of her tongue. Haytham Quarashi had died saying nothing, she realized. For the moment, at least, Rachel Winfield was safe. From the window, Sala watched her friend pedal off on her bicycle. She was riding toward the greensward. She meant to return home by way of the sea front. Her route would take her directly past the cliff-top snuggeries where she'd harboured her dreams, despite everything Sala had said and done to illustrate that they'd taken different paths. At heart, Rachel was no different to the little girl she'd been at the junior school, where she and Sala had first stumbled across each other. She'd had plastic surgery to build relatively reasonable features out of the disastrous face she'd been born with. But beneath those features she was still the same child, always hopeful, eager, and filled with plans, no matter how impractical. Sala had done her best to explain that Rachel's master plan, the plan that they should purchase a flat and live together into old age like the two social misfits they were, could not be realized. Her father would not allow her to set up house in such a fashion with another woman and away from the family. And even if in a fit of madness he decided to allow his only daughter to adopt such an aberrant lifestyle, Sala herself could not do it. She might have done once, but now it was too late. Every ticking moment made it later still. Haytham's death was in so many ways her own. If he had lived, nothing would have mattered. Now he was dead. Everything did. She clasped her hands beneath her chin and closed her eyes, wishing for a breath of sea air to cool her body and still her feverish mind. Once, in a novel, kept carefully hidden from her father, who wouldn't have approved, she had read the term "her mind raced wildly" about a desperate heroine, and had not understood how a mind could possibly accomplish such an unusual feat. But now she knew. For her mind had been racing like a herd of gazelles ever since she knew that Haytham was dead. She'd considered every permutation of what to do, where to go, whom to see, how to act, and what to say, from that moment forward. She'd come up with no answers. As a result, she'd become completely immobilized. Now she was the incarnation of waiting. But what she waited for she could not have said. Rescue, perhaps? Or a renewal of the ability to pray, something she'd once done 5 times a day with perfect devotion. It was lost to her now. "Has the troll gone, then?" Sala turned from the window to see Yum lounging in the doorway, one shoulder against the jamb. "Are you speaking about Rachel?" Sala asked her. Her sister-in-law advanced into the room, arms raised languidly as she plaited her hair. The braid that resulted was insubstantial, barely the thickness of a woman's little finger. Yum's scalp showed through it unappealingly in places. "Are you speaking about Rachel?" Yum mimicked. "Why do you always talk like a woman with a poker up her bum?" She laughed. She had removed the dupatta she always wore, and without the scarf, and with her hair pulled back and away from her face, Her wandering eye looked more pronounced than usual. When she laughed, the eye seemed to skitter from side to side like the yolk of an uncooked egg. "Rub my back," she ordered. "I want to be relaxed for your brother tonight." She went to the bed where her older child would soon start sleeping, and she kicked off her sandals and sank onto the azure counterpane. She swung her legs up and lay on her side. She said, "Salah, did you hear what I said? Rub my back." "Don't call Rachel a troll. She can't help what she looks like any more than—" Salah stopped herself short of the final two words. "Any more than you can" would be carried straight back to Muhammad, with a suitable amount of hysteria accompanying it, and Salah's brother would see that she paid for the insult to the mother of his sons. observed her, smiling slyly. She so wanted Salah to complete the sentence. She'd enjoy nothing more than to hear the crack of Muhammad's palm on his younger sister's cheek. But Salah wouldn't give her the pleasure. Instead, she joined her at the bed and watched as removed her upper garments. "I want the oil," she instructed, "the one that smells of eucalyptus, and warm it in your hands first. I can't bear it cold." Salah fetched it obediently as stretched out on her side. Her body was showing the strain of 2 pregnancies that had followed so quickly one after the other. She was only 24, but already her breasts were sagging, and the second pregnancy had stretched her skin and added more weight to her sturdy frame. In another 5 years, if she adhered to her intention of producing annual offspring for Salah's brother, it was likely that she'd be nearly as wide as she was tall. She coiled her braid to the top of her head and fastened it there with a hairpin she took from the bedside table. She said, "Begin." Salah did so, pouring the oil first into her palms and smoothing them together to warm it. She hated the thought of having to touch the other woman's flesh, but as the wife of her older brother, could make demands of Salah and could expect them to be carried out without protest. Salah's marriage would have ended suzerainty over her, not because of the mere fact of the marriage, but because the marriage would have taken Salah out of her father's house and out from under spatulate thumb. And unlike who, despite her domineering ways, was forced to put up with a mother-in-law to whom she had to subjugate herself, Salah would have lived with Haytham alone, or at least until such a time as he began to send to Pakistan for his family. None of that would happen now. She was a prisoner, and everyone in the household on 2nd Avenue, save her 2 small nephews, was one of her jailers. "That's very nice," sighed. "I want my skin to gleam. He likes it that way, your brother Salah. It arouses him. And when he's aroused—" She chuckled. "Men, what children they are! The demands they make, the desires they have. How miserable they can make us, eh? They fill us with babies at the wink of an eye. We have 1 son, and before he's 6 weeks old, his father is upon us wanting another. How lucky you are to have escaped this miserable fate, Bahin." Her lips curved as if she had a source of amusement to which only she was privy. Salah could tell, as intended, that she felt no misery at her fate. Rather, she revelled in her ability to reproduce and how she could use that ability to get what she wanted, to do what she desired, to manipulate, cajole, wheedle, and demand. How had her parents come to choose such a wife for their only son, Salah wondered. While it was true that father had money, and her generous dowry had paid for many improvements in the Malik family's business, there had to have been other suitable women available when the elder Maliks had decided it was time to seek a bride for Muhammad. And how could Muhammad bear to touch the woman? Her flesh was like dough, and her scent was acrid. "Tell me, Salah," murmured, closing her eyes in contentment as Salah's fingers kneaded her muscles. "Are you pleased?" "It's quite all right to tell me the truth. I won't speak a word to Muhammad about it." "Am I pleased about what?" Salah reached for more oil, poured it into the bowl of her palm. "To have escaped doing your duty, providing sons for a husband and grandchildren for your parents." "I've not thought about providing my parents with grandchildren," Salah said. "You're doing that well enough." Chuckled. "I can't believe I've gone all these months since Bishop's birth without another on the way.
Muhammad only touches me, and I usually come up pregnant the next morning. And what sons your brother and I have together! What a man among men Muhammad is!" Yum flipped onto her back. She cupped and lifted her heavy breasts. Her nipples were the size of saucers, as dark as the copper ash collected from the nays. "Just look at what childbearing does to a woman's body, Bahin. How lucky you are to be slim and untouched, to have escaped this." She gestured listlessly. "Look at you. No varicose veins, no stretch marks anywhere, no swellings or pains. So virginal, Salah. You look so lovely that it makes me wonder if you really wanted to marry at all. I dare say you didn't. You wanted nothing to do with Haithan Querashi. Isn't that right?" Salah forced herself to meet her sister-in-law's challenging stare. Her heartbeat felt as if it was sending blood to her face. "Do you want me to continue with the oil?" she asked, "or have you had enough?" Ever so slowly, Yum smiled. "Enough?" she asked. "Oh, no, Bahin, I've not had enough." From the library window, Agatha Shaw watched her grandson getting out of his BMW. She looked at her watch. He was half an hour late. She didn't like that. Businessmen were supposed to be punctual, and if Theo wanted to be taken seriously in Balford Lenays as the scion of Agatha and Louis Shaw, and consequently a person to be reckoned with, then he was going to have to learn the importance of wearing a wristwatch instead of that ridiculous slave thing he favoured. What a ghastly gewgaw! When she was his age, if a 26-year-old man had worn a bracelet, he'd have found himself at the unfortunate end of a lawsuit in which the word sodomite was bandied about with rather more frequency than was particularly appealing. Agatha stepped to the side of the window's embrasure and allowed the curtains to shield her from view. She studied Theo's approach. There were days when everything about the young man set her teeth on edge, and this was one of them. He was too like his mother. The same blonde hair, the same fair skin that freckled in summer, the same athletic build. She, thank God, had gone to whatever reward the Almighty reserved for Scandinavian sluts who lose control of cars and kill themselves and their husbands in the process. But Theo's presence in his grandmother's life served always to remind her that she'd lost her youngest and most beloved child twice. First to a marriage that resulted in his disinheritance, and second to a car crash that left her, Agatha, in charge of two unruly boys under the age of 10. As Theo approached the house, Agatha considered all the aspects of him that prompted her disapproval. His clothes were utterly wrong for his position. He favoured loosely tailored linens, jackets with shoulder pads, shirts with no collars, trousers with pleats. And all of them were always done in pastel colours or fawn or buff. He wore sandals rather than shoes. Whether he put on socks had always been a matter of chance. If all this wasn't enough to prevent potential investors from taking him seriously, since the night of her death he'd worn his execrable mother's chain and gold cross, one of those ghastly, macabre Catholic things with a tiny crucified body stretched out on it. Just the thing to ask an entrepreneur to gaze upon while attempting to convince him to put his money into the restoration, renovation and renaissance of Balford Lenays. But there was no telling Theo how to dress, how to carry himself, or how to speak when presenting the Shaw plans for the town's redevelopment. People either believe in the project or they don't, Gran, would be the way he received her suggestions. The fact that she had to make suggestions in the first place also set her teeth on edge. This was her project. This was her dream. She'd got herself onto the Balford Town Council for 4 successive terms on the strength of her dreams for the future, and it was maddening that now, because of a single blood vessel's audacious rupturing within her brain, she had to step back and regain her strength, allowing her soft-spoken, addle-brained grandson to do her talking for her. The very thought was enough to send her into another seizure, so she tried not to think of it. She heard the front door open. Theo's sandals slapped against the parquet floor, then were muffled as he reached the first of the Persian carpets. He exchanged a few words with someone in the entry. Mary Ellis, the Daily Girl, no doubt, whose borderline incompetence made Agatha wish she'd been born at a time when the hired help was flogged as a matter of course. Theo said, "The library," and came in her direction. Agatha saw to it that she was upright when her grandson joined her. The tea things were laid out on the table, and she'd left them there, with the sandwiches curling up at the edges and a dull, sheened skin forming on the surface of the tea. They would serve as an illustration of the fact that Theo was late again. Agatha grasped the handle of her walking-stick with both hands and placed it in front of her so that its 3 prongs could bear the bulk of her weight. This effort to seem the mistress of her physical functions caused her arms to tremble, and she was grateful that she'd donned a cardigan despite the day's heat. At least the trembling was camouflaged by the thin folds of wool. Theo paused in the doorway. His face was shiny with perspiration, and his linen shirt clung to his torso, emphasizing his wiry frame. He didn't speak. Instead, he walked to the tea tray and the 3-tiered sandwich stand next to it. He scooped up 3 egg salad sandwiches, and he ate them in rapid succession without apparent regard for their lack of freshness. He didn't even seem to notice that the tea, into which he dropped a lump of sugar, hadn't been hot for the last 20 minutes. "If the summer stays like this, we're in for a good run with the pier and arcade," Theo said. But his words sounded cautious, as if there was something besides the pier on his mind. Agatha's antennae went up. But she said nothing as he continued, "It's too bad we can't have the restaurant done before August, because we'd be in the black before we knew it. I spoke to Jerry DeVitt about the timeline for completion, but he doesn't think there's much hope of hurrying things up a bit. You know Jerry. If it's to be done, it's to be done properly, no cutting corners." Theo reached for another sandwich, cucumber this time, and of course no cutting costs. "Is that why you're late?" Agatha needed to sit. She could feel her legs beginning to tremble along with her arms, but she refused to allow her body to overrule what her mind had dictated for it. Theo shook his head. He carried his cup of cold tea over to her and gave her a dry kiss on the cheek. "Hello," he said. "I'm sorry for ignoring the proprieties. I had no lunch. Are you hot in that cardigan, Gran? Do you want a cup of tea?" "Stop fussing with me. I don't have either foot in the grave, no matter how much you might wish it." "Don't be stupid, Gran. Sit down. Your cheeks are getting damp and you're shaking. Can't you feel it? Come on, sit." She pulled her arm away from him, saying, "Stop treating me like an imbecile. I'll sit when I'm ready. Why are you acting so strange? What happened at the council meeting?" It was where she herself should have been, and would have been had not her stroke supervened 10 months before. Heat or no heat, she would have been there, bending that band of myopic misogynists to the power of her will. It had taken ages, not to mention a hefty contribution to their campaign coffers, to talk them into a special town council meeting to consider her redevelopment plans for the seafront, and Theo, along with their architect and a city planner imported from Newport, Rhode Island, had been scheduled to make the presentation. Theo sat, holding his teacup between his knees. He sloshed the liquid round in it, then swallowed it in one fast gulp, and placed the cup on the table next to his chair. "You haven't heard, then?" "Heard what?" "I went to the meeting. We all went, just as you wanted." "I should certainly hope so. But things got derailed, and the redevelopment plans didn't come up." Agatha forced her legs to take the required steps without faltering. She stood in front of him. "They didn't come up? Why not? Redevelopment was what the bloody meeting was all about." "Yes, it was," he replied, "but there was a serious disruption, I suppose you might call it." Theo reached for the signet ring he wore. His father's ring it was, and played his thumb across its engraved surface. He looked distressed, and Agatha's suspicions were immediately aroused. Theo didn't like conflict, and if he was acting uneasy at the moment, it had to be because he'd failed her. Blast the boy to hell and back! All she'd asked of him was to cope with the politics of a simple presentation, and he'd managed to fluff it with his usual flair. "We're being opposed," she said. "One of the council opposes us." "Who? Malik?" Yes, it's Malik, isn't it? That mule-faced upstart provides this town with a single patch of green that he calls a park, and names it after one of his heathen relatives, and suddenly he decides he's a man with a vision. It's Akram Malik, isn't it? And the council's backing him instead of falling on their knees and thanking God I've the money, the connections, and the inclination to put Balford back on the map. It wasn't Akram, Theo said, and it wasn't about the redevelopment. For some reason he looked away for a moment before he met her eyes squarely. It was as if he was gathering the nerve to go on. "I can't believe you didn't hear what happened. It's all over town. It was about this other matter, Gran, about this business on the Naze." "Oh, piffle the Naze!" There was always something coming up about the Naze, mostly questions having to do with public access to a part of the coastline that was becoming increasingly fragile. But questions about the Naze came up on a regular basis, so why some long-haired ecologist would choose the redevelopment meeting, her redevelopment meeting, damn everyone, to blither on about speckle-bellied gorse-sitters or some other fanciful form of wildlife was beyond her comprehension. This meeting had been in the works for months. The architect had taken 2 days from his other projects to be here, and the city planner had flown to England at her personal expense. Their presentation had been initiated, calculated, orchestrated, and illustrated to the last detail, and the fact that it could be derailed by anyone's concern about a crumbling promontory of land that could be discussed at any date, in any place, at any time. Agatha felt her trembling heighten. She worked her way to the sofa and lowered herself to it. "How," she asked her grandson, "did you let this happen? Didn't you object?" "I couldn't object. The circumstances—" "What circumstances? The Nez will be there next week, next month, and next year, Theo. I fail to see how a discussion about the Nez was a burning necessity today of all days." "It wasn't about the Nez," Theo said. "It was about this death, the one that occurred out there. A delegation from the Asian community came to the meeting and demanded to be heard. When the council tried to fob them off till another time—" "Heard about what?" "About this man who died on the Naze. Come on, Gran. The story was all over the front page of the Standard. You must have read it. And I know Mary Ellis must have gossiped about it." "I don't listen to gossip." He went to the tea-table and poured himself another cup of cold Darjeeling. He said, "Be that as it may," in a tone that told her he didn't believe her for an instant. "When the council tried to turn away the delegation, they took over the hall." "They? Who?" "The Asians, Gran. There were more of them outside waiting for a sign. When they got it, they started putting on the pressure, shouting, brick-throwing. It got ugly fast. The police had to settle everyone down." "But this was our meeting." "Right, it was. But it turned into someone else's. There was no getting round it. We'll have to reschedule when things quiet down." "Stop sounding so unmercifully reasonable." Agatha thumped her stick against the carpet. It made virtually no noise, which aggravated her more. What she wanted was a good bout of pan-throwing. A few broken pieces of crockery also wouldn't have gone down ill. "We'll just have to reschedule. Where do you think that sort of mindset will get you in life, Theodore Michael? This meeting was arranged to accommodate our needs. We requested it. We as good as stood in a queue, tugging at our forelocks to get it. And now you tell me that a puling group of uneducated coloureds, who no doubt didn't even take time to bathe before presenting themselves—" "Gran," Theo's fair skin was flushing, "the Pakistanis bathe quite as much as we do. And even if they didn't, their hygiene's hardly the point, is it? Perhaps you'll tell me what the point is." He came back to his seat opposite her. His teacup rattled in its saucer in a manner that made her want to howl. When would he learn how to carry himself like a Shaw, for God's sake? "This man, his name was Haytham Qureshi." "I know that very well," she snapped. He lifted an eyebrow. "Ah," he said. He placed his teacup carefully on the table, and kept his attention on it rather than on his grandmother as he continued. "Then you probably also know that he was due to marry Akram Malik's daughter next week. Evidently the Asian community doesn't believe that the police are moving fast enough to get to the bottom of what happened to Qureshi. They brought their grievance to the council meeting. They were especially hard. Well, they were hard on Akram. He tried to control them. They walked all over him. He was fairly humiliated about the whole deal. I couldn't ask for another meeting after that. It wouldn't have been right. Despite what the disruption had done to her own plans, Agatha found herself taking pleasure in this piece of information. In addition to the man's raising her ire by bullying his way into her special passion, redeveloping Balford, she hadn't forgiven Akram Malik for taking her place on the town council. He hadn't actually run against her, but he hadn't turned down the appointment when someone was needed to fill her place until a by-election could be called, and when that by-election had been held, and she herself had been too ill to stand for the seat, Malik had done so, campaigning as earnestly as if he'd been after a seat in the House of Commons. She was delighted, therefore, at the thought of the man's embarrassment at the hands of his own community. She said, "That must have got right up old Akram's nose, having his precious parkies take the mickey out of him in a public forum. How I wish I'd been there." She saw Theo wince. Mr. Compassion, he always pretended to be such a bleeding heart. "Don't tell me you don't feel the same, young man. You're a Shaw at the end of the day, and you know it. We have our ways and they have theirs, and the world would be a better place if all of us kept to our own." She rapped her knuckles on the table to get his attention. "Just try to tell me you disagree. You had more than one run-in with coloured boys when you were in school." "Gran!" What was that note in Theo's voice? Impatience, ingratiation, mollification, condescension? Agatha's eyes narrowed upon her grandson. "What?" she demanded. He didn't reply at once. He touched the rim of his teacup in a meditative gesture, looking deep in thought. "That's not all," he said. "I stopped at the pier. After what went on at the meeting, I thought it would be a good idea to make sure the attractions were running smoothly. That's why I'm late, by the way. And it was good that I went. There was a dust-up among 5 blokes out on the pier right outside the arcade." "Well, I hope to God you sent them packing, whoever they were. If the pier gets the reputation as a spot for the local hooligans to aggravate tourists, we may as well lay the redevelopment to rest." "It wasn't hooligans," Theo said. "It wasn't tourists either." "Then who?" She was becoming agitated again. She could feel an ominous rush of blood in her ears. If her pressure was on the rise, there'd be hell to pay when she next saw the doctor. And no doubt another 6 months of enforced convalescence, which she didn't think that she could endure. "They were teenagers," he said. "Just kids from the town. Asian and English. 2 of them had knives." "This is just what I was talking about. When people don't keep to their own, there's trouble. If one allows immigration from a culture with no respect for human life, then one can hardly quail before the prospect of representatives from that culture walking about with knives. Frankly, Theo, you were lucky the little heathens weren't carrying scimitars." Theo got up abruptly. He walked to the sandwiches. He picked one up, then put it down. He settled his shoulders. "Gran, the English boys were the ones with the knives." She recovered quickly enough to say tartly, "Then I hope you relieved them of them." "I did, but that's not actually the point." "Then kindly tell me what the point is, Theo." "Things are heating up. It's not going to be pleasant. Alfred Linnaeus is in for some trouble." Chapter 3. Finding a suitable route to get out to Essex was a case of damned if you do and damned if you don't. Barbara faced the choice of crossing most of London and weaving her way through mind-numbing traffic, or risking the vehicular uncertainties of the M25, which orbited the megalopolis, and even at best of times required one to put all plans for a timely arrival at one's destination temporarily on hold. With either choice she would get to sweat, for the coming of evening hadn't brought with it the slightest corresponding drop in temperature. She chose the M25, and after throwing her haversack into the back seat and grabbing a fresh bottle of Volvic, a packet of crisps, a peach, and a new supply of players, she set off on her prescribed holiday. The fact that it wasn't a bona fide holiday didn't bother her in the least. She'd be able to say airily, "Oh, I've been to the sea, darling," should anyone ask her how she'd spent her time away from New Scotland Yard. She drove into Balford Linnaeus and past St. John's Church just as its tower bells were chiming 8 o'clock. She found the seaside town little changed from what it had been during the annual summer holidays she'd spent there with her family and with her parents' friends. The corpulent and odoriferous Mr. and Mrs. Jenkins, Bernie and Bet, who yearly followed the Haverses' rust-spotted Vauxhall in their own compulsively polished Renault, all the way from their London neighbourhood in Acton East to the sea. The approach to Balford-Lenays hadn't altered at all in the years since Barbara had last been there. The wheat fields of the Tendring Peninsula gave way on the north of the Balford Road to the Wade, a tidal marsh into which flowed both the Balford Channel and a narrowing estuary called the Twizzle. When the tide was in, the water of the Wade created islands out of hundreds of boggy excrescences. When the tide was out, what remained in its ebb were flats of mud and sand across which green algae stretched slimy arms. To the south of the Balford Road, small enclaves of houses still stood, stucco-walled and squat, sparse of vegetation. These were some of the old summer cottages, occupied by families who, like Barbara's own, came to escape the seasonal heat of London. This year, however, there was no escaping. The wind that blew in the Minnie's window and ruffled Barbara's crop of ill-cut hair was nearly as hot as the wind she'd felt as she'd driven out of London a few hours earlier. At the junction of the Balford Road and the High Street, she braked and considered her options. She had nowhere to stay, so there was that to see to. Her stomach was rumbling, so there was food to dig up. She was in the dark as to what kind of investigation into the Pakistani man's death was actually in progress, so there was that to suss out as well. Unlike her superior officer, who never seemed to manage a decent meal, Barbara wasn't one to deny her stomach its due. Accordingly, she turned left down the gentle slope of the High Street, beyond which she had her first glimpse of sea. As had been the case in her girlhood, there was no dearth of eating establishments in Balford, and most of them appeared not to have changed hands or been painted in the years since she last had been a visitor. She settled on the Breakwater restaurant, which served its meals, perhaps with ominous intent, directly next door to D.K. Corney, a business establishment whose sign announced that its employees were funeral directors, builders, decorators, and heating engineers. Sort of one-stop shopping, Barbara decided. She parked the Minnie with one of its front tyres on the curb and went to see what the Breakwater had to offer. Not much, she discovered, a fact that other diners must have been aware of, because although it was the dinner hour, she found herself alone in the restaurant. She chose a table near the door in the hope of catching an errant sea breeze should one fortuitously decide to blow. She plucked the laminated menu from its upright position next to a vase of plastic carnations. After using it to fan herself for a minute, she gave it a look-over, and decided that the mega meal was not for her, despite its bargain price, £5.50 for pork sausage, bacon, tomato, eggs, mushrooms, steak, frankfurter, kidney, hamburger, lamb chops, and chips. She settled on the restaurant's declared speciality, buck rabbit. She placed her order with a teenaged waitress, sporting an impressive blemish precisely in the middle of her chin, and a moment later she saw that the Breakwater restaurant was going to provide her with its own form of one-stop shopping. Next to the till lay a tabloid newspaper. Barbara crossed to fetch it, trying to ignore the unsavoury sucking sounds that her trainer-shod feet made as she trod the sticky restaurant floor. The words "Tendring Standard" were printed across the masthead in blue. They were accompanied by a lion rampant and the boast, "Essex Newspaper of the Year." Barbara took this journal back to her table and laid it on the plastic cloth, which was artfully embossed with tiny white flowers and splattered with the remains of a successful lunchtime. The tabloid was a well-thumbed journal from the previous afternoon, and Barbara had to look no further than the front page, because the death of Haytham Qureshi was apparently the first suspicious demise that had occurred on the Tendring Peninsula in more than 5 years. As such, it was getting the journalistic red carpet treatment. The front page displayed a picture of the dead man, as well as a photo of the site where his body had been found. Barbara studied both pictures. In life, Haytham Qureshi had looked innocuous enough. His dark face was pleasant, but largely forgettable.
The caption beneath his picture indicated that he was 25 years old, but he looked older. This was the result of his sombre expression, and his balding head added to the effect. He was clean-shaven and moon-faced, and Barbara guessed that he would have been given to carrying too much extra weight in middle age, had he lived to see it. The second picture depicted an abandoned pillbox sitting on the beach at the foot of a cliff. It was built of grey, pebble-studded concrete, hexagonal in shape, with an entry that was low to the ground. Barbara had seen this structure before, years earlier, on a walk with her younger brother, when they'd noticed a boy and a girl glancing round surreptitiously before crawling inside on an overcast day. Barbara's brother had innocently wondered if the two teenagers were intent on playing war. Barbara had commented ironically that an invasion was definitely what they had in mind. She'd steered Tony clear of the pillbox. "I can make machine-gun noises for them," he'd offered. She'd assured him that sound effects were not required. Her dinner arrived. The waitress positioned the cutlery, which appeared to be indifferently washed, and settled the plate in front of her. She'd been scrupulous about avoiding a scrutiny of Barbara's bandaged face when taking her order, but now the girl gave it an earnest look and said, "Can I ask? Do you mind?" "Lemonade," Barbara said in reply, "with ice. And I don't suppose you have a fan you can turn on, have you? I'm about to wilt." "Broke yesterday," the girl said. "Sorry." She fingered the blemish on her chin in an unappetizing fashion. "It's just that I was thinking of doing it myself when I've got the money. So I was wondering, did it hurt much?" "What?" "Your nose. Haven't you had it fixed? Isn't that why I've got all those bandages?" She picked up the table's chrome napkin dispenser and studied her reflection. "I want to bob one myself. Mum says to thank God for what I have, but I say, why did God invent plastic surgery if we weren't meant to use it? I'm planning to do my cheekbones as well, but the nose comes first." "It wasn't surgery," Barbara said. "I broke it." "Lucky you!" the girl exclaimed. "So you got a new one on National Health. Now I wonder—" Clearly she was meditating on the prospect of walking rapidly into a door with proboscis at the ready. "Yeah, well, they don't ask you how you want it set," Barbara said. "Had they bothered to inquire, I would have requested a Michael Jackson. I've always been a slave to perpendicular nostrils." And she crackled her newspaper meaningfully. The girl, whose name tag identified her as Susie, leaned one hand against the table, noted what Barbara was reading, and said confidentially, "They should never have come here, you know. This is what happens when they go when they're not wanted." Barbara set down her paper and speared a portion of poached egg on her fork. She said, "Pardon?" Susie nodded at the newspaper. "Those coloureds. What are they doing here, anyway? Besides raising a ruckus, which they did real proper this afternoon, as a matter of fact." "They're trying to improve their lot in life, I expect." Why don't they improve it somewheres else? My mum said there'd be trouble eventually if we let them settle round here, and look what's happened. One of them overdoses down on the beach, and all the rest start carrying on and shouting it's murder." "It's a drug-related death?" Barbara began to scan the paragraphs of the story for the pertinent details. "What else could it be?" Susie asked. "Everyone knows they swallow bags of opium and God knows what else back in Pakistan. They smuggle it into this country in their stomachs. Then when they get here, they get locked up in a house till they do a poo and get it all out of their system. After that, they're free to go. Didn't you know? I saw that on the telly once." Barbara recalled the description of Haytham Qureshi that she'd heard on television. The newsreader had identified him as recently arrived from Pakistan, hadn't he? She wondered for the first time if she'd misread all her cues in dashing out to Essex on the strength of a televised demonstration and Taimullah Azhar's mysterious behaviour. Susie was continuing. "And in this case, one of the bags broke in this bloke's insides, and he crawled in that pillbox to die. That way he wouldn't disgrace his people. They're big on that as well, you know." Barbara returned to the article and began to read it in earnest. "Has the post-mortem been released, then?" Susie seemed so grounded in the certainty of her facts. "We all know what happened. Who needs a post-mortem? But tell that to the coloureds. When it comes out that he died of an overdose, they'll blame it on us. Just you wait and see." She turned on her heel and headed towards the kitchen. Barbara called, "My lemonade?" as the door swung shut behind her. Alone again, Barbara read the rest of the article unimpeded. The dead man, she saw, had been the production manager at a local business called Malik's Mustards and Assorted Accompaniments. This concern was owned by one Akram Malik, who, according to the article, was also a member of the town council. At the time of his death, which the local CID had declared took place on Friday night, nearly 48 hours before Barbara's arrival in Balford, Mr. Qureshi had been 8 days away from marrying the Malik daughter. It was his future brother-in-law and local political activist, Muhammad Malik, who, upon the discovery of Qureshi's body, had spearheaded the local cry for a CID investigation. And although the inquiry had been handed over to CID immediately, no cause of death had as yet been announced. As a result of this, Muhammad Malik promised that other prominent members of the Asian community would be joining him to dog the investigators. "We would be foolish to pretend we are not aware of what getting to the truth means when it's applied to an Asian," Malik was quoted as saying on Saturday afternoon. Barbara laid the newspaper to one side as Susie returned with her glass of lemonade, in which a single piece of ice bobbed with hopeful intentions. Barbara nodded her thanks and ducked her head back to the paper to forestall any additional commentary. She needed to think. She had little doubt that Taimullah Azhar was the prominent member of the Asian community whom Muhammad Malik had promised to produce. Azhar's departure from London had followed too closely on the heels of this story for the situation to be otherwise. He had come here, and Barbara knew it was only a matter of time until she stumbled upon him. She could only imagine how he would greet her intention to run interference between him and the local police. For the first time she realized how presumptuous she was being, concluding that Azhar would need her intercession. He was an intelligent man. Good God, he was a university professor, so he had to know what he was getting into, hadn't he? Barbara ran her finger down the moisture on the side of her lemonade glass and considered her own question. What she knew about Taimullah Azhar she knew from conversations with his daughter. From Hadia's remark, "Dad's got a late class tonight," she had initially concluded that he was a student. This conclusion wasn't based so much on preconception as it was based on the man's apparent age. He looked like a student, and when Barbara had discovered that he was a professor of microbiology, her amazement had been associated more with learning his age than with not having had a racial stereotype affirmed. At 35, he was 2 years older than Barbara herself, which was rather maddening since he looked 10 years younger. But age aside, Barbara knew that there was a certain naivete that accompanied Azhar's profession. The ivory tower aspect of his career protected him from the realities of day-to-day living. His concerns would revolve round laboratories, experiments, lectures, and impenetrable articles written for scientific journals. The delicate dance of police work would be as foreign to him as nameless bacteria viewed beneath a microscope would be alien to her. The politics of university life, which Barbara had come to know at a distance from working a case in Cambridge the previous autumn, were nothing like the politics of policing. An impressive list of publications, appearances at conferences and university degrees didn't have the same cachet as experience on the job and a mind for murder. Azhar would no doubt discover this fact the first moment he spoke to the officer in charge, if that indeed was his intention. The thought of that officer sent Barbara back to the newspaper again. If she was going to muscle in with warrant card at the ready in the hope of buffering Taimullah Azhar's presence on the scene, it would help to know who was running the show. She began a second related story on the 3rd page of the paper. The name she was seeking was in the first paragraph. Indeed, the entire story was about the officer in charge. Because not only was this the first suspicious demise that had occurred on the Tendring Peninsula in more than 5 years, it was also the first investigation to be headed by a woman. She was the recently promoted Detective Chief Inspector Emily Barlow, and Barbara muttered, "Holy hell, hallelujah!" then allowed herself a delighted grin when she saw the name. For she had done her last 3 detective courses at the training school in Maidstone, right at Emily Barlow's side.
This, Barbara concluded, was surely a sign, a bolt from the blue, a message from the gods, handwriting in red neon lights, if you will, scrawled on the wall of her own future. This wasn't just a case of already being acquainted with Emily Barlow and thereby having an entree to the investigation based on a passing familiarity with the head of the team. This was also a case of the galloping meant-to-bes having all the hallmarks of a spate of fortuitous on-the-job training that bore the potential of sending Barbara's career shooting off like a rocket. Because the simple fact was that nowhere was there a woman more competent, more suited for criminal investigations, and more gifted in the politics of police work than was Emily Barlow. And Barbara knew that what she could learn by working at Emily's side for a week was more valuable than anything covered in a textbook on criminology. Emily's sobriquet had been Barlow the Beast during the detective courses they'd taken together. In a world in which men rose to positions of authority by simple virtue of being men, Emily had blasted her way through the ranks in the CID by proving herself equal to the opposite sex in every way. "Sexism," she said one night, in answer to Barbara's question on the topic. She'd been exercising furiously on a rowing machine, and she didn't slow her pace even a fraction as she replied, "It doesn't come up. Once blokes know you'll go for their cobblers, if they step out of line, they don't. Step out of line, that is." And on she strode, with one object in mind, attaining the position of Chief Constable of Police. Since Emily Barlow had made DCI at 37, Barbara knew that she would have no trouble reaching her goal. Barbara bolted down the rest of her dinner, paid, and left Susie a generous tip. Her spirits were higher than they'd been in days. She went back to the Mini and started off with a roar. She could keep an eye on her dear now. She could see to it that Mullah Azhar didn't cross any lines that could cause him trouble. And as an added bonus to her efforts, she could watch Barlow the Beast at work on a case and hope that something of the DCI's remarkable stardust might rub off on a sergeant's shoulders. "Do I need to send Presley to assist you, Inspector?" DCI Emily Barlow heard the pointed question from her detective superintendent and translated it mentally prior to answering. What he really meant was, "Did you manage to placate the Pakistanis? Because if you didn't, I have another DCI who can do the job adequately in your place." Donald Ferguson was up for promotion to the Assistant Chief Constable's position, and the last thing he wanted was the heretofore well-greased pathway of his career to become suddenly cratered by political potholes. "I don't need anyone's assistance, Don. The situation's under control." Ferguson barked a laugh. "I've got 2 men in hospital and a pod of Pakis ready to blow. Don't tell me what's under control, Barlow. Now, how do things stand?" "I told him the truth." "That's a brilliant move." On the other end of the telephone line, Ferguson's voice was honeyed with sarcasm. Emily pondered why the super was still at work at this time of evening, since the Pakistani demonstrators had long since dispersed, and the superintendent had never been a man for burning the midnight oil. She knew he was in his office because she'd returned his phone call there, and she'd quickly memorized the number when it had become apparent to her that returning telephonic visitations from on high was going to be part of her new job. "That's really brilliant, Barlow," he continued. "May I ask how long you think it'll be before he takes his people to the streets again?" "If you'd give me more manpower, we wouldn't have to worry about the streets or anything else." "You've got all you're getting, unless you want Presley." Another DCI? Not on your life, she thought. "I don't need Presley. I need a visible police presence on the street. I need more constables." "What you need is to knock a few heads together. If you can't do that—" "My job's not crowd control," Emily countered. "We're trying to investigate a murder over here, and the family of the dead man—" "May I remind you that the Maliks are not Querashi's family, despite the fact that these people seem to live inside each other's pyjamas?" Emily blotted the sweat from her forehead. She'd always suspected that Donald Ferguson was in reality an ass in pig's clothing, and virtually every remark he made served to corroborate that suspicion. He wanted to replace her. He couldn't wait to replace her. The slightest excuse, and her career was history. Emily dug for patience in her reply. "They're the family he was marrying into, Don." "And you told them the truth. They caused a bloody riot this afternoon, and in response you told them the flaming truth. Do you have any idea what that does to your authority, Inspector? There's no point in keeping the truth from them, since they're the first group of people I'm intending to interview. Enlighten me, please. How did you expect me to conduct an investigation into a murder without telling anyone it's a murder we're dealing with? Don't take that tone with me, Inspector Barlow. What's Malik done so far, besides instigate a riot? And why the hell isn't he under arrest? Emily didn't point out the obvious to Ferguson. The crowd had dispersed once the television filming had ceased, and no one had been able to nab a brick-thrower. She said, "He's done exactly what he said he'd do. Mohammed Malik's never made an idle threat, and I don't imagine we can expect him to start doing so just to accommodate us." "Thank you for the character sketch. Now answer my question." "He's brought in someone from London, as he said he would, an expert in what he's calling the politics of immigration." "Save us," Ferguson muttered. "And what did you tell him?" "You want my exact words or their content?" "Stuff the innuendo, Inspector. If there's something you want to say, I suggest you say it outright and have done." There was plenty to say, but now was not the time. "Don, it's late, I'm bloody tired. It feels about 30 degrees centigrade in here, and I'd like to get home sometime before dawn." "That can be arranged," Ferguson said. Jesus, what a miserable little tyrant. How he loved to pull rank. How he needed to do it. Had the superintendent been in her office, Emily could imagine him unzipping his trousers to demonstrate which one of them was really the man. "I told Malik that we've called in a Home Office pathologist who'll perform the post-mortem tomorrow morning," she replied. "I told him Mr. Quarashi's death appears to be what he himself thought it was from the first, a murder. I told him the Standard's got the story and they'll run it tomorrow. Okay?" "I like the sound of appears," Ferguson said. "It gives us elbow room to keep the lid on things. See that you start doing just that." He rang off in his usual fashion by dropping the receiver into its cradle at his end. Emily held the phone away from her ear, gave it 2 fingers, and did the same at her end. In the airless room that was her office, she grabbed a tissue and pressed it fully against her face. It came away greasily blotted. She would have given her big toe for a fan. She would have given her entire foot for air conditioning. As it was, she had only a lousy tin of warm tomato juice, which was better than nothing to ameliorate the effects of the day's blistering heat. She reached for this and used a pencil to prise open its pop-top. She took a swig and began to massage the back of her neck. "I need a workout," she thought. And once again she acknowledged that one of the disadvantages of her line of employment, in addition to having to deal with pigs like Ferguson, was having to forego physical activity more often than was her natural inclination. If she'd had her way, she'd have been outdoors rowing hours ago, instead of doing what duty called upon her to do, return the day's phone calls. She tossed the last of her returned telephone messages into the rubbish bin and followed them with a tomato juice tin. She was cramming a stack of file folders into her canvas hold-all when one of the WPCs assigned to the Quarashi investigation came to the doorway trailing several pages of an uncut fax. "Here's the background on Mohammed Malik you were asking for," Belinda Warner announced. "Clacton's intelligence unit's just sent it over. You want it now or in the morning?" Emily held out her hand. "Anything more than we already know?" Belinda shrugged. "If you ask me, he's nobody's blue-eyed boy, but there's nothing here to confirm it." This was what Emily had expected. She nodded her thanks, and the WPC disappeared down the hall. A moment later her footsteps clattered on the stairway of the ill-ventilated building that served as the police station in Balford-Lenays. As was her habit, Emily glanced through the entire report quickly before making a more detailed study. One important issue stood out in her mind. Her superintendent's implicit threats and career ambitions aside, the last thing the town needed was a major racial incident, which is what this death on the Naze was fast becoming. June was the opening of the tourist season, and with the hot weather calling city dwellers to the sea, hopes in the community had begun to run high that the long recession was at last coming to an end. But how could Balford expect an influx of visitors if racial tensions took its inhabitants into the streets for confrontations with one another? The town couldn't, and every businessman in Balford knew it. Investigating a murder while simultaneously avoiding an outbreak of ethnic conflict was the delicate proposition before her. And the fact that Balford was teetering precariously on the edge of an Asian-English clash had been made more than evident to Emily Barlow that day. Muhammad Malik, along with his cronies in the street, had been the messenger of this information. Emily had known the young Pakistani since her days in uniform, when, as a teenager, Muhammad Malik had first come to her attention. Having grown up on the streets of South London, Emily had early learned to handle herself in conflicts that were often multiracial, coincidentally developing the hide of an elephant when it came to taunts that were directed at the colour of her skin. So, as a young police constable, she'd had little patience with those who used race as the wild card in each deck from which a hand was dealt them. And Muhammad Malik was someone who, even at 16, had waved the race card at every opportunity. She had learned to give little credence to his words. She simply had not allowed herself to believe that all of life's difficulties could be put down to issues of race. But now there was a death to consider, and not only a death, but a bona fide murder, with its victim an Asian who had been the intended bridegroom of Muhammad Malik's own sister. It was inconceivable that, when faced with this murder, Malik would not attempt to make a connection between its occurrence and the racism he claimed to see everywhere round him. And if a connection could be established, the result would be the very thing that Donald Ferguson feared, a seaside summer of conflict, aggression and bloodshed, all of which had been promised by that afternoon's chaos. In response to what had occurred both inside and outside the town council meeting, phones at the police station had begun ringing in panic as the minds of Balford's citizens made the leap from placards and bricks to the acts of extremism which had been carried out globally in the past few years. And among those phone calls had come one from the Lady Mayor, the result of which was a formal request for information made to those officers whose job it was to assemble profiles of those most likely to cross the criminal line. The pages that Emily now held represented the material that the Divisional Headquarters Intelligence Unit had been gathering on Muhammad Malik for the past 10 years. It wasn't much, and most of it seemed innocuous, suggesting Muhammad, at age 26, and despite his behaviour that afternoon, had mellowed from the hot-headed teenager who'd first come to the attention of the police. Emily had in her possession his school records, his GCSEs and A-levels, his university career, and his employment history. He was the respectful son to a member of the town's council, the devoted husband to a wife of 3 years, the committed father of 2 small children, and a competent manager in the family business. All in all, save for one blemish, he had grown into a model citizen. But Emily knew that small blemishes frequently hid larger flaws, so she read on. Malik was the acknowledged and admitted founder of Juma, an organization for young male Pakistanis. The association's stated purpose was to strengthen the ties between Muslims in the community and to emphasize and celebrate the myriad differences between these same Muslims and the Westerners among whom they lived. Twice in the past year, Juma's involvement had been suspected in altercations that had erupted between young Asians and their English counterparts. One was a traffic dispute that had turned into an ugly fistfight. One was an incident of bottles of cow's blood being thrown at an Asian schoolgirl by 3 members of her form. Assaults had occurred in the aftermath of both of these incidents, but afterwards no one had been willing to implicate Juma. This wasn't enough to put the man out of commission. It wasn't enough even to view him somewhat askance. Still, Muhammad Malik's brand of activism, put on display that day, didn't sit well with Emily Barlow. And after completing her examination of the report, she had read nothing that set her mind at rest. She'd met him, and the man he'd called his expert in the politics of immigration, several hours after the demonstration. Muhammad had let his companion do most of the talking, but his own presence had been impossible to ignore, as he no doubt intended. He radiated antipathy. He wouldn't sit down. Rather, he stood against the wall with his arms folded across his chest, and he never took his eyes from her face. His expression of contemptuous distrust challenged Emily to try to get away with lying about Querashi's death. She hadn't considered doing so, at least not about the essentials. Both to forestall any outbursts from him and to subtly underscore the unstated fact that there was no connection between the demonstration and her agreeing to see them, Emily had directed her comments to Muhannad's companion, whom he'd introduced as his cousin Temula Azar. Unlike Muhannad, this man had an air of serenity about him. Although as a member of Muhannad's Khandan, Azar would doubtless be governed by an agenda identical to whatever the family's was, so Emily had been careful with her choice of words. "We began with the knowledge that Mr. Queroshi's death appeared suspicious," she told him. "Once we'd determined that, we asked for a pathologist from the Home Office. He'll arrive tomorrow to perform the post-mortem." "Is this an English pathologist?" Muhannad asked. The implication was obvious. An English pathologist would serve the interest of the English community. An English pathologist would hardly take seriously the death of an Asian. "I have no idea what his ethnic background is. We aren't allowed to put in requests." "And where does the investigation stand?" Temula Azar had a curious way of speaking, courteous without being at all deferential. Emily wondered how he managed it. "The moment the death was deemed suspicious, the site was secured," Emily said. "Which site is this?" "The pillbox at the foot of the naze." "Has it been determined that he died in the pillbox?" Azar was very quick. Emily had to admire that. "Nothing's been determined yet, aside from the fact that he's dead, and—" "And it took them 6 hours to determine that much," Muhannad put in. "Imagine the fire that would have been lit under a bobby's pink bums had the body been white." "And, as the Asian community suspected, it appears to be a murder," Emily finished. She waited for Malik's reaction. He'd been shouting murder since the corpse had been discovered 34 hours before. She didn't wish to deny him his moment of triumph. He took it quickly. "As I said," he asserted, "and if I hadn't been dogging you since yesterday morning, I expect you'd be calling this an unfortunate accident." Emily steadied herself inwardly. Argument was what the Asian wanted. A verbal brawl with the investigating officer would be helpful as a rallying cry for his people. A meticulous conversation reporting the facts would be far less useful, so she ignored his jibe. Instead, she said to his cousin, "The forensic team spent approximately 8 hours going over the site yesterday. They bagged evidence, and they've taken it to the lab for analysis." "When can you expect the results?" "We've let them know this is a top priority." "How did Haytham die?" Muhannad interjected. "Mr. Malik, twice I've tried to explain to you over the phone that—" "You don't expect me to believe that you still don't know how Qureshi was murdered, do you? Your medical examiner's seen the body. You admitted on the phone that you saw it yourself." "Looking at a body doesn't reveal anything," Emily explained. "Your own father can tell you that much. He made the formal identification, and I dare say he's as much in the dark as we are." "Are we correct in assuming there was no gun involved?" Azar asked quietly. "No knife, either? No garrote? No rope? Because, of course, the use of these would have left marks upon the body." "My father said he saw only one side of Haytham's face," Muhannad said. Then he enhanced the implication behind his comment by continuing with, "My father said he was allowed to see only one side of his face. The body was covered with sheeting, which was rolled down to the chin for less than 15 seconds, and that was that. What are you hiding about this murder, Inspector?" Emily poured herself water from a jug on the table behind her desk. She offered some to the men. They both declined, which was just as well, since she'd taken the last of it, and she didn't much feel like sending for more. She drank thirstily, but the water tasted vaguely metallic, and it left an unpleasant flavour on her tongue. She explained to the Asians that she was hiding nothing because there was nothing this early in the investigation to hide. The time of death, she told them, had been set between 10:30 and 10:30 midnight on Friday night. Prior to concluding that they were dealing with a homicide, the pathologist had determined that Mr. Queroshi's death was not a suicide and not the result of natural causes, but that was the extent— "Bullshit!" Muhannad offered the expletive as the only logical conclusion to her remarks. If you can't tell it wasn't a suicide or natural, and you still say it appears to be a murder, do you really expect us to believe that you can't tell how he was killed?" To clarify matters further, Emily told Taimullah Azar, as if Muhannad hadn't spoken, everyone living in the vicinity of the Nays was being questioned by a team of detective constables to determine what might have been seen or heard on the night of Mr. Qarashi's death. Additionally, appropriate measurements had been made at the site, clothing had been bagged, tissues would be taken from the body for microscopic analysis, blood and urine samples would go to the toxicologist, background information— "She's stalling, Azar." Emily had to give Muhannad credit for the observation. He was very nearly as quick as his cousin. "She doesn't want us to know what happened, because if we know we'll take to the streets again, and this time we won't clear out till we have the answers and justice, which, believe me, is exactly what they do not want at the beginning of their tourist season." Azar raised a hand to silence his cousin. "And the photographs?" he asked Emily quietly. "You took them, of course?" "That's always done first. The entire site is photographed, not only the body." "May we see these, please?" "I'm afraid not." "Why?" "Because, as we've determined the death is a homicide, no element of the formal investigation can be shared with the public. It just isn't done." "And yet information is leaked to the media quite frequently in the midst of an investigation of this kind," Azar pointed out. "Perhaps it is," Emily said, "but not by the officer in charge." Azar observed her with large, intelligent brown eyes. If the room hadn't been insufferably hot already, Emily knew she would have flushed under his scrutiny. As it was, the heat was her alibi. Everyone in the building, save the Asians, was crimson with discomfort, so her own colouring was indication of nothing. "In what direction do you go from here?" he finally asked. "We wait for all of the reports to come in, and we place everyone who knew Mr. Qarashi under suspicion. We'll begin interviewing everyone brown who knew him," Muhannad concluded. "I didn't say that, Mr. Malik." "You didn't have to, Inspector." He made her rank too polite a title to indicate anything other than his scorn for it. "You have no intention of pursuing this murder into the white community. If you had your way, you probably wouldn't bother to pursue it as the murder it is. And don't bother to deny the accusation. I've a bit of experience associated with how the police treat crimes committed against my people." Emily didn't rise to this additional baiting, and Taimullah Azar gave no indication he'd even heard his cousin. He merely said, "Since I didn't know Mr. Qarashi, may I have access to the photographs of his body? It would set my family's mind at rest to know the police are hiding nothing from us." "I'm sorry," Emily said in reply. Muhannad shook his head as if he'd expected this answer all along. He said to his cousin, "Let's get out of here. We're wasting our time." "Perhaps not." "Come on, this is bullshit. She's not going to help us." Azar looked thoughtful. "Are you willing to meet our needs, Inspector?" "In what way?" Emily was immediately wary. "Through compromise." "Compromise?" Muhannad echoed. "No way, Azar. If we compromise, we'll end up watching the carpet being lifted and Haytham's murder being swept—" "Cousin." Azar glanced his way. It was the first time he'd even looked at him. "Inspector?" he repeated, turning back to Emily. "There can be no compromise in a police investigation, Mr. Azar, so I don't understand what you're suggesting." "What I'm suggesting is a way to assuage the community's most pressing concerns." She decided to read the implication at its most potentially efficacious. He could be suggesting a way to keep the Asians in line. That would certainly serve her interests. She replied carefully. "I won't deny that the community's foremost in my thoughts," she said, and waited to see where he was heading. "Then I would propose regular meetings between you and the family. This will allay all of our concerns, not only among the family but also among the larger community, as to how you're proceeding with your inquiry into Mr. Qarashi's death." "Will you agree to that?" He waited patiently for her answer. His expression was as bland as it had been from the first. He was acting as if nothing, least of all the peace in Balford-Lenays, depended upon her willingness to cooperate. Watching him, Emily suddenly realized he'd anticipated every one of her previous answers, having planned to end up with this suggestion as the logical outcome of everything she'd said. She'd just been outmanoeuvred by the two of them. They'd played a mild variation of good cop, bad cop, and she'd fallen for it like a schoolgirl arrested for pinching sweets. "I'd like to cooperate as fully as possible," she said, choosing words with care to avoid committing herself. "But in the midst of an investigation it's difficult to guarantee that I'll be available when you want me." "A convenient response," Muhammad said. "I suggest we end this charade, Azar." "I suspect you're drawing an inference I don't intend," Emily told him. "I know bloody well what you intend, letting anyone who raises a hand against us get away with it, with murder as well." "Muhammad," Taimullah Azar said quietly, "let's give the inspector an opportunity to compromise." But Emily didn't want to compromise. In an investigation, she didn't want to find herself obliged to have meetings at which she would have to watch her every step, guard her every word, and maintain her temper. She didn't have the inclination for the game. More important, she didn't have the time. The investigation was already behind schedule, and mostly due to Malik's machinations. She was already 24 hours behind where she should have been. But Taimullah Azar had just given her a way out, even if he did not realize the fact. "Will the family accept a substitute for me?" "What sort of substitute?" "Someone to liaise between you, the family, and the community, and the investigating officers. Will you accept that? And go on your bloody way," she added silently, "and keep your fellows in line, at home, present at their jobs and off the damn streets." Azar exchanged a look with his cousin. Muhammad shrugged abruptly. "We accept," Azar said, getting to his feet, "with the proviso that this individual will be replaced by you should we find it necessary to reject him as biased, ignorant, or deceptive." Emily had agreed to the condition, after which the two men had left her. She'd blotted her face with a tissue and rubbed it to bits against the sweat on the back of her neck. Picking the tissue fragments off her damp skin, she returned her phone calls. She talked to her superintendent. Now, having read the intelligence report on Muhammad Malik, she jotted down the name Taimullah Azar and requested a similar report on him. Then she looped the strap of her hold-all over her shoulder and switched out the lights in her office. Having dealt with the Muslim, she'd bought a little time, and time counted for everything when dealing with murder. Barbara Havers found the Balford police station on Martello Road, a lane of shambled red brick structures that marked yet another route to the sea. The station was housed in one of these. It was a gabled and many-chimneyed Victorian building that had doubtless once housed one of the town's more prominent families. An antique blue light, whose glass shade was embellished with the white word police, identified the building's current use. As Barbara pulled to a halt in front of it, evening floodlights came on, arcing shells of incandescence against the station's facade. A female figure was coming out of the front door, and she paused to adjust the strap of a bulky shoulder bag. Barbara hadn't seen Emily Barlow in 18 months, but she recognized her instantly. Tall, wearing a white tank top and dark trousers, the DCI had the broad shoulders and the well-defined biceps of the dedicated triathlete that she was. She may have been approaching 40, but her body was time-locked at 20. In her presence, even at a distance and in the growing darkness, Barbara felt as she'd felt when they'd taken their courses together, a candidate for liposuction, a wardrobe makeover, and 6 intense months with a personal trainer. "Em," Barbara called quietly. "Hello. Something told me I'd find you still hard at it." At the initial sound of Barbara's voice, Emily's head rose sharply. But by the end of the other woman's greeting, she'd stepped away from the station door and approached the pavement. She said, "Good God, is that Bob Havers? What the devil are you doing in Balford?" How exactly would it play, Barbara wondered. "I'm trailing an exotic Pakistani and his kid in the hopes of keeping them out of the nick. Oh, yes, DCI Emily Barlow was certain to go for that strange tale in a major way. "I'm on holiday," Barbara settled upon saying. "I've just got in. I read about the case in the local rag. I saw your name and thought I'd come along to suss out the situation." "That sounds like a busman's holiday. Can't keep my fingers out of the pie, you know how it is." Barbara fished in her bag for her cigarettes, but remembered at the last moment not only that Emily didn't smoke, but also that she was always willing to go 1 or 2 rounds with anyone who did. Barbara relinquished the players and fumbled for the juicy fruit instead. "Congratulations on the promotion," she added. "Bloody hell, Em, you're climbing fast." She folded the stick of gum into her mouth as the DCI joined her. "Congratulations may be premature. If my super has his way, I'm back to constable." Emily frowned. "What happened to your face, Barb? You look like hell." Barbara made a mental note to remove the bandages as soon as she was within spitting distance of a mirror. "I forgot to duck on my last case. I hope he looks worse. Was it a he?" Barbara nodded. "He's in the nick for murder." Emily smiled. "Now that's excellent news. Where are you heading?" The DCI shifted her weight and the weight of her hold-all and ran a hand through her hair in the habitual manner that Barbara remembered. It was jet-black hair, dyed punk and cut punk, and on any other woman her age it would have looked absurd. But not on Emily Barlow. Emily Barlow didn't do absurd, in appearance or in anything else. "Well," she said frankly, "I was supposed to meet a gentleman friend for a few discreet hours of moonlight romance and what usually follows moonlight and romance. But to tell you the truth, his charms have just about run their course, so I cancelled. Somewhere along the line I knew he'd start whinging about the wife and kiddies, and I just wasn't up to holding his hand through another attack of the galloping gilts." The reply was vintage Emily. She'd long ago relegated sex to just another aerobic activity. Barbara said, "Have you time for a chat, then? About what's going on?" The DCI hesitated. Barbara knew she would be considering the request for its propriety. She waited, understanding that Emily was unlikely to agree to any action that would jeopardize either the case itself or her newly acquired position. She finally glanced back at the building and seemed to come to a decision of some sort. She said, "Have you eaten, Bob?" "At the breakwater." "That was courageous. I can imagine your arteries hardening even as we speak. Well, I haven't had a bite since breakfast, and I'm heading home. Come along, we can talk while I have my dinner." They wouldn't need the car, she added, as Barbara fished her keys from her lumpy shoulder bag. Emily lived just at the top of the street, where Martello Road became the Crescent. It took them less than 5 minutes to walk there, at a brisk pace that Emily Barlow set. Her house stood at the near end of the Crescent. It was the last in a row of 9 terraced dwellings that appeared to be in various stages of either renaissance or decay. Emily's belonged to the former group. 3 stories of scaffolding fronted it. "You'll have to pardon the mess." Emily led Barbara up the 8 cracked front steps and onto a shallow porch that was walled with chipped Edwardian tiles. "It'll be a real showpiece when I've got it done, but right now finding the time to work on it is the biggest problem." She shouldered open a paint-stripped front door. "Back here," she said, heading down a steamy corridor that was redolent of sawdust and turpentine. "It's the only part that I've managed to get into remotely livable condition." If Barbara had had any thoughts of dossing down with Emily Barlow, she gave them a decent burial when she saw what back here was. Emily appeared to be living entirely in the airless kitchen. Not much more than a cupboard-sized room, it contained a refrigerator, a spirit stove, and the requisite sink and worktops. But in addition to these features typical to a kitchen, crammed into the room with them were a camp bed, a card table, 2 folding metal chairs, and an antique bathtub of the sort once used before the days of indoor plumbing. Barbara didn't want to ask where the toilet was. A single bare bulb from the ceiling served as illumination, although a torch and a copy of A Brief History of Time by the camp bed indicated that Emily did some recreational reading, if one could actually call astrophysics recreational reading, by additional light while in bed. And bed consisted of a sleeping bag and plump pillow, with a case decorated with Snoopy and Woodstock flying the World War I doghouse above the fields of France. It was as odd a living environment as any Barbara could have imagined for the Emily Barlow she'd known at Maidstone. If she'd taken the time to picture anything in the way of digs for the DCI, it would have been something spare and modern, with an emphasis on glass, metal and stone. Emily seemed to read her thoughts, because she dumped her hold-all on the worktop and leaned against it with her hands in her pockets, saying, "Takes my mind off the job. When I finish renovating this place, I'll get another. That, and having a regular bonk with a willing bloke, are what keep me sane." She cocked her head. "I haven't asked. How's your mother, Bob?" "Speaking of sane, or otherwise. Sorry, I didn't mean the connection. Don't apologise, I didn't take offence. Do you still have her with you?" "I couldn't cope." Barbara sketched the details for the other woman, feeling, as she always felt when reluctantly revealing that she'd confined her mother to a private home, guilty, ungrateful, selfish, unkind. It made no difference that her mother was in better hands than she'd ever been in living with Barbara. She was still her mother. The debt of birth would always hang between them, no matter that no child ever seeks to incur it. "That must have been a rough go," Emily said when Barbara concluded. "You can't have made the decision easily." "I didn't, but it still feels like payback." "What for?" "I don't know. Life, I guess." Emily nodded slowly. She seemed to be examining Barbara, and under her scrutiny Barbara felt her skin begin itching beneath the bandages. It was miserably hot in the room, and although the single window was open, and painted black for some reason, not even the faint promise of a breeze came into the kitchen. Emily roused herself. "Dinner," she said. She went to the fridge and squatted in front of it, bringing forth a container of yoghurt. She took a large bowl from a cupboard and spooned yoghurt into it in 3 huge globs. She reached for a packet of dried fruit and nuts. "This heat," she said, pausing to fork her fingers through her hair. "God almighty, this bloody heat!" She ripped the packet open with her teeth. "The worst kind of weather for a CRD investigation," Barbara said. "No one has the patience for anything. Tempers go fast." "Tell me about it," Emily agreed. "I haven't done much more in the last 2 days besides trying to keep the local Asians from burning down the town, and my gov from assigning his golfing mate to take over the case." Barbara was gratified that her fellow officer had given her an opening. "Today's demonstration made ITV, did you know?" "Oh, yes." Emily dumped half the packet of nuts and fruit on top of the yoghurt and patted everything in place with her spoon before reaching for a banana from a bowl of fruit on the worktop. "We had a score of Asians at a town council meeting, howling like werewolves about their civil liberties. One of them alerted the media, and when a camera crew showed up, they started lobbing chunks of concrete. They've imported outsiders to help in the cause. And Ferguson, that's my gov, has taken to getting on the blower once or twice an hour to tell me how to do my job." "What's the Asians' main concern?" "Depends on who you talk to. They're intent on exposing whatever they can. A cover-up, a spate of foot-dragging by the local coppers, a CID conspiracy, or the start of ethnic cleansing. Have your pick." Barbara sat on one of the 2 metal chairs. "Which comes close?" The DCI shot her a look. "Brilliant, Barb, you sound just like them." "Sorry, I didn't mean to suggest—" "Forget it. The whole bloody world's on my back. Why not you as well?" From a drawer, Emily took a small knife, which she wielded against the banana, adding slices to the yoghurt, nuts and fruit. "Here's the situation. I'm trying to keep the leaks to a minimum. Things are dicey as hell in the community, and if I'm not careful about who knows what and when, there's a loose cannon in town who'll start firing away." "Who is it?" "A Muslim, Muhammad Malik." Emily explained his relationship to the deceased man and described the importance of the Malik family, and hence Muhammad himself, in Balford Lenays. His father Akram had brought the family to the town 11 years before with the dream of starting their own business. Unlike many Asian newcomers who confined themselves to restaurants, markets, dry cleaners or petrol stations, when Akram Malik dreamed, he dreamed big. He saw that in a depressed part of the country he might not only be welcomed as a source of future employment, but he might also make his mark. He'd started small, making mustard in the back room of a tiny bakery on Old Pier Street. He'd ended up with a complete factory in the north section of the town. There he manufactured everything from savoury jellies to vinaigrettes. "Malik's mustard and assorted accompaniments," Emily finished. "Other Asians followed him here, some of them relatives, others not. We've a growing community of them now, with all the interracial headaches. Muhannad's one of them. A migraine. I'm up to my neck in political bullshit because of that prick." She reached for a peach and began to slice it, tucking wedges of fruit along the rim of the yogurt bowl. Barbara watched her, considering her own healthless dinner, and managed to subdue her guilt. Muhannad, Emily informed her, was a political activist in Balford-Lenays, fiercely dedicated to equal rights and fair treatment for all of his people. He'd formed an organisation whose putative purpose was support, brotherhood and solidarity among youthful Asians, but he was a real hothead when it came to anything remotely suggestive of a racial incident. Anyone who harassed an Asian found himself in short order going eyeball to eyeball with one or more relentless nemeses whose identity victims were always conveniently unable to recall. "No one can mobilise the Asian community like Malik," Emily said. "He's been dogging my heels since Qureashi's body was found, and he'll be dogging them till I make an arrest. Between seeing to him and seeing to Ferguson, I've had to manufacture time to conduct the investigation." "That's rough," Barbara said. "What it is a pisser." Emily tossed the knife into the kitchen sink and carried her meal to the table. "I had a talk with a local girl at the breakwater," Barbara said, as Emily went to the fridge and brought out 2 cans of Heineken. She passed one to Barbara and popped the top on her own. She sat with natural and unconscious athleticism, lifting one leg over the seat of the chair rather than easing her way into it with studied feminine grace. "There's some talk that Qureashi had a mishap with drugs. You know what I mean? Ingested heroin prior to leaving Pakistan." Emily spooned up some of her yogurt concoction. She rolled her beer can across her forehead, where the perspiration was glistening on her skin. She said, "We haven't yet got the final word from toxicology about Qureashi. There may be a drug tie. With the harbours nearby, we've got to keep it in mind. But drugs didn't kill him, if that's what you're thinking." "Do you know what did?" "Oh, yeah, I know." "Then why are you playing your cards so close? I saw there's been no cause of death given, so it's still not clear if you even got a murder. Is that where things still stand?" Emily swallowed some beer and eyed Barbara carefully. "How much of a holiday are you on, Barb?" "I can hold my tongue, if that's what you're asking." "What if I'm asking more? Do you need my help?" Emily had scooped up more yogurt, but she set her spoon back in the bowl and meditated on it before answering slowly, "I may do." This was far better than greasing her way in, Barbara realised. She jumped at the opportunity the DCI was unknowingly offering. "Then you've got it. Why are you holding the press off? If it isn't drugs, is it sex-related, suicide? Accident, what's going on?" "Murder," she said. "Ah, and when the word gets out, the Asians are going to hit the streets again." "The word is out. I told the Pakistanis this afternoon." And they'll be breathing, peeing and sleeping for us from this moment onward. Is it a racial killing, then? We don't know yet. But you do know how he died." "We knew that the moment we got a clear look at him, but it's something I'd like to keep from the Asians as long as I can." "Why, if they know it's a murder?" "Because this kind of murder suggests the very thing they're claiming." "A racial incident?" And when Emily nodded, Barbara asked, "How? I mean, how could you tell by looking at the body that it's a racial killing? Were there marks on it? Swastikas or something?" "No." "Some sort of National Front calling card left at the scene?" "Not that either." "Then how can you conclude he was seriously bruised and his neck was broken, Barb?" "Whoa! Bloody hell!" Barbara's words were reverent. She recalled what she'd read. Qureashi's body had been found inside a pillbox on the beach. This suggested a lying in wait and an ambush. Taken in conjunction with a beating, the death could indeed be interpreted as having been racially motivated, because premeditated killings, unless they were preceded by the sort of tortures favoured by serial killers, were generally swift, since the object was death. Additionally, a broken neck suggested another man as the killer. No average woman would have the strength even to begin to break a man's neck. As Barbara considered these points, Emily went to the worktop and fetched her canvas hold-all. At the table she shoved her plate to the edge and pulled out 3 manila folders. She opened the first, placed it to one side, and opened the second. It contained a set of glossy photographs. She flipped through these for several she wanted, and handed them to Barbara. The photographs depicted the corpse as he appeared on the morning of his discovery in the pillbox. The first picture concentrated on his face, and Barbara saw that he was nearly as banged up as she herself was. His right cheek was especially contused, and a gash bisected one of his eyebrows. 2 other photographs displayed his hands. Both were scored and abraded, as if they'd been raised protectively. Barbara thought about the implications behind the pictures. The right cheek's condition suggested a left-handed assailant, but the wound on the forehead was on the left, which itself suggested either ambidexterity on the part of the killer or an accomplice. Emily handed her another photograph, saying, "Are you familiar with the Naze?" "I haven't been there in years," Barbara replied, "but I remember the cliffs. A caff of some sort? An old watchtower?" The additional picture was an aerial shot. It included the pillbox, the cliff looming above it, the columnar watchtower, the L-shaped café. A car park to the southwest of the café contained police vehicles that surrounded a hatchback. But it was what was missing from the picture that Barbara took note of, what otherwise might have loomed above the car park, washing it with illumination after dark. "Em," she said, "are there any lights out there, on the Naze on the cliff-top? Are there lights?" She looked up and found Emily watching her, an eyebrow raised to acknowledge the direction in which she was heading. "Hell, there aren't any, are there? And if there aren't any lights—" Barbara went back to studying the picture, and she directed her next question to it. "Then what the dickens was Haytham Queroshi doing out on the Naze in the dark?" She raised her head once more to see Emily saluting her with her Heineken. "That's certainly the question, Sergeant Havers," she said, and upended the beer into her mouth. Chapter 4. "Shall I help you up to bed, Mrs. Shaw? It's gone past 10, and the doctor said I was to mind that you got your rest." Mary Ellis's voice was pitched at precisely that diffident tone which made Agatha Shaw want to claw the girl's eyes out. She restrained herself, however, turning slowly from the 3 large easels that Theo had assembled for her in the library. On them were representations of Balford Lenays in the past, the present, and the future. She had been studying them for the last 30 minutes, using them as a means of harnessing the rage she'd been feeling ever since her grandson had informed her of the means by which her carefully planned and specially called town council meeting had been derailed. So far it had been quite a fine evening of rage, with her anger escalating over dinner as Theo went through the council meeting and its aftermath for her step by step. "Mary," she said, "do I look as if I need to be treated like a poster girl for terminal senility?" Mary considered the question with a concentration that puckered her spotty face. "Pardon?" she said, and she wiped her hands against the sides of her skirt. The skirt was cotton, a pale and hideously anemic blue. Her palms left splodges of damp against it. "I'm aware of the time," Agatha clarified, "and when I'm ready to retire for the evening, I shall call for you." "But as it's gone near 10:30, Mrs. Shaw—" Mary's voice drifted off, and the way her teeth pulled at the centre of her lower lip was supposed to convey the rest of her remark. Agatha knew this. She hated being manipulated. She realized the girl wanted to be on her way, no doubt with the intention of allowing some equally spotty-faced hooligan access to her questionable charms, but the very fact that she wouldn't come out and say what was on her mind provoked Agatha into baiting her. It was the girl's own fault. She was 19 years old, which was quite old enough to be able to say what she meant. At her age, Agatha had already been a wren for a year, and had lost the only man she'd ever loved in a bombing raid on Berlin. In those days, if a woman wasn't able to say what she meant, chances were very good that she wouldn't have the opportunity to say anything to anyone next time round, because chances were excellent that there wouldn't be a next time round at all. "Yes," Agatha encouraged her pleasantly. "As it's gone near 10:30, Mary." "I thought... Don't you want... It's just that my hour's supposed to be just till 9. We agreed on that, you and me, right?" Agatha waited for more. Mary squirmed, looking as if a centipede were crawling up her thigh. "It's just that, as it's getting late..." Agatha raised an eyebrow. Mary looked defeated. "Give me a call when you're ready, Mum." Agatha smiled. "Thank you, Mary. I shall do so." She turned back to her contemplation of the easels as Mary Ellis took herself off into the bowels of the house. On the first easel, Balford Linnaeus in the past was represented by 7 neatly arranged photographs taken during its 50-year heyday as a holiday hotspot between 1880 and 1930. Central to the pictures was a large depiction of Agatha's first love, the pleasure pier, and petalling out from this carpel were additional pictures of the locations that had once attracted visitors. Bathing machines lined the seafront at Prince's Beach. Parasol-shaded women strolled along a crowded high street. Waders gathered at the outer end of a long-shore net being landed on the beach by a lobster boat. Here was the famous Pier End Hotel, and there the distinguished Edwardian terrace overlooking the Balford Promenade. "Damn the coloureds," Agatha thought. "If not for them and their surly demands that everyone in Balford lick their backsides because one of their kind had probably got a comeuppance he'd richly asked for, if not for them, Balford Linnaeus would be one step closer to becoming the seaside resort it once had been and was meant to be. And what had the Parkies been howling about? What had they destroyed her meeting time before the town council to beat their skinny chests about?" "It's a civil liberties question to them," Theo had said at dinner, and blast the idiot if he didn't look as though he agreed with the bloody barrel of them. "Perhaps you wouldn't mind explaining that to me," Agatha had requested of her grandson. Her words were icy. She noted the look of instant discomfort they seemed to arouse in Theo. His heart bled too readily for Agatha's liking. His belief in fair play, the equality of man, and justice given to all on demand were certainly not attributes he'd inherited from her. She knew what he meant by the phrase "a civil liberties question," but she wanted to coerce him into saying it. She wanted this because she wanted a fight. She was looking for an all-out, hands-down, pitched battle, and if she couldn't manage one as she was now, trapped inside a body that threatened to fail her at any moment, then she'd settle for verbal fisticuffs. A good row was better than nothing. Theo wouldn't rise to the challenge, though. And upon reflection, Agatha had to admit that this refusal to take her on could actually be interpreted as a positive sign. He needed to toughen up if he was to man the helm of shore enterprises after her death. Perhaps his skin was already thickening. "The Asians don't trust the police," he said. "They don't believe they're getting equal treatment. They want to keep the town focused on the investigation in order to put pressure on the CID. It seems to me that if they desire to be treated equally, which I can only assume means that they wish to be treated like their English counterparts, then they might consider acting for once like their English counterparts." "There have been plenty of demonstrations that the whites have organised over the years," Theo said. "The poll tax riots, the blood sports protests, the movement against—" "I'm not speaking about demonstrations," she cut in. "I'm speaking about being treated English when they decide to start acting English and dressing English and worshipping English and bringing up their children English. If an individual decides to immigrate to another country, he should not expect the country to cater to his whimsies, Theodore. And if I'd been in your place at the council meeting, you may depend upon it, I'd have said just that." Her grandson folded his napkin precisely and laid it perpendicular to the table edge, as Agatha had taught him. "I've little doubt of that, Gran," he said wryly. "And you would have waded right into the riot afterwards and beaten in a few heads with your stick." He pushed back his chair and came to hers. He laid his hand on her shoulder and kissed her forehead. Agatha gruffly pushed him away. "Stop your nonsense. And Mary Ellis has yet to bring in the cheese." "None for me tonight." Theo headed towards the doorway. "I'll fetch the display from the car." Which he had done, and she stood before it now. Bulford Linnaeus of the present was depicted in all its decrepitude on the centre easel. The abandoned buildings along the seafront, with boarded windows and wooden architraves shedding their paint like sunburned skin. The moribund High Street, where every year another shop closed its doors a final time. The grubby indoor swimming pool, whose stink of mildew and wood rot couldn't possibly be captured by a camera's lens. And, like the easel displaying Bulford of the past, among these pictures of Bulford now was a photo of the pier, which Agatha had purchased, which Agatha had renovated, which Agatha Shaw had restored and rejuvenated, breathing life like a god into her personal Adam, making the pleasure pier an unspoken promise to the sea town where Agatha had spent her life. That life, and its impending close, would have been given some meaning by Bulford of the future. Hotels refurbished, businesses lured to the sea by the guarantee of low ground rents, and landlords committed to redevelopment and restoration, buildings gentrified, parks replanted, and big parks, not plots of grass the size of an envelope, which some people dedicated to Asian mothers with utterly unpronounceable names, and attractions added along the sea front. There were plans for a leisure centre, for a renovated indoor swimming pool, for tennis and squash courts, for a new cricket pitch. This was what Bulford Linnaeus could be, and it was to this end that Agatha Shaw was striving, seeking a slip of immortality. She'd lost her parents during the Blitz. She'd lost her husband at 38. She'd lost 3 of her children to careers round the globe, and the 4th in a car crash at the hands of his limp-willed Scandinavian wife. Early on she'd come to know that the wise woman kept her expectations humble and her dreams to herself. But in these final years of her life she'd found herself growing as weary of submission to the will of the Almighty as she would have grown weary of fighting that will. So she'd taken up her final cause like a warrior, and she was fully determined to see this battle through to the end. Nothing was going to stop this project, least of all the death of some foreigner she didn't know. But she needed Theo to be her right hand. She needed Theo quick-witted and strong. She wanted him impenetrable and invincible. And the last thing her plans for Bulford had required of him was his tacit agreement to their derailment. She clutched her 3-pronged stick in a grip so tight that it made her arm tremble. She concentrated, the way her physical therapist had told her that she would now have to concentrate in order to walk. It was an unspeakable cruelty to have to tell each leg what to do before it would do it. She, who had once ridden, played tennis, golfed, fished and boated, was reduced to saying, first left, then right. Now left, then right, just to get to the library door. Her teeth ground on the words. If she'd had the temperament to be a dog owner, had possessed a faithful and affectionate corgi, and had been equal to the effort required, she would have kicked the animal in sheer frustration. She found Theo in the old morning-room. He'd long ago converted it to his lair, equipping it with television, stereo, books, comfortable old furniture, and a personal computer on which he communicated with the world's social misfits, who happened to share his particular passion, amateur paleontology. Agatha thought of it as an adult's excuse to grub round in the mud. But to Theo it was an avocation that he pursued with a dedication that most men used when pursuing pudenda. Day or night mattered little to Theo. When he had a free hour, off he would stride in the direction of the Naze, where the eroding cliffs had been disgorging dubious treasures for as long as the sea had been gnawing at the land. He wasn't at the computer that night, nor was he using his magnifying glass to study a misshapen bit of stone. "This is actually a rhino tooth, Gran," he'd say patiently, culled from the cliffs. Rather he was speaking into the telephone in a low, hushed voice, rushing sentences that Agatha couldn't distinguish into the ear of someone who clearly didn't want to hear. She caught the words, "Please, please, listen to me,"
before he looked towards the door, and, seeing her, replaced the receiver in its cradle as if no one were on the other end of the line. She studied him. The night was nearly as torrid as the day had been, and since this room was on the west side of the house, it had taken the worst of the day's heat the longest. So there was at least one reason why Theo's face was flushed, and why his fair skin was damp and oily-looking. But the other reason, she supposed, was sitting somewhere holding a dead telephone receiver in a damp palm, doubtlessly wondering why "Listen to Me" had ended rather than extended a conversation. The windows were open, but the room was insufferable. Even the walls looked as if they wanted to sweat right through their old William Morris paper. The clutter of magazines, newspapers, books, and most of all the clutter of stones. No, Gran, they only look like stones. They're actually bones and teeth. And here, look for yourself, this is part of a mammoth tusk, Theo would say. Made the room even more unbearable, as if they raised its temperature another 10 degrees. And despite her grandson's care to clean them, they imbued the air with a disturbingly fecund smell of earth. Theo moved from the telephone to the broad oak table. This was finely sheened with dust, because he wouldn't allow Mary Ellis to apply a rag to its surface and disarrange the fossils he'd assembled there in cubicled wooden trays. There was an old balloon-backed chair in front of the table, and he took this and swung it round to face her. She understood that he was making a place for her well within her reach. This realization made her feel like pinching the lobes of his ears until he wailed. She wasn't ready for the grave, despite its having been dug, and she could do without the tender gestures revealing that others anticipated her imminent demise. She chose to stand. "And the end result?" she demanded, as if there had been no break in their conversation. His eyebrows drew together. He used the back of his curled index finger to wipe the perspiration from his forehead. His glance went to the telephone, then back to her. "I'm not in the least interested in your love life, Theodore. You'll learn soon enough that it's an oxymoron. I pray nightly that you develop the presence of mind not to be led by either your nose or your penis. Otherwise, what you do on your free time is between you and whoever shares the momentary joy of experiencing the mingling of your bodily fluids. Although in this heat, why anyone would even think of intercourse. Gran!" Theo's face was flaming. My God, Agatha thought. He's 26 years old with the sexual maturity of a teenager. She could only imagine with a shudder what it was like to be on the receiving end of his earnest grappling. At least his grandfather, for all his faults, one of which happened to be dropping dead at the age of 42, had known how to take a woman and be done with it. A quarter of an hour was all Louis had ever needed, and on the nights when she was extremely lucky he managed the act in less than 10 minutes. She considered sexual intercourse a medicinal requirement of marriage. One kept the juices flowing in every part of the body, if one wished for health. "What did they promise us, Theo?" she asked. "You pressed for another special council meeting, of course?" "Actually, He remained standing as she did, but he reached for one of his precious fossils and turned it over in his hand. "You did have the presence of mind to demand another meeting, didn't you, Theo? You didn't let those coloureds take command and do nothing about it, did you?" His look of discomfort was the answer. She said, "My God!" He was so like his brainless mother. Despite herself, Agatha needed to sit. She lowered her body onto the seat of the balloon-backed chair and sat as she had been taught to sit in girlhood, ramrod straight. She said, "What on earth is the matter with you, Theodore Michael? And sit down, please. I don't want a stiff neck to mark this encounter." He pulled an old armchair round to face her. It was covered in faded corduroy. Upon its seat a frog-shaped stain, the origin of which Agatha didn't care to speculate upon. "It wasn't the time," he said. "It wasn't what?" She'd heard him perfectly, but she'd found long ago that the key to bending others to her will was to force them to examine their own with such diligence that they ended up rejecting whatever idea they'd begun with in favour of hers. "It wasn't the time, Gran." Theo sat. He leaned towards her, bare arms resting on his fawn linen-draped legs.
He had a way of making wrinkles look like haute couture. She didn't think such a sense of fashion was seemly in a man. The council had their hands full with keeping a lid on Muhammad Malik, which they failed to do, as things turned out. It wasn't his meeting, and with the issue being a man's death and the Asians' concerns about how it was being handled by the police— "Their concerns? Their concerns?" Agatha mocked. "Gran, it wasn't the time. I couldn't make demands in the middle of chaos, especially demands about redevelopment." She thumped her stick on the carpet. "Why not?" "Because it seemed to me that getting to the bottom of the Nays killing was more pressing an issue than the funding of the renovation of the Pier End Hotel." He held up his hand. "No, wait a moment, Gran. Don't interrupt. I know this project is important to you. It's important to me as well, and it's important to the community. But you've got to see that there's hardly a point in infusing money into Bolford if there isn't going to be a community left. You certainly can't be suggesting that the Asians have the power or even the temerity to destroy this town. They'd be cutting their own throats." "I'm suggesting that unless the community is a place where future visitors don't have to be afraid of being accosted by someone with a grudge against the colour of their skin, any money we pour into redevelopment is money we might as well send up in flames." He was surprising her. For a moment Agatha saw the shadow of his grandfather in him. Lewis would have thought exactly the same way. "Humph," she sniffed. "You see I'm right, don't you?" He phrased it not as a question, she noted, but as a statement, which was like Lewis as well. "I'll give it a few days, let the tension pass, and organise another meeting then. It's for the best, you'll see." He glanced at a carriage clock on the mantelpiece and got to his feet. "And now it's time you were in bed. I'll fetch Mary Ellis." "I shall ask for Mary Ellis when I'm ready, Theodore. Stop treating me like—" "No arguments." He went to the door. She spoke before he could open it. "You're going out, then?" "I said I'd fetch—" "I don't mean out of the room, I mean out. Out! Out of the house!" "Are you going out again tonight, Theo?" His expression told her she had pushed too far. Even Theo, malleable as he was, had his limits. Too much delving into his personal life was one of them. "I ask because I wonder about the wisdom of these nocturnal wanderings of yours. If the situation in the town is, as you suggest, tense, I dare say no one should be out and about after dark. And you've not been taking the boat out again, have you? You know how I feel about sailing at night." Theo regarded her from the doorway. There it was once again, that look of Lewis's, the features settling into a pleasant mask beneath which she could read absolutely nothing. When had he learned to dissemble, so she wondered, and why had he learned it? "I'll fetch Mary Ellis," he said, and he left her with her questions unanswered. Charlotte was allowed to be part of the discussion, because after all it was her fiancé whose life had been taken. Otherwise she'd not have been included, and she knew it. It wasn't the way of the Muslim men of her acquaintance to give merit to what a woman had to say, and although her father was a gentleman, whose tenderness often showed itself only in the soft pressure of his knuckles against her cheek as he was passing by, when it came to convention he was Muslim to the core. He devoutly prayed 5 times each day. He was on his 3rd reading of the Holy Koran. He made certain that a portion of the profits from his business went to the poor, and twice already he'd paced in the footsteps of millions of Muslims who had walked the perimeter of the Kaaba. Thus, on this night, while Sala herself was permitted to listen to the men's discussion, her mother merely served the purpose of bringing food and drink from the kitchen to the front room, while Sala's sister-in-law made herself scarce. did this for 2 reasons, naturally. One was to bow to Heya. Muhammad insisted upon the traditional interpretation of feminine modesty, so he would allow no man save his father ever to look upon his wife. And one was her nature. Had she remained downstairs, her mother-in-law might have ordered her to help with the cooking, and was the laziest cow on earth. So she greeted Muhammad in her usual fashion, fawning over him as if her dearest desire were that he might wipe his boots on the seat of her drawstring trousers, and then she disappeared upstairs. Her excuse was the need to be vigilant should Anas have another one of his terrible nightmares. The truth was that she'd be entertaining herself by flipping through magazines which displayed the Western fashions that Muhammad never allowed her to wear. Sala sat well away from the men, and in deference to their sex she neither ate nor drank. She wasn't the least bit hungry anyway, although she felt a craving for the lassi that her mother served to the others. In the heat, the yogurt drink would be a source of blessed refreshment. As was his custom, Akram Malik thanked his wife courteously as she set plates and glasses before their guests and their son. She touched his shoulder briefly, saying, "Be well, Akram," and left the room. Sala often wondered how her mother could defer to her father in all things, as if she had no will of her own. But when asked, Warda always explained, simply saying, "I don't defer, Sala. There's no necessity. Your father is my life, as I am his." There was a bond between her parents that Sala had always admired, although she'd never completely understood it. It seemed to rise from an ineffable mutual sadness that neither of them spoke of, and it manifested itself in the sensitivity with which they treated and spoke to each other. Akram Malik never raised his voice, but then he never had to. His word was law to his wife, and it was supposed to be law to his children as well. But Muhammad, as a teenager, had sneeringly called Akram "old fart" behind his back, and in the pear orchard beyond their house he would hurl stones at the wall and viciously kick the mosaic-barked trunks of the trees to rid himself of the fury he felt whenever his father thwarted his wishes. He was careful never to let Akram see his rage, however. To him, Muhammad was silent and obedient. Salah's brother had spent his adolescence biding his time, doing his father's bidding, and knowing that as long as he put his obligations to the family first, the family business and fortune would be his in the end. It was his word that would then be law. Salah knew that Muhammad longed for that day, but at the moment he was faced with his father's unspoken outrage. In addition to the turmoil he'd roused in town that day, he had brought Taimullah Azar not only into Balford, but into their home. This constituted the gravest act of defiance against their family, for although he was the oldest son of Akram's brother, Salah knew that Taimullah Azar had been cast out of his family, and to be cast out meant that he was dead to everyone, including to his uncle's family. Akram had not been at home when Muhammad arrived with Taimullah Azar. Disregarding Wardor's quiet but urgent, "You must not, my son," spoken with a warning hand on his arm, Muhammad had said, "We need him. We need someone with his experience. If we don't start getting the message out that we won't let Haytham's murder be swept under the rug, we can expect business as usual from this town." Wardar had looked worried, but said nothing more. After the first moment of startled recognition, she didn't even look at Taimullah Azar. She merely nodded, the deference towards her husband translating automatically into deference towards her only son, and she retreated to the kitchen with Salah, awaiting the moment when Akram returned home from arranging for Haytham's replacement at the mustard factory. "Mummy," Salah had asked in a low voice as her mother began assembling a meal, "who is that man?" "He is no one," Wardar had replied firmly. "He does not exist." But clearly Taimullah Azar did exist, and Salah first heard his name and immediately realized who he was from the past 10 years of family gossip among the younger cousins, when her father came into the kitchen upon his return home, and Wardar intercepted him, telling him about the visitor who had arrived with their son. They exchanged hushed words. Akram's eyes displayed his only reaction to the visitor's identity. Behind his glasses they narrowed quickly. He said, "Why?" His wife replied, "Because of Haytham." She glanced at Salah with compassion in her eyes, as if in the belief that her daughter had actually come to love the man she'd been told to marry. And why not, Salah realized. Under identical circumstances, Wardar had learned to love Akram Malik. "Muhammad says that your brother's son has experience in these matters, Akram." Akram snorted. "Ha! It all depends on what these matters are. I should not have let him into the house." "He came with Muhammad," was her reply. "What could I do?" He was with Muhannad still, seated at one end of the sofa, while Salah's brother took the other. Akram was in an easy chair, with one of Wardar's embroidered pillows cradling his back. The oversized television was playing another of Yum's Asian films. She'd muted the sound instead of dousing the picture before scuttling upstairs. Now, over her father's shoulder, Salah could see two desperate young lovers meeting secretly like Romeo and Juliet. Except instead of upon a balcony, they met, embraced, and fell to the earth to do their business, in a field where maize grew to their shoulders and hid them from view. Salah averted her eyes, and felt her heart beating in her throat like a trapped bird's wings. "I know you're not happy with everything that happened this afternoon," Muhannad was saying, "but we've got the police to agree to meet with us daily. That'll keep us informed of what's going on." Salah could tell by the clipped way her brother spoke that he chafed beneath their father's unuttered disapproval and disgust. "We wouldn't have got that far in one interview had Azar not been there, father. He positioned the DCI so that she had no option but to agree, and he did it so smoothly that she wasn't aware of the direction he was leading her till she arrived there." He shot Azar a look of admiration. Azar crossed his legs, pressed the crease of his trousers between his fingers, but said nothing at all. He kept his gaze fixed on his uncle. Salah had never seen anyone look so composed in a situation in which he was so unwelcome. "And this was your purpose in causing a riot?" "The point isn't who caused what. The point is that we got an agreement." "And you think this is something we could not have managed on our own, Muhannad? This agreement, as you call it?" Akram lifted his glass and drank some of the lassi. He hadn't glanced once at Taimullah Azar. "The cops know us, father. They've known us for years, and familiarity makes people lax when it comes to fulfilling their responsibilities. Who shouts the loudest gets heard the soonest, and you know it." These last 4 words were a mistake, born of Muhannad's impatience and of his aversion for the English. Salah understood his feelings, having also been on the receiving end of childhood torment at the hands of schoolmates, but she knew that their father did not. Born in Pakistan and coming to England as a man in his 20s, he'd had only one experience of racism that he ever spoke of. Even that one episode of public humiliation in a London Underground station had not soured him about the people he'd decided to adopt as his countrymen. In his eyes, Muhannad had disgraced their people that day. Akram Malik wasn't likely to forget that fact soon. "Who shouts the loudest often has the least to say," he responded. Muhannad's face tightened. "Azar knows how to organize, the way we need to organize now." "What is now, Muni? Is Haytham less dead than he was at this time yesterday? Is your sister's future any less destroyed? How does one man's presence change what is?" "Because," Muhannad announced, and the tone of his voice told Salah that her brother had saved the best for last, "they've now admitted it's murder." Akram's face grew grave. However irrationally, he'd been consoling himself, his family, and Salah especially, with the belief that Haytham's death had been an unfortunate accident. Now that Muhannad had ferreted out the truth, Salah knew that her father would have to think in different terms. He would have to ask why, which might very well lead him in a direction in which he didn't wish to go. "Admitted, father, to us, because of what happened at today's council meeting and in the street afterwards. Wait, don't respond yet." Muhannad pressed his point, rising to his feet and pacing to the fireplace, where the mantelpiece held a score of framed family photographs. "I know I angered you today. I admit that things got out of hand, but I ask you to look at the results I got. And it was Azar who suggested the town council meeting as a place to start. Azar, father, when I phoned him in London. Can you tell me that when you spoke to the CID they admitted murder to you because they didn't to me, and God knows they didn't tell Salah anything?" Salah lowered her eyes as the men looked her way. She didn't need to confirm her brother's words. Akram had been in the room for her brief conversation with a police constable who'd come to inform them of Haytham's death. He knew exactly what had been said. "There's been a death on the nays, I'm sorry to say. The deceased appears to be a Mr. Haytham Qureshi. We need someone to identify the body formally, however, and we understand you were to marry him."
"Yes," Salah had replied gravely, while inside she was screaming, "No, no, no!"
"This may be," Akram said to his son, "but you have gone too far. When one among us has died, it is not up to you to see to his resurrection, Muhammad."
He was, Salah knew, not speaking of Haytham. He was speaking of Temullah Azar. Azar was supposed to be dead to everyone in the family once his parents had proclaimed him so. If you saw him on the street, you were to look through him or avert your eyes. His name wasn't to be mentioned. His existence wasn't to be spoken of to anyone, even in the most oblique terms. And if you thought of him, you quickly busied your mind with something else, lest thinking of him turned to speaking of him, turned to a willingness to consider allowing him entrance to the family once more. Salah had been too young to be told what crime Azar had committed within the family to have been cast out, and once the casting out had been accomplished, she had been forbidden to speak of him to anyone. 10 years of solitude, she thought, as she observed her cousin. 10 years of wandering in the world alone. What had it been like for him? How had he survived without his relations?
"What's more important, then?"
Muhammad was attempting to sound reasonable. He didn't want to be any further at odds with their father than the day's proceedings had already made him. He couldn't risk being cast out himself, not with a wife, 2 children, and the need to be gainfully employed.
"What's more important, father, tracking down the man who murdered one of our own, or making certain Azar is cut off for life? Salah is a victim of this crime as much as Haytham. Don't we have an obligation to her?"
When Muhammad looked in her direction again, Salah lowered her eyes modestly a second time. But her insides shriveled. She knew the truth. How could anyone not see her brother for what he was?
"Muhammad, I do not need your instruction in this or any other matter," Akram said quietly. "I am not trying to instruct you. I'm only telling you that without Azar—" "Muhammad!"
Akram reached for one of the parathas that his wife had prepared. Salah could smell the minced beef that had been folded within the pastry. Her stomach lurched at the odour.
"This person you speak of is dead to us. You should not have brought him into our lives, much less into our home. I have no argument with you about the crime that has been committed against Haytham, your sister, and all of our family, if indeed it is a crime. But I told you the DCI said it was murder, and I told you she was forced to admit it because of the pressure we've put on the CID. The pressure you brought to bear this afternoon was not on the CID. But that's how it works, don't you see that?"
The room was stifling. Muhammad's white T-shirt clung to his muscled frame. In contrast, Temullah Azar sat in a state of such cool calm that he appeared to have transported himself to another world. Muhammad changed gears.
"I'm sorry to have caused you pain, and maybe I should have warned you in advance that there would be a disruption in the meeting." "Maybe?" Akram asked. "And what occurred at the meeting wasn't a simple disruption." All right. Maybe I approached it wrong. Maybe."
Salah saw her brother's muscles tense. But he was too old to throw stones at the wall, and there were no tree trunks in the room to be kicked. His face was beaded with sweat, and for the first time Salah realized the importance of having someone like Temullah Azar acting as intermediary for the family in future discussions with the police. Tranquility under duress wasn't Muhammad's strong suit. Intimidation was, but more than intimidation was going to be called for.
"Look where the demonstration got us, father. An interview with the DCI heading the investigation under an admission of murder."
"I see that," Akram acknowledged.
"So now you shall offer formal thanks to your cousin for his advice, and send him on his way." "Bugger that shit!"
Muhammad swept 3 framed pictures from the mantel onto the floor.
"What's the matter with you? What are you afraid of? Are you so tied to these bloody Westerners that you can't even think that—" "Enough!" Akram stepped out of character. He raised his voice. "No, it's not enough. You're afraid that one of these English murdered Haytham, and if that's what's happened, you're going to have to do something about it, like feel different about them. And you can't bloody face that because you've been playing at being a sodding Englishman for 27 years. Akram was up and across the room so quickly that Salah didn't realize what had happened until her father struck Mohanad across his face. It was then that she cried out, "Stop it!" She heard the fear in her voice. It was fear for both of them, for what they were capable of doing to each other, and how what they did had the potential to rip their family apart. "Muni! Abidjan! Stop!" The two men faced off, Akram with a warning finger held stiffly in front of Mohanad's eyes. It was the posture he'd adopted throughout his son's childhood, but with a difference. Now he held his finger up to his son's face because Mohanad topped him by more than 2 inches. "We all want the same thing," Salah said to them. "We want to know what happened to Haytham and why. We want to know why." She wasn't sure of the veracity of either of those statements, but she said them anyway because it was more important that her father and brother remain at peace with each other than it was that she speak the complete truth to them. "Why are you arguing, then? Isn't it best to follow the path that'll take us to the truth the quickest? Isn't that what we want?" The men didn't answer. Upstairs, Anas began to cry, and in response Yum's feet pattered down the corridor in her expensive sandals. "It's what I want," Salah said quietly. She didn't add the rest because she didn't have to. "I am the injured party because he was to be my husband. Muni, Abidjan, it's what I want," she repeated. Taimullah Azar rose from his place on the sofa. He was smaller than the 2 other men, slighter of build and shorter in height, but he seemed their equal in every way as he spoke, even though Akram didn't look at him. "Chacha," he said. Akram winced at the appellation. Father's brother. It claimed a tie of blood where he would not acknowledge one. "I don't wish to bring trouble to your home," Azar said, and held Mohanad off with a gesture when he would have interrupted hotly. "Let me serve the family. You won't see me unless it's necessary. I'll stay elsewhere so that you needn't break your vow to my father. I can help because, when necessary, I work with our people in London when they have troubles with the police or the government. I have experience with the English." "We know where that experience took him," Akram said bitterly. Azar didn't flinch. "I have experience with the English that we all can use in this situation. I ask you to let me help. Because I have no direct connection with this man or his death, I have less emotion tied up in it. I can think more clearly and see more clearly. I offer myself to you." "He disgraced our name," Akram said. "Which is why I no longer use it," Azar replied. "I can show my regret in no other way." "He could have done his duty." "I did my best." Instead of answering further, Akram studied Mohanad. He seemed to be taking the measure of his son. Then he turned heavily and looked at Salah, where she still sat, perched this time on the edge of her seat. He said, "I would not have had this happen in your life, Salah. I see your sorrow. I only want to bring it to an end." "Then let Azar—" Akram silenced Mohanad by raising his hand between them. "This is for your sister," he told his son. "Do not let me see him. Do not have him speak to me. Do not bring another moment of disgrace on this family's name." With that he left them. His footsteps heavily struck each stair. "Old fart!" Mohanad spat the words. "Ignorant, grudge-bearing, bloody-minded old fart!" Taimullah Azar shook his head. "He wants to do what is best for his family. It's a concept that I, of all people, understand." After Emily's meal, Barbara and she had moved to the back garden of the house. They'd been interrupted by a telephone call from Emily's paramour, who'd said, "I can't believe you really wanted to cancel tonight, not after last week. When have you ever come so many—" before Emily snatched up the phone, cutting off the answer machine and saying, "Hi, I'm here, Gary." She'd swung round so that her back faced Barbara. The conversation had been brief, consisting of Emily saying, "No, it's got nothing to do with that. You said she had a migraine and I believed you. You're imagining things. It has nothing to do with— Gary, you know how I hate it when you interrupt me." "Yes, well, I've someone here at the moment, so I can't go into it." "Oh, for God's sake, don't be ridiculous. Even if that were the case, what would it matter? We agreed at the start how things would be." "This isn't about control. I'm working tonight. And that, my darling, is none of your business." She'd hung up smartly and said, "Men, Jesus! If they didn't have the right equipment to amuse us, they'd hardly be worth the trouble." Barbara didn't attempt a clever riposte. Her experience with men's equipment was too limited to offer anything more than a roll of the eyes, which she hoped Emily would read as, "Ain't it the truth?" The DCI had appeared satisfied with this response. She'd grabbed a bowl of fruit and a bottle of brandy from the worktop, and saying, "Let's get some air," she led Barbara to the garden. The garden wasn't in much better condition than the house, but the worst of the weeds had been hacked away, and a flagstone path had been laid in a curve to a horse-chestnut tree. Beneath this, Barbara and Emily now sat in low-slung canvas chairs, with the bowl of fruit between them, 2 glasses of brandy that Emily kept topped up, and a nightingale singing somewhere in the branches above them. Emily was eating her second plum, Barbara was munching a handful of grapes. It was at least cooler in the garden than it had been in the kitchen, and there was even a bit of a view. Cars passed on the Balfour Road below them, and beyond it the night-time lights of the distant summer cottages blinked through the trees. Barbara wondered why the DCI just didn't bring her camp bed, her sleeping bag, her torch, and a brief history of time out here. Emily cut into her thoughts. "Are you seeing anyone these days, Bob?" "Me?" The question seemed ludicrous. Emily had no trouble with her vision, so surely she could deduce the answer without having to ask the question. "Just look at me," Barbara wanted to say. "I've the body of a chimpanzee. Who do you think I'd be seeing?" But what she said was, "Who has the time?" and hoped it sounded casual enough for the subject to be dismissed. Emily glanced her way. A street lamp burned on the crescent, and since Emily's was the last house in the row, some of its light made its way into her back garden. Barbara could feel Emily making a study of her. "That sounds like an excuse," she said. "For what?" "For maintaining the status quo." Emily lobbed her plumpet over the wall, where it fell into the weeds of the bare lot next door. "You're still alone, aren't you? Well, you can't want to be alone forever." "Why not? You are. Being alone's not holding you back." "Right, it's not. But there's being alone and there's being alone," Emily said wryly, "if you know what I mean." Barbara knew what she meant well enough. While she lived by herself, Emily Barlow had never been without a man on the string for more than 1 month. But that was because she had it all: good looks, a fine body, a singular mind. Why was it that women who slew men by virtue of simply existing always thought that other women had the same power? She craved a cigarette. It was beginning to seem like days since she'd last had one. What the bloody hell did non-smokers do to buy time, to displace unwanted attention, to avoid discussion, or simply to quell nerves? They said, "Pardon, but I don't want to discuss it," which wouldn't exactly be the best response in a situation in which Barbara was hoping to work closely with the DCI heading up a murder investigation. "You don't believe me, do you?" Emily asked, when Barbara made no response. "Let's just say that experience has encouraged my scepticism. And anyway," she hoped the gust of air she expelled would give the impression of insouciance, "I'm happy enough with things as they are." Emily reached for an apricot. She rolled it round her palm.
Are you?" The words were a thoughtful statement. Barbara chose to interpret this remark as a two-word termination of their discussion. She sought a clever transition into a new topic. Something along the lines of speaking of murder would have done, except that they hadn't spoken of murder since leaving the kitchen. Barbara was reluctant to press in that direction, her quasi-professional stature in the case being more tenuous than she was used to, but she also wanted to get back to the real matter at hand. She'd come to Balford-Lenays because of a police investigation, not to consider the ramifications of solitude. She went for the direct approach, adopting the pretence that there had been no interruption in their discussion of the death on the Nays in the first place. "It's the racial bit that I'm wondering about," she said, and lest Emily think she was expressing concerns that her social life might become an arena for miscegenation, she went on with, "If Haytham Qureshi had only recently come to England, and that's what the telly reported, by the way, then that suggests he may not have known his killer, which in turn suggests the sort of random racial violence one hears about in America, or in any big city around the world for that matter, times being what they are." "You're thinking like the Asians, Barb," Emily said, taking a bite of her apricot. She washed the fruit down with a swig of brandy. "But the Nays is no place for a random act of violence. It's deserted at night, and you saw the pictures. There are no lights either on the cliff top or on the beach. So if someone goes there alone, and let's assume for the moment that Qureshi went there by himself, he goes with one of two reasons: to be alone for a walk. Was it dark when he left the hotel?" "It was, with no moon to speak of, by the way. So we cross out the walk, unless he was planning to stumble along like a blind man, and we theorize that he was there to be alone for a think. Perhaps he was getting cold feet about the upcoming marriage. He wanted to call it off and was wondering how." "That's a good theory, reasonable as well, but there's another point we have to consider. His car was tossed. Someone tore it to pieces. What does that suggest to you?" There seemed only one possibility: that he'd gone there deliberately to meet someone. He'd taken something with him to deliver. He didn't hand it over as prearranged, and he paid with his life. After which someone searched his car for whatever he was supposed to hand over. "None of which suggests a racial killing to me," Emily said. "Those killings are arbitrary. This killing wasn't." "But that doesn't mean someone English didn't kill him, Em, for a reason having nothing to do with race. Don't remind me. But it also doesn't mean someone Asian didn't kill him." Barbara nodded, but continued with her own line of thought. "If you bring in someone English for the crime, the Asian community will see it as a racial killing because the death looks racial, and if that happens, everything will explode, right?" "Right. So while it complicates the hell out of matters, I have to say I'm relieved that the car was tossed. Even if the crime was racial in nature, I can interpret it otherwise till I know for sure. That'll buy me time, keep a lid on things, and give me a chance to strategize. Momentarily, at least. And only if I can keep Ferguson off the bloody phone for 24 hours. Could a member of Qureshi's community have killed him?" Barbara reached in the fruit bowl for another handful of grapes. Emily settled into her chair with her brandy glass balanced on her stomach and her head tilted up to examine the black webbing of chestnut leaves that hung above them. Somewhere, safely hidden by these leaves, the nightingale continued his liquid song. "It's not out of the question," Emily said. "I think it's even likely. Who else did he know well enough for murder other than Asians? And he was supposed to marry the Malik daughter, wasn't he? Yeah, one of those takeaway marriages all boxed up pretty by Mummy and Dad. You know what I mean? So perhaps there were problems with that. She didn't ring his chimes, he didn't ring hers. She wanted out, but he wanted to immigrate, and she was his ticket. The whole situation ended up getting settled permanently. Neck-breaking's an extreme measure for ending an engagement," Emily noted. "Anyway, Akram Malik's been part of this community for years, and from everything I know about him, he treasures his daughter. If she hadn't wanted to marry Qureshi, I can't think her father would have forced her." Barbara mulled this over and went in a new direction. "They still use dowries, don't they? What was the daughter's? Could Qureshi have been a little too ungrateful for what the family saw as generosity?"
So they eliminated him? Emily stretched out her long legs and cradled the brandy between her palms. I suppose that's a possibility. It's completely out of character for Akram, Malik, but for Mohammed, I wouldn't put violence past that bloke. But that doesn't address the problem of the car. Was there an indication that something had been taken? It was completely torn apart. And had the body been searched? Definitely. We found the keys to the car in a patch of samphire growing on the cliff. I doubt Qureshi would have tossed them there. Was anything left on the body when he was found? £10 and 3 condoms. No identification? And when Emily shook her head, then how did you know who the victim was? Emily sighed and closed her eyes. Barbara had the impression that they'd finally come to the meaty part, the part she'd so far managed to withhold from everyone outside of the investigation. He was found yesterday morning by a bloke called Ian Armstrong, Emily said. And Ian Armstrong knew who he was by sight. An Englishman, Barbara said. The Englishman, Emily said grimly. Barbara immediately saw the direction which Emily was heading. Armstrong has a motive? Oh, yes. Emily opened her eyes and turned her head to Barbara. Ian Armstrong worked for Malik's Mustards. He lost his job 6 weeks ago. Did Haytham Qureshi sack him or something? It's worse than that, although it's vastly better from Mohammed's point of view, considering what he'll probably do with the information if it leaks out to him that Armstrong found the body. Why, what's the story? Revenge, manipulation, necessity, desperation, whatever you like. Haytham Qureshi replaced Ian Armstrong at the factory, Bob. And the minute Haytham Qureshi died, Ian Armstrong got his old job back. How's that for a motive from heaven? Chapter 5. That could be dicey, Barbara admitted. But wouldn't Armstrong have had an even stronger motive to kill whoever gave him the sack? In some circumstances, yes, if it was after revenge. But in these circumstances? Armstrong had apparently been doing a spot-on job. The only reason he was let go was to make room for Qureshi and the family business. Bloody hell, Barbara said with devotion. Has Armstrong an alibi? Claims he was home with the wife and a 5-year-old, with a flaming earache. That's the kid, not Armstrong. And the wife would corroborate that, right? He's the main breadwinner, and she knows what side her slice is buttered on. Emily restlessly played her fingers along the curve of a peach in the fruit bowl. Armstrong said he'd gone to the Nays for an early morning walk. He said he'd been taking early morning walks on both days at the weekend for some time now, getting away from the missus for a few quiet hours. He doesn't know if anyone's seen him on these walks, but even if they have done, he could have used a normal weekend activity as a form of alibi. Barbara knew what she was thinking. It wasn't that rare an occurrence that a killer made a pretence of stumbling onto a corpse after the fact, the better to direct the spotlight of guilt onto someone else. Yet something Emily had earlier noted prodded Barbara to take a different tack. Forget the car for a moment. You said Qureshi had 3 condoms and £10 on him. Could he have gone to the Nays to meet someone for sex? To meet a prostitute, perhaps? If he was about to marry, perhaps he wouldn't have wanted to risk being seen by someone who'd report his liaison back to his future father-in-law. What prostitute do you know who'd give it a go for £10, Barb? Or a young one? A desperate one? Perhaps a beginner? When Emily shook her head, Barbara said, Then perhaps he was meeting a woman who'd otherwise be unavailable to him, a married woman. The husband caught on and did him in. Is there any indication that Qureshi knew Armstrong's wife? We're looking for connections, Emily said, with everyone's wife. This Mohammed bloke, Barbara said. Is he married, Em? Oh, yes, Emily said quietly. Oh, yes, indeed. He had his own boxed-up marriage some 3 years ago. A happy marriage? You tell me. Your parents inform you that they've matched you up with a mate for life. You meet this person, and the next thing you know you're locked into marriage. Does that sound like a recipe for happiness to you? Not really, but they've been doing it for centuries, so it can't be all bad. Can it?
Emily cast her a glance that was eloquent in its wordlessness. They sat in silence, listening to the nightingale song. In her mind, Barbara rearranged the facts that Emily had been laying before her. The body, the car, the keys in the bushes, the pillbox on the beach, a broken neck. She finally said, "You know, if someone in Balford has an agenda for racial trouble, it doesn't really matter who you arrest, does it?" "Why's that?" "Because if they want to use an arrest to stir trouble, they're going to use an arrest to stir trouble. Put an Englishman in the nick and they riot because the murder's an issue of racial violence. Arrest a Pakistani and the arrest's an issue of police prejudice. The prism's just turned a bit. What they're examining through the prism remains the same." Emily stopped fingering the peach. She examined Barbara. When she next spoke, it seemed she'd reached a sudden and adroit conclusion. "Of course," she said. "How are you on committees, Barb?" "What?" "You said earlier you were ready to help." "Well, I've a need for an officer with a talent for committee work, and I think you're that officer. How are you at dealing with Asians? I could use another hand in all this, if only to swat my gov off my back." Before Barbara could riffle through her life history and produce an answer, Emily continued. She'd agreed to regular meetings with members of the Pakistani community during the course of the investigation. She needed an officer to serve that group. Barbara, if she agreed, would be that officer. "You'll have to deal with Mohammed Malik," Emily said, "and he'll be hot to push you as hard and as far as he can, so keeping your wits about you is crucial. But there's another Asian, a bloke from London called something Azar, and he appears to be able to keep a collar on Mohammed, so you'll get some help from him, whether he realizes he's helping or not." Barbara could only imagine how Taimullah Azar would react to seeing her bruised, battered face at the first meeting between the Asians and the local Rozzers. She said, "I don't know. Committees aren't exactly my thing." "Nonsense!" Emily brushed her objections aside. "You'll be brilliant. Most people see reason when the facts are laid in front of them in the proper order. I'll work with you to decide what the proper order is." "It'll be my neck if things come to a crisis?" Barbara asked shrewdly. "Things won't come to a crisis," Emily countered. "I know you can handle whatever comes up. And even if that weren't the case, who could be better than Scotland Yard to assure the Asians they're getting the red carpet treatment? Will you do it?" That was the question, all right. But she would be of service, Barbara realized, not only to Emily but to Azar. Who, indeed, could better navigate the waters of the Asians' hostility than someone acquainted with one of the Asians? "All right," she said. "Brilliant!" Emily held her wrist up to the dim light from the street lamp. She said, "Hell, it's late. Where are you staying, Barb?" "I haven't booked anywhere yet," Barbara said, and she hurried forward lest Emily think she was hinting for an invitation to share the dubious comforts of her gentrification project. "I thought I'd try for a room along the seafront. If there's going to be a cool breeze within the next 24 hours, I'd like to be the first to know." "Even better," Emily said. "Inspired, in fact." Before Barbara could question what was so inspired about longing for a breeze to cool the stifling air, Emily went on. The Burnt House Hotel would be perfect for her needs, she said. It had no immediate access to the Strand, but it sat at the north end of the town above the sea, with nothing to impede a breeze should one decide to blow in its direction. Since it had no immediate access to sand and water, it was always the last hotel to book up once the tourist season, such as it was these days in Balford-Lenays, began. And even if that weren't the case, there was one other point about the Burnt House that made it a desirable domicile for New Scotland Yard's Detective Sergeant Barbara Havers during her sojourn in Balford. "What's that?" Barbara asked. "The murdered man had stayed there," Emily told her. "So you can help me out with some nosing around." Rachel Winfield often wondered where normal girls went for advice when the larger moral questions in life loomed in front of them demanding answers. Her fantasy was that normal girls went to their normal mothers. What happened was this. The normal girls and their normal mothers sat together in the kitchen and they shared a pot of tea. What went with the tea was conversation,
and the normal daughters and their normal mothers chatted companionably about whatever subject was near and dear to their hearts. That was the key, hearts in the plural. The communication between them was a two-way street, with mother listening to daughter's concerns, and then giving daughter the benefit of her own experience. In Rachel's case, had mother even considered giving daughter the benefit of her own experience, that experience would have been of little use in the present situation. What good was listening to the tales of a middle-aged, however successful, competitive dancer, if competitive dancing was not what was on one's mind? If what was on one's mind was murder, then hearing a spirited account of an elimination competition danced to the manic measures of the boogie-woogie bugle boy of Company B wouldn't be much of a help. Rachel's mother, Connie, had on this very evening been deserted by her regular dancing partner, left at the metaphorical altar, which was disturbingly reminiscent of having been left at the real altar not once but twice by men too repugnant even to be named. And this desertion had taken place not 20 minutes before the competition. "His stomach," Connie had announced bitterly upon arriving home, with a small but nonetheless shining third-place trophy, on which two dancers contorted impossibly in bouffant skirt and form-fitting trousers. "He spent the evening in the loo doing his business and screaming about his flaming bowels. I'd have had first place if I hadn't had to dance with Seamus O'Callaghan. Thinks he's Rudolph bloody Valentino." "Nureyev," Rachel corrected her silently. "And it's all I can do, isn't it, to keep him from squashing my feet to bits when he leaps about? Swing dancing is not about leaping, I keep telling him, don't I, Rach? But does that make a difference to Seamus O.C.? Would that ever make a difference to a bloke who sweats like an overcooked turkey in an oven? Ha! Not bloody likely." Connie placed her trophy on one of the metal, designed to look like wood shelves of the unit fitted to the lounge wall. She fixed its position among the 24 awards already displayed there. The smallest of them was a pewter shot-glass, engraved with a man and a woman at arm's length from each other and in full swing. The largest was a silver-plated bowl with "First Place Southend Swing Time" scrolled on it, whose plating was wearing off from too much dedicated polishing. Connie Winfield stepped back from the shelf and admired the latest addition to her collection. She looked a little the worse for wear after her hours on the dance floor, and the beginnings of a ruination that the exercise had wrought upon her fresh hairdo from sea and sand unisex had been finished by the heat. At the lounge door Rachel watched her mother. She noted the love-bite on her neck, and wondered who had done the honours, Seamus O'Callaghan, or Connie's regular swing partner, a bloke called Jake Bottom, whom Rachel had found in the kitchen the morning after the night her mother had met him. "Couldn't get his car started," Connie had whispered confidentially to Rachel, when her daughter had stopped short at the sight of Jake's hairless and heretofore unknown chest at the breakfast table. "Slept on the sofa, Rach?" To which remark Jake had raised his head and winked lewdly. Not that Rachel had needed that wink to put two and two together. Jake Bottom wasn't the first man who'd had engine trouble at their front door over the years. "They're something, aren't they?" Connie asked, in reference to her collection of trophies. "Never thought your mum could trip the bright fantastic." "The light fantastic," Rachel corrected her silently. "Like she does, did you?" Connie eyed her. "Why's your mug all pinched up, Rachel Lynn? You didn't forget to lock the shop, did you? Rach, if you've gone and caused us a break-in, I'll crack you a good one." "I locked up," Rachel said. "I double-checked to make sure." "Then what's up? You look like you're sucking on sour plums. And why aren't you using that make-up I bought you? God knows you can do something with what you've got if you'd only work at it, Rach." Connie crossed to her and fussily rearranged her hair, doing what she always did, pulling it forward so that wings of black fell like a veil against a good part of her face. "Stylish this way," Connie would tell her. Rachel knew that there was no point to informing Connie that rearranging her hair would do little to improve her overall appearance. Her mother had gone 20 years pretending that there was nothing wrong with Rachel's face. She wasn't likely to change her tune now. "Mum, Connie," her mother corrected her.
She'd decided upon Rachel's 20th birthday that she couldn't abide being the mother of a budding adult. "We look more like sisters anyway," she'd said, when she'd first informed Rachel that they were to be Connie and Rach from that moment forward. "Connie," Rachel said. Connie smiled and patted her cheek. "Better," she said. "But put some colour on, Rach. You've got perfect cheekbones. Women die for cheekbones like you've got. Why don't you use them, for God's sake?" Rachel trailed Connie into the kitchen. She was squatting before the tiny refrigerator. She brought out a Coke and an oversized rubber band that she kept inside a plastic bag. The rubber band, 5 inches wide and 2 feet long, she slapped onto the kitchen table. The Coke she poured into a glass, adding 2 sugar cubes, as she always did, and watching the bubbles rise from them in a froth. She carried this drink to the table as well, and kicked off her shoes. She unzipped her dress, stepped out of it, stepped out of her petticoats, and sat on the floor in her underwear. She had the body of a woman half her 42 years, and she liked to show it off if there was the slightest indication of a compliment, fulsome or otherwise. Connie wasn't picky, being tossed her way. Rachel did her duty. "Most women are killed to have a stomach that flat." Connie reached for her rubber band and hooked it round her feet. She began alternately doing sit-ups and pulling the band, made more resistant by its time in the fridge, high above her head. "Well, it's all about exercise, isn't it, Rach? And eating right and thinking young. How are my thighs? Not going dimply, are they?" She paused to lift a leg in the air, toe pointed heavenward. She ran her hands from her ankles to her garters. "They're fine," Rachel said. "In fact, they're perfect." Connie looked pleased. Rachel sat at the table as her mother continued to exercise. Connie puffed. "Isn't this heat the worst? I suppose that's why you're up so late. Couldn't sleep? I'm not surprised. It's a wonder to me you ever sleep all done up like a Victorian granny. Sleep in the nude, girl. Liberate yourself." "It's not the heat," Rachel said. "No? Then what? Some laddie got your knickers all in a twist." She began her leg splits, grunting slightly. Her long-nailed fingers kept count of the repetitions, tapping against the linoleum floor. "You're not putting out without protection, are you, Rach? I told you how you got to insist that the bloke wears a rubber. If he won't wear a rubber when you tell him to wear a rubber, then you give him the shove. When I was your age—" "Mum," Rachel cut in. It was ridiculous to talk about insisting on rubbers. Who did her mother think she was, anyway? The reincarnation of Connie herself? Connie had to drive men off with a cricket bat from her 14th birthday to hear her tell it. And nothing was dearer to her heart than the idea of having a daughter who was faced with the same inconvenience. "Connie," Connie corrected her. "Yeah, I meant Connie." "I'm sure you did, love boodle." Connie winked, changed her position to lie on her side, and began sideways lifts with her arms thrown over her head. One thing about Connie that Rachel admired was her single-minded dedication to an objective. It didn't really matter what the moment's objective was. Connie gave herself to it like a young girl becoming the bride of Christ. She was the picture of complete devotion. This was a fine attribute in competitive dancing, in exercising, even in business. At the moment, however, it was also an attribute that Rachel could have done without. She needed her mother's undivided attention. She screwed up her courage in order to request it. "Connie, can I ask you something? Something personal, something about your insides?" "My insides?" On the floor, Connie raised an eyebrow. A drop of perspiration trickled from it, glittering like a liquid jewel in the kitchen light. "You wanting to know the facts of life?" She puffed and chortled, leg lifting and falling. Her cleavage was beginning to slick with sweat. "Bit late for that, innit? Didn't I see you going between the beach huts with some bloke more'n once at night?" "Mum, Connie." "Right, Connie. Didn't know I knew about that, did you, Rach? Who was he, anyway? Did he do bad by you?" She sat, draped the band round her shoulders, began to pull it forward and release it, working on her arms. The patch of damp she'd left on the lino looked vaguely the shape of an upended pear.
Men, Rach, you've got to forget about trying to read their minds or control their doings. If you both want the same thing, then go ahead and have yourselves some fun. If one of you doesn't, forget the whole thing. And always keep fun just that, Rach, fun. And use protection, because you don't want any little surprises after the fact, with legs or without them. The surprises, that is. That's how I've lived, and it's served me fine. She watched Rachel brightly, as if waiting for the next probing question or a girlish admission prompted by her own womanly candour. "It's not about insides like that," Rachel said. "It's about your real insides, your soul and your conscience." Connie's expression wasn't encouraging. She looked utterly baffled. "You getting religion?" she asked. "Did you talk to those Hare Krishnas last week? Don't look so innocent, you know the ones I mean. They were dancing round by Prince's Breakwater, beating on their tambourines. You must have ridden by on your bike. Don't tell me you didn't." She went back to her arm-pulls. "It's not about religion. It's about right and wrong. That's what I want to ask you about." Clearly these were deeper waters. Connie dropped the rubber band and pulled herself to her feet. She took a large gulp of Coke and reached for a packet of Dunhills that lay in a plastic basket in the centre of the table. She eyed her daughter warily as she lit up and inhaled, holding the smoke in her lungs for a moment before exhaling a stream of it in Rachel's direction. "What have you been up to, Rachel Lynn?" She'd become all mother in an instant. Rachel was actually grateful for the change. She felt buoyed momentarily, as she had been in childhood, at those moments when Connie's maternal instincts battled their way past her natural indifference to the calls of motherhood. "Nothing," Rachel said. "It's not about doing right or wrong. At least not really." "Then what?" Rachel hesitated. Now that she had her mother's attention, she wondered how it was going to serve her. She couldn't tell her everything. She couldn't tell anyone everything. But she needed to tell someone just enough so that the someone might give her advice. "Suppose," Rachel said delicately, "suppose something bad happened to a person." "Okay, I'm supposing." Connie smoked, looking as thoughtful as one could hope to look in a black strapless bra, matching knickers cut high on the thigh, and a lace suspender belt. "This is a seriously bad thing that happened. And suppose you know something that might help people understand why this bad thing happened in the first place." "Understand why?" Connie said. "Why does anyone need to understand why? Bad things happen to people all the time. But this is a real bad thing. This is the worst." Connie inhaled again, eyes on her daughter speculatively. "The worst, eh? Now, what could that be? House burnt down? Winning lottery ticket got tossed in the rubbish? Wife ran off with Ringo Starr?" "I'm being serious," Rachel said. Connie must have seen the anxiety in her daughter's face, because she pulled out a chair and lowered herself into it, joining Rachel at the table. "Okay," she said. "Something bad happened to someone, and you know why. Is that right? Yes? So what's this something, then?" "Death." Connie's cheeks puffed out. She took up her cigarette and drew on it deeply. "Death, Rachel Lynn, what you on about?" "Someone died, and I—" "You mixed up in something nasty?" "No. Then what?" I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to ask you, what? For help. For advice. I need to know if when a person knows something about a death, that person should tell the whole truth no matter what. If what a person knows may not have anything at all to do with that death, then should that person hold back on telling what she knows, if she's asked what she knows in the first place? Because I know that the person doesn't need to say anything if no one asks her, but on the chance that she is asked, should she say something if she isn't sure it could be of help? Connie looked at her as if she'd just sprouted wings. Then her eyes narrowed. Despite Rachel's rambling presentation, when Connie next spoke, it was clear that she'd made some sophisticated leaps of comprehension. "Is this a sudden death we're talking of, Rach? Is this death unexpected?" "Well, yeah." "Is it unexplained?" "I suppose so, yeah."
Is it recent? Yeah. Is it local?
Rachel nodded.
Then is it...
Connie stowed her cigarette between her lips and rooted in a stack of newspapers, magazines and Post that lay beneath the plastic basket from which she had taken her cigarettes. She looked at the front page of one tendering standard, discarded it in favour of another, discarded that in favour of a third.
This?
She tossed the paper in front of Rachel. It was the one reporting the death on the Naze.
Do you know something about this, my girl?
What makes you think that?
Come on, Rach, I've not gone blind. I know you're thick with the colours.
Don't say that. Why, you never made a secret that you and Sally Marlick...
Sala, not Sally. And I didn't mean don't say I'm thick with them. I meant don't call them coloured. It's ignorant.
Well, pardon me. Connie tapped her cigarette against an ashtray. This was shaped like a high-heeled shoe, with the heel a resting spot for the fag. Connie didn't use this, since to use it meant to forego a few lungfuls of smoke, which was something she was clearly loath to do at the moment. She said, "You'd best tell me direct what's got your knickers knotted, girl, because I'm not up to playing mind games tonight. Do you know something about this bloke's death?"
"No, not exactly, that is."
"So you know something unexactly, that it?
You know this bloke personal?"
The question, once asked, seemed to push a button of some sort, because Connie's eyes widened and she stubbed out her cigarette so quickly that she upended the ashtray onto the table.
"Is this the bloke you were going between the beach huts with? God almighty, will you let in some coloured man, do you? Where's your sense, Rachel? Where's your decency? Where's your value of yourself? Do you think a coloured man would ever give two figs if he put you in the club? Not bloody likely. And if he gave you one of those coloured diseases? What then, girl? And what about some virus? What's it called? Enola? Oncola?"
"Ebola," Rachel corrected her silently. And it had nothing to do with getting poked by a man, white, brown, black or purple, between the beach huts in Barford-le-Naze.
"Mum," she said patiently.
"Connie to you! Connie, Connie, Connie!"
"Yes, right. No one's poking me, Connie.
Do you actually think that anyone, no matter his colour, would want to poke me?"
"And why ever not?"
Connie demanded.
"What's wrong with you? With a beautiful body and fabulous cheekbones and wonderful legs, why wouldn't some bloke want to have his way with Rachel Lynn Winfield every night of the week?"
Rachel could see the desperation in her mother's eyes. She knew it would be pointless. Worse, it would be unnecessarily cruel to wring an admission of the truth from Connie. She was, after all, the person who had given birth to the baby without a proper face. That would probably be as difficult a reality to live with as it was to live with the face itself. She said, "You're right, Connie," and felt a quiet despair settle over her, like a net whose webbing was composed of sorrows. "But this bloke on the Naze, I didn't do it with him."
"But it's his death you know something about."
"Not exactly his death, but something related. And I wanted to know, should I say something if someone asks me?"
"What kind of someone?"
"Maybe a police kind of someone."
"Police?"
Connie managed to say the word with barely a movement of her lips. Beneath the fuchsia blusher she wore, her skin had gone quite pale, so that the streaks of makeup on her cheeks stood out like sodden rose petals. She didn't look at Rachel again as she spoke. "We're businesswomen, Rachel Lynn Winfield. We're businesswomen first, and we're businesswomen last. What we got, no matter how little it is, depends on the goodwill of this town. And not just the tourists' goodwill, mind you, coming here in the summer, but everyone else's goodwill as well. You got that?"
"Sure, I know."
"So you get a name as someone who opens her gob too easy and spills what she knows to every Tom, Dick and Harry coming in off the street, and the only people who lose out are us, Connie and Rach. People shy away from us. They stop coming into the shop. They take their business over to Clacton, and it's no inconvenience for them to do that, because they'd rather go somewhere they feel comfortable, where they can say, 'I need something pretty for a very special lady,' and they can wink when they say it and know that wink isn't going to get back to their wives. Am I being clear on this, Rach? We've got a business to run, and business comes first, always." That said, she took up her Coke once again,
And this time, when she took a gulp, she pulled a copy of Woman's Own from the pile of bills, catalogues, and newspapers on the table. She opened it and began to study the table of contents. Their conversation was at a close. Rachel watched her, running her long red fingernail down the list of articles contained in the magazine. She watched as Connie flipped to one entitled 7 Ways to Know If He's Cheating. The title made Rachel shiver despite the heat, so accurately did it hit the very nail on the very head. She needed an article called What to Do When You Know. But she had her answer, really. Do nothing and wait. Which is what, she realized, everyone should do when it came to betrayals, petty or otherwise. Acting upon a knowledge of them led nowhere else but to disaster. The past few days in Bulford-Lenays had proved that to Rachel Winfield beyond a shadow of a doubt. For an indefinite stay? The proprietor of the Burnt House Hotel fairly salivated over the words. As it was, he rubbed his hands together as if he were already massaging the money Barbara would have to part with at the end of her stay. He had introduced himself as Basil Treves, and had added the information that he was a retired lieutenant in the army, in Her Majesty's Armed Forces, as he termed it. Once he read upon her registration card that her place of employment was New Scotland Yard. This apparently made them compatriots of some sort. Barbara supposed it was the idea of having to wear uniforms both in the army and for the Met. She herself hadn't worn a uniform in years, but she didn't share this bit of personal trivia. She needed Basil Treves on her side, and anything that served to put him there and keep him there was well worth preserving. Besides, she appreciated the fact that he'd tactfully made no mention of the condition of her face. She'd removed the remaining bandages in the car after leaving Emily, but her skin, from eyes to lips, was still a panorama of yellow, purple, and blue. Treves led her up one flight of stairs and down a dim corridor. Nowhere was there much to indicate to Barbara that the Burnt House Hotel was a banner of delight just waiting to unfurl for her pleasure. A relic of long-ago Edwardian summers, it boasted faded carpets over creaking floorboards, above which hung water-stained ceilings. It was possessed of a general atmosphere of genteel decay. Treves seemed oblivious of all this, however. He chatted incessantly the entire way to Barbara's room, smoothing his sparse and oily hair up from a parting just above his left ear and across the gleaming dome of his skull. She would find the Burnt House had every possible convenience, he confided, a colour television in every room, with a remote control device, and another large-screen telly in the residence lounge, should she decide to be sociable of an evening, tea-making facilities next to one's bed for a morning cuppa, bathrooms in nearly every room, and additional toilets and baths on each floor, telephones with a direct line into the world upon the touch of a 9, and that most mystical, blessed, and cherished of mod cons, a fax machine in reception. He called it a facsimile sender, as if he and the machine were still on formal terms with each other, and he went on to add, "But you won't be wanting that, I dare say. Here for a holiday, are you, Miss Havers?" "Sergeant Havers," Barbara corrected him, and added, "Detective Sergeant Havers." There was no better time than the present, she decided, to position Basil Treves where she needed him. Something about the man's sharp little eyes and expectant posture told her he would be only too happy to assist the police with information if given a chance. The framed newspaper photo of himself in reception, celebrating his election to the town council, told her that he was the sort of man who didn't come by personal glory often or easily, so when the opportunity arose to garner a bit, he doubtless would be the first to jump at it. And what better glory than to be an unofficial part of a murder investigation? He might prove to be quite useful, and with only a little effort on her part. "I'm here on business, actually," she told him, allowing herself a slight taffy pull with the truth. "CID business, to be more precise." Treves paused outside the door of her room, its key dangling from his palm by an enormous ivory tag that was shaped like a roller coaster.
Each of the keys, Barbara had noted when registering, was identified in similar funfair fashion. Other tags were shaped like everything from a dodgem car to a miniature Ferris wheel, and the rooms they gave access to were named accordingly. "Criminal investigations?" Treves said. "Is this about— But of course you absolutely cannot say, can you? Well, mum's the word at this end of things, I assure you of that, Detective Sergeant. No one will hear who you are from these lips. Here we are, then." Swinging open the narrow door, he switched on the overhead light and stood back to let her enter ahead of him. When she had done so, he bustled past her, humming tonelessly as he set down her haversack on a collapsible luggage rack. He pointed out the bathroom with the proud announcement that he'd especially given her the loo with a view. He patted his hands against the bilious green chenille counterpanes of both twin beds, saying, "Nice and firm, but not too much, I hope." And he flicked the pink skirt of a kidney-shaped dressing-table to rearrange it. He straightened both the prints on the walls, matching Victorian ice skaters who glided away from each other, looking none too happy about taking the exercise, and he fingered through the tea bags that lay in a basket, waiting for morning. He switched on the bedside lamp, then switched it off, then switched it on again, as if sending signals. "You'll have all that you require, Sergeant Havers, and if you need anything more, you shall find Mr. Basil Treves at your service, day and night, at any hour." He beamed at her. He held his hands folded at chest height and stood at a modified kind of attention. "As for this evening, any final requests? A nightcap? Cappuccino? Some fruit? Mineral water? Greek dancing boys? Ha, ha, ha!" He chortled happily. "I'm here to serve your every whim, and don't you forget it." Barbara thought about asking him to brush the dandruff from his shoulders, but she didn't think it was the sort of request that he had in mind. She moved to open the windows. The room was so stifling that the air seemed to shimmer, and she wished that one of the hotel's mod cons had been air conditioning or even room fans. The air was still. It seemed as if the entire universe were holding its breath. "Wonderful weather, isn't it?" Treves said jauntily. "It'll bring the visitors here in droves. Lucky you've come when you have, Sergeant. In another week we'll be booked to the roof. Not that I wouldn't have made room for you. Police business takes precedence, doesn't it?" Her fingers, Barbara noted, were black-tipped with grime from having opened the window. She rubbed them surreptitiously against her trousers. "As to that, Mr. Treves—" Bird-like, he cocked his head. "Yes? Is there something?" "A Mr. Quarashi was staying here, wasn't he? Haytham Quarashi?" It hardly seemed possible that Basil Treves could stand any more at attention, but he appeared to manage it. Barbara thought he might even salute. "An unfortunate occurrence," he said formally. "That he was staying here? Oh, great Scott, no! He was welcome to stay here. He was more than welcome. The burnt house doesn't discriminate against anyone. Never has done, and never will do." He gave a glance over his shoulder towards the open door, saying, "If I may?" When Barbara nodded, he closed it, and continued in a lower voice, "Although, to be perfectly honest, I do keep the races separate, as you'll probably note during your stay. This hasn't to do with my own inclinations, mind you. I haven't the slightest prejudice against people of colour, not the slightest. But the other guests. To be frank, Sergeant, times have been difficult. It doesn't make good business sense to do anything that might engender ill will, if you know what I mean." "So Mr. Quarashi stayed in another part of the hotel, is that what you're saying?" "Not so much in another part, but just away from the others. Ever so slightly. I doubt he even noticed." Treves raised his folded hands to his chest once again. "I have several permanent residents, you see. These are ageing ladies, and they simply aren't used to the way times have changed. In fact, this is almost too embarrassing to mention, but one of them actually mistook Mr. Quarashi for a servant the first morning he came down to breakfast. Can you imagine it? Poor thing." Barbara wasn't sure whether he was referring to Haytham Quarashi or the old woman, but she felt she could hazard a fairly accurate guess. "I'd like to see the room he stayed in, if I may," Barbara said. "Then you are here because of his demise?" "Not his demise, his murder." Treves said, "Murder? Good God!"
and he reached behind him till his hand came into contact with one of the twin beds. He sank onto it, said, "If you'll pardon me," and lowered his head. He breathed deeply, and when he finally raised his head again, he said in a hushed voice, "Does it have to be known that he was staying here at the burnt house? Will the newspapers mention it? Because with business promising to pick up at long last—" So much for his reaction having to do with shock, guilt, or the milk of human kindness, Barbara thought. Not for the first time she had validation for her long-held belief that Homo sapiens was genetically linked to pond scum. Treves must have seen this conclusion on her face, because he went on quickly, "It's not that I don't care what happened to Mr. Quarashi. I do, indeed, I do care most deeply. He was quite a pleasant chap for all his ways, and I regret his unfortunate passing. But with business about to pick up, and after all these years of recession, one can't take the chance of losing even one—" "His ways?" Barbara headed off his discourse on the nation's economy. Basil Treves blinked. "Well, they are different, aren't they?" "They?" "These Asians. Why, surely you know. You'd have to, wouldn't you, working in London? Good grief, don't deny it." "How was he different?" Treves apparently inferred something more than she intended in the question. His eyes started to go opaque, and he crossed his arms. Defences arising, Barbara thought with interest, and she wondered why he was arming himself. Nonetheless, she knew it wouldn't do for them to be at odds, so she hastened to reassure him. "What I meant is that since you saw him regularly, anything unusual that you can tell me about his behaviour will help. Culturally, he would have been different to the rest of your guests." "He certainly isn't the only Asian in residence," Treves interrupted, still driving home the point about his liberality. "The burnt house's doors will always be open to all." "Right, of course. Then I take it he was different even to the other Asians. Whatever you tell me, I'll keep in confidence, Mr. Treves. Anything that you know, saw, or even suspected about Mr. Quarashi may be the fact we need to get to the root of what happened to him." Her words seemed to mollify the man, encouraging him to reflect upon his own importance to a police investigation. He said, "I see. Yes, I do see," and proceeded to look thoughtful. He stroked his scraggly, unclipped beard. "May I see his room?" "Oh, but of course, yes, yes." He led her back the way they had come, ascending one more flight of stairs and walking along a corridor towards the rear of the building. 3 of the doors along the corridor stood open, awaiting tenants. A 4th was shut. Behind it, television voices spoke at a considerate low volume. Haytham Quarashi's room was next to this one, the 5th room at the very end of the passage. Treves had a master key. He said, "I haven't touched it since the accident." There was indeed no euphemism for murder. He gave up searching for one and said, "The police came by to tell me about it, just that he was dead. They told me to keep his room locked up until I heard from them." "We don't like anything to be disturbed till we know what we're working with," Barbara told him. "Natural causes, a murder, accident, or suicide. You haven't disturbed anything, have you? No one else has?" "No one," he said. "Akram Malik called in with his son. They want the personal effects to send back to Pakistan. And believe me, they weren't happy hikers when I wouldn't let them into the room to collect them. Mohanad acted as if I was part of a conspiracy to commit crimes against mankind." "And Akram Malik, what did he think?" "Akram plays his cards very close, Sergeant. He wouldn't be fool enough to let me know what he was thinking." "Why's that?" Barbara asked, as Treves swung open the door to Haytham Quarashi's room. "Because we loathe each other," Treves explained pleasantly. "I can't abide upstarts. He doesn't like to be considered one. It's a shame he immigrated to England, when you think of it. He'd have done much better in the US, where the first concern is whether you have money, and who your people are ranks down round your shoe size. There we are." He switched on the overhead light. Haytham Quarashi's room was a single, with a small casement window overlooking the back garden of the hotel. It was decorated as haphazardly as Barbara's room. Yellow, red, and pink all battled to be the dominant colour. "He seemed to be quite happy here," Treves said,
As Barbara took in the depressingly narrow bed, the one armless and lumpy chair, the pseudo-wood of the clothes cupboard, and the gaps in the tassels on the shade of a wall sconce. There was a print above the bed, another Victorian scene, this one a young woman languishing on a chaise longue. The paper it was mounted on had long since gone dingy. "Right." Barbara grimaced at the odour in the room. It was the smell of burnt onions and sprouts too long cooked. Queroshi's room was located above the kitchen, doubtless a subtle reminder to the man of what his place was in the hotel hierarchy. "Mr. Treves, what can you tell me about Haytham Qureshi? How long had he been staying with you? Had he any visitors, any friends that stopped by? Any particular phone calls that he made or received?" She pressed the back of her hand against the hot dampness on her forehead, and went to the chest of drawers to have a look at Queroshi's belongings. She paused and rustled through her shoulder bag for the evidence bags that Emily had given to her before she'd left the Crescent. She donned a pair of latex gloves. Qureshi, Basil Treves informed her, had been staying at the burnt house for 6 weeks while waiting for his wedding. Akram Malik had arranged for the room. Apparently a house had been purchased for the soon-to-be newlyweds as part of the Malik daughter's dowry, but as it was undergoing redecoration, Queroshi's stay at the hotel had been extended several times. He went to work before 8 in the morning and generally returned round 7:30 or 8 at night, taking breakfast and dinner at the burnt house on weekdays, dinner elsewhere at the weekend. "With the Maliks?" Treves shrugged. He ran one finger down a panel in the open door and examined its tip, which even from where Barbara stood at the chest of drawers she could see was furred with dust. "He wouldn't swear that Qureshi was with the Maliks every weekend. Well, it would make sense were that the case, since in usual circumstances the lovebirds would want to be together as often as possible, wouldn't they? Because these circumstances were rather abnormal, there was always a possibility that Qureshi spent his weekend hours in other pursuits." "Abnormal circumstances?" Barbara turned from the chest of drawers. "An arranged marriage," Treves explained, with delicate emphasis on the adjective. "Rather medieval, wouldn't you say? It's cultural, isn't it? Whatever you call it, when you force 14th-century mores upon 20th-century men and women, you can't be surprised what develops as a result, can you, Sergeant?" "What developed in this case?" Barbara turned back to take note of the items on top of the chest: a passport, neatly arranged stacks of coins, a money clip clasping £50 in notes, and a brochure for a place called the Castle Hotel and Restaurant, which was, according to the map that accompanied it, on the main road to Harwich. Barbara opened this curiously. The tariff sheet fell out. She noted that listed last among the rooms was a honeymoon suite. For £80 per night, Qureshi and his bride would have been set up with a 4-poster bed, 1 half-bottle of Asti Spumante, 1 red rose, and breakfast in bed. Romantic devil, she thought, and went on to a leather case that upon inspection she found locked. She realised that Treves hadn't answered her question. She glanced his way. He was pulling thoughtfully at his beard, and she noticed for the first time a few disagreeable flakes of skin caught up in it, product of a mild case of eczema that mottled to the lower part of his cheeks. He was wearing the sort of expression that powerless people seeking power often wear, lofty, knowing, and undecided about the wisdom of sharing his knowledge. Bloody hell, Barbara thought with an inward sigh. It looked as if she was going to have to massage his ego every step of the way. "I need your insight into him, Mr. Treves. Aside from the Maliks, you're probably the best source of information we have." "I understand that." Treves gave his beard a preening pat. "But you must understand that a hotelier is not entirely unlike a confessor. To the successful hotelier, what one sees, hears, and concludes is of a confidential nature." Barbara wanted to point out to him that the state of the burnt house hardly justified the adjective successful being applied to him. But she knew the rules of the game he was playing. "Believe me," she intoned, "whatever information you supply will be treated in confidence, Mr. Treves. But I've got to have it if we're to work together as equals." She wanted to snarl when she said the final words. She covered this desire by sliding open the top drawer of the chest, searching through carefully folded socks and underwear for the key to the locked leather case. "If you're sure of that—" Treves was apparently so eager to part with what he knew, despite his words, that he went on without waiting for her assurances. "Then I must tell you, there was someone else in his life besides the Marleek girl. It's the only explanation." "For what?" Barbara went on to the second drawer. A stack of perfectly folded shirts was arranged by colour, white giving way to ivory, to grey, and finally to black. Pyjamas were in the third drawer. Nothing was in the fourth. Quarashi travelled light. "For why he went out at night?" "Haytham Quarashi went out at night? How often?" "At least twice a week, sometimes more, and always after 10. I thought at first that he was going to see his fiancée. It seemed a reasonable enough conclusion, despite the odd hour. He'd want to get to know her, wouldn't he, before the wedding day? These people aren't complete heathens, after all. They may give their sons and daughters away to the highest bidder, but I dare say they don't give them away to total strangers without allowing them a chance to get acquainted, do they?" "I haven't a clue," Barbara replied. "Go on." She went to the bedside table, a wobbly affair with a single drawer. She slid this open. "Well, the point is that on this particular night I saw him as he was leaving the hotel. We chatted a bit about the upcoming nuptials, and he told me he was going to the seafront for a run. Pre-wedding nerves and all that, you know." "Right." "So when I heard he died on the Naze, of all places, which, as you may or may not know, Sergeant, is in the opposite direction to the seafront, if you leave from this hotel intending to have a run, I realised he hadn't wanted me to be privy to what he was up to, which can only mean that he was up to something he hadn't ought to be up to. And since he regularly left the hotel at the exact hour on which he left on Friday night, and since on Friday night he ended up dead, I think it's safe to deduce not only that he was meeting someone whom he met on the other nights, but also that this someone was a person he ought not to have been meeting in the first place." Treves folded his hands at chest-height once again, and looked as if he expected Barbara to shout, "Holmes, you amaze me!" But since Haytham Quarashi had been murdered, and since the conditions suggested the death was no random act, Barbara had already concluded that the man had gone to the Naze to meet someone. The only piece of information Treves had added was that Quarashi may have made this a regular rendezvous. And, reluctant as she was to admit it, that was an extremely valuable titbit. She threw the hotelier a bone. "Mr. Treves, you're in the wrong profession." "Really?" "Believe it." And those two words weren't even a lie. Thus buoyed, Treves came to inspect the contents of the bedside table with her. A yellow-bound book with a matching satin marker that opened displayed several lines bracketed off and an entire text that was written in Arabic. A box of 24 condoms, half of which were gone, and a 5x7 manila envelope. Barbara placed the book into an evidence bag as Treves tut-tutted over the condoms and everything that possession of such sexual paraphernalia seemed to imply. As he clucked, Barbara upended the manila envelope into her palm. 2 keys fell out, one not much larger than the length of her first knuckle to the tip of her thumb, the other quite tiny, fingernail size. This second had to be the key to the leather case on the chest of drawers. She closed her fingers round both of the keys and contemplated her next move. She wanted a look inside the case, but she preferred the look to be a private one, so before she took action she had to take care of her bearded Sherlock. She thought about how best to do this while still keeping the man's goodwill. He wouldn't take kindly to the dawning knowledge that, as he knew the victim, he was one of the suspects in Quarashi's murder until an alibi or other evidence eliminated him. She said, "Mr. Treves, these keys may be crucial to our investigation. Would you step into the corridor and keep watch, please? The last thing we want at a moment like this is eavesdroppers or spies. Give me the word if the coast is clear." He said, of course, Sergeant. I'm only too happy," and hurried off to fulfil his commission. Once he gave her the all-clear, the heave-ho and the anchors away, she took a closer look at the keys. They were both brass, the larger of them attached to a chain on which a metal tag also hung. This was stamped with the number 104. Locker key, Barbara wondered. And what sort of locker? Railway locker, bus station locker, personal locker somewhere on the seafront? The sort of metal cupboard in which people stowed their clothes while they were swimming in the sea? They were all possibilities. The second key she slid into the lock on the small leather case. The key turned smoothly. She flicked the catch on the case to the right. The lid unlatched. She eased the case open. "Finding anything useful?" Treves' whisper came from the doorway, 007 in its intensity. "All clear on this side of things, Sergeant." "Keep guard, Mr. Treves," she whispered back. "Will do," he murmured. She could tell that he was beginning to feel he'd been born to live the cloak-and-dagger life. "I'm depending on you," she said, and went for a between-the-teeth articulation, which she hoped would heighten the sense of intrigue which appeared necessary to keep him in line. "If anyone stirs, and I mean anyone at all, Mr. Treves." "Absolutely," he said. "Carry on without fear, Detective Sergeant Havers." She smiled. What a goofball, she thought. She added the keys to the evidence bag. Then she turned to the leather case. Its contents were neatly arranged: a pair of gold cufflinks, a gold money clip with something engraved in Arabic on it, a small gold ring, perhaps intended for a woman, with a ruby in the centre, 1 gold coin, 4 gold bangles, a cheque-book, and a yellow piece of paper that was folded in half. Barbara paused to consider Querashi's predilection for gold, and what, if anything, such a predilection meant, and how, if possible, such a predilection might fit into the overall scheme of what had happened to the man. Avarice, she wondered, blackmail, kleptomania, foresight, obsession, what? The cheque-book, she saw, was for a local branch of Barclays. It was the sort of book with a receipt stub running along the left side of the cheques. Only one had been written and documented on a receipt, £400 to an F. Kumar. Barbara examined the date and did her maths. 3 weeks prior to Querashi's death. Barbara slid the cheque-book into the evidence bag and took up the folded bit of yellow paper. This turned out to be a receipt from a local shop. It was called Raycon Original and Artistic Jewellery, and beneath this name were the italicized words, Bolford's Finest. Barbara thought at first that the receipt went with a small ruby ring, perhaps a memento purchased by Querashi for his future bride. But upon inspection she saw that the receipt wasn't made out to Querashi. Instead, it was made out to Salah Malik. The receipt did not make clear what had been purchased. Whatever it was, it had been identified only by 2 letters and a number, AK 162. And next to these was a phrase written in inverted commas, "Life begins now." At the bottom of the receipt was the price that Salah Malik had paid, £220. Intriguing, Barbara thought. She wondered how Querashi had come to have the receipt in his possession. Obviously it was the receipt for something purchased by the man's fiancée, and "Life begins now" was probably what she intended to have engraved on it. Wedding ring? That was the most logical surmise. But did Pakistani husbands wear them? Barbara had never seen one on Temula Azar, but that didn't mean much, because not every man in her own culture wore one, so who was to say what the Asian custom was? But even if the receipt was for a wedding ring, having it in his possession indicated that Querashi planned to return whatever it was that Salah had purchased, and the act of returning a gift engraved with the hopeful and trusting words, "Life begins now," suggested a real fissure in the wedding plans. Barbara glanced at the bedside table, whose drawer was still open. From across the room she could see the half-empty box of condoms, and she recalled that among the contents of the murdered man's pockets had been 3 other condoms. In tandem with the receipt from the jewellery shop, the rubbers served to underscore a single conclusion. Not only had there been a fissure in the wedding plans, but there had likely been a third party involved, one who'd possibly encouraged Querashi to abandon his arranged marriage in favour of another relationship. And this had been done recently, since he still had in his possession the evidence that he was planning a honeymoon. Barbara added the receipt to the other items she'd lifted from the bedside table. She locked the leather case and put it in the evidence bag as well. She wondered what sort of response would be given to the fiancé in an arranged marriage if he asked to call the arrangement to a halt. Would tempers flare? Would revenge be plotted? She didn't know, but she had an excellent idea of how to find out. "Sergeant Havers!" From the corridor, it was not so much a whisper, but a hiss. 007 was getting restless. Barbara strode to the door and swung it open. She stepped into the corridor and took Treves' arm. "We may be onto something," she told him tersely. "Really?" He was all agog and a quiver. "Absolutely. Do you keep records of telephone calls? Yes? Good. I want those records," she directed him. "Every call he made, every call he received." "Tonight?" Treves licked his lips enthusiastically. Doubtless, Barbara saw, if he were given his way, they'd be up to their elbows in hotel paperwork till dawn. "Tomorrow's fine," she told him. "Get some sleep now. Be fresh for the fray." His whisper was excitement itself. "Thank God I kept everyone out of that room." "Continue to do that, Mr. Treves," she said. "Keep the door locked. Stand watch if you have to. Hire a guard, set up a video camera, wire the place for sound, whatever it takes. But on no account let a single soul cross over that threshold. I'm depending on you. Can I do that?" "Sergeant," Treves said, his hand at his heart, "you can depend upon me to the absolute death." "Brilliant," Barbara said. And she couldn't help wondering if those very same words had been recently said to Haytham Qureshi. Chapter 6. The morning sun awakened her. It was accompanied by the sound of gulls and the faint scent of brine in the air. As on the day before, this last was utterly still. Barbara could tell that by squinting out of the open window from her semi-fetal position on one of the room's 2 beds. Beyond the glass a bay laurel tree stood, and not a dusty leaf on it so much as quivered. By midday, mercury was going to be bubbling in thermometers all over town. Barbara ground her knuckles into the small of her back, which ached from its night's exposure to a mattress troughed by several generations of bodies. She swung her legs over the side of the bed and stumbled blearily into the loo with a view. This bathroom continued the hotel's established theme of genteel decay. The tiles on the walls and the grout round the tub grew mildew in furry verdigris tufts, and the doors to the cupboards below the sink were held closed by means of an elastic band stretched between their knobs. One gained access to the view through a small window above the toilet, 4 grimy panes of glass behind a limp curtain on which appliqued dolphins leapt out of a frothing sea that had long since gone the depressing colour of a winter sky. Barbara assessed the environment with a ugh, and she gazed at her face in the age-spotted mirror above the sink, where perhaps 24 gold Cupid transfers shot amorous arrows at each other from clusters at the glass's 4 corners. She assessed her appearance with a second and more fervid "ah." The combination of bruises going yellow at the edges from her eyes to her chin, and the sleep creases across her left cheek, created an unappealing vision to have to gaze upon directly before breakfast. The sight could definitely put one off one's bangers, Barbara decided, and turned from it to take in the view that the loo with provided her. The window was open to its fullest extent, affording a generous 5 inches of fresh morning air. She breathed this in and scrubbed her fingers through her thatch of hair as she looked across the slope of lawn to the sea. On a bluff approximately 1 mile north of the town's centre, the Burnt House Hotel was positioned propitiously for travellers who came to Balford only seeking a view. To its south, Prince's Beach carved a crescent of sand, punctuated by 3 stone breakwaters. To its east, the lawn ended in a cliff, beyond which endlessly stretched the sea, motionless this morning and edged by a roll of grey fog that hovered on the distant horizon, making a beguiling promise of cooler weather. To its north, the cranes of distant Harwich Harbour lifted their dinosaur necks far above the ferries that passed beneath them on their way to Europe. Barbara could see all of this from her window, small though it was, and all of this and more would be on display for anyone sitting in one of the drooping canvas chairs that were scattered across the hotel's lawn. A landscape painter or a sketch artist might find that the burnt house served his interests, Barbara decided. But for a traveller coming to Balford-Linnaeus to sample more than just a pleasant vista, the hotel's location was a study in utter commercial folly. The distance between the hotel and the town proper, with its seafront, esplanade, pleasure pier and high street, underscored this fact. These locations constituted the commercial heart of Balford-Linnaeus, where tourists spent their money. While they were a convenient walking distance from the other hotels, the guest houses and the summer cottages in the fading sea town, they were not a convenient walking distance from the Burnt House Hotel. Parents with children in tow, young people eager for whatever questionable nightlife the town now afforded, travellers seeking everything from sand to souvenirs, would not find it here on the bluff north of Balford proper. They could walk into the town, of course, but there was no direct access along the sea front. Instead, pedestrians heading townward from the burnt house would have to trudge inland first along Naze Park Road, and then back out again to the esplanade. Basil Treves, Barbara concluded, was lucky to have anyone staying here at any time of year, which meant he was lucky to have had Haytham Qureshi staying as a long-term resident, which in turn brought into question the part Treves may or may not have played in Qureshi's marriage plans. It was an interesting speculation. Barbara gazed in the direction of the pleasure pier. Construction was going on at its end, where the Jack Orkins cafeteria once had stood, and even at this distance she could see that the pier itself gleamed with clean new paint, white, green, blue, and orange, while bright, motley flags flew from the poles that lined its sides. None of that had existed when she'd last been in Balford. Barbara turned away. At the mirror once more she examined her face and wondered if removing the bandages had been as inspired an idea as she'd originally thought. She'd brought no makeup with her, her supply of cosmetics being limited to 1 tube of Blistex and a pot of rouge once belonging to her mother. Tossing them into her haversack had hardly seemed worth the effort. She liked to consider herself a bird whose moral fibre wouldn't allow the rank dishonesty of doing anything more than pinching the cheeks for a bit of colour in the face. But the truth was, given a choice between painting her flesh and sleeping for another 15 minutes in the morning, she'd spent a lifetime selecting sleep. In her line of work it seemed more practical. Thus her preparation for the current day took less than 10 minutes, and 4 of these she spent digging through her haversack, cursing and looking for a pair of socks. She goggled, ran a brush through her hair, shoved into her shoulder-back the goodies she'd removed from Qureshi's room on the previous night, and headed out the door. In the corridor, breakfast odours clung to the air like importunate children to their mother's skirt. Somewhere eggs and bacon had been fried, bangers had been roasted, toast had been burned, tomatoes and mushrooms had been grilled. Barbara needed no map to find the dining room. She just followed the ever-intensifying smells, down 1 flight of stairs, and along a cramped ground-floor corridor towards the sound of cutlery being wielded against plates, and voices murmuring about the day's plans, which is when she heard it. One voice stood out as she approached. A child was saying brightly, "Did you know about the lobster boat ride? Can we go, Dad? And the Ferris wheel, can we ride it today? I watched it from the lawn with Mrs. Porter last night, and she said that when she was my age, the Ferris wheel—" A low murmur interrupted the hopeful chatter. As it usually did, Barbara realized grimly. What the hell was the matter with the man? He squelched every impulse the little girl had. Hadia and her father sat in a dark corner of the old, heavily panelled dining-room. They had been placed well away from the other hotel residents, 3 elderly white couples whose tables lined up along the open French doors. These latter people attended to their breakfast as if no one else were present, save for one old woman with a Zimmer frame resting next to her chair. She appeared to be the aforementioned Mrs. Porter, because she was nodding at Hadia as if in encouragement from her end of the room. Barbara wasn't completely surprised at the coincidence of being at the same hotel as Hadia and Temula Azar. She'd expected to find them staying with the Malik family, but as that apparently had not been possible, then the Burnt House Hotel was a logical choice.
Haytham Quarashi had stayed here after all, and Azar was in Bolford because of Quarashi. "Ah, Sergeant Havers!" Barbara swung round to see Basil Treves behind her, 2 plates of breakfast in his hand. He beamed at her. "If you'll allow me to show you to your table—" As he attempted to shimmy past her to do the honours, Hadia gave a happy shout. "Barbara, you came!" And she dropped her spoon into her cereal, splashing milk across the pink tablecloth. She popped out of her chair and did her usual hop and skip across the room, singing, "You came, you came, you came to the seaside," with her yellow-ribboned plaits dancing round her shoulders. She was dressed like sunshine, yellow shorts and striped T-shirt, yellow-banded socks and sandals. She gripped Barbara's hand. "Have you come to build a sandcastle with me? Have you come to pick cockles? I want to play the penny slide and ride the dodgem cars as well. Do you?" Basil Treves was watching this interaction with some consternation. He said with more meaning, "If I may show you to your table, Sergeant Havers," and nodded pointedly at a table next to an open window and decidedly among the English residents. "I'd rather be over there," Barbara told him, jerking her thumb in the direction of the Pakistani's dark corner. "Too much fresh air in the morning puts me right off my kippers. Do you mind?" Without waiting for him to reply, she sauntered over to Azar. Hadia skipped ahead. She cried out, "She's here! Look, Dad, she's here! She's here!" and didn't appear to notice that her father was greeting Barbara's arrival with that special joy one generally reserves for embracing lepers. Basil Treves, in the meantime, had deposited the 2 breakfast plates in front of Mrs. Porter and her companion. He hurried over to usher Barbara into a seat at the table next to Azar's. He was saying, "Yes, yes, of course, and will it be orange juice, Sergeant Havers? What about grapefruit?" He whipped the napkin out of its teepee folds with a flourish that suggested having the sergeant sit among the darkies had always been part of his master plan. "No, with us, Hadia crowed. She tugged Barbara to their table, saying, "It's okay, Dad, isn't it? She must sit with us." Azar observed Barbara evenly with his unreadable brown eyes. The only indication of feeling that he gave was the deliberate hesitation he employed before getting to his feet in greeting. "We'd be very pleased, Barbara," he said formally. Bollocks, Barbara thought, but she said, "If you've room." "Can make room, can do," Basil Treves said, and as he moved cutlery and crockery from her table to Azar's, he hummed with the fierce determination employed by a man making the best of a bad situation. "I'm so happy, happy," Hadia sang. "You've come for your holiday, haven't you? We can go to the beach. We can look for shells. We can go fishing. We can play on the pier." She climbed back onto her chair and retrieved her spoon from the middle of her cereal, where it lay like a silver exclamation mark, commenting on the morning's proceedings. Hadia scooped it up, oblivious of the milk that dripped from it onto the front of her striped T-shirt. "Yesterday Mrs. Porter looked after me while Dad did some business," she confided to Barbara. "We read a book about fossils on the lawn." She giggled, "we read on the lawn. Today we were supposed to take a walk along the Cliff Parade, but it's way too far to walk all the way to the pier. Too far for Mrs. Porter, that is, but I can walk that far, can't I? And now that you're here, Dad will let me go to the arcade. Won't you, Dad? Won't you let me go if Barbara comes with me?" She squirmed in her chair so that she faced Barbara. "We can ride the roller coaster and the Ferris wheel, Barbara. We can shoot in the shooting gallery. We can play the crane grab. Are you good at the crane grab? Dad is brilliant. He grabbed me a koala bear once, and once he grabbed Mummy a pink—" "Hadia!" Her father's voice was firm. It silenced her with its usual proficiency. Barbara studied her menu with religious devotion. She decided on her breakfast and gave her order to Treves, who hovered nearby. "Barbara is here to rest, Hadia," Azar told his daughter as Treves took himself in the direction of the kitchen. "You are not to force yourself into her holiday. She's been in an accident and will not be well enough to run about the town." Hadia made no reply, but she cast a hopeful look in Barbara's direction. Her eager face had Ferris wheel, arcade, and roller coaster written all over it. She was swinging her legs and fairly bouncing in her seat, and Barbara wondered how her father managed to deny her anything.
"These creaking bones might be able to make a trip to the pier," Barbara said, "but we'll have to see how things develop." The marginal promise was apparently enough for the child. She said, "Yay, yay, yay!" and before her father could discipline her once more, she tucked into the remains of her cornflakes. Azar, Barbara saw, had been eating boiled eggs. He'd finished one egg and had begun the second when she joined them. She said, "Don't let me hold you up," and gave a nod towards his plate. Again he used hesitation to communicate his reluctance, but whether it was a reluctance to eat or a reluctance to be in her company she couldn't have said, although she suspected the latter. He removed the top of the egg with his spoon and deftly separated the top's shimmering white from its shell. He held the spoon in his smooth brown fingers, but ate nothing from it until he'd spoken. "How coincidental it is," he remarked without irony, "that you should come for your holiday to the same town that Khadia and I have come to, Barbara. And even more coincidental it is that we should all find ourselves in the same hotel." "This way we can be together," Khadia announced happily. "Barbara and I. And when you go off, Dad, Barbara can look after me instead of Mrs. Porter." "Mrs. Porter's all right," she informed Barbara in a lower voice. "I like her well enough, but she isn't able to walk very well on account that she's got some sort of palsy." "Khadia," her father said quietly, "your breakfast." Khadia ducked her head, but not before she shot Barbara a radiant smile. Her feet kicked energetically against the legs of her chair. Barbara knew that it was pointless to lie. The first time he came to a meeting between the police and the Asian community representatives, Azar would discover the truth about what she was doing in Balford. Indeed, she realized that she was grateful she had a truth to tell him, which was not the original truth that had brought her to Essex in the first place. "Actually," she said, "I'm here on business. Well, quasi-business, I expect you'd call it." She went on breezily to tell him that she'd come to town to help out an old friend in the local CID, the detective chief inspector heading up a murder investigation. She waited to gauge his response to this. It was quintessential Azar. He barely flickered an eyelash. "A man called Haytham Quarashi was found murdered 3 days ago not far from here," she went on, and added innocently, "He was staying in this hotel, as a matter of fact. Have you heard about his death, Azar?" "And you're working on this case?" Azar asked. "How can this be? Your work is in London." Barbara walked a fine line with the truth. She had received a phone call from her old mate Emily Barlow, she explained. Old Em had somehow got word, police gossip and all, you know how it is, that Barbara was free at the moment. She'd rung up and invited Barbara to Essex, and that was that. Barbara kneaded the dough of her friendship with Emily until it rose appropriately, sounding as if they were something between soulmates and twins once joined at the hip. When she was certain he got the "I'd do anything for Em" impression, she went on to say, "Em's asked me to serve on a committee that's been set up to keep the Asian community informed on the progress of the case." And again she waited for his reaction. "Why you?" Azar set his spoon beside his egg cup. Barbara noted that half the egg was uneaten. "Have the local police inadequate manpower?" "All of CID will be working the investigation itself," Barbara told him, "which is, I expect, what the Asian community wants. Wouldn't you think so?" Azar removed the napkin from his lap. He folded it neatly and placed it next to his plate. "Then it seems we're here on similar missions, you and I." Azar looked at his daughter. "Khadia, are you finished with your cereal? Yes? Good. Mrs. Porter looks as if she wishes to make plans with you for today." Khadia looked stricken. "But I thought that Barbara and I—" "Barbara has just told us that she's here on business, Khadia. Go to Mrs. Porter. Help her out to the lawn." "But—" "Khadia, I believe my words were clear." She shoved back her chair and, droopy-shouldered, trudged across the room to Mrs. Porter, who indeed was struggling with her aluminium Zimmer, attempting with trembling hands to square it in front of her chair. Azar waited until Khadia and the elderly woman had disappeared through the French doors that led to the lawn above the sea. Then he turned back to Barbara. As he did so, Basil Treves whisked into the dining-room with Barbara's breakfast and deposited it in front of her with a flourish. He said, "If you need me, Sergeant," and nodded meaningfully towards reception, which Barbara interpreted as indicating he'd been standing with telephone in hand, ready to punch the 999 should Taymullah Azar step out of line. "Thanks," Barbara said, and tucked into her eggs. She decided to wait for Azar to speak. Better to see how much he was willing to reveal about his business in Balford than to play her cards of information before she had an idea of what his own hand was. He was the incarnation of laconicism, and as far as Barbara could tell, he hid nothing from her. The murdered man had been engaged to marry Azar's cousin. Azar had come to town at the request of the family. He was assisting them in a similar capacity to what Barbara would be doing for the local police. Barbara didn't tell him that she'd already exceeded her designated job description of liaison officer. Liaison officers didn't prowl round victims' bedrooms, pore through their belongings, and bag items of interest. She said instead, "This couldn't be better, then. I'm glad you're here. The police need to be put clearly into the picture about Qureshi. You can help us, He looked immediately wary. "I serve the family." "No question about that. But you're a step removed from the killing, so you've got more objectivity than the family has, right?" She hastened on before he could answer. "And at the same time, you're on the inside of the group closest to Qureshi, so that gives you information as well." "The family's interests come first, Barbara." "I dare say the family are interested," she put gentle and ironic emphasis on the word, "in getting to the bottom of who offed Qureshi." "Of course they're interested. They're more than interested." "I'm glad to hear it." Barbara slathered butter on a triangle of toast. She forked up a portion of fried egg. "So here's how things work. When someone is murdered, the police are after the answers to 3 questions. Who had the motive, who had the means, who had the opportunity? You can help the police get at the answers." "By betraying my family, you mean?" Azar said. "So Mohammed is right after all. The police wish to find guilt among the Asian community, don't they? And as you are working with the police, you too—" "The police," Barbara interrupted with determination, and she pointed her knife at him to emphasize the fact that she wasn't about to submit to an attempt to manipulate her with charges of racism, "want to get to the truth no matter where it leads them. You do your family a good turn by making that clear to them." She munched on the toast and watched him watching her. Inscrutable, she thought. He'd have made a fine cop. She said, past a wad of toast in her cheek, "Look, Azar, we need to understand Qureshi. We need to understand the family. We need to understand the community at large. We're going to be looking at everyone he came into contact with, and some of those people are going to be Asian. If you intend to get sweaty-collared every time we start treading on Pakistani turf, we'll get nowhere. Fast." He reached for his cup. He'd been drinking coffee. But he merely rested his thin fingers against its handle rather than picking it up. "You're making it clear that the police don't wish to view this as a racially motivated incident. And you, my man, are jumping to conclusions from here to hell and back again, which is not a good habit for a liaison officer to get into, is it?" Despite himself, a smile quirked one corner of his mouth. He said, "Accepted, Sergeant Havers." "Good. So let's agree to something up front. If I ask you a question, that's what it is, okay? A question. It doesn't mean that I'm heading in any direction at all. I'm just trying to understand the culture so I can understand the community. Okay?" "As you wish." Barbara decided to take this as his wholehearted agreement to lay bare any and all facts at his fingertips. There was no point forcing him into signing with his blood a contract of cooperation. Besides, he seemed to be accepting her somewhat broad interpretation of her role as police liaison, and while she had him in that state, she wanted to get as much information out of him as she could. She tucked into her eggs and forked up a wedge of bacon to accompany them. "Let's suppose just for a moment that this wasn't a racially motivated crime. Most people are murdered by someone they know, so let's suppose that was the case with Qureshi. Are you with me?" Azar turned his cup in his saucer. He'd still not drunk from it. He was watching Barbara. He nodded slightly. "He hadn't been in England long." 6 weeks, Azar said. And he'd been working at the mustard factory with the Marlicks during that time. Correct. So we can agree that the majority of his acquaintances here in England, not all, but the majority, okay, were probably Asians. His expression was sombre. For the moment, we can agree on that probability. Good. And his marriage was to be an Asian marriage. Isn't that the case? It is. Barbara sliced into more bacon and dipped it into the egg yolk. I need to understand one thing, then. What happens if an Asian engagement, an arranged engagement, is broken? What do you mean, broken? I mean, what happens if one of the party calls off an arranged marriage? It seemed like a simple enough question, but when he didn't answer immediately, Barbara looked up from the triangle of toast to which she was administering a generous dollop of blackcurrant jam. His face was expressionless, but it seemed too controlled. Damn the man! He was jumping to conclusions, despite what she'd said about needing to gather information. Impatiently she said, "Azar! Do you mind?" He took out a packet of cigarettes. "May I, since you're eating?" "Fire it up! If I could smoke and eat simultaneously, believe me, I'd be doing it." He used a small silver lighter against the tobacco. He turned in his chair to gaze in the direction of the French doors. Outside on the lawn, Hadia was throwing a red and blue beach ball into the air. He seemed to be considering how best to answer the question, and seeing this, Barbara felt the pinch of irritation. If their every conversation was going to be a round of the political correctness minuet, they'd still be sitting in Bulford at Christmas. "Azar, do I need to rephrase this?" she asked him. He turned back to her. "Etham and Salah had both submitted themselves to the arrangement for their marriage," he said, rolling the tip of his cigarette against the table's ashtray, although the ash of it didn't need to be dislodged. "If Etham decided to reject the arrangement, he would in effect be rejecting Salah. This would be viewed as a grave insult to her family, to my family." "Because the family arranged the marriage in the first place?" Barbara poured herself a cup of tea. It was viscous and had the look of a brew that had been bubbling away like a hell broth for the better part of a week. She loaded it up with sugar and milk. "Because Haytham's actions would cause my uncle to lose face and thus lose the respect of the community. Salah herself would be branded as discarded by her intended husband, which would do nothing to heighten her desirability to other men." "What about Haytham? What would he suffer?" "In rejecting the marriage, he would be defying his own father. This could result in his being cast out from his family if the marriage had been considered an important liaison." The act of inhaling and expelling smoke served to screen Azar's face, but Barbara could see that he was observing her through the smoke as he went on. "To be outcast is to have no contact with the family. No one communicates with the outcast for fear of being cast out as well. On the street, one turns away. At the home, doors are not opened. Telephone calls are not returned. Post is sent back unacknowledged." "Like being dead?" "Completely unlike. The dead are remembered, mourned, and revered. The outcast never existed in the first place." "Rough," Barbara acknowledged. "But would this have been a problem for Qureshi? Isn't his family in Pakistan? He wouldn't have been seeing them anyway, right?" "It would have been Haytham's intention to bring his family to England as soon as he had the money to do so. Salah's dowry would have provided him that money." Azar looked back to the French doors. Hadia was hopping across the lawn, bouncing the beach ball on her head. He smiled at the sight and kept his gaze on her as he continued. "Thus, Barbara, I think it unlikely that he was attempting to back out of marriage to Salah." "But what if he'd fallen in love with someone else? I can understand the whole arranged marriage business, and I can see how someone might agree to do his duty and all that. Hey, look at the flaming monarchy and the mess they've made of their lives in the name of duty. But what if someone else came along and he fell in love with her before he really knew what was happening? People do that, you know." "Quite true," he said. "Right. So what if he was set to meet a lover the night he died, and what if the family found out about it?" When Azar frowned, looking doubtful, she said, "He had 3 condoms in his pocket, Azar. What does that suggest to you?" Preparation for intercourse. Not a love affair? A love affair significant enough to cause Quiroshi to want to call off his wedding plans? It might be that Haytham had fallen in love with someone else, Azar replied. But love and duty are often mutually exclusive ideas to my people, Barbara. Westerners think of marriage as the logical consequence of love. Most Asians do not. Thus Haytham may have fallen in love with another woman, and possession of the condoms suggests he went to the Nays for purposes of sex, if not for purposes of love, I will agree, but it does not follow that he would wish to abrogate his agreement to marry my cousin. Okay, I'll accept that for the moment. Barbara dropped a square of toast onto her plate and forked it about in the remaining yolk of her egg. She knifed it up with some bacon and chewed thoughtfully, considering alternative scenarios. When she had one, she spoke, aware of the fact that Azar was frowning. No doubt he was assessing her table manners, which at breakfast left something to be desired. She was used to eating on the run and had never got out of the habit of bolting down her breakfast as if pursued by mafia hitmen. Then, what if he got some woman pregnant? Condoms don't always work the way one would like. They leak, they break, they're not put on in time. If she was pregnant, why did he have condoms with him that night? They'd hardly have been necessary. Right, closing the barn door too late, Barbara agreed. But he might not have known she was in the club. He went prepared to do the dirty as usual, and she broke the news to him when he got there. So she's pregnant and he's engaged to someone else. What then? Azar stubbed out his cigarette. He lit another before answering. That would be unfortunate. Okay, good, so let's imagine it happened. Wouldn't the Maliks? But Haytham would still consider himself contracted to Salah, he said patiently, and the family would consider the pregnancy to be the responsibility of the woman, since she'd likely be English. Hang on, Barbara cut in, her dander up at this blithe assumption. Why would she likely be anything? How would he know any English women anyway? This is your conjecture, Barbara, not mine. It was clear that he read her vexation. It was also clear that he wasn't bothered by it. She'd likely be English because young Asian women are careful about their virginity in ways that young English women are not. English girls are easy and available, and Asian men seeking sexual experience will seek it from them, not from another Asian. How nice of them, Barbara commented acidly. Azar shrugged. The community's values predominate when it comes to sex. The community values virginity in women prior to marriage, and chastity in women after marriage. A young man seeking to sow wild oats will therefore sow them in an English girl's field, because English girls are seen as not considering virginity important. Thus they are there for the taking. And what if Quiroshi happened to run into an English girl who didn't share this charming attitude? What if he ran into an English girl who thought having it off with a bloke, whatever his colour, race or religion, meant making a bloody commitment to him? You're angry, Azar said, but I meant no offence with this explanation, Barbara. If you ask questions about our culture, you'll doubtless hear answers now and again that are in conflict with your own beliefs. Barbara shoved her plate to one side. And you do well to toss round the idea that my beliefs, as you call them, might bloody well reflect the beliefs of my culture. If Quiroshi put some English girl in a club and then came on like Rodney Righteous about how he had to do his duty to Salah Malik, and excuse me, but it doesn't really matter that you're up the spout because you're flipping English, how do you think her father or brother would react to this news? Perhaps badly, Azar said. Indeed, perhaps with murderous intentions. Wouldn't you agree? Barbara wasn't about to let him lead their conversation to an end of his choosing, the guilt of an Englishman. He was quick as a whip, but she was obdurate. And what if the Maliks discovered all of this? The affair, the pregnancy? What if the woman, whoever she is, informed them in advance of telling Quiroshi? Wouldn't they be just a little bit put out? You're asking if they would have murderous intentions as a result, Azar clarified. But killing the bridegroom would hardly serve the purposes of the arranged marriage, would it? Bugger the arranged marriage! The crockery rattled when Barbara smacked her hand on the table. The remaining diners in the room glanced their way. Azar had left his packet of cigarettes on the table, and she helped herself to one, saying in a lower voice, "Come on, Azar, this situation plays both ways, and you know it. Sure, these are Pakistanis we're talking about, but they're also humans with human feelings. You wish to believe someone within Salah's family committed this crime, perhaps Salah herself or someone acting for Salah. I hear Muhammad's got something of a temper. But there were several reasons why Haytham Qureshi was chosen for her, Barbara, and foremost among them is that the family needed him. Every member of the family. He had expertise that they wanted for their factory, a business degree from Pakistan, and experience in running the production side of a large factory. This was a mutually beneficial relationship. The Maliks needed him, and he needed the Maliks. No one would have been likely to forget that, no matter what Haytham planned upon doing with the condoms in his pocket. And they couldn't have got that same expertise from an Englishman? They could have done, naturally, but my uncle's desire is to maintain this as a family business. Muhammad already serves in an important position. He cannot do two jobs. There are no other sons. Akram could bring in an Englishman, yes, but that would not be keeping the job within the family. Unless Salah married him. Azar shook his head, which would never be allowed. He extended his cigarette lighter, and Barbara realized she'd not lit the fag that she'd been in such a tearing hurry to enjoy. She leaned into the flame. "So, you see, Barbara," Azar concluded smoothly, "the Pakistani community had every reason to keep Haytham Qureshi alive. It is only among the English that you will find a motive to kill him." "Is that so?" Barbara asked. "Well, let's not saddle our horses till we put on our spurs, all right, Azar?" Azar smiled. It looked as though he smiled in spite of an inner wisdom telling him not to. "Do you always address yourself to your work with this degree of passion, Sergeant Barbara Havers?" "It makes the day just fly right by," Barbara retorted. He nodded and played his cigarette round the edge of the ashtray. Across the room, the last of the elderly couples were tottering towards the door. Basil Treves was hovering at the sideboard. He made busy noises as he filled 6 glass cruets from a plastic drum. "Barbara, do you know how Haytham died?" Azar asked quietly, eyes still on his cigarette tip. His question took Barbara by surprise. What took her more by surprise was her instant inclination to tell him the truth. She pondered for a moment, asking herself where this inclination had come from, and she found her answer in that nanosecond of warmth she'd felt between them when he'd asked her about the passion she applied to her work. But she'd learned the hard way to discount any warmth she might feel for another human being, especially a man. Warmth led to weakness and irresolution. Those two qualities were dangerous in life. They could be fatal when it came to murder. She temporized with, "The post-mortem's scheduled for this morning." She waited for him to say, "And when they received the report?" But he didn't say it. He merely read her face, which she attempted to keep clear of incriminating information. "Dad! Barbara! Look!" Saved by the bell, Barbara thought. She looked towards the French doors. Hadia was standing just outside with her arms extended to the sides and the red and blue beach ball sitting on her head. "I can't move," she announced. "I can't move a muscle. If I move, it'll fall. Can you do this, Dad? Can you do this, Barbara? Can you balance like this?" That was the question, all right. Barbara scrubbed her napkin across her mouth and got to her feet. "Thanks for the conversation," she said to Azar, and then to his daughter. "The real pros can steady it on their noses. I expect you to have that mastered by dinner." She took a final hit of her fag and stubbed it out in the ashtray. With a nod to Azar, she left the room. Basil Treves followed her. Sergeant?" He appeared Dickensian, Uriah Heepish in tone and posture, with his hands clasped high on his chest as usual. "If I could have a moment, just over here." Over here was reception, a cave-like cubicle built under the stairs. Treves padded behind the counter and bent to retrieve something contained within a drawer.
It was a sheaf of pink chits. He handed them to Barbara and leaned over the counter to speak conspiratorially. "Messages," he breathed. Barbara gave momentary thought to the disturbing connotation behind the cloud of gin he exhaled. She glanced at the chits and saw that they were torn from a book, carbon copies of telephone messages received. For an instant she wondered how she could have come to amass such a collection in so short a time, especially since no one from London knew where she was. But then she saw that they were made out to H. Quarashi. "I was up before the birds," Treves whispered. "Went through the message book and pulled all of his. I'm still working on his outgoing phone calls. How much time do I have? And what about his post? We don't generally record letters received by residents, but if I put my thinking cap on, I might be able to recall something helpful to our needs." Barbara didn't miss the plural possessive pronoun. "Everything and anything is helpful," she said. "Letters, bills, phone calls, visitors, anything." Treves' face lit up. "As to that, Sergeant—" He glanced about. No one was near. The television in the lounge was playing the BBC Morning News at a volume that would have drowned out Pavarotti bellowing Pagliacci, but Treves still maintained his air of caution. "2 weeks before he died there was a visitor. I hadn't thought about it, because they were engaged after all, so I shouldn't see. Although it did seem unusual to see her all got up that way. I mean, she doesn't usually. Not that she goes about in public that much. The family wouldn't have that, would they? So how am I to say that it was unusual in this case?" "Mr. Treves, what the hell are you talking about?" "The woman who came to see Haytham Quarashi," Treves said reasonably. He looked miffed that Barbara hadn't been following a train of thought that was chugging towards a perfectly obvious destination. 2 weeks before he died, he was visited by a woman. She came in that get-up they wear. God knows she must have been cooking under it, what with this heat and all. A woman in a chador, is that what you mean? Or whatever they call it. She was all done up from head to toe in black with slits for the eyes. She came in and asked for Quarashi. He was in the lounge having his coffee. They had a whisper over by the door, right next to that umbrella stand, mind you. Then they went upstairs." He looked pious as he concluded with, "I have no idea what they got up to in his room, by the way." "How long were they up there?" "I didn't actually time them, Sergeant," Treves answered archly. Then he added, as she was about to walk off, "But I dare say it was quite long enough." Hume stretched languidly and turned onto her side. She studied the back of her husband's head. In the house beneath their bedroom she could hear the morning sounds telling her both of them should be up and about, but she liked the fact that while the rest of the family were busying themselves with the day's concerns, she and Muhammad were cocooned together with no concerns except for each other. She raised a lazy hand to her husband's long hair, freed from its ponytail, and she insinuated her fingers into it. "Mary Jane," she murmured. She did not have to glance at the small calendar on the bedside table to know what day this morning heralded. She kept a scrupulous record of her female cycle, and she'd seen the notation on the previous night. Relations with her husband today could lead to another pregnancy, and this, more than anything, indeed more than keeping the puling Sala firmly and permanently in her place, was what Hume wanted. 2 months after Bishra's birth, she had begun to feel the urge for another child, and she'd begun turning to her husband regularly, arousing him to plant the seed of another son in the soil of her more than willing body. It would be another son, of course, once the pregnancy was achieved. Hume felt a physical stirring for him as she touched Muhammad. He was so lovely. What a change her marriage to such a man had brought to her life. The eldest sister, the least attractive, the most hopelessly unmarriageable in the eyes of her parents, and she, Hume the sow, and not one of her mild and doe-like sisters, had proved herself an exceptional wife to an exceptional husband. Who would have thought it possible? A man like Muhammad could have had his pick of women, no matter the size of the dowry that her father had assembled to tempt him and his parents. As the only son of a father overly eager for grandchildren, Muhammad could have made certain that his every wish for a mate be embodied in the woman he ultimately took as his wife. He could have laid out his requirements in terms his father would not have dared to deny him,
and having done so he could have evaluated each potential bride presented by his parents and rejected anyone not meeting his specifications. But he had accepted his father's choice of her without question, and on the night they'd met he had sealed their agreement to marry by taking her roughly in a dark corner of the orchard and making her pregnant with their first son. "We make quite a pair, Mary John," she murmured, easing closer to him. "We're very good for each other." She brought her mouth to his neck. The taste of him increased her desire. His skin was faintly salty, and his hair smelled of the cigarettes he smoked out of his father's presence. She glided her hand down his bare arm, but lightly, so that his coarse hairs tickled her palm. She clasped his hand, then moved her fingers to the fur on his belly. "You were up so late last night, Mooney," she whispered against his neck. "I wanted you. What were you and your cousin talking about for so long?" She'd heard their voices long into the night, long after her in-laws had trudged up to bed. She lay, impatient for her husband to join her, and she wondered what it might cost Muhammad to defy his father by bringing the outcast into their home. Muhammad had told her of his plan the night before he put it into action. She had been bathing him. Afterwards, as she rubbed lotion into his skin, he spoke in a low voice of Taimullah Azar. He didn't care what the old fart said, he told her. He would bring his cousin to their assistance in this matter of Haytham's death. His cousin was an activist when it came to the rights of Pakistani immigrants. This much he knew from a member of Juma who'd heard him speak at a conference of their people in London. He'd been talking about the legal system, about the trap that immigrants, legal and otherwise, fall into by allowing their cultural traditions and predispositions to colour their interactions with police, with solicitors and with courtrooms. Muhammad had remembered all of this. And when Haytham's death was not at once declared an accident, he moved quickly to obtain assistance from his cousin. "Azar can help," he told Yum as she went from the lotion to brushing his hair. "Azar will help." "But help do what, Mooney?" she'd asked, feeling a pinch of worry at what the advent of this interloper might mean to her own plans. She didn't want Muhammad's time and his thoughts to be consumed with the death of Haytham Qureshi. "To see to it that these bloody police track down a killer," Muhammad said. "They'll try to pin it on an Asian, naturally. I don't intend to let that happen." The declaration pleased Yum. She loved the defiant part of his nature. She herself shared it. She made the necessary sounds and gestures of obeisance to her mother-in-law, as required by custom, but she took great pleasure in rubbing Wardar's face in the ease with which the obedient daughter-in-law had so far been able to reproduce. She hadn't missed the brief expression of black envy that had passed across Wardar's features when Yum proudly announced her second pregnancy 12 weeks after the birth of her first son, and she'd taken every opportunity that arose to flaunt her fecundity in front of her mother-in-law. "But has your cousin your brains, Mary John?" she whispered, "for he has nothing else of yours, I think. Such a puny man, such a little man." She walked her fingers downward from her husband's belly, curling the ever-thickening hair round her fingers and pulling it gently. She felt the insistent aching of her own desire. It grew until there was only one way to ease it. But she wanted him to want her first, because if she could not arouse need in him this morning, Yum knew that he would seek arousal elsewhere. It would not be the first time. Yum did not know the name of the woman, or women for that matter, with whom she was forced to share her husband. She knew only that they existed. She always pretended sleep when Muhammad left their bed at night, but once he shut the bedroom door upon his exit, she crept to the window. She listened for the sound of his car starting at the bottom of the street, where he'd let it roll silently. Sometimes she heard it, sometimes she didn't. But always she lay awake on those nights that Muhammad left her, staring up into the darkness and counting slowly to mark the time. And when he returned to her just before dawn, easing his body into their bed, she tested the air for the thick scent of sex, despite knowing that the smell of his betrayal would be as torturous as the actual sight of it. But Muhammad was careful not to carry to their bed the odour of sex with another woman, and he gave her no concrete evidence to work with. So she had to confront her unknown rival with the only weapon she had. She ran her tongue along his shoulder. "Such a man," she whispered. Her fingers found his penis. It was erect. She began to work him. She grazed her breasts against his back. She moved her hips rhythmically. She whispered his name. Finally he moved. He reached for her hand and clasped his own round it. He tightened her grip. He increased the pace with which she worked him. Outside the bedroom, the morning sounds of the household intensified. The younger of her 2 sons wailed. Sandals slapped against the floor in the upstairs corridor. Wardar's voice called out something from the direction of the kitchen. Sala and her father exchanged quiet words. Outside the house, birds were chirruping from the orchard, and a dog barked somewhere. Wardar would be angry that her son's wife had not risen early to see to Muhammad's breakfast. Old woman that she was, she would never understand the importance of seeing to other things. Muhammad's hips were jerking unconsciously. Gently, Yum urged him onto his back. She flung back the sheet onto which they'd slept. She lifted her nitrous and began to straddle him. His eyes opened. He grabbed her hands. She looked at him. She breathed. "Muni, Mary-chan, how good you feel." She raised herself to take him inside her, but he slid quickly out from beneath her. "But, Muni, don't you—" His hand shot to her mouth and silenced her, fingers digging into her cheeks with such strength that she felt his nails like hot coals against her flesh. He moved behind her and pressed up against her, drawing her head back. His other hand felt for her breast, and between his thumb and his index finger he pinched her nipple till she writhed. She felt his teeth on her neck, and his hand, releasing her breast, travelled over her belly until it found her mound of hair. He grabbed this roughly. Then, just as roughly, he shoved her downward so that she was on her hands and knees. Still with his hand at her mouth, he found the spot he wanted, and he began to thrust. He took his pleasure in less than 20 seconds. He released her, and she fell onto her side. He knelt above her for a moment, eyes closed, head raised to the ceiling, chest rising and falling rapidly. He shook back his hair and combed his fingers through it. Sweat gleamed on him. He moved off the bed and reached for the T-shirt he'd discarded on the previous night. It lay on the floor among his other clothes, and he wiped himself with it before he threw it back where he'd found it. He picked up his jeans and stepped into them, drawing them up over his naked buttocks. He zipped them, and bare-chested and bare-footed he left the room. Yum watched his back, watched the door close. She felt the slick deposit from his body oozing out of hers. Hastily she reached for a tissue and raised her hips to work a pillow beneath them. She began to relax as she pictured the frantic flight of his sperm, seeking the solitary egg that lay waiting. It would happen this very morning, she thought. Such a man her Muni was. Chapter 7. Emily Barlow was plugging the flex of an oscillating fan into a socket in her office when Barbara arrived. The DCI was on her hands and knees beneath a table on which a computer terminal sat. The monitor of this terminal was glowing with a format that Barbara recognized even from the doorway. It was Holmes, the program that systematized criminal investigations throughout the country. The office was already like a steam bath, despite the fact that its single window had been opened to its widest capacity, and 3 empty Evian bottles told the tale of what Emily had been doing so far to beat the heat. "The damn building didn't even so much as cool off during the night," Emily told Barbara as she crawled out from beneath the table and punched the button on the fan's highest setting. Nothing happened. "What the— Jesus!" Emily went to the door and shouted, "Billy! I thought you said this goddamn thing worked." A man's disembodied voice called back, "I said give it a try, Governor. I didn't make any promises." "Brilliant." Emily stalked back to the machine. She punched the off button, then each of the settings in succession. She drove her fist onto the plastic housing of the motor. Finally, the fan blades began a listless rotation. They didn't so much create a breeze as they lethargically massaged what rank air was in the room. Emily shook her head in disgust, slapped the dust from the knees of her grey cotton trousers, and said, "What have we got?" with a nod towards Barbara's hand. Telephone messages received by Queroshi over the last 6 weeks. I had them off Basil Treves this morning. Anything we can use? There's quite a stack. I've only gone through the first third. Christ! We could have got to them 2 days ago if Ferguson had been remotely cooperative and marginally less interested in sacking me. Give them here, then. Emily took the collection of messages from her and shouted, "Belinda Warner!" in the direction of the corridor. The WPC came running. Her uniform blouse was already damp from the heat, and her hair hung limply across her forehead. Emily introduced her briskly. She told her to see to the messages, organise, collate, log, and report back, and then turned back to Barbara. She gave her fellow officer a closer scrutiny and said, "Good God, disaster. Come with me." She barrelled down the narrow stairway, pausing on the landing to shove a window open more fully. Barbara followed her. In the back of the rambling Victorian building, what had probably once been a dining or sitting room had been converted to a combination of workout and locker room. A fitness centre was set up in the middle, complete with exercise bicycle, rowing machine, and a sophisticated 4-position weights module. Lockers lined one wall, with 2 showers, 3 wash basins, and a mirror standing opposite. A beefy redhead in a complete sweatsuit worked the rowing machine, looking like a potential candidate for cardiac care. Otherwise the room was empty. "Frank," Emily barked, "you're overdoing it." "Got to lose 2 stone before the wedding," he panted. "So, have some discipline about you at mealtimes. Cut out the fish and chips." "Can't do that, Gov." He increased his pace. "It's Marcia's cooking. I can't offend her." "She'll be more than offended if you drop dead before she gets you to the altar," Emily shot back, and marched to one of the lockers. She spun through its combination lock, pulled out a small sponge bag, and led the way to the wash basin. Barbara followed uneasily. She had an idea what was going to transpire, and she didn't much like it. She said, I don't think—" "That's clear enough," Emily retorted. She unzipped the bag, and she rummaged through it. On the edge of the basin she placed a bottle of liquid make-up foundation, 2 thin palm-sized cases, and a set of brushes. "You can't be wanting to—" "Look! Just look!" Emily turned Barbara to the mirror. "You look like hell on a January morning." "How'd you expect me to look? A bloke beat me up. My nose was smashed. I broke 3 ribs. "And I'm sorry about it," Emily said. "Getting beaten up couldn't have happened to anyone who deserved it less. But it's no excuse, Barb. If you're going to work for me, then you're going to have to appear at least halfway the part." Bloody hell, I never wear this goop. Chalk it up to another life experience. Here, face me." And when Barbara hesitated, ready to protest again, "You're not meeting with the Asians looking like that. This is an order, Sergeant." Barbara felt like minced beef being made into meatballs, but she submitted herself to Emily's ministrations. The DCI made a quick job of it, purposefully wielding sponges and brushes, deftly applying colour. The entire procedure took less than 10 minutes, and when she was finished, Emily stood back and studied her handiwork with a critical eye. "You'll do," she said. "But that hair, Barb, it's beyond redemption. It looks like you cut it yourself in the shower." "Well, yeah," Barbara said. "I mean, it seemed like a good idea at the time." Emily raised her eyes heavenward, but made no comment. She repacked her cosmetics. Barbara took the opportunity to examine her own appearance. "Not bad," she said. The bruises were still there, but they were greatly reduced in colour, and her eyes, which she generally thought of as pig-like, actually appeared an acceptable size. Emily was right, her hair was a disaster. But otherwise she wouldn't terrify innocent maidens and toddlers. "Where'd you get that stuff?" she said, in reference to Emily's make-up. "Boots," the DCI replied. "You have heard of Boots, I suppose? Come on, I'm expecting a report on the post-mortem from my man who stood in on it. And I'm hoping for something from forensic as well." The report was in. It lay in the centre of Emily's desk, its pages rustling in desultory fashion from the fan's efforts with a stifling air. Emily scooped it up and scanned the paperwork as she ran her fingers back through her hair. The report had come in with another set of photographs. Barbara retrieved these. They depicted the corpse, disrobed and prior to dissection. Barbara saw that the beating he'd taken was a thorough one. There was bruising evident on his chest and his shoulders, as well as the bruising she'd seen in the earlier photographs of his face. The discolorations were of an uneven nature, however, and neither their sizes nor their shapes suggested contact from someone's fists. As Emily continued to read, Barbara ruminated. A weapon must have been used on Quirashi. But if so, what sort? While the bruising didn't appear consistent with marks made by flailing fists, it also didn't appear consistent full stop. One mark might have been made by a tire iron, another by a board, a third by the back of a shovel, a fourth by the heel of a boot, all of which suggested an ambush, more than one assailant, and mortal combat. "Em," she said contemplatively, "for him to look this bad, there'd have been signs all over the pillbox, inside and out, that he'd been in a fight. What did your crime scene team pick up in there? Were there blood spatters? Maybe something used to whack him?" Emily looked up from the report. "Nothing. Not a sprat." "What about something on the top of the naze? Bushes tramped down, ground stomped over?" "Nothing there either." "And on the beach?" "There might have been something in the sand initially, but the tide took care of that." Was it really possible that mortal combat could occur without leaving its traces anywhere but on the body? And even if combat had occurred on the beach itself, how practical was it to assume that every indication of an ambush had been washed away with the tide? Barbara wondered about these questions as she looked at the condition of the corpse. It was certainly bruised, but the inconsistency of the bruises directed her thinking to another possibility. She picked up a close shot of Quirashi's bare leg, and then an enlargement of one section of that leg. A ruler marked the area of flesh that the pathologist wished the police to note. Here on the shin was a hair's-width cut. In comparison with the contusions and scrapes on the upper part of his body, a 2-inch cut on his leg seemed small potatoes. But taken in conjunction with what she and Emily already knew about the crime scene, the cut provided an intriguing detail for them to consider. Emily slapped the report onto her desk. "Not much that we didn't already know. The broken neck killed him. Preliminarily, there's nothing obvious in the blood. He says to give the clothes a going over, though. He recommends having a close look at the trousers." Emily went behind her desk and punched a number into the phone. She waited, rubbing the back of her neck with a limp washing flannel that she dug from her pocket. She muttered, "This heat." And then, after a moment, she said, "DCI Barlow here. Is that you, Roger?" Into the receiver. Yes, bloody miserable. But at least you've got air conditioning where you are. Tried over here for some real suffering." She balled up the flannel and shoved it away. "Listen, have you got something for me?" "On the naze killing, Roger. You do recall it?" "I know what you said, but we're being advised by the Home Office bone man to give his clothes a going over." "What?" "Come on, Rog. Dig it out for me, won't you?" "I understand, but I'd rather not wait for the report to be typed." She rolled her eyes. "Roger! Roger! Damn it, would you just get the bleeding information for me?" She covered the mouthpiece and spoke to Barbara. "Prima donnas, this lot. You'd think they'd been trained by Joseph Bell." She went back to listening, reaching for a notebook on which she began to scribble. She interrupted twice, once to ask how long, once to ask if there was a way to tell how recently the damage had been done. She rang off with a brusque, "Thanks, Rog," telling Barbara, "One of the trouser legs had a rip in it." "What sort of rip? Where?" 5 inches from the bottom. A straightforward tear. It was fresh, he said, because the threads were broken, but they weren't worn or smooth the way you'd expect if the trousers had gone through a wash. "The pathologist has given you a photo of his leg," Barbara told her. "There's a cut on the shin." "To match the tear in the trousers?" "That's where my money is." Barbara handed over the pictures. Those that had been taken on the naze on Saturday morning were sitting on the edge of Emily's desk. As the DCI looked at the photos of the body itself, Barbara sorted out the pictures of Quirashi in the pillbox and went on to those of the location. She saw where the victim had left his car, at the top of the cliff abutting one of the white poles that bordered the car park. She noted the distance from the car to the cafe, and then from the car to the edge of the cliff. And then she noticed what she had seen without registering upon her first viewing of these same photographs on the previous night. She certainly should have remembered them from her own long-ago visit to the Naze with her brother, a set of concrete steps that carved a diagonal gash down the face of the cliff. She could see that, unlike the pleasure pier, the Naze stairs had undergone no renovation. The handrails on either side of them were pitted and rusting, and the stairs themselves were not faring well. As the North Sea continued to erode the cliff, they bore deep-looking cracks, they bore dangerous gouges. They also bore the truth. "The stairs," Barbara said quietly. "Hell, Em, he must have fallen down the stairs. That's got to be why the body's so bruised." Emily looked up from the pictures of the corpse. "Look at his trousers, Barb. Look at his leg. Christ, somebody used a tripwire on him." "Bloody hell! Was anything like that found at the scene?" Barbara asked. "I'll have a go with the evidence officer and see," Emily replied, "but it's a public place. Even if a wire was left there, which I doubt, it'd be easy enough for a decent defence lawyer to explain away. Unless it's got fibres from Querashi's trousers on it. Unless," Emily acknowledged. She made a note. Barbara scanned the other photographs of the site. The killer must have moved the body to the pillbox after Querashi took the tumble. Were there signs, Em? Footprints in the sand? Any indication that the body had been dragged from the stairs? Then she realised the answer herself. There wouldn't have been because of the tide. Right. Emily rooted in one of her desk's drawers and brought out a magnifying glass. She studied the picture of Querashi's leg. She ran her finger down the autopsy report and said, "Here it is. The cut's 4 centimetres long. Received some brief time prior to death." She set the report to one side and looked at Barbara, but the expression on her face indicated that what she really saw was the Naze in darkness, without a light to guide the unsuspecting walker past, over or around a wire that had been strung across the stairs to cause a fatal fall. "What size of wire are we looking for?" she asked rhetorically. She glanced at the oscillating fan that continued its anemic efforts. "An electrical wire? That wouldn't have cut him," Barbara pointed out. "Unless it had been stripped," Emily said, "which it would have been to be camouflaged by the dark." I suppose. But what about fishing line? Something strong, like for sport fishing, but thin as well and flexible." "There you go," Emily agreed. "There are piano strings as well, or whatever it is they use for making sutures, or wire used for binding up crates. In other words, almost anything thin, strong, and flexible." Barbara produced the evidence bag with its collection of goodies from Querashi's room. "Have a go with this, then. It's from his room at the burned house. The Marleeks wanted inside, by the way." "I'll bet they did," Emily said cryptically. She pulled on a pair of latex gloves and opened the bag. "Have you logged this in with the evidence officer?" "On my way in. He says to tell you he wouldn't say no to a fan for the lock-up, by the way." "In his dreams," Emily muttered. She flipped through the yellow-covered book from Querashi's bedside table. "So it wasn't a crime of passion, and it wasn't a spur-of-the-moment fight. It was premeditated murder from the first, orchestrated by someone who knew where Querashi was going when he left the Burnt House Hotel on Friday night. Possibly the very person he was going to the Naze to meet, or someone who knew that person." "A man," Barbara said. "Since the body was moved, it had to have been a man." "Or a man and a woman working together," Emily pointed out. "Or even a woman alone if the body was dragged from the stairs to the pillbox. A woman could have managed that." "But then why move him?" Barbara asked. "To delay the discovery, I should think. Although," Emily sounded reflective, "if that was the object, why leave the car so obviously tossed? It was a signpost indicating something was wrong. Anyone who came upon it would notice it, and having noticed it would be hyper-aware of everything else about the location. Perhaps the car tosser was in a hurry and couldn't worry about someone noticing." Barbara watched as Emily ran her finger down the page in the book that had been marked with a satin ribbon. The DCI tapped her nail against the bracketed section. Or perhaps the tossing was just an excuse to find the body. Emily looked up. She blew an errant hair off her forehead. We're back to Armstrong again, right? Jesus, Bob, if he's involved in this, the agents are going to tear up the town. It works, though, doesn't it? Barbara said. You know the sort of game I mean. He pretends to be out there for a stroll, and he comes upon the car. Goodness me, he exclaims, what have we here? It looks like someone made a real mess of this car. I wonder what else I might find on the beach. OK, it plays, Emily said, but only just. Look at how elaborate a setup he would have been engineering. Track Quarashi from the day of his arrival, memorize his movements, choose the right evening, set the wire, hide till he fell, move the body, toss the car, and then return the next morning before anyone happens on the scene in order to pretend to find the body. Does that sound remotely reasonable to you? Barbara shrugged. How desperate was he to have his job back? Accepted, fine. But I've spoken to the man, and I'm willing to swear he isn't clever enough or sharp enough to plan something this detailed. But he's back to being production manager of this factory, isn't he? You said yourself he was doing a decent job there before Quarashi turned up. If that's the case, he's got to have some decent beans in his pot. Damn! Emily was flipping through the rest of the book. Great! Sanskrit! It's all the same. She strode to the door. Belinda Warner! She shouted. Find me someone who can decode Pakistani. Arabic, Barbara said. What? The writing, it's Arabic. Whatever. Emily dug out the condoms, the 2 brass keys, and the leather case from the evidence bag. This one's a bank key, I expect, she noted, indicating the larger key with the tag number 104 on it. It looks to me like a key to a safe deposit box. We've got Barclays, Westminster, Lloyd's and Midland, here and in Clacton. She made a note regarding this. Were his fingerprints on the car? Barbara asked as Emily wrote. Whose? Armstrong's. You had the Nissan impounded, right, so you've got to know. Were his prints on it, Em? He has an alibi, Barb. They were on the car, right? And he has a motive, and... I said he has an alibi, Emily snapped. She tossed the evidence bag onto her desk. She went to a small cooler that sat next to the door. She opened it, brought out a tin of juice. She tossed it to Barbara. Barbara had never seen Emily frazzled, but she had also never seen her under real pressure. She was suddenly aware for the first time, and acutely so, that she wasn't working with Inspector Linley, whose ease of manner had always encouraged his subordinates to argue their points of view freely and with as much passion as the subject warranted. The DCI was a different beast. Barbara knew it behooved her to remember that fact. "Sorry," she said. "I tend to push." Emily sighed. "Listen, Barb, I want you in on this. I need someone on my side. But you're chasing a goose if you go after Armstrong, and you're giving me aggro, which I'm already getting in spades from Ferguson." Emily opened her juice and downed a gulp. She said with studied patience, "Armstrong claimed his prints were on the car because he had a look inside. He'd found it standing there with its door open, and he was worried someone might be in trouble." "Do you believe him?" Barbara made her next point delicately. Her position on this case was a tenuous one. She wanted to maintain it. "Because he could have tossed that car himself." "He could have done," Emily said flatly, and she went back to the evidence bag. "Gav," a woman's voice shouted from somewhere in the building. "Bloke called Khair al-Din Siddiqui at London University. You hear that, Gav? He can do Arabic if you fax something over." "Belinda Warner," Emily said dryly. "The girl can't type a bloody report, but give her a phone and she's magic." "Right," she shouted back, and sent the yellow-bound book to the copier machine. She pulled Haytham Quarashi's checkbook from the evidence bag. Seeing it, Barbara realised there was another direction to head in besides the road signposted to Ian Armstrong's door. She said, "Quarashi wrote a cheque 2 weeks ago. He's entered it on the stub, £400 to someone called F. Kumar." Emily found the entry and frowned down at it. "Not exactly a fortune, but not a paltry sum. We'll need to track him down, or her." The cheque-book was locked inside that leather case, by the way, and there was a jewellery receipt locked with it, from Raycon Jewellery here in town. The receipt has Sala Malik's name on it. Odd to lock up a cheque-book, Emily said. It's not as if anyone but Quarashi could have used it. She tossed it to Barbara. Have a go with it. See to the jewellery receipt as well. It seemed a generous offer, considering the moment of friction between them over Ian Armstrong's potential guilt, and Emily increased the generosity of it with her next words. I'll have a second go with Mr. Armstrong. Between the two of us, we should finally be able to make some decent headway today. Right, Barbara said, and she wanted to thank the other woman for seeing to her battered face, for allowing her to work at her side, for even considering her take on the case. But instead she said, I mean, if you're sure. I'm sure, Emily said, with the ease and the confidence Barbara remembered. As far as I'm concerned, you're one of us. She slipped her sunglasses on and took up her keyring. Scotland Yard has a professional cachet that the Asians are going to respect, and even my super might acknowledge. I need them off my back. I need him off my back. I want you to do what you can to make that happen. Calling out to her subordinates that she was heading off to put Mr. Armstrong through his paces, Emily shouted, And I've got the mobile if you want me, in the direction of the back of the building. She nodded at Barbara and shot down the stairs. Alone in the DCI's office, Barbara fingered through the items from the evidence bag. She thought about what conclusions she could draw from those items when they were presented in conjunction with Emily's determination that a tripwire had been used to murder Haytham Quarashi. A key, potentially to a safe deposit box, a passage in Arabic, a cheque-book with an Asian name inscribed in it, and one very curious jewellery receipt. That last seemed the best place to start. If there were details to be eliminated in the search for a killer, it was always wise to go with the most accessible of them first. It gave one the decided feeling of success, no matter how irrelevant to the case it was. Barbara left the fan rolfing the intemperate air. She descended the stairs and went out to the street, where her Minnie was soaking in the day's growing heat like a tin on the top of a barbecue. The steering wheel was hot to the touch, and the worn seats embraced her like the hug of an inebriated uncle. But the engine started with less mechanical coquetry than usual, and she drove down the hill and turned right in the direction of the High Street. She hadn't far to go. Raycon Original and Artistic Jewellery was situated on the corner of the High Street and Savile Lane, and it had the distinction of being one of only 3 businesses that were apparently still operational in a row of 7. The shop was not yet open for the day, but Barbara knocked on the door in the hope that someone was in the back room, which she could see through a doorway just beyond the counter. She rattled the handle and knocked a second time more aggressively. This effected the desired result. A woman with formidably styled hair of an equally formidable shade of red appeared in that doorway and gestured to the closed sign in the front window. "Not quite ready for the day yet," she called with an air of determined good cheer, and doubtless because she had come to realise the folly of turning away any potential customer in the current business climate of Balford, she added, "Is it an emergency, love? Do you need a birthday gift or something?" and came forward to open the door anyway. Barbara displayed her warrant card. The woman's eyes widened. She said, "Scotland Yard?" and turned for some reason to glance at the room from which she'd emerged. "I'm not after a gift," Barbara told her. "Just some information, Mrs. Winfield," she said. "Connie Winfield. Connie of Raycon." It took Barbara a moment to realise that the other woman wasn't identifying her place of genesis a la Catherine of Aragon. She was referring to the name of the shop. "This is your business, then?" "Quite." Connie Winfield closed the door behind Barbara and patted it smartly. She returned to the counter and began arranging the display inside. This was covered with a maroon flannel cloth, which she folded back to reveal earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and other baubles. Not the standard stuff of jewellery stores. All were of unique design, leaning heavily towards coins, beads, feathers, polished stones, and leather.
Where precious metal was used, it was the traditional gold or silver, but fashioned unusually. Barbara thought of the ring she'd seen in the leather case in Quarash's room. A traditional design with a single ruby, the ring had definitely not been purchased here. She fished out the receipt that had been in Quarash's possession. She said, "Mrs. Winfield, this receipt—" "Connie," the other woman replied. She'd gone on to a second display case and was uncovering the ornaments within it. "Everyone calls me Connie, always have done. I've lived here all my life, and I never saw the point of becoming Mrs. Winfield to people who used to see me running down the street in a dirty nappy." "Right," Barbara said. "Connie." "Even my artists call me Connie. That's who do my jewels, by the way. Artists from Brighton to Inverness. I sell their pieces on consignment, which is why I've been able to ride out the recession, when most of the shops, the luxury shops, that is, not the grocery or the chemist or the necessary shops, have had to close their doors these last 5 years. I've got a good mind for business, always have done. And when I opened Raycon 10 years ago, I said, 'Connie, don't put all your money into stock, darling girl. That's as good as setting sail to Port Failure with all engines blasting, if you know what I mean.'" From beneath the counters she began taking display stands made of polished wood and artfully shaped like trees. These were devoted to earrings, and their beads and coins jangled together as Connie set them on the counter and deftly arranged them to their best advantage. She worked energetically, and Barbara couldn't help wondering if the attention she was giving to the products on sale was typical of a morning's activity or the nervous reaction to a visit from the police. Barbara laid the receipt next to one of the earring trees. She said, "Mrs. Connie, this receipt is from your shop, isn't it?" Connie picked it up. "Says Raycon right on the top," she agreed. "Can you tell me what purchase went with it? And what does the phrase 'life begins now' refer to?" "Hang on." Connie went to a corner of the shop where an oscillating floor fan stood. She switched this on, and Barbara was relieved to note that, unlike the fan in Emily's office, it worked as one might hope an oscillating fan would work. Connie opted for the medium setting. She carried the receipt over to the till where a black notebook lay. This bore the words Raycon Jewellery embossed in gold. Connie opened it. "AK means the artist," she explained to Barbara. "That's how we identify the pieces. This is Aloysius Kennedy, a bloke from Northumberland. I don't sell many of his pieces because they get a bit pricey for the sort of trade we do in Balford, but this one—" She licked her middle finger and leafed through a few pages. She ran a long acrylic fingernail, painted, it seemed, to match her hair, down the page. "The 162 refers to the stock number," she said, "and in this case— Yes, here it is. It was one of his hinged wrist cuffs. Oh, this was a lovely one. I haven't another exactly like it, but—" She switched to sales mode. "I can show you something close if you'd like to have a look." "And life begins now," Barbara said. "What would that refer to?" "Common sense, I expect," Connie said, and she laughed a little too forcefully at her own small joke, showing tiny, childlike white teeth. "We'll have to ask Rach, won't we? This is her writing." She went to the doorway to the back room and called, "Rach, love boodle, we got Scotland Yard in the shop asking about a receipt of yours. Could you bring me a Kennedy?" She shot Barbara a smile. "Rachel, my daughter." "Ray of Raycon. You're quick, aren't you?" Connie acknowledged. From the back room, footsteps clacked on a wooden floor. In a moment a young woman stood in the doorway. She kept to the shadows and held a box in her hand. She said, "I was seeing to the shipment from Devon. She's doing shells this time, did you know?" "Is she? Oh, you can't tell that woman a thing about what sells, can you? This is Scotland Yard, Rach." Rachel moved forward only slightly, but enough for Barbara to see that she was nothing like her mother. Despite her unnaturally flaming hair, Connie was a pretty-featured woman with flawless skin, long eyelashes, and a delicate mouth. In contrast, her daughter looked as if someone had put her together from the discarded pieces of 5 or 6 unattractive individuals. Her eyes were abnormally wide-set, and one of them drooped as if she suffered from a form of palsy. What went for her chin was a small protuberance of flesh beneath her lower lip, below which was her neck. And where her nose should have been, she'd obviously once had nothing at all. A cosmetically created projection served to take its place, and while it was shaped like a nose, it had insufficient bridge, so it dipped into her face as if a thumb had been pressed into a model made of clay. Barbara didn't know where to look without seeming offensive to the young woman. She racked her brains to remember what people with deformities wanted from their fellow men. Staring was crass, but gazing elsewhere while attempting to speak to the victim of such physical disfigurement seemed even more cruel. "What can you tell Scotland Yard about this sweet thing?" Connie said. "It's a Kennedy piece with your writing on it, and you sold it to, Her voice drifted off as she read the name at the top of the receipt for the first time. She raised her eyes to her daughter, and her daughter met her gaze. A subtle communication seemed to pass between them. "The receipt indicates that it was sold to Sala Malik," Barbara told Rachel Winfield. Rachel finally came forward into the direct light of the shop. She stood some 2 feet from the counter on which the receipt lay. She looked at it tentatively, as if it were an alien creature best not approached too quickly. Barbara could see that a vein in her temple was throbbing, and while she gave the receipt an arm's-length scrutiny, she hugged herself, and with the hand not holding the box she had brought from the back room, she rubbed her thumb fiercely against her upper arm. Her mother went to her side, and with a cluck fussily rearranged the younger woman's hair. She pulled a bit of it forward and fluffed another bit of it outward. Rachel looked irritated, but didn't shake her mother off. "Your mum says this is your handwriting," Barbara told her, "so you must have made the sale. Do you recall it?" "Not a sale exactly," Rachel said. She cleared her throat. "More like a trade. She makes some of our jewellery, Sala does, so we sort of bartered. She doesn't have any money of her own." She indicated a display of ethnic necklaces. They were heavy with foreign coins and carved beads. "So you do know her," Barbara said. Rachel went at things from another angle. "It would be an inscription, what I've written there. 'Life begins now' would be an inscription for the inside of the bracelet. We don't do inscriptions here, though. We have the pieces sent out if someone wants one." She placed the box on the counter and prized it open. Inside, an object was wrapped in soft purple cloth. Rachel removed this and laid a gold bracelet on the counter. Its style was in keeping with the overall fashion of the rest of the jewellery in the shop. While its purpose was obvious by its circular shape, its design was indefinite, as if it had been poured into a malleable mould that had been allowed to take whatever shape chance gave it. "This is a Kennedy piece," Rachel said. "They're all different, but it'll give you the general idea of what AK-162's like." Barbara fingered the bracelet. It was unique. And had she seen one similar to it among Querashi's belongings, she would have remembered it. She wondered if he'd been wearing it the night he died. Although the bracelet could have been removed from his body after he'd fallen to his death, it hardly seemed likely that his killer had then tossed his car in order to find it. And had he died for a bracelet worth £220? It was a possibility, but a conjecture that Barbara was unwilling to hang her next pay rise onto. She took up the receipt again and gave it a second observation. Rachel and her mother said nothing, but another look passed between them, and Barbara could feel a tension that she wanted to pursue. The reaction of the women told her that in one way or another they had a connection with the murdered man. But what sort of connection might it be, she wondered. She knew the risks inherent in drawing premature conclusions, especially drawing premature conclusions that were prompted by something as potentially baseless as personal appearance. But it was difficult to see Rachel Winfield in the guise of Querashi's putative lover. It was difficult to see Rachel Winfield in the guise of anyone's lover. No devastating beauty herself, Barbara knew the role that an appealing countenance played in attracting men. So it seemed logical to conclude that, whatever the connection might be, it wasn't a romantic or sexual one. On the other hand, the young woman had a nice body, so there was that to consider as well, and under cover of darkness—
But Barbara realized that she was getting ahead of herself. The real question was Quarash's possession of the receipt, and what it was doing among his belongings when the bracelet wasn't. Thinking of the receipt, she glanced at the till. Next to this, with its cover curled open, lay a booklet of receipts heretofore unused. Barbara registered their colour. They were white. And the receipt from Quarash's room was yellow. She saw upon this latter paper what she might have noted before had she not been concentrating on the name Salah Malik, the phrase "life begins now" and the cost of the item. Printed in minuscule letters at the bottom of the page were two more words: business copy. "This is the shop's receipt, isn't it?" she asked Rachel Winfield and her mother. "The customer gets the original white one from the book by the till. The shop keeps the yellow as a record of the sale." Connie Winfield interjected hastily. "Oh, we're never as clever as that, are we, Rach? We just tear the receipt off and shove one of the two copies over. I don't expect we mind much which one they get, so long as we keep one for ourselves. Isn't that so, Love Boodle?" But Rachel, it seemed, had realised her mother's mistake. She blinked hard when Barbara reached for the receipt book. Those documenting previous sales were folded back along with the booklet's cover. Barbara leafed through them. Every copy left in was yellow. She saw they were numbered, and she riffled through the pages to find the original of the copy she had in her possession. It was receipt number 2395. 2394 and 2396 were in the book in yellow, and 2395 wasn't there in either colour. Barbara closed the book, saying, "Is this always in the shop? What do you do with it when you lock up for the night?" "It goes under the cash drawer in the till," Connie said. "Fits snug as a bug. Why, have you found something wrong with it? God knows me and Rach are a bit loose when it comes to our bookkeeping, but we've never done something illegal." She laughed. "You can't cook the books when the chef's yourself, if you know what I mean. There's no one to cheat. Of course, I suppose we could cheat the artists if we had a mind to, but that'd catch up with us in the end, because we give them an accounting twice a year, and they have the right to go over our books themselves. So if we have any sense at all, and I like to think that we do, mind you, we can't—" "This receipt was among a dead man's belongings," Barbara cut in. Connie gulped and raised a closed fist to her sternum, and she kept her eyes so fixed to Barbara that it seemed only too clear whose face she was determined not to glance at. Even when she spoke, she didn't look at her daughter. "Fancy that, Rach! How do you suppose it happened? Are you talking about that bloke from the Naze, Sergeant? I mean, you're the police, and that bloke's the only dead man round here that the police are interested in, so it must be him. He must be the dead man, yes?" "The same," Barbara said. "Fancy that!" Connie breathed. "I couldn't say for money how he came to have one of our receipts. What about you, Love Boodle? Do you know anything about this, Rach?" One of Rachel's hands closed over a fold in her skirt. It was one of those Asian skirts Barbara noted for the first time, the translucent sort that were sold in open-air markets all over the country. The skirt didn't exactly tie the girl to the Asian community, but it also didn't extricate her from a situation in which her reluctance to speak was indicating that she was, however, tangentially involved. "Don't know a thing," Rachel said faintly. "Perhaps that bloke picked it up off the street or something. It has Salah Malik's name on it. He would have recognised that. Perhaps he meant to give it back to her and he never had the chance." "How would he have known Salah Malik?" Barbara asked. Rachel's hand jerked on the skirt. "Didn't you say that him and Salah—" "The story was in the local rag, Sergeant," Connie put in. "Rach and I can both read, and the paper said this bloke was here to marry Akram Malik's daughter." "And you know nothing more than what you read in the paper?" Barbara asked. "Not a thing more," Connie said. "You, Rach?" "Nothing," Rachel said. Barbara doubted that. Connie was too determinedly loquacious. Rachel was too taciturn. There was a fishing expedition to embark upon here, but she would have to return when she had better bait. She took out one of her cards. Scrawling the name of the burnt house on it, she told the two women to phone her if anything jogged their memories. She gave the Kennedy bracelet a final scrutiny, and tucked the receipt for AK-162 among her own belongings. She ducked out of the shop, but glanced back quickly. Both women were watching her. Whatever they knew they would talk about eventually. People did that when the conditions were right. Perhaps, Barbara thought, the sight of that missing golden bracelet would light a fire beneath the Windfields and defrost their tongues. She needed to find it. Rachel locked herself in the loo. The moment the sergeant moved out of their range of vision, she bolted into the back room. She dashed down the passage created between the wall and a freestanding row of shelves. The loo was next to the shop's back door, and she made for this and bolted the door behind her. She pressed her hands together to stop their shaking, and when she was unsuccessful at doing this, she used both of them to turn on the tap in the small triangular basin. She was burning hot and icy cold at the same time, which didn't seem possible. She knew there was a procedure to follow when physical sensations like these came over one, but she couldn't have said for love or money what the procedures were. She settled on splashing her face with water, and she was splashing away when Connie banged on the door. "You get out here, Rachel Lynn," she ordered. "We got some talking to do, you and me." Rachel gasped. "Can't. I'm being sick." "Being sick, my little toe," Connie snapped. "You going to open this door for me, or am I going to axe it in to get you?" "I had to go the whole time she was here," Rachel said, and she lifted her skirt to sit on the toilet for the complete effect. "I thought you said you were being sick." Connie's voice had the sound of triumph associated with mothers who catch their daughters in a lie. "Isn't that what you just said? So what is it, Rachel Lynn? You sick? You going? What?" "Not that kind of sick," Rachel said. "The other, you know. So can I have a bit of privacy, please?" There was a silence. Rachel could imagine her mother tapping her small and shapely foot against the floor. It was what she usually did when she was planning a course of action. "Give me a minute, Mum," Rachel pleaded. "My stomach's all clenched up on itself. Listen, is that the shop door ringing?" "Don't play with me, girl. I'll be watching the clock, and I know how long it takes to do what in the loo. You got that, Rach?" Rachel heard her mother's sharp footsteps fading as she headed to the front of the building. She knew that she'd bought herself a few minutes only, and she struggled to gather her fragmented thoughts together in order to form them into a plan. "You're a fighter, Rach," she told herself, in much the same mental voice she'd used in childhood when preparing every morning for another round of bullying from her merciless schoolmates. "So think. Think. It doesn't matter two pins if everyone in the world goes and lets you down, Rach, because you've still got yourself, and yourself is what counts." But she hadn't believed that 2 months before, when Sala Malik had revealed her decision to submit herself to her parents' wishes for an arranged marriage to an unknown man from Pakistan. Instead of remembering that she still had herself, she'd been horrified at the thought of losing Sala, after which she'd felt both lost and abandoned. And at the end she'd believed herself cruelly betrayed. The ground upon which she'd long had faith that her future was built had fractured suddenly and irreparably beneath her, and in that instant she'd forgotten life's most important lesson completely. For the 10 years following her birth, she'd lived with a certain belief that success, failure, and happiness were available to her through the effort of a single individual on earth, Rachel Lynn Windfield. Thus the taunts of her schoolmates had stung her, but they'd never scarred her, and she'd grown adept at forging her own way. But meeting Sala had changed all that, and she'd allowed herself to see their friendship as central to what the future held. Oh, it had been stupid to think in such a fashion, and she knew that now. But in those first terrible moments when Sala had revealed her intentions in that calm and gentle way of hers, the way that had made her, too, the victim of bullies who wouldn't dare to raise a nasty hand against Sala Malik or to voice a slur about the hue of her skin whenever Rachel Windfield was in the vicinity, all that Rachel could think was, "What about me? What about us? What about our plans? We were saving up to put money on a flat. We were going to have pine furniture in it with big, deep cushions. We were going to set up a workshop for you on one side of your bedroom, so you could make your jewellery without your nephews getting into your trays. We were going to collect shells on the beach. We were going to have 2 cats. You were going to teach me to cook, and I was going to teach you... What? What on earth could I have taught you, Sala? What on earth had I ever to offer you? But she hadn't said that. Instead, she'd said, Married? You? Married, Sala? Who? Not... But I thought you always said that you couldn't... A man from Karachi. A man my parents have chosen for me, Sala had said. You mean... You can't mean a stranger, Sala. You can't mean someone you don't even know. It's the way my parents married. It's the way most of my people marry. Your people! Your people! Rachel had scoffed. She'd been trying to laugh the idea off, to make Sala see how ludicrous it was. You're English, she'd said. You were born in England. You're no more Asian than I am. What do you know about him, anyway? Is he fat? Is he ugly? Does he have false teeth? Does he have hairs sprouting from his nose and his ears? And how old is he? Is he some bloke of 60 with varicose veins? His name is Haytham Qureshi. He's 25 years old. He's been to university. As if that makes him a good candidate for a husband, Rachel said bitterly. I suppose he's got lots of money as well. Your dad would go in big for that, like he did with Hume. Who cares what sort of monkey crawls into your bed just so long as Akram gets what he wants from the deal? And that's it, isn't it? Isn't your dad getting something as well? Tell the truth, Sala. Haytham will work for the business, if that's what you're asking, Sala said. Huh? See what they're doing? He's got something they want, Muhammad and your dad, and the only way they can get it is to hand you over to some oily bloke you don't even know. I can't believe you're doing it. I have no choice. What do you mean? If you said you didn't want to marry this bloke, you can't tell me your dad would make you do it. He dotes on you. So all you have to do is tell him that you and me, we've got plans. And none of them have to do with marrying some twit from Pakistan you've never even met. I want to marry him, Sala said. Rachel had gaped at her. You want? The immensity of the betrayal cleft her. She hadn't ever thought 5 simple words could cause such pain, and she had no armour to protect herself from it. You want to marry him? But you don't know him and you don't love him, and how can you begin to live such a lie? We'll learn to love, Sala replied. That's what happened for my parents. And is that what happened for Muhammad? What a joke! Yum's not his beloved, she's his doormat. You've said so yourself. Do you want that to happen to you? Well, do you? My brother and I are different people. Sala had averted her head when she said this, and a length of her dupatta shielded her from view. She was withdrawing, an action that made Rachel want to cling to her even harder. Who cares about that? It's how different your brother and this Haytham, whatever he's called, it's how different your brother and he are to each other, and you don't know if they're different at all. And you won't know that, will you, till the first time he smacks you a good one, Sala, just like Muhammad? I've seen Yum's face after she's had a good one from your wonderful brother. What's to prevent Haytham, Rachel? Whatever. What's to prevent him from doing you the same way? I can't answer that. I don't know the answer yet. When I meet him, I'll see. Just like that? Rachel asked. They'd been in the pear orchard beneath the trees, canopied in mid-spring by fragrant blossoms. They'd been sitting on the same teetering bench that they'd sat upon so many times as children, when they'd swung their legs and made plans for a future that would now never come. It wasn't fair to be denied what was rightfully hers, Rachel thought, to have snatched from her the one person she had learned to depend upon. Not only was it not fair, though, it also wasn't right. Sala had lied to her. She had played along with a game that she'd never intended to complete. Rachel's sense of loss and betrayal shifted slightly, like ground growing used to a new position once an earthquake has done its work. A budding of anger began to grow within her, and with anger came its companion, revenge. My father's told me that I can decide against Haytham when we meet, Sala said. He won't force me into a marriage if he sees I'm unhappy about it. Rachel read her friend's meaning behind the words, however Sala sought to make them appear. But you won't be unhappy about it, will you? No matter what, you're going to marry him. I can see that in you. I know you, Sala.
The bench upon which they sat was old. It rested unevenly on the ground beneath the tree. Sala picked at a splinter on the edge of the seat, raising it slowly with the smooth crescent edge of her thumbnail. Rachel felt a rising sense of desperation accompanying her need to strike out and wound. It was inconceivable to her that her friend had changed to such a marked degree. They'd seen each other only 2 days previous to this conversation. Their plans for the future had still been in place. So what had happened to alter her so? This wasn't the Sala she'd shared hours and days of companionship with, the Sala she'd played with, the Sala she'd defended before the bullies of Balford-Linnaeus Junior School and Wickham Standish Comprehensive. This wasn't a Sala she'd ever met. "You talked to me about love," Rachel said. "We talked to each other about it. We talked about honesty, too. We said that in love honesty comes first, didn't we?" "We did. Yes, we did." Sala had been watching her parents' house, as if she were worried about someone observing their conversation and the passion of Rachel's reaction to her news. She turned to Rachel now, though. She said, "But sometimes complete, absolute honesty isn't possible. It isn't possible with friends. It isn't possible with lovers. It isn't possible between parents and children. It isn't possible between husbands and wives. And not only isn't it always possible, Rachel, it's not always practical. And it's not always wise." "But you and I've been honest," Rachel protested, the fear of Sala's meaning fast and hard upon her. "Or at least I've been honest with you always about everything. And you've been honest with me. About everything, haven't you? About everything?" In the Asian girl's silence, Rachel heard the truth. "But I know all about... You've told me..." But suddenly everything was open to question. What indeed had Sala told her? Girlish confidences about dreams, hopes and love? The kind of secrets Rachel had believed that sealed a friendship? The kind of secrets she had sworn and had meant to reveal to no one? But she hadn't expected such pain. She had never once thought that she'd encounter in her friend such a calm and steely resolve to smash her world to ruins. Such determination, and everything that rose from such determination, called for an action in response. Rachel had chosen the only course open to her, and now she was living with the consequences. She had to think what to do. She'd never have believed that one simple decision could have been such a significant domino, toppling a structure of other game pieces until nothing was left. Rachel knew that the police sergeant had not believed either her or her mother. Once she picked up the receipt book and fingered through it, she'd seen the truth. The logical move for her to make was to speak to Sala now, and when she did that, every possibility for a new beginning with the Asian girl would be destroyed. So, actually, there was little to consider as a course of action. It lay before her like a road without a single diversion upon it. Rachel rose from the toilet and tiptoed to the door. She drew back the bolt in near silence and created a crack through which she could see the back room and hear what was going on in the shop. Her mother had turned on the radio and tuned in a station that doubtless reminded her of her youth. The choice of music was ironic, as if the DJ were a mocking god who knew the secrets of Rachel Winfield's soul. The Beatles were singing "Can't Buy Me Love." Rachel would have laughed had she felt less like weeping. She slithered out of the loo. Casting a hurried glance towards the shop, she slipped to the back door. It stood open, in the hope of creating cross-ventilation from the steamy alley behind the shop through to the equally steamy high street. No breeze stirred, but the open door provided Rachel with the exit route she needed. She stole into the alley and hurried to her bicycle. She mounted it and began to pedal energetically in the direction of the sea. She'd caused the dominoes to topple, it was true, but perhaps there was a chance to right a few before the lot of them were swept from the table. Chapter 8. Malik's Mustards and Assorted Accompaniments was in a small industrial estate at the north end of Balford-Linnaeus. It was, in fact, on the route to the Naze itself.
Situated at an elbow created where Hall Lane, having veered northwest away from the sea, became Naze Park Road. Here a ramshackle collection of buildings housed what went for industry in the town: a sailmaker, a seller of mattresses, a joinery, an auto repair business, a fence-maker, a dealer in junk cars, and a maker of custom jigsaw puzzles, whose naughty choice of subject generally kept him only one step ahead of public censure from the pulpits of every church in the town. The buildings that housed these establishments were mostly prefabricated metal. They were utilitarian and suited to the environment in which they sat. A pebble-strewn lane, cratered with potholes, curved among them. Orange skips, bearing the oxymoronic name Gold Coast Dumping in purple letters, listed on the uneven ground, spilling out everything from chunks of canvas to rusty bed springs. Several abandoned bicycle frames served as lattice-work for a gardener's nightmare of nettles and sorrel. Sheets of corrugated metal, rotting wooden pallets, empty plastic jugs, and unwieldy corroded sawhorses of iron made negotiating the industrial estate an ambitious undertaking. In the midst of all this, Marleek's mustards and assorted accompaniments was both an anomaly and a reproach to its companion businesses. It comprised 1/3 of the estate, a long, many-chimneyed Victorian building that had in the town's heyday been the Bolford timber mill. The mill had fallen into disrepair with the rest of the town in the years following World War II. But now it stood restored, with its bricks scoured of 100 years of grime, and its woodwork replaced and yearly repainted. It served as a wordless example of what the other businesses could do with themselves had their owners half the energy and 1/4 the determination of Sayyid Akram Malik. Akram Malik had purchased the derelict mill on the 5th anniversary of his family's arrival in Bolford-le-Naze, and a plaque with words commemorating that occasion was the most impressive object that Emily Barlow took note of when she entered the building after parking her Peugeot in a space that was relatively cleared of debris along the lane. She was fighting off a headache. There had been a disturbing undercurrent to her morning's meeting with Barbara Havers. This weighed on her mind. She didn't need a member of the political correctness police on her team, and Barbara's willingness to saddle guilt exactly where the bloody Asians wanted guilt assigned, on the back of an Englishman, bothered her, causing her to wonder exactly how clear the other detective's vision was. Additionally, the presence of Donald Ferguson in her life, hovering on its periphery like a stalking cat, was an added screw to her misery. She had begun her day with yet another phone call from the superintendent. He'd barked, without so much as a good morning or a pleasant comment of commiseration about the weather. "Barlow, where do we stand?" She'd groaned. At 8 in the morning her office had been like Alec Guinness's sweatbox on the River Kwai, and a quarter-hour's search for a fan in the choking, dust-filled air of the old station's attic had done nothing to improve her disposition. Stirring Ferguson into the mix of heat and aggravation was almost too much flavour for the recipe of her morning to have to bear. "Don, are you going to give me a free hand in this?" she'd asked, "or will you and I be playing report to the teacher every morning and afternoon?" "Watch your mouth," Ferguson warned. "You'd do well to keep in mind who's sitting at the other end of this telephone line." "I'm not likely to forget it. You don't give me the chance. Do you keep this sort of short rein on the others? Powell, Honeyman? What about our lad Presley?" "They've more than 50 years of experience among them. They don't need watching over, least of all Presley." "Because they're male." "Don't let's turn this into a sexual issue. If you've a chip on your shoulder, I suggest you knock it off before someone else with more clout does it for you. Now, where are we, Inspector?" Emily cursed him soundly under her breath. Then she'd brought him up to date, without reminding him how remote was the possibility of there having been a major break in the case between his last call on the previous evening and this one in the morning. He said thoughtfully, And you say this woman's from Scotland Yard? I like that, Barlow. I like it very much. It has just the right ring of sincerity, doesn't it?" Emily could hear the sound of him swallowing and the clink of a glass against the telephone receiver. Donald Ferguson was passionate about Fanta Orange. He drank it steadily all day, always with an odd, paper-thin slice of lemon, and always with a single cube of ice. This was probably his 4th of the morning. Right. Then what about Malik? What about the screamer from London? Are you riding their shirt-tails? I want you on them, Barlow. If they sneezed last week, I want you to know the colour of the handkerchief that collected the snot. Is that clear? Intelligence have already given me a report on Mohammed Malik. Emily took pleasure in having managed to be one step ahead of him. She recited the salient details on the young Asian. And I put a request in yesterday to gather what we can on the other, Taimullah Azhar. As he's from London, we'll have to liaise with SO11, but I expect having Sergeant Havers on our team will help with that. Ferguson's glass clinked again. Doubtless he was taking the opportunity to manhandle his surprise into submission. He'd always been the sort of man who claimed women's hands had been shaped by God to curve perfectly over the handle of a hoover. The fact that a female had actually been capable of thinking ahead and anticipating the investigation's needs was no doubt wreaking havoc with the preconceived notions that the superintendent held dear. "Is there anything else?" she asked amiably. "I've got the day's activities briefing in 5 minutes. I don't like to be late for it. But if you've a message for the team—" "No message," Ferguson said brusquely. "Get on with it, then." He slammed down the phone. Now, at the mustard factory, Emily smiled at the memory. Ferguson had supported her promotion to DCI because circumstances, in the form of a negative Home Office evaluation of Essex Constabulary's commitment to equal opportunity, had forced his hand. He'd let her know, privately, that every decision she made would undergo examination beneath the lens of his personal microscope. It was JOY in its purest form to better the little worm in at least one round of the game he'd determined they'd be playing with each other. Emily shoved open the door to Malik's Mustards, where the reception desk was occupied by a young Asian woman in a creamy linen tunic and matching trousers. Despite the day's temperature, which was not particularly lowered by the thick walls of the factory building, she wore an amber shawl over her head. Perhaps in a bow to couture, however, she'd arranged it fashionably in folds round her shoulders. When she looked up from the computer terminal at which she was working, her earrings of bone and brass clinked softly. They matched an intricate necklace she wore. A nameplate on her desk identified her, S. Malik. This would be the daughter, Emily thought, the fiancée of the murdered man. She was a pretty girl. Emily introduced herself and flipped open her identification. She said, "You're Sala, aren't you?" A strawberry birthmark high on the girl's cheek deepened in hue as she nodded. Her hands had been hovering over her terminal's keyboard, but she quickly lowered them to the wrist rest in front of the keys and kept them there, her thumbs and her knuckles pressed together. She certainly looked the picture of guilt. Her hands were saying, "Shackle me now." Her expression was crying, "Oh, no, please, no." "I'm sorry about your loss," Emily said. "This can't be an easy time for you." "Thank you," Sala said quietly. She looked at her hands, seemed to realize how odd their position was, and eased them apart. It was a surreptitious movement, but Emily didn't miss it. "May I help you with something, Inspector? My father's working in the experimental kitchen this morning, and my brother hasn't yet arrived." "I don't need them, actually, but you can help me with Ian Armstrong." The girl's gaze went to one of 2 doorways that led off the reception area. Its upper half comprised beveled glass, through which Emily could see several desks and what appeared to be an advertising campaign spread out on an easel. "He's here, isn't he?" Emily said. "I was told he'd be stepping into the position that Mr. Quarash's death left vacant." The girl agreed that Armstrong was working at the factory that morning. When Emily asked to see him, she pressed a few keys to exit whatever she'd been doing at her terminal. She excused herself and slipped silently through the other of the 2 doors, this one plain and leading into a corridor that ran the width of the factory. Emily noticed the plaque then. It was bronze, and it hung on a wall that was given to a photographic mural of a harvester working in a vast yellow field of what were undoubtedly mustard plants. Emily read the plaque's inscription. "Lo, he produceth creation, then reproduceth it, that he may reward those who believe and do good works with equity." This was followed by an additional inscription in Arabic, beneath which were the words, We were blessed with a vision that brought us to this place on the 15th of June, and thereafter the year. "He has been good to us," a voice said behind Emily. She turned and saw that Sala hadn't produced Ian Armstrong as requested, but rather her father. She hovered behind him. "Who?" Emily asked. "Allah." The name was spoken with a simple dignity that Emily couldn't help admiring. After saying it, Akram Malik came across the room to greet her. He was dressed for cooking, in medical-looking white, with a stained apron tied round his waist and a paper cap moulded to his head. The lenses of his glasses were speckled with something from the kitchen, and he took a moment to wipe them on his apron as he nodded his daughter back to her work. "Salah tells me you've come to see Mr. Armstrong," Akram said, dabbing his wrist against both his cheeks and his forehead, in what Emily at first thought was some sort of Muslim greeting, until she realized he was simply removing the perspiration from his face. "She said he's here today. I doubt our interview will take much more than a quarter-hour. There was no real need to disturb you, Mr. Malik." "Salah did the appropriate thing in fetching me," her father said, in a tone that indicated Salah Malik did the appropriate thing by knee-jerk reflex. "I'll take you to Mr. Armstrong, Inspector." He indicated the beveled glass door with a nod, and he led Emily through it to the office beyond. This contained 4 desks, numerous filing cabinets, and 2 drafting tables in addition to the easels Emily had seen from reception. At one of the tables an Asian man was working at some sort of design with calligraphy pens, but he ceased his work and rose respectfully as Akram led Emily through the office. At the other table, one middle-aged woman in black and 2 younger men, all of them Pakistani like the Maliks, were considering a set of glossy colour photographs in which the company's products were displayed in a variety of vignettes from picnic lunches to New Year's Eve dinners. They, too, set their work aside. No one spoke. Emily wondered if the word had gone out that the police had come calling. Certainly they'd have had to be expecting a visit from Balford CID. One would think they might have prepared themselves for it. But, like Salah in reception, everyone managed to look as if the next stop in his life's itinerary was destined to be the gallows. Akram guided her into a small corridor, off which 3 offices opened. Before he had a chance to leave her with Armstrong, however, Emily seized the opportunity with which Salah had presented her. "If you've a moment, Mr. Malik, I'd like a word with you as well." "Of course." He gestured to an open doorway at the end of the corridor. Emily could see a conference table and an antique dresser, whose shelves held not crockery, but rather a display of the company's products. It was an impressive arrangement of jars and bottles, containing sauces, jellies, mustards, chutneys, butters, and vinaigrettes. The Maliks had come a long way from their first efforts at simple mustard production in the erstwhile bakery on Old Pier Street. Malik shut the door behind them, but not completely. He left 2 inches open, perhaps in deference to being alone in the conference room with a woman. He waited until Emily had sat at the table before he did likewise, removing his paper cap and folding it twice into a neat triangle. "How may I be of help to you, Inspector Barlow?" he asked. "My family and I are anxious to get to the bottom of this tragedy. Please be assured that we have every intention of assisting you in whatever way we can." His English was remarkable for a man who'd spent the first 22 years of his life in a remote Pakistani village with a single well and neither electricity, indoor plumbing nor telephones. But Emily knew from the literature he'd provided during his campaign for town council, as well as from the door-to-door canvassing he'd done, that Akram Malik had studied the language for 4 years with a private tutor when he'd arrived in England. "The good Mr. Geoffrey Talbot," he'd called him. "From him I learned to love my adopted country, the richness of its heritage, and its magnificent language." The claim had played well with a public disinclined to trust foreigners, and it had served Akram's purposes even better. He'd won his seat easily, and there was little doubt that his political aspirations didn't end in the stuffy council room of Balford Linnaeus. "Your son told you that we've determined Mr. Qureshi was murdered?" Emily said. When Akram nodded gravely, she went on, Then anything you can tell me about him will be of help. There are those who believe this is an arbitrary racist crime, Malik said. It was a clever way of addressing the issue, not accusing so much as contemplating. Your son among them, Emily said. But we've evidence that shows the crime was premeditated, Mr. Malik. And premeditated in such a way to suggest that Mr. Qureshi, and not just any Asian, was the target. This doesn't mean that an English killer isn't involved, and it doesn't mean that race isn't an issue at some level either, but it does mean that it's a personal crime. That doesn't seem possible. Malik made another careful fold in his paper cap and smoothed his dark fingers along the crease he'd created. Haytham had been here so brief a time. He knew so few people. How can you be certain that he knew his killer? Emily explained to him that there were some details of the investigation that procedure required she keep to herself, things that only the killer and the police knew, and thus things that ultimately could be used to construct a trap, if a trap became necessary. But we do know that someone studied his movements to be assured that he'd be on the naze that night, and if we learn what his regular movements were, we may be able to trace them to that person. I hardly know where to begin, Malik said. Perhaps with his engagement to your daughter, she suggested. Malik's jaw tightened slightly. Surely you don't mean to suggest that Salah is involved in Haytham's death? I understand that this was an arranged marriage. Was she agreeable to it? More than agreeable. And she knew that neither her mother nor I would force her to marry against her will. She met Haytham, she was allowed to spend some time with him alone, and she decided favourably. Quite favourably, in fact. She was eager to marry. Had she felt otherwise, Haytham would have returned to his family in Karachi. That was the arrangement we made with his parents, and both sides agreed to it before he came to England. You didn't think a Pakistani boy born in England would be more suitable for your daughter? Salah was born here, wasn't she? She'd be more used to others born here as well. Asian boys born in England are sometimes at odds with their origins, Inspector Barlow. They are often at odds with Islam, with the importance of family, with our culture, with our beliefs. Like your son, perhaps? Malik sidestepped. Haytham lived by the tenets of Islam. He was a fine man. He wished to be a Haji. This was an attribute I valued highly in a husband for my daughter. Salah felt likewise. And how did your son feel about Mr. Qureshi's becoming part of your family? He holds a position here at the factory, doesn't he? Muhammad is our director of sales. Haytham was our director of production. Positions of equality? Essentially. And as I know you will next ask, there was no conflict of position between them. Their jobs were unrelated to each other. Both of them would want to perform well, I expect, Emily noted. I should hope so. But their individual performances would not change the future. Upon my death, my son will rise to become managing director of the company. Haytham knew this. Indeed, he would have fully expected that to be the case. Thus Muhammad had no need to fear Haytham's advent among us, if that's what you're suggesting. In fact, the situation was very much the contrary. Haytham took a burden off Muhammad's shoulders. What sort of burden? Malik unfastened the top button of his shirt and once again pressed his wrist against his face to dab off the perspiration. The room was airless, and Emily wondered why he didn't open one of the two windows. Before Haytham's arrival, Muhammad had the extra job of overseeing Mr. Armstrong's work. Mr. Armstrong was only a temporary employee, and he isn't a member of the family. He required more supervision. As director of production, he was responsible for the workings of the entire factory, and while he did a fine job, he knew his employment was temporary, and thus did not have reason to be as meticulous as someone with a permanent interest here. He raised a finger to stop Emily from speaking when she would have asked another question. I do not mean to imply that Mr. Armstrong's work was unacceptable to us. I wouldn't have asked him back upon Haytham's death had it been so. This, of course, was very much the point, as well as the detail, that Barbara Havers had stressed. Armstrong had been asked back to Malik's mustards. How long do you expect to have Mr. Armstrong working here this time round? as long as it takes to find my daughter another suitable husband who can also work in the factory. Which, Emily thought, could take quite some time, cementing Ian Armstrong's position in the business. And did Mr. Armstrong know Mr. Quarashi? Had they ever met? Oh, yes, indeed. Ian trained Haytham for 5 days prior to leaving us. And their relationship? It appeared quite cordial, but then Haytham was an easy man to like, and he had no enemies here at Malik's Mustards. He knew everyone in the factory. He had to do. He was the factory director. Which meant interviews with everyone, Emily thought, because everyone had enemies, no matter what Akram Malik believed. The trick was to smoke them out. Mentally, she assigned 2 DCs to the task. They could use this conference room. They would be discreet. She said, "And outside the factory, who else did Mr. Quarashi know?" Akram considered this. "So few. But there was the Gentlemen's Cooperative. I suggested he join, and he did so at once." Emily knew about the Gentlemen's Cooperative. It had featured predominantly in the portrait that Akram Malik's campaign literature had painted of him. It was a social club of the town's businessmen, which Akram Malik had organized shortly after opening his factory. They met weekly for lunch and monthly for dinner, and their purpose was to foster goodwill, cooperation in commerce, and commitment to the growth of the town and the well-being of its citizens. The point was to discover and encourage commonalities among members, its founder having the philosophy that men at work on a mutual goal are men who live in harmony together. It was interesting, Emily realized, to note the difference between the Gentlemen's Cooperative, which Akram Malik had founded, and Juma, which had been founded by his son. She wondered how much at odds the 2 men were, and if this condition extended to the future son-in-law. "Is your son a member of this group as well?" she asked curiously. "Muhammad's attendance is not what I would wish," Malik said, "but he is indeed a member." "Less devoted to the cause than Mr. Quarashi?" Malik's face was grave. "You're seeking to connect my son to Mr. Quarashi's death, aren't you?" "How did your son feel about this arranged marriage?" she countered. For a moment, Akram Malik's face registered a look that suggested he would answer no further questions about his son, unless and until he was told what Emily had in mind when she asked them. But he relented. As Muhammad's own marriage was arranged, he had no difficulty with his sisters being likewise. He stirred in his chair. "My son, Inspector, has not been the easiest child to rear. He has, I believe, been too much influenced by Western culture, and perhaps one sees this in his behavior in a way that makes him difficult to understand. But he respects his roots and takes great pride in his blood. He is a man of his people." Emily had heard that phrase invoked often enough about IRA hooligans and other wild-eyed political extremists. While it was true that Muhammad's political activism in the town supported his father's contention, the existence of Juma suggested that what could be identified as the younger man's pride in his blood could also be identified as an inclination to cross the line and an ability to manipulate people by playing upon their ignorance and fear. Still, the thought of Juma prompted her to ask, "Did Mr. Quarashi also belong to your son's fraternity, Mr. Malik?" "Fraternity?" "You know about Juma, don't you? Was Haytham Quarashi part of it?" "That I would not know." He unfolded his cap with the same care he'd used to fold it, and he gave all his attention to his fingers' movement on the thin paper. "Muhammad will be able to tell you that." He frowned then, and finally looked up. "But I must confess that the direction you've taken with these questions troubles me. It makes me wonder if my son, who is admittedly far too quick to anger and to allegation when it comes to matters of race, is correct in assuming you will turn a blind eye to the possibility of hate and ignorance being the sole motives behind this crime." "I'm not blind to that at all," Emily said. "Racist crimes are global problems, and I'd be a fool to deny it. But if hate and ignorance are behind Quarashi's murder, they were directed at a specific target and not merely any Asian that the killer came across on the street. We need to know Mr. Quarashi's contacts in both communities, It's the only way we'll track down his killer. The gentleman's cooperative represents one view of life in Balford Linnaeus. Juma, you'll agree, represents another. She stood. If you'll take me to Mr. Armstrong? Akram Malik gazed upon her thoughtfully. Under his scrutiny, Emily became conscious of the differences between them, not just the standard male-female differences, but the cultural differences that would always define them. They were present in her manner of dress. Thin tank top, grey trousers, no covering on her head. They were present in the freedom afforded her, a woman on her own in a vast world that was hers for the taking. They were present in the position she held, the dominant figure in a team comprising mostly men. She and Akram Malik, despite his professed love of the country he'd adopted, may as well have been from different universes. He got to his feet. "This way," he said. Barbara jounced along the cratered lane and found a place to park her Minnie at the far side of a prefabricated building with a sign that announced its business ambiguously as Hegarty's Adult Distractions. She noted the air conditioner set into one of its front windows, and she gave some moments' consideration to the idea of staggering inside and planting herself in front of it. That would be an adult distraction well worth the effort, she thought. The heat on the coast was beginning to feel worse than the heat in London, which was borderline inconceivable. If England was going to turn into a tropical environment as part of the global warming that scientists had been predicting for years, Barbara decided that it would be nice to have some of the accoutrements of the tropics as well. A white-jacketed waiter carrying a tray of Singapore slings wouldn't have gone down badly at all. She looked in her rear-view mirror to see how Emily's makeup job on her face was holding up to its exposure to sweat. She expected to see her countenance dissolving, a la one of Dr. Jekyll's transmogrifications. But both foundation and blusher were where they were supposed to be. Perhaps, after all, there was something to be said for playing about with pots of colour each morning in the quest for devastating beauty. Barbara made her way back over the uneven lane to Malik's mustards and assorted accompaniments. A stop at the Malik residence had allowed her to glean that Sala worked at the factory with her father and brother. This information had been passed on by a dowdy, plump woman, with one child on her hip, another by the hand, a wandering eye, and a feathery, but nonetheless noticeable growth of black hair on her upper lip. She'd looked at Barbara's warrant card and said, "It's Sala you want, then, our little Sala. Oh, my goodness, whatever has she done that someone from the police should want to talk to her?" But there was a certain delight to her questions, the sort of excitement experienced by a woman who had either little diversion in her life or an axe to grind with her sister-in-law. She'd informed Barbara of their relationship up front, via the announcement that she was the wife of Muhammad, the elder child and the only son of the household. And these, she indicated the children with pride, were the sons of Muhammad, and soon, and here she nodded meaningfully in the direction of her stomach, would be a third son, a third in 3 years, a third son for Muhammad Malik. Yada, 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 Barbara thought. She decided that the woman needed a hobby if this was the extent of her conversation. She'd said, "I need a word with Sala, if you'll fetch her for me." But that wasn't possible. Sala was at the factory. "It's always best to keep busy when one's heart is broken, don't you agree?" the woman pronounced. But once again there was an enjoyment in her expression that was at odds with the statement. She gave Barbara the creeps. So Barbara took herself off to Malik's mustards, and as she approached the brick structure now, she removed the jewellery receipt from her bag and slipped it into the pocket of her trousers. She swung inside the factory, where the air was stale, and a potted fern next to the reception desk appeared to be about to give up the ghost. A young woman sat at a computer terminal, looking remarkably cool, despite the fact that she was fully clothed from head to foot, her arms covered to the wrists, and her dark hair mostly hidden beneath a traditional shawl. This was long hair, though, and a thick braid of it hung down the woman's back to her waist. There was a nameplate on her desk, so Barbara knew she had to look no further for Sala Malik. She produced her warrant card and introduced herself. "Could I have a word?" The girl looked towards a door whose half-glass construction revealed some sort of interior office. "With me?" "You're Sala Malik, aren't you?" "Yes, but I've spoken to the police already, if this is about Haytham. I spoke to them the very first day." On her desk there was a long computer printout which appeared to list names. She took a yellow felt pen from the desk's centre drawer and began highlighting some names and crossing others out with a pencil. "Did you tell them about the bracelet, then?" Barbara asked her. She didn't look up from the printout, although Barbara saw her eyebrows tighten momentarily. It could have been an expression of concentration, had the common activity of highlighting names required concentration. On the other hand, it could have been confusion. "Bracelet?" she asked. "A piece by a bloke called Aloysius Kennedy. Gold, engraved with the words 'Life begins now.' Is this sounding familiar?" "Don't understand the nature of your question," the girl said. "What has a gold bracelet to do with Haytham's death?" "I don't know," Barbara said. "Perhaps nothing. I thought you might be able to tell me. This," she set the receipt on the desk, "was among his things. Locked up among his things, by the way. Can you think why, or what it was doing in his possession in the first place?" Sala capped the yellow pen and set the pencil to one side before she took the receipt. She had lovely hands, Barbara noted, with fingers that were slender, and nails that were clipped to the tips of her fingers, but smooth and buffed-looking. She wore no rings. Barbara waited for her to respond. In her peripheral vision she saw movement in the inner office and looked that way. In a corridor at the far end, Emily Barlow was speaking with a middle-aged Pakistani man wearing what looked like a chef's outfit. Akram Malik, Barbara wondered. He looked old enough and grave enough for the part. She gave her attention back to Sala. "I don't know," Sala said. "I don't know why he had it." She spoke to the receipt rather than to Barbara. Perhaps he was seeking a way to reciprocate, and this seemed best to him. Haytham was a very good man, a very kind man. It wouldn't have been unlike him to attempt to discover the cost of something so that he could make an equal offering in return. "Sorry." "Lena dena," Sala said. "The giving of gifts. It's part of the way we establish our relationships." "The gold bracelet was a gift for him, from you, for Mr. Qureshi?" "As his fiancé, I would present him with a token. He would do likewise to me." But again there remained the question of where the bracelet was now. Barbara hadn't seen it among Qureshi's belongings. She hadn't read in the police report about its being found upon the body. Would someone really stalk a victim and carefully arrange his death for possession of a gold bracelet? People had died for less, to be sure, but in this case? Why was it that the thought seemed so unlikely? "He didn't have the bracelet," Barbara said. "It wasn't on his body, and it wasn't in his room at the burnt house. Can you explain why?" Sala used the yellow pen against another name. "I hadn't yet given it to him," she said. "I would have done on the day of the nikah." "Which is what?" "When our marriage contract would have been formally signed." "So you have the bracelet?" "No. There was no point in keeping it. When he was killed, I took it—" Here she paused. Her fingers touched the edges of the computer printout, straightening them perfectly. "This will sound absurd and melodramatic, like something out of a 19th-century novel. When Haytham was killed, I took the bracelet and threw it from the pier, from the end of the pier. I suppose it was a way of saying goodbye." "When was this?" "On Saturday, the day the police told me what had happened to him." This begged the question of the receipt, however. "So he didn't know you had a bracelet to give him?" "He didn't know." "Then what was he doing with the receipt?" "I can't say exactly, but he would have known I was going to give him something. It's traditional." "Because of, what did you call it?" "Lena dena." "Yes, because of that. And he wouldn't have wanted his gift to me to be out of balance with my gift to him. That would have been an insult to my family, and Haytham was careful about that sort of thing. I imagine And here she looked at Barbara for the first time since their discussion had begun. I imagined that he did some small detective work on his own to discover what I'd purchased for him and where. It wouldn't have been that difficult. Balford's a small town. The shops that carry items worthy of an occasion like a nikah are easy enough to unearth. Her explanation was reasonable, Barbara thought. It made perfect sense. The only problem with it was that neither Rachel Winfield nor her mother had said anything that could come close to supporting this conjecture. "From the end of the pier," Barbara said. "What time of day was this?" "I have no idea. I didn't look at a watch." "I don't mean the exact time, but was it morning, afternoon, night?" "Afternoon. The police came to us in the morning." "Not at night, then?" Perhaps she saw too late where Barbara was heading, because her gaze faltered. But she seemed to realize the difficulty she'd be causing herself if she changed her story. She said, "It was the afternoon." And a woman dressed as Sala dressed would doubtless have been noticed by someone. The pier was being renovated. That very morning Barbara had herself seen the workmen perched on a building being constructed at the very place Sala had claimed she'd disposed of the gold bracelet. So there had to be someone on the pier who could corroborate her story. Movement in the inner office caught her attention again. It wasn't Emily this time, but two Asian men who'd come into Barbara's line of vision. They walked to a drafting table, where they engaged in an earnest discussion with a third Asian man who was working there. The sight of them reminded Barbara of the name. "F. Kumar," she said to Sala. "Does someone of that name work here?" "Not in the office," Sala said. "The office?" "It wouldn't be someone in either accounting or sales. Those are the office positions." She indicated the window door. "But as to the factory itself, that's production. I know the regular employees in production, but not those we bring in for extra work, like labelling when a big order goes out." "These are part-time people?" "Yes, I don't always know them." She gestured to the printout on her desk. "I've never seen the name among these, but as we don't pay the part-time people by computer, I wouldn't have done." "Who knows the part-timers, then?" "The director of production." "Haytham Quarashi," Barbara said. "Yes, and Mr. Armstrong before him." Which was how Barbara and Emily crossed paths at Malik's Mustard's, with Sala leading Barbara back to meet Mr. Armstrong. If size of office was anything to go by, as it was in New Scotland Yard, where importance of position was measured by the number of windows one had, then Ian Armstrong was occupying a position of some prominence, however impermanently. When Sala tapped on the door and a voice called out "Enter," Barbara saw a room large enough to accommodate a desk, a round conference table, and 6 chairs. As it was an interior office, there were no windows. Either the heat or Emily Barlow's questions were making Ian Armstrong's face drip. Armstrong was saying, "No real necessity for taking Mikey to the doctor last Friday. That's my son's name, by the way, Mikey. Was he running a fever?" Emily nodded as Barbara slipped into the room. Sala pulled the door shut and departed. "Yes, but children do run a high temperature, don't they?" Armstrong's eyes flicked to Barbara before returning to Emily. He didn't seem to notice the perspiration that was dribbling from his forehead down one cheek. For her part, Emily looked as if freon rather than blood were coursing through her veins. Coolly she sat at the conference table, with a small tape player before her, recording Ian Armstrong's answers. "One can't rush a child to the casualty ward simply because his forehead's hot," Armstrong explained. "Besides, the boy's had so many earaches that we know what to do at this point. We have drops, we use heat. He soon settles after that." "Can anyone other than your wife confirm this? Did you phone your in-laws looking for advice on Friday? What about your own parents? A neighbour? Or a friend?" His expression clouded. If you'll give me a moment to think." "Take your time, Mr. Armstrong," Emily said. "We want to be accurate. It's just that I've never been involved in anything like this, and I'm feeling a bit jittery, if you know what I mean." "Indeed," Emily said.
As the DCI waited for the man's reply to her question, Barbara took note of the office. It was functional enough, product posters hung framed on the walls. The desk was serviceable steel, as were the filing cabinets and the shelves. The table and chairs were relatively new, but inexpensive-looking. The only items of note were on Armstrong's desk. These were framed photographs, and there were 3 of them. Barbara sidled round to have a look. A sour-looking woman with blonde hair curled in a retro fashion from the early 60s was depicted in one, a child speaking earnestly to Father Christmas was in another, and the third displayed the happy family together in a stair-step arrangement with child on mother's lap and father standing behind them with hands on mother's shoulders. Armstrong looked rather startled in this photograph, as if he'd come to his position of paterfamilias quite by accident and much to his surprise. He was certainly settling in at the factory for a temporary employee. Barbara could imagine him bustling in that very morning with his photos stowed inside a briefcase, dusting them off with a handkerchief and humming happily as he set them in position prior to getting down to work. It seemed a fantasy at odds with his current behaviour, however. He kept glancing anxiously at Barbara, as if with a concern that she was about to go through his desk. Emily finally introduced them. Armstrong said, "Oh, another—" and then hastily swallowed whatever else he had in mind. Finally he said, "My in-laws," and then he went on with growing strength, I can't be completely accurate about the time, but I'm certain I spoke to them on Friday night. They knew Mikey was ailing, and they phoned us." He smiled. "I'd forgotten because you asked if I'd phoned them, and it was just the opposite." "The approximate time?" Emily asked. "When they phoned, it would have been sometime after the news, on ITV." Which came on at 10 o'clock, Barbara thought. She watched the man through narrowed eyes and wondered how much of this he was manufacturing on the spot, and how quickly he'd pick up the phone to get his in-laws' cooperation with the tale once she and Emily left his office. While Barbara considered this proposition, Emily switched gears. She moved on to Haitham Qureshi and Armstrong's relationship with the murdered man. It was, according to the temporary production manager, a fine relationship, an excellent relationship. They were practically blood brothers, to hear Armstrong describe it. "And he didn't have any enemies here at the factory, as far as I could tell," Armstrong concluded. "Indeed, if the truth be told, the factory workers were delighted to have him." "And not sorry to see you leave?" Emily asked. "I suppose that would be the case," Armstrong admitted. "The majority of our workers are Asian, and they'd prefer one of their own overseeing them far more than an Englishman. This isn't unnatural when you think of it, is it?" He looked from Emily to Barbara, as if waiting for one of them to reassure him. When neither woman did, he went back to his previous thoughts. "So, there was no one, really. If you're looking for a motive among the workers here, I can't say how you'll be able to find one. I've only been back a few hours, and from what I've been able to tell, there's been nothing but a true sense of mourning among his people." "What about someone called Kumar?" Barbara asked. She joined Emily and Armstrong at the table. "Kumar?" Armstrong frowned. "F. Kumar. Are you familiar with the name?" "Not at all. Is it someone who works here? Because I know everyone in the factory. Well, one has to because of the job. And unless it's someone hired during Mr. Qureshi's tenure, someone whom I've yet to meet. Miss Malik seems to feel it would be someone brought in part-time when work gets heavy. She mentioned special labelling needs." "A part-time employee?" Armstrong looked towards Emily. He said, "If I may," as if he believed he was under her supervision. He went to one of the shelves and pulled down a ledger, which he carried to the table. He said, "We've always been careful about our records. In Mr. Malik's position, employing illegals could be disastrous." "Is that a problem round here?" Barbara asked. "As far as I know, illegals generally head for a city. London, Birmingham, places where there's a large Asian community." Yes, I expect they do," Armstrong said as he flipped through a few pages of the ledger, examining the dates at the top. "But we're not that far from the harbours, are we? Illegals can always slip through the net at the port, so Mr. Malik insists upon vigilance lest any of them end up here." If Mr. Morley were employing aliens, could Haytham Qureshi have uncovered that fact? Barbara asked. Ian Armstrong looked up. He clearly saw the direction in which the questions were heading, and he appeared frankly relieved to have the spotlight removed from him. Nonetheless, he didn't seem to attempt to skew his answer. He might have suspected, but if someone presented him with well-forged papers, I don't see how he would have sussed them out. He wasn't English, after all. How would he have known what to look for? Barbara wondered what being English had to do with it. Armstrong looked over a page he'd selected. Then he went through 2 others. "These are the most recent part-timers," he told them, "but there's no Kumar among them. Sorry." Then Qureshi would have known him in another context, Barbara concluded. She wondered what it was. The Pakistani organisation that Emily had told her had been founded by Muhammad Malik? It was a possibility. Emily was saying, "What about someone given the sack by Qureshi, part-time or otherwise? Would he be listed there?" "The terminated employees have personnel files, naturally," Armstrong said, indicating the filing cabinets along one wall. But as he spoke his voice drifted off, and he sat back in his chair looking thoughtful. Whatever he was thinking apparently served to ease his mind, because he finally took out a handkerchief and blotted his face with it. "You've thought of something else?" Emily asked him. "A terminated employee?" Barbara said. "It may be nothing. I only know about it, actually, because I had the word from one of his fellow employees in shipping after it happened. It was quite a to-do, evidently." "About what?" "Trevor Ruddock, a boy from the town. Haytham gave him the sack about 3 weeks ago." Armstrong went to one of the filing cabinets and fingered through a drawer. He brought out a folder and carried it to the table, reading a document contained inside. "Yes, here it is. Oh, dear. Well, it's not very nice." He looked up and smiled. He'd obviously read good tidings for himself in Trevor Ruddock's file, and apparently he wasn't above celebrating the fact. "Trevor was sacked for stealing, it says here, and the report's in Haytham's writing. It seems he caught Trevor red-handed with a shipping crate of goods. He sacked him on the spot." "You said a boy," Barbara noted. "How old is he?" Armstrong referred to the file. 21. Emily was with her. "Has he a wife? Children?" And Armstrong wasn't far behind them. "No," he said, "but he lives at home, according to his employment application, and I do know that 5 children live there along with Trevor, his mum and his dad." "And from the address he's given—" Armstrong looked up at the 2 police officers. "Well, it isn't exactly an upmarket area. I should guess his family needed whatever money he made. That's the way it is in that part of town." Having said this, he seemed to realize that any attempt to direct their suspicions onto another could serve to heighten their suspicions about him. He continued hastily, "But Mr. Malik intervened for the boy. There's a copy here of a letter he wrote asking another businessman in town to give Trevor a chance to redeem himself through a job." "Where?" Barbara asked. "At the Pleasure Pier, and doubtless that's where you can find him. I mean, if you want to speak with him about his relationship with Mr. Qureshi." Emily reached forward and shut off her tape recorder. Armstrong looked relieved, off the hook at last. But when Emily spoke, she put him back on. "You won't be leaving town within the next few days, will you?" she asked pleasantly. "I have no plan to go." "Good," Emily Barlow said. "We'll no doubt need to speak with you again, with your in-laws as well. Of course. But as to this other matter, to Mr. Ruddock, surely you'll be wanting to—" Still he wouldn't complete the sentence. He didn't dare. "Ruddock's got a motive," were the words that Ian Armstrong couldn't afford to speak. Because although Haytham Qureshi had cost both men their jobs, only one of them had immediately benefited from the Pakistani's death. And all of them round the table knew that the chief beneficiary of the Tendring Peninsula's first act of deadly violence in 5 years was sitting in Qureshi's erstwhile office, having resumed the job that Qureshi's arrival in England had cost him. Chapter 9. Cliff Hegarty saw them come out of the mustard factory together.
He hadn't seen them go in together. Instead, he'd seen only the short, dumpy bird with a pudding basin haircut who'd climbed out of a dilapidated Austrian Mini carrying a shoulder bag the size of a pillar box. He hadn't given her much thought, other than wondering why a woman with her body was wearing drawstring trousers that served only to emphasize the absence of a waist. He'd seen her, evaluated her personal appearance, absently registered her as someone unlikely to browse through Hegarty's adult distractions, and consequently dismissed her. It was only upon his second sight of her that he realized who, or rather what, she was. And then he knew that the day, which had already started out bad, had the distinct potential for becoming worse. The second time the bird came into view, she was with another woman. This one was taller, so physically fit that she looked like she could wrestle a polar bear to the ground, and so commanding in the way she carried herself that there could be only one explanation for what she was doing at Malik's Mustard's in the aftermath of the death on the Naze. She was the fuzz, Cliff realized. She had to be. And the other, with whom she stood in a kind of conversation that suggested professional, if not personal, intimacy, therefore had to be a copper as well. Shit, he thought. The last thing he needed was to have the cops prowling round the industrial estate. The town council was bad enough. They loved to harass him, and despite the lip service they gave to bringing Balford back from the dead economically, they'd equally love to drive him out of business. And those two cops, two female cops, would probably be only too delighted to weigh in with the opposition once they got a look at his jigsaws, and there was no doubt that they'd see them. If they popped in for a chat, which they were bound to do given enough time to pin down everyone who might have laid eyes on the corpse before he was a corpse, they'd end up getting an eyeful of their own. That visit itself, beyond the questions they'd be asking, which he'd be doing his best to avoid answering, was one of several upcoming events that Cliff didn't anticipate with boundless joy. His business was almost entirely mail order, so Cliff could never understand what the fuss was about when it came to his puzzles. It wasn't like he advertised them in the Tendring Standard or stuck up posters in the shops on the High Street. He was more discreet than that. Hell, he was always discreet. But discretion didn't count for much once the coppers decided to start causing a bloke aggro. Cliff knew that from his Earl's Court days. When cops took that route, they began popping up on one's doorstep daily. "Just a question, Mr. Hegarty. Could you help us out with a problem, Mr. Hegarty? Would you step down to the Nick for a chat, Mr. Hegarty? There's been a burglary, or mugging, or purse-snatching, or assault, it never mattered which, and we're wondering where you were on the night in question. Can we have a bit of a go with your dabs? Just to clear you of suspicion, of course." And on, until the only way to get them to give it a rest was to move out, move on, and start over somewhere else. Cliff knew he could do that. He'd done it before. But that was in the days when he was alone. Now that he had someone, and not just some hanger-on this time, but someone with a job, a future, and a decent place to live on the Strand in Jaywick Sands, he wasn't about to be forced out again. Because while Cliff Hegarty could set up business anywhere, Jerry DeVitt couldn't so easily get employment in the building trade. And with the promise of Balford's future redevelopment so close to coming true, Jerry's own future was looking rosy. He wouldn't pull up stakes at this point, when at long last there was the prospect of making some decent money. Not that money was Jerry's preoccupation, Cliff thought. Life would be a hell of a lot easier if only that were the case. If Jerry just trundled off to the job each morning and worked himself to exhaustion blow-torching away at that restaurant on the pier, life would be grand. He'd come home hot, sweaty and tired, with nothing more on his mind than dinner and sleep. He'd keep thinking about the bonus that the Shaws had promised him could he have the building up and running by the next bank holiday, and he wouldn't turn his concerns anywhere else. As he'd obviously been doing that very morning, much to Cliff's rising anxiety. Cliff had come into the kitchen at 6 a.m., having awakened from a fitful sleep by the sudden knowledge that Jerry was no longer in bed at his side. He'd wrapped himself in a terry-cloth bathrobe, and found Jerry where he'd apparently been for some time, standing fully clothed at the open window. This looked out upon 5 feet of concrete promenade, beyond which was the Strand, beyond which was the sea. Jerry had been standing there holding a mug of coffee, thinking the sort of private thoughts that always made Cliff begin to worry. Jerry wasn't a bloke who generally kept his thoughts private at all. To him, being lovers meant living in each other's socks, which in its turn meant engaging in soulful conversations, frequent breast-barings, and endless evaluations of the state of the relationship. Cliff couldn't really abide this way of being involved with a bloke, but he'd learned to put up with it. These were Jerry's digs, after all, and even if that hadn't been the case, he liked Jerry well enough. So he'd schooled himself to cooperate in the conversation game with a fair amount of grudging good grace. But recently the situation had altered subtly between them. Jerry's concern for the state of their union seemed to have faded. He'd stopped talking so much about it, and more ominously he'd stopped clinging quite so tightly to Cliff. This made Cliff want to stop clinging to him, which was ludicrous, daft, and just plain idiotic, which pissed Cliff off, because most of the time it was Cliff who needed space and Jerry who never wanted him to have it. Cliff had joined him at the kitchen window. Over his lover's shoulder he'd seen that bright snakes of early morning light were beginning to crawl across the sea. Backlit against them, a fishing boat chugged north. Gulls were silhouetted against the sky. While Cliff was no lover of natural beauty, he knew when a vista offered the opportunity for contemplation, and that's what Jerry had appeared to be doing when Cliff came upon him. He seemed to be thinking. Cliff had put his hand on Jerry's neck, knowing that in the past their roles would have been reversed. Jerry would have offered the caress, a gentle touch, but one that demanded in spite of itself, saying, "Acknowledge me, please touch me in turn, tell me you love me as well, as much, as blindly, as selflessly as I love you." Before, Cliff would have wanted to shrug Jerry's hand away. No, truth be told, his first reaction would have been wanting to slap Jerry's hand away. In fact, he would have wanted to swat Jerry right across the room, because that touch of his, so solicitous and tender, would have made demands upon him that he hadn't the energy or the ability to meet. But this morning he'd found himself playing Jerry's role, wanting a sign from Jerry that their relationship was still intact and foremost in the other man's thoughts. Jerry had stirred beneath his hand as if roused from sleep. His fingers made an effort at contact, but their graze felt to Cliff like a duty done, similar to one of those dry, stiff-lipped kisses exchanged by people who've been together too long. Cliff had let his hand drop from Jerry's neck. "Shit," he thought, and wondered what to say. He started with the obvious. "Couldn't sleep. How long have you been up?" "A while." Jerry raised his coffee mug. Cliff had observed the other man's reflection in the window and tried to read it. But because it was a morning rather than a night-time image, it showed little more than the shape of him, a beefy man who was bulky and solid, with a body hard and strong from labour. "What's wrong?" Cliff had asked him. "Nothing. I couldn't sleep. It's too hot for me. This weather's unbelievable. You'd think we were living in Acapulco." Cliff had tested the water in a way that Jerry himself might have done had their positions been reversed. He said, "You wish we were living in Acapulco, you and all those nice young Mexican boys." And he'd waited for the kind of reassurance that Jerry himself once would have wanted from him. "Me and nice young Mexican boys? You daft mate. Who gives a flying one for a greasy kid when I can have you?" But it hadn't come. Cliff drove his fists into the pockets of his bathrobe. "Hell," he thought with self-directed disgust. Who'd have thought that he'd be wearing the sodding shoes of insecurity? He, Cliff Hegarty, and not Jerry DeVitt, was the one who'd always said that permanent fidelity was nothing but a pit stop on the road to the grave. He was the one who'd preached about the dangers of seeing the same tired face at breakfast every morning and finding the same tired body in bed every night. He'd always said that after a few years of that, only the knowledge of having had a secret encounter with someone new on the side, someone who liked the thrill of the chase, the pleasures afforded by anonymity or the excitement of deception, would stimulate a bloke's body into performing for a long-term lover. That's just the way it was, he'd always said. That was life. But Jerry wasn't supposed to believe that Cliff had actually meant what he said. Flaming hell, no. Jerry was supposed to say with sardonic resignation, "Right, mate, you keep on talking, 'cause that's what you're good at, and talk is just talk." The last thing Cliff had ever expected was that Jerry might take his words to heart. Yet with a stomach quickly turning sour, Cliff forced himself to admit that Jerry must have done exactly that. He wanted to say belligerently, "Look, you want to end it, Ger?" But he was too frightened of what his lover's answer might be. He realized in a flash of clarity that no matter how much he talked about roads to the grave, he didn't really want to split from Jerry. Not just because of these digs in Jaywick Sands, a few feet from the beach where Cliff liked to roam, nor because of the old speedboat that Jerry had lovingly restored, and in which the two of them roared across the sea in the summer, and not just because Jerry had been talking about an Australian holiday during the months when wind rattled the house like a Siberian cyclone. Cliff didn't want to split with Jerry because, well, there was something bloody comforting in being hooked up with a bloke who said he believed in permanent fidelity, even if one never got round to mentioning that particular point to him. Which is why Cliff said, with far more indifference than he actually felt, "You looking for a Mexican boy these days, Jer? Got a taste for dark meat instead of white?" Jerry turned from the window at that. He set his cup on the table. "You've been keeping count. Want to tell me why?" Cliff grinned as he raised his hands in mock defence. "No way. Hey, this ain't about me. We've been together long enough for me to know when something's on your mind. All I'm asking is, do you want to talk about it?" Jerry sidestepped and crossed the kitchen to the fridge. He opened it. He began to gather the ingredients for his usual breakfast, placing 4 eggs into a bowl and sliding 4 bangers out of their wrapper. "You cheesed off about something?" Cliff reached for the tie of his bathrobe nervously. He retied it and returned his hands to his pockets. "Okay, I know I mouthed off nasty when you cancelled our Costa Rica holiday, but I thought we'd set ourselves straight about that. I know the pier job's a big one for you, and along with that house renovation. What I'm saying's that I know there hasn't been enough work in the past, and now there is, and you want to take the pickings, and you can't take time off. I understand. So if you've been cheesed off about what I said—" "I haven't been cheesed off," Jerry said. He cracked the eggs and whipped them in the bowl while the bangers began to hiss on the cooker. "Okay. Well, good." But was it good, really? Cliff didn't think so. Lately he had begun to notice changes in Jerry, the uncharacteristic lengthy silences, the frequent weekend retreats to the small garage where he played his drums, the long nights he spent working on that private remodelling job in Bolford, the intense, evaluative looks he'd taken to giving to Cliff when he thought Cliff wouldn't notice. So sure, maybe Jer wasn't cheesed off at the moment, but he was definitely something. Cliff knew that he ought to say more, but what he realized was that he very much wanted to leave the room. He figured that it would be wiser anyway just to pretend everything was fine, despite all contradictory indications. That made more sense than running the risk of finding out something he didn't want to know. Still he remained in the kitchen. He watched the way his lover was moving, and he tried to suss out what it meant that Jerry was seeing to his breakfast with such a combination of assurance and concentration. It wasn't that assurance and concentration were out of character in Jerry. To be a success in his line of work he needed both qualities, but neither of them was a quality that Jerry usually demonstrated when he was with Cliff. Now, though, this was a different Jerry. This wasn't a bloke whose main concern had always been that problems between them got solved, questions got answered, and irritations got smoothed away without either of them raising their voices. This was a Jerry who sounded and acted like a bloke who'd put his oars in the water and knew exactly how far he had to row to get to the shore. Cliff hadn't wanted to think about what this meant. He'd wished like hell he'd stayed in bed. He heard the kitchen clock ticking loudly on the wall behind him, and it sounded just like the steady drumbeat that led the condemned to the chopping block. Shit, he thought. Fuck hell. Shit. Jerry had taken his breakfast to the table. It was a hearty meal to see him through till lunch. Eggs, bangers, 2 pieces of fruit, toast and jam. But when he had laid it out, with cutlery in position, a glass of juice poured and a napkin tucked into the top of his T-shirt, he didn't eat. He just stared at the food, curled his hand round the juice glass, and swallowed so loud that Cliff had to think he was choking on a stone. Then he looked up. "I think," Jerry said, "we both need to have blood tests." The kitchen walls swam, the floor felt unsteady, and their shared history came back at Cliff in a sickening rush. Who they'd been would always haunt them. Two blokes who lied to their respective families about how and when and where they'd met, in a public loo, at a period of time when taking precautions wasn't near as important as buggering the first bloke willing to have it. He and Jer knew the truth about each other, about who they'd been, and, more important, who they could easily go back to being, if the time was right and the temptation was there, and the Market Square loo was empty, save for just one other accommodating bloke. Clifford wanted to laugh, to pretend he'd misheard. He'd thought about saying, "You daft! What the hell are you on about, mate?" But instead he said nothing, because long ago he'd learned the value of waiting for panic and terror to subside before saying the first thing that came into his head. "Hey, I love you, Jerry DeVitt," he finally declared. Jerry bowed his head and began to weep. Now Cliff watched the two cops yakking outside Hegarty's Adult Distractions, just like two biddies over their tea. He knew they'd soon be going to every business in the industrial estate. They'd have to do it. The parkie'd been murdered, and they'd want to talk to anyone who might have seen the bloke, talked to him or observed him talking to anyone else. Next to his digs, the industrial estate was a logical place to begin. So it was only a matter of time before they got themselves over to Hegarty's Adult Distractions. "Shit," Cliff whispered. He was sweating, despite the air-conditioner in the window that blew a frigid breeze in his direction. What he didn't need right now was a run-in with the Rozzers. He had to keep them away from Jerry, and he had to avoid telling anyone the truth. An impressive turquoise cruise-mobile swung into the industrial estate, just as Emily was saying, "We can be sure of one thing, based on the fact that Sala didn't know who F. Kumar was. He's a man, as I've thought from the first. How do you reckon that?" Emily held up a hand to hold Barbara's question at bay for a moment as the car rumbled into the lane. An American convertible, it was all sleek lines and leather interior, with chrome that glittered like polished platinum. Thunderbird sports car, Barbara thought, at least 40 years old and perfectly restored. Someone wasn't hurting for Lolly. The driver was a tea-skinned male, somewhere in his 20s, with long hair tied back in a ponytail. He wore wraparound sunglasses, of the style that Barbara had always associated with pimps, gigolos, and card sharks. She recognized him from the demonstration that she'd witnessed on television the previous day, Muhammad Malik. Taimur Azar was with him. To his credit, he didn't look particularly comfortable arriving at the factory like a fugitive from Miami Vice. The men got out. Azar remained by the car, arms folded across his chest, while Muhammad sauntered to join the two police officers. He removed his sunglasses and tucked them into the pocket of his white shirt. This was perfectly ironed and fresh-looking, and he wore it with jeans and snakeskin boots. Emily made the introductions. Barbara felt her palms getting damp. Now was the moment for her to tell the DCI that no introduction to Taimur Azar was going to be necessary. But she held her tongue. She waited for Azar to clarify matters on his part for his cousin. Azar glanced Muhammad's way, but held his tongue as well. This was an unexpected turn of events. Barbara decided to see where it led them. Muhammad's gaze passed over her in the sort of scornful, evaluative look that made Barbara itch to sink her thumbs into his eyeballs. He didn't stop walking towards them until, she was certain, he knew he'd come too close for comfortable conversation. "And this is your liaison officer?" He gave ironic emphasis to the adjective. "Sergeant Havers will meet with you this afternoon," Emily told him. 5 o'clock at the station. 4 o'clock suits us better," Muhammad countered. He didn't try to disguise the statement's purpose, an attempt at dominance. Emily didn't play along. "Unfortunately, I can't guarantee that my officer will be there at 4, she said, unruffled. "But you're welcome to come then. If Sergeant Havers isn't in when you arrive, one of the constables will see that you're settled comfortably." She smiled pleasantly. The Asian favoured first Emily, then Barbara, with an expression that suggested he was in the presence of a substance whose odour he was at pains to identify. When he'd made his point, he turned to Azar. "Cousin," he said, and headed towards the factory door. "Kumar, Mr. Malik," Emily called out as his hand touched the handle. "First initial F." Muhammad halted, turned back their way. "Are you asking me something, Inspector Barlow? Is that name familiar? Why do you ask?" "It's come up. Neither your sister nor Mr. Armstrong recognised it. I thought you might." "Why?" "Because of Juma. Is Kumar a member?" "Juma?" Muhammad's face, Barbara noted, betrayed nothing. "Yes. Juma, your club, your organisation, your brotherhood, whatever it is. You can't think the police don't know about it." He gave a low chuckle. "What the police don't know could fill volumes," and pushed the door inward. "Do you know Kumar?" Emily persisted. "It's an Asian name, isn't it?" He paused, half in light, half in shadow. "Your racism showing, Inspector. Just because a name's Asian, it doesn't follow I'm acquainted with the man." "I didn't say Kumar was a man, did I?" "Don't outshine yourself. You asked if Kumar belonged to Juma. If you know about Juma, I assume you know it's a society of male members only. Now, is there anything else? Because if there isn't, my cousin and I have work to do inside." "Yes, there is something else," Emily said. "Where were you on the night Mr. Quarashi died?" Muhammad let go of his hold on the door. He came back into the light and returned his sunglasses to his nose. "What?" he asked quietly, certainly more for effect than because he'd not heard the question. "Where were you the night Mr. Quarashi died?" Emily repeated. He snorted. "Ha! And this is where your investigation has taken you? Right where I expected you to go. A Paki's dead, so a Paki did it. And what better place to pin your hopes than on me, the most obvious Paki of choice?" "That's certainly an intriguing observation," Emily noted. "Perhaps you'd care to explain it." He removed his sunglasses once again. His eyes were full of contempt. Behind him, Taimullah Azar's expression was guarded. "I get in your way," Malik said. "I take care of my people. I want to make them proud of who they are. I want them to hold their heads up high. I want them to know that they don't need to be white in order to be worthy. And all of that is the last thing you want, Inspector Barlow. So what better way to oppress my people, to humiliate them into a subservience you can live with, than to shine the light of your pathetic investigation upon me?" The man was no intellectual sluggard, Barbara realised. What could be more successful in disarming dissent in a community than attempting to present the dissenters' leader to them as a shrill tin god? Except maybe he was. Barbara ventured a quick look at Azar to see how he was reacting to the exchange between the DCI and his cousin. She found him watching not Emily but herself. "See," his expression seemed to be saying, "our conversation at breakfast was prescient, wasn't it?" "That's a fine analysis of my motives," Emily told Muhammad, "and we'll be certain to discuss it at a later date. In front of your superiors. Whatever you wish. As for now, please answer the question, or come with me to the Nick to have a think about it." "You'd like me there, wouldn't you?" Malik said. "I'm sorry to have to deprive you of the pleasure." He went back to the door and shoved it open. "Rakin Khan. You'll find him in Colchester, which I trust isn't too difficult a task for someone of your admirable investigative powers." "You were with someone called Rakin Khan on Friday night?" "Sorry to disappoint your hopes." He didn't wait for an answer. He disappeared into the building. Azar nodded at Emily, then followed him. "He's quick," Barbara noted grudgingly. "But he ought to deep-six those sunglasses." She repeated the question she'd asked a moment before Muhammad's arrival. "So, how do you reckon Kumar's a man?" "Because Sala didn't know him." "So, like Muhammad just said, that was bullshit, Barbara. The Asian community in Bolford is small and it's tight. If there's an F. Kumar among them, believe me, Muhammad Malik, of all people, knows him." So why wouldn't his sister? Because she's a woman. The family's traditional, witness the marriage bit. Sala would know the community of Asian women, and she'd know the men who work here at the factory, but it doesn't follow that she'd know other men unless they're married to her acquaintances or boys from her school days. How would she? Look at her life. She probably doesn't date, she doesn't go to pubs, she doesn't move freely round Bolford. She hasn't been away to school, she's as good as a prisoner. So if she's not lying about not recognising the name, which of course she could be— Right, she could be, Barbara cut in, because F. Kumar could well be a woman, and she could know that F. Kumar could be the woman, in fact, and Sala may have sussed that out. Emily rustled in her bag and brought out her sunglasses. Absently she rubbed them against the front of her tank top before she replied. The cheque stub tells us that Qureshi paid Kumar £400. A single cheque, a single payment. If the cheque's been written to a woman, what was Qureshi paying her for? Blackmail, Barbara offered. Then why kill Qureshi? If he was being blackmailed by F. Kumar and he'd made a payment, why break his neck? That's killing the goose. Barbara considered the DCI's questions. He was going out at night. He was meeting someone. He was carrying rubbers. Couldn't F. Kumar be the woman he was boffing? And couldn't F. Kumar have come up pregnant? Then why take the rubbers if she was already pregnant? Because he wasn't meeting her any longer. He'd already moved on to someone else, and F. Kumar knew it. And the £400? What was that for? An abortion? A very private abortion. Perhaps even a botched abortion. With someone seeking revenge afterwards? Why not? Qureshi had been here 6 weeks. That's long enough to put someone in the club. If word got out that he'd done it, to an Asian woman no less, for whom virginity or chastity is a big deal in capitals, maybe her father, brother, husband, or other assorted relations were looking to set things right. So, have any Asian women died recently? Have any been admitted to hospital with suspicious hemorrhaging? It's something we need to look into, Em. Emily shot her a wry look. Have you gone off Armstrong so soon, then? We've still got his dabs on the Nissan, you know, and he's still sitting inside that building, happily working Qureshi's job. Barbara looked at the building, once again seeing the copiously sweating Mr. Ian Armstrong being put through his paces by DCI Barlow. His sweat glands were giving a power performance, she admitted, so I wouldn't cross him off the list. What if the in-laws corroborate his Friday night phone call story? Then I think I'd start sifting through BT's records. Emily chuckled. You're a real pitbull, Sergeant Havers. If you ever decide to leave the yard for the seaside, I'll have you on my team in a flash. Barbara felt a rush of pleasure at the DCI's praise, but she was never one to take a compliment and run with it, so she shifted her weight and fished her car keys out of her bag. Right. Well, I want to check out Sala's story about the bracelet. If she tossed it from the pier on Saturday afternoon, then somebody probably saw her. It's not like she isn't noticeable, what with the gear she wears. So shall I track down this bloke Trevor Ruddock as well? If he's working on the pier, I can kill 2 birds. Emily nodded. Sort him out. In the meantime, I'll see about this Rakin Khan that Mohammed's so hot to have me talk to. Although I've little doubt he'll confirm the alibi. He'll be wanting his brother Muslim to— how did our Mohammed phrase it exactly? Be able to hold his head up high? Now there's a delicious image for you to dwell on. She gave a short laugh and headed towards her car. With a wave she was on the road, pointed towards Colchester and another alibi. Being on the Bolford Pleasure Pier for the first time since her 16th summer wasn't the trip down memory lane that Barbara had expected it might be. The pier was greatly changed, with a rainbow sign over its entrance that spelled Shore Attractions in colourful neon. Still the bright, fresh paint, new planking, crisp-looking deck chairs, refurbished rides and games of chance, and a modern arcade offering everything from old-fashioned penny slides to video games, didn't alter the smells that could never wipe from her memory her annual visits to Bolford. The scent of fish and chips, hamburgers, popcorn and candy floss mingled sharply with the brine of the sea. And the sounds were the same as well. children laughing and shouting, arcade games ringing cacophonously, the calliope playing as the roundabout horses rose and fell on their shiny brass poles. Ahead of her the pier shot straight out into the sea, widening at its end in spatulate fashion. Barbara walked to this point, where the old Jack Hawkins cafeteria was being renovated, and from which location Salah Malik had allegedly thrown the bracelet she had bought for her fiancé. From the shell of the old cafeteria rose the sound of voices shouting above the pounding of tools against metal and the loud hiss of a blowtorch welding reinforcements onto the original infrastructure. Heat seemed to throb from the building, and when Barbara peered inside she felt it pulsating against her face. The workers were scantily dressed. Jeans cut off at the thigh, heavy-soled boots and grimy T-shirts, or none at all, appeared to be the uniform of choice. These were big-muscled men intent on their jobs. But when one caught sight of Barbara, he set down his tools and shouted, "No visitors! Can't you read? Clear out of here before you get hurt!" Barbara pulled out her warrant card, more for effect than anything else, since he couldn't have seen what it was at the distance. She shouted back, "Police!" "Jerry!" The man directed his attention to the welder, whose protective headgear and concentration on the flame he was shooting towards the metal seemed to make him oblivious of everything else. "Jerry! Hey! DeVitt!" Barbara stepped over 3 steel girders that were lying on the floor awaiting placement. She dodged several huge coils of electrical wire and a stack of unopened wooden crates. Someone yelled, "Keep back! You want to get hurt?" This apparently got Jerry's attention. He looked up, saw Barbara, and doused the flame on his blowtorch. He removed his headgear to reveal a bandana-covered head. He whipped this off and dried first his face with it, then his shining and hairless skull. Like the others, he wore cut-off jeans and an armless T-shirt, and he had the sort of body that would quickly go to seed if exposed to the wrong kind of food or a period of inactivity. Neither appeared to be the case. He was extremely fit-looking and brown from the sun. Before he, too, had a chance to warn her off, Barbara lifted her warrant card again, saying, "Police! Can I have a word with you blokes?" He frowned, returning the bandana to his head. He tied it at the back, and with the single earring hoop he wore, the overall effect was piratical. He spat on the floor, to the side at least, and dug into his pocket for a roll of polos. He thumbed one out and popped it into his mouth. "Jerry DeVitt," he said. "I'm the gov here. What do you need?" He came no closer, so Barbara knew he couldn't read her identification. She introduced herself, and although his eyebrows made a quick, furrowing movement when she said New Scotland Yard, he didn't evidence any other reaction. He glanced at his watch and said, "We don't have much time to spare." "5 minutes," Barbara said, "perhaps less. No one's in trouble, by the way." He evaluated this, then nodded. Much of the work had ceased in the building anyway, so he waved the men over. There were 7 of them, sweat-streaked, smelly, and patched with grease. "Thanks," Barbara said to DeVitt. She explained what she was seeking, verification that a young woman, probably dressed in traditional Asian garb, had come to the end of the pier on Saturday and had thrown something from it. "This would have been in the afternoon," Barbara said. "Do you work on Saturdays?" "We do," DeVitt said. "What time?" Since Salah had claimed not to know the exact time, Barbara speculated that if her story was accurate, and if she had gone into work that day as an excuse to be out of the house alone, it would probably have been late in the afternoon, a possible detour she'd taken on her way home. "I'd say round 5 o'clock. Jerry shook his head. "We're out of here by 4:30. He turned to his men. "Any of you lot see this bird? Any of you still here after 5? One man said, "You're joking, mate," and others laughed at the thought, it seemed, of hanging about any longer than necessary after a day's work. No one was able to corroborate Salah Malik's story. "We would have noticed her if we were still here," DeVitt said. He jerked his thumb at the other workers. "This lot? Let a good-looking bird come by and they're hanging by their knees trying to get her attention." The men guffawed. DeVitt grinned at them and then said to Barbara, "This one you're speaking of, is she a looker?" She was very pretty, Barbara confirmed. She was the sort of woman that men looked at twice. And with the costume she was wearing, here on the seaside, where women dressed like Sala were rarely seen on their own, she would hardly have gone unnoticed. "Must have been after we cleared out, then," DeWitt said. "Anything else we can do for you?" There was not, but Barbara handed the man one of her cards anyway, scrawling the name of the Burnt House Hotel on the back of it. If he remembered anything, if any of them remembered anything at all. "Is this important information or something?" DeWitt asked curiously. "Does this have to do with... Since it's an Asian you're talking about, does this have to do with that bloke who died?" She was just checking out some facts, Barbara said. That's all she could tell them at the moment. But if anything relating to that incident came to any of their minds... "Doubt it will," DeWitt said as he shoved the card into the back pocket of his jeans. "We steer clear of the Pakistanis. It keeps things simpler." "How's that?" He shrugged. "They've got their ways and we've got ours. Mix the two and what you've got is trouble. Blokes like us," and he indicated his workers with a wave of his arm, "don't have time for trouble. We work hard, have a pint or two afterwards, and then go home so we can work hard tomorrow." He scooped up his headgear and his blowtorch once again, saying, "If this bird you're asking about's an important part of things, you'd best have a word with the rest of the pier. One of them might have seen her pass by." She would do that, Barbara told them. She nodded her thanks and picked her way out of the building. Bust, she thought. But DeWitt was right. The attractions on the pier were open from morning until late at night. Unless Sala had swum or boated out to the end of the pier and climbed up to it in order to toss the bracelet dramatically into the sea from on high, she would have had to walk past all of them. It was strictly plod work, the sort of questioning that Barbara had always loathed. But she began doggedly working her way from attraction to attraction, beginning with a teacup ride called the Waltzer, and ending with a take-away snack stall. The land end of the pier was covered, a roof of plexiglass arching over the arcade, the roundabout, and the kiddie rides. Here the noise was intense, and Barbara had to shout to make herself heard. But no one was able to confirm Sala's story, not even Rosalie the Romany palm reader, who sat on a three-legged stool in front of her den, dressed in swaths of colourful shawls, sweating, smoking, fanning herself with a paper plate, and watching every passer-by for his potential to cross her palm with a £5 note. If anyone had seen Sala Malik, Rosalie was the most likely candidate. But she hadn't seen her. She did, however, offer Barbara a reading, palm, tarot cards, or general aura. "You could do with a reading, love," she said sympathetically. "Believe you me, Rosalie can tell." Barbara begged off, saying that if the future was going to be as charming as the past, she'd much rather be in the dark about it. She stopped at Jack Willie's Wet Fish and Seafood and bought a basket of deep-fried whitebait, a snack she hadn't eaten in years. They were served with a suitable sheen of grease and a small pot of tartar sauce for dipping. Barbara took them back to the open-air section of the pier and lounged on one of the bright orange benches. She munched away and thought about the situation. Since no one had been able to report seeing the Pakistani girl on the pier, there were three possibilities. The first had the most potential to muddy the waters. Sala Malik was lying. If this was the case, Barbara's next step was to ascertain why. The second possibility was the least plausible. Sala was telling the truth, even though not a single person on the pier remembered having seen the girl. Barbara had noted from her sojourn on the pier so far that the typical garb among visitors seemed to run heavily to black leather, despite the heat, and body rings. So unless Sala had come to the pier incognito, which was possibility number 3, then what Barbara was left with was possibility number 1, Sala was lying. She finished her whitebait and wiped her fingers on a paper napkin. Leaning against the bench, she lifted her face to the sun and thought further in another direction, back to F. Kumar. The only female Muslim name beginning with F that she could think of was Fatima, although there had to be others. But assuming that the F. Kumar to whom Qureshi had written a cheque for £400 was a woman, And assuming that the cheque was somehow tied into Quarashi's murder, what could one reasonably deduce the cheque had been written for? Certainly an abortion was a possibility. He'd been meeting someone illicitly, he was carrying condoms, he had more prophylactics in his bedside table. But what else was possible? A purchase of some sort? Perhaps the dinar gift that Salah was expecting to receive from him, a gift that he himself had not yet picked up? A loan of money to someone in need, a fellow Asian who could not turn to other members of her family for help? A down payment on an object to be delivered after Quarashi's marriage, a bed, a sofa, a table, a fridge. Even if F. Kumar was a man, the possibilities weren't much different. What did people purchase, Barbara wondered. Naturally, they purchased concrete items like objects, property, food and clothing. But they also purchased abstract items like loyalty, betrayal and sedition. And they purchased the absence of items as well, by securing silence, temporizing or departure. In any case, there was only one way to know what Quarashi had purchased. She and Emily were going to have to track Kumar down, which reminded Barbara of the secondary purpose she'd had in coming to the Balford Pier, tracking down Trevor Ruddock. She blew out of breath and swallowed, tasting the lingering flavour of the whitebait and feeling the greasy deposit they'd left on the roof of her mouth. She realised that she should have bought a drink with which to wash the lard-laden mess down her gullet, preferably something scalding hot that would have thoroughly melted it and sent it on its havoc-wreaking way through her digestive system. In a half-hour she'd doubtless begin paying the price for her impulsive purchase at Jack Willie's Wet Fish and Seafood. Perhaps a Coke would appease her stomach, which was already beginning to grumble in an ominous fashion. She rose, watching the flight of 2 gulls who soared above her and alighted on the roof that covered the land end of the pier. She noted for the first time a set of windows and an upper story above the arcade. They appeared to be for offices. They were one last place for her to seek someone who had witnessed an Asian girl walking on the pier, and the first place she needed to head to seek Trevor Ruddock before someone on the pier put the word out to him that a tubby detective was on his tail. The stairs to the upper story were inside the arcade, tucked between Rosalie's palm-reading establishment and a hologram exhibition. They led up to a single door, upon which a black sign was printed with the single word, Management. Inside, a corridor was lined with windows, which were open to catch whatever faint breeze might finally stir the torrid air. Offices opened off this passage, and from them emanated the sounds of telephones ringing, conversations developing, office machinery running, and fans oscillating. Someone had designed the office space well, because the horrific noise of the arcade directly below was almost entirely muffled. Barbara could see, however, how unlikely it would be that anyone up here might have observed Salah Malik on the pier. Glancing into one of the offices to her right, she noted that its windows offered a view of the sea, South Balford, and the colourful tiers of beach huts on the shore. Unless someone had happened along the corridor at the precise moment that Salah had been walking past the Red Baron airplane ride below, the only hope of her having been observed came from the office at the far end, the windows of which seemed to overlook both the pier immediately below it and the sea to its side. "May I help you with something?" Barbara turned to see a toothy girl at the door of the first office. "Are you looking for someone? These are the management offices." When she spoke, Barbara saw that she'd had the centre of her tongue pierced, and she wore a glittering stud in the hole. The sight gave Barbara the shivers, which were rather gratifying considering the heat, and she sent a thankful prayer heavenward that she'd grown to adulthood at a period of time when harpooning one's body parts hadn't been in vogue. Barbara presented her identification and ran tongue-stud through the routine by rote, but the answer was as Barbara had expected. Tongue-stud had seen no one like Salah Malik on the pier, never had done, in fact. "An Asian girl alone," she repeated. Lord, she couldn't recall ever having seen an Asian girl alone, leastways not done up like the detective was describing. But done up another way, Barbara wanted to know. Tongue-stud played her teeth against her tongue's decoration, tapping it thoughtfully. Barbara's stomach curdled. "No," she said. Which wasn't to say that some Asian girl hadn't been on the pier dressed like a normal person, mind. It's just that if she had been dressed like a normal person, well, she wouldn't have been very noticeable, would she? That, naturally, was the rub. Barbara asked who occupied the office at the end of the corridor. Tungstad told her that was Mr. Shaw's office. Of Shaw Attractions, she added meaningfully. Did the detective sergeant wish to see him? Why not, Barbara thought. If he couldn't add anything to what she'd already learned about Salah Malik's alleged visit to the pier, which was sod-bloody all, then as the pier's owner at least he'd be able to tell her where to find Trevor Ruddock. I'll just check then, Tungstad said. She went to the far door and stuck her head inside. Theo? The fuzz, wanting a word. Barbara couldn't hear a reply, but in a moment a man came to the doorway of the office. He was younger than Barbara, somewhere in his middle-20s, wearing fashionable, loose-fitting linen clothes. His fists were sunk into his pockets casually, but his expression was one of concern. There isn't trouble again, is there? He directed a glance out of the windows towards the amusements below. Is something out of order? He didn't mean with the equipment, she knew. He meant with his customers. A businessman in his position would know the value of a trouble-free environment, and when the police came calling, there was usually trouble in the air. Can I have a word? She asked. Thanks, Dominique, Theo said to Tungstad. Dominique? Barbara thought. She'd expected a name like Slam or Punch. Dominique took herself off to the office nearest the stairs. Barbara followed Theo Shaw into his. She saw at once that his windows gave him the view she'd suspected he'd have, overlooking the sea on one side, overlooking the pier at the office's far end. So, if anyone at all had seen Salah Malik, Barbara knew she was down to her last possibility. She turned to him, the question on her lips. It died in place. He'd removed his hands from his pockets while she was taking in the view, and, thus removed, they presented her with the object she'd been seeking all along. Theo Shaw was wearing an Aloysius Kennedy golden bracelet. Chapter 10. When she'd first made her escape from the jewellery shop, Rachel had only one destination in mind. She knew that she had to do something to mitigate the uneasy situation in which her actions had placed Salah, not to mention herself. The problem was that she wasn't sure what that something might be. She knew only that she had to act at once. So she'd begun pedalling her bicycle furiously in the direction of the mustard factory. But when she'd realised the factory was the most logical next place for the detective sergeant to head, she decreased her speed, coasting until the bike glided to a stop on the sea front. Her face was dripping. She blew a breath upward to cool her steamy forehead. Her throat was parched, and she wished she'd thought to bring a bottle of water with her. But she'd thought of nothing, really, other than the desperate need to get to Salah. By the seafront, however, Rachel had realised that she couldn't possibly outrace the police, and if the detective went to Salah's house first, matters could even turn out worse. Salah's mum, or that slimy Yum, would tell the detective the truth, that Salah had gone to work with her father, despite the untimely death of her intended, which is what Yum would no doubt add, so the sergeant would take herself off to the mustard factory next. And if she showed up while Rachel was there, trying to rationalise what Salah would surely believe was an unforgivable betrayal, not to mention trying to warn her friend of an impending police visit that would be rife with questions to take her by surprise, how would it look? It would look like someone was bloody well guilty of something, all right. And while it was true that Rachel was guilty, she wasn't guilty of the big thing. She hadn't harmed Haytham Quarashi at all, only... Well, perhaps that wasn't quite true when one thought about it, was it? She'd lifted her bicycle onto the pavement and rolled it to the sea wall. She'd leaned it against the barrier and sat for a good quarter of an hour, feeling the sun's heat rise from the concrete like blistering bubbles against her bum. She wasn't ready to go back to the shop and face her mother's probing questions. She couldn't get to Salah before the police. So she'd realised that she had to come up with a place to go until the coast was clear, allowing her to bike back to the mustard factory and have a word with her friend. which is how she finally ended up where she was at the moment, at the Clifftop Snuggeries. It had been the only place she could think of. She'd had to retrace her route to get here, bypassing the High Street and rake on original and artistic jewellery by pedalling along the Marine Parade instead. This was a rougher go, because she had to wend her way up the steep acclivity of the shoreline's upper parade, an activity that was sheer torture in the heat, but she had no real choice in the matter. Trying to get to the Snuggeries via Church Road's gentler slope would have meant pedalling up the High Street directly in front of Rake-On Jewellery. One glimpse of Rachel darting by on her bike, and Connie would have been out of the shop in a fury, screeching like the victim of a shotgun hold-up. As a result, Rachel had arrived at the Snuggeries in a virtual lather. She'd dropped her bicycle next to a dusty bed of begonias, and she'd staggered round to the back of the flats. Here there was a garden comprising a strip of sun-browned lawn, 3 narrow flower beds planted with drooping cornflowers, tickseed and daisies, 2 stone bird baths and a wooden bench. Rachel sank onto this. It faced not the sea but the flats themselves, and they looked at her in a silent reproach that she could barely tolerate. They displayed what she'd loved best about them, the balconies above and terraces below, both of which looked out not only on the garden, but on the winding path of Southcliffe Promenade, which curved above the sea. "We're lost to you, the Clifftop Snuggeries seemed to be saying. "Your well-laid plans went awry, Rachel Winfield, and where are you now?" Rachel turned from the sight of them, her throat tight and sore. She rubbed the back of her arm against her forehead and wished for a twister, imagining how soothing the lemon and lime ice cream would have felt as it slid down her throat. She pivoted on the bench and looked out at the sea. The sun blazed above without a hint of pity, while far out on the horizon the thin bank of fog lay as it had for days. Rachel balanced her chin on her fist on the back of the bench. Her eyes stung as if a fierce salty wind were blowing, and she blinked hard and fast to make the tears disappear. She wished herself anywhere but where she was, facing the lonely place that anger, resentment, and jealousy had taken her. What did it really mean to pledge yourself to another person? At one time she would have been able to answer the question with ease. Pledging yourself meant extending your hand and holding within it another's heart, the secrets of her soul and the dearest of her dreams. It meant offering safety, a haven where anything was possible, and everything between 2 kindred souls was perfectly understood. Pledging yourself meant saying, "We're equals, and whatever trouble comes, we'll face it together." That's what she'd thought about pledging at one time. How artless her promise of loyalty had been. But they had begun as equals, she and Sala, 2 schoolgirls who were last chosen for teams, who weren't allowed, invited, or who just didn't dare to attend their schoolmates' parties or dances, whose coyly decorated Valentine shoeboxes at the back of their classroom in junior school would have gone empty had each of them not remembered the other and what it felt like to be out in the cold. She and Sala had indeed begun as equals. It's where they finished that off-balanced the scales. Rachel swallowed against the tight soreness in her throat. She hadn't meant harm to anyone, really. She'd only meant the truth to come out. It was all for the best when people learned the truth. Wasn't it better than living a lie? But Rachel knew that the real lie was the one she was telling herself right now, and the evidence of this was right behind her, played out in brick with ruched curtains at the windows and a red for sale sticker pasted across its door. She didn't want to think of the flat. "Our very last one," the salesman had called it, twinkling at her meaningfully and doing his best to ignore the freak-show nature of her face. "Just the thing for a starter home. That's what you're looking for, I'll wager, isn't it? Who's the lucky bloke?" But Rachel hadn't thought of marriage and children when she had walked through the flat, examining cupboards, looking out at the view, swinging open windows. She'd thought of Sala. She'd thought of cooking dinner together, of sitting in front of the grate that held the glowing, hopelessly artificial fire, of drinking tea on the minuscule terrace in the spring, of talking and dreaming and being to each other what they'd been for a decade, a very best friend. She hadn't been looking for a flat when she'd stumbled across Clifftop Snuggery's final unit. She'd been bicycling back from Sala's. It had been a visit like many other visits that they'd had together over the years, talk, laughter, music and tea, but this time interrupted by Yum's bursting into the room with one of her imperious demands. She wanted Sala to give her a pedicure, at once, now. It had made no difference that Sala was entertaining a guest. Yum had given an order, and she expected it to be obeyed. Rachel had noticed how Sala changed when her sister-in-law spoke. The joyous girl she was became a submissive servant, obedient, docile, and once again the frightened child at the junior school who'd been teased and bullied. So when Rachel came to the red billboard with the announcement, "Final phase, all the mod cons," emblazoned on it, she turned her bicycle off Westbury Way and coasted up the drive to the flats. What she'd encountered in the salesman was not an overweight and over-eager middle-aged failure with a stain on his tie, but a purveyor of dreams. But dreams, she'd learned, had a way of fracturing and leading one to disappointment. Perhaps, therefore, it was better never to dream at all, because when one learned to harbour hopes, one also— "Rachel!" Rachel started. She swung round from her view of the endless, level sheet of North Sea. Sala was standing before her. Her dupatta had fallen round her shoulders, and her face was grave. The strawberry birthmark on her cheek had deepened in colour, signalling, as it always did, the depth of a feeling that she couldn't hide. "Sala! How did you— What are you—" Rachel didn't know how to begin what they had to say to each other. "I went to the shop first. Your mum said you'd run off after the woman from Scotland Yard came round. I thought you might come here." "'Cause you know me," Rachel said miserably. She plucked at a gold thread in her skirt. It wove brightly through the red and blue swirls of the material's pattern. "You know me better than anyone, Sala, and I know you." "I thought we knew each other," Sala said, "but I'm not sure now. I'm not even sure we're friends any longer." Rachel didn't know what hurt worse, the knowledge that she dealt Sala a terrible blow, or the blow that Sala was dealing in return. She couldn't look at her, because at the moment it felt like looking at her friend would be opening up for a more grievous injury than she could bear. "Why did you give the receipt to Haytham? I know he had it because of you, Rachel. Your mum wouldn't have been likely to pass it on. But I don't understand why you gave it to him." "You told me you loved Theo." Rachel's tongue felt thick, and her mind felt desperate for an answer that could explain what was even to herself inexplicable. "You said you loved him." "I can't be with Theo. I told you that as well. I said my family would never allow it." "And it broke your heart. You said that, Sala. You said, 'I love him. He's like the other half of myself.' That's what you said." "I also said that we couldn't marry, despite what I wanted, despite everything we shared and hoped and—" Sala's voice faltered. Rachel looked up. Her friend's eyes were liquid, and she turned her head away abruptly, looking north towards the pier where Theo Shaw was. After a moment she went on. "I said that when the time came I would have to marry the man chosen by my parents. We talked about that, you and I. You can't deny it. I said, 'Theo's lost to me, Rachel. You remember that? You knew I could never be with him. So what did you hope to accomplish by giving the receipt to Haytham? You didn't love Haytham." "Yes, all right, I didn't love Haytham, and he didn't love me. It's not right to marry when you don't love each other. You can't be happy when you don't love each other. It's like starting out life in the middle of a lie." Sala came to the bench and sat. Rachel lowered her head. She could see the edge of her friend's linen trousers, her slender foot, and the strap of her sandal. The sight of these parts of the whole that was Sala struck Rachel with sadness. Never in years had she felt so alone. "You knew my parents wouldn't allow a marriage to Theo. They would have cast me out of my family. But you told Haytham about Theo anyway." Rachel's head flew up in swift reaction. "Not his name. I swear I didn't tell Haytham his name." "Because," Sala continued, and she spoke more to herself than to Rachel, as if she were in the process of deducing Rachel's motivation as she went along, "you hoped Haytham would end his engagement to me. And then what?" Sala gestured towards the row of flats, and for the first time Rachel saw them as Sala doubtless saw them, cheaply built, without character or distinction,
I would have been free to live here with you. Did you expect my father would really have allowed that? You love Theo, Rachel said weakly. You said. Are you trying to tell me that you are acting in my interests? Sala asked. Are you saying that you would have been pleased had Theo and I married? I don't believe you, because there's another truth that you're not admitting. Had I tried to marry Theo, which I wouldn't, of course, but had I tried, you would have done something to stop that as well. I wouldn't. We would have planned to run off, because that's the only way I could have managed it. I would have told you, my best friend, and you would have made certain it didn't happen. Probably by telling my father in advance, or by telling Mohammed, or even by... No, I never. Rachel couldn't prevent the tears, and she hated herself for a weakness which she knew that her friend would never show. She swung round again, her face to the sea. The sun beat on her, heating her tears as soon as she shed them, heating them so quickly that they dried on her skin, and she felt the pulling tightness of their salt. Sala said nothing at first. The only answer to Rachel's sobbing was the cry of gulls and the sound of a distant speedboat hurtling madly along in the sea. "Rachel?" Sala touched her shoulder. "I'm sorry," Rachel wept. "I didn't mean... I didn't want... I only thought..." Her sobs broke the words like finely blown glass. "You can marry Theo. I won't stop you, and then you'll see." "What?" "That all I wanted was for you to be happy. And if being happy means being with Theo, then that's exactly what I want you to do." "I can't marry Theo." You can! Why do you always say that you can't and you won't?" "Because my family won't accept it. It isn't our way. And even if it was, you can tell your dad that the next bloke he brings over from Pakistan won't do. You can say the same about the bloke after that, and the next one as well. He won't make you marry anyone. You've said that yourself. So after a time, when he knows you're unhappy with the blokes he's chosen... That's just the point, Rachel. I don't have the time. Can't you see that? I don't have the time." Rachel scoffed. "You're just 20 years old, and no one thinks 20 years old these days, not even the Asians. Girls your age go to university every day. They take jobs as bank clerks. They study law. They learn to be doctors. They don't all get married. What's wrong with you, Sala? You used to want more. You used to have dreams." Rachel felt all the hopelessness of her situation, made worse by the fact that she couldn't force her friend to understand her meaning or accept her truths. She wrestled for words and finally gave up, saying, "Do you want to be like Yum? Is that what you want?" "I am like Yum." "Oh, right," Rachel noted sardonically. "Just exactly like, with your body going completely to seed and nothing to look forward to except a spreading bum and a baby every year." "That's right," Sala said, and her voice was desolate. "Rachel, that's just exactly right." "It isn't. You don't have to be that way. You're clever, you're pretty, you can be more." "You aren't listening to me," Sala said. "You haven't heard, so you don't understand. I don't have time. I don't have options. Not any longer if I ever did. I am like Yum. Just exactly like Yum." Rachel felt one final reflex protestation rise to her lips. But this time Sala's expression stopped it. She was watching her so intently, her dark eyes so pained, that Rachel's remark was quashed. She breathed in to say bitterly, "You've gone half-cracked if you think you're like Yum." But the words were a fire thoroughly doused by what Sala's face was telling her. "Yum," Rachel said on the breath she'd taken to excoriate her friend. "My God, Sala! Yum! Do you mean you and Theo? You never said." Involuntarily her gaze went over her friend's body, so carefully concealed beneath her loose clothing. "Yes," Sala said, "which is why Haytham agreed to move the marriage forward. He knew. I couldn't have pretended the baby was his. Even if I'd thought I could do it, I had to tell him. He'd come here to marry me, but he'd been content to wait a bit, perhaps for 6 months, to give both of us time to get to know each other. I had to tell him there was no time. What could I say? Truth was my only option."
Rachel felt staggered by the immensity of what her friend was telling her, taken in the context of her background, her religion, and her culture. And then she saw, even as she hated herself for seeing it, the possibility of salvation. Because if Haytham Qureshi already knew that Theo Shaw was Sala's lover, then giving him that receipt, saying mysteriously, "Ask Sala about this," and waiting for the desired result, was behaviour for which she could forgive herself. She would only have been telling him something he already knew, accepted, and had come to terms with. If Sala had spoken the entire truth to him— "Did he know about Theo?" Rachel asked, trying not to sound as anxious as she felt for affirmation. "Did you tell him about Theo?" "That's what you did for me," Sala said. Rachel's hope died again, and this time completely. "Who else knows?" "No one. Hume suspects. She would do, wouldn't she? She knows the signs well enough. But I've said nothing to her, and no one else knows." "Not Theo?" Sala lowered her gaze, and Rachel followed this to her hands, which were clasped in her lap. The knuckles were whitened, and they grew whiter. As if Theo Shaw's name had not come up, Sala said, "Haytham knew how little time we had to do the normal things couples do before they marry. Once I told him about the baby. He didn't want me to be humiliated. He agreed to marriage as soon as possible." She blinked slowly, as if to erase a memory. "Rachel, Haytham Qureshi was a very good man." Rachel wanted to tell her that in addition to being a very good man, it was also likely that Haytham Qureshi was a man who didn't want to bear the scorn of people within their community, who would despise him for marrying an unchaste woman. It had been to his advantage as well that they marry as quickly as possible, so as to pass the child off as his, no matter how light the colour of the baby's skin. But instead Rachel thought about Theo Shaw, Sala's professed love for him, the knowledge she herself now possessed, and what she could do with it to make things right. But she had to know for certain first. She didn't want to take another misstep. "Does Theo know about the baby?" Sala gave a dispirited laugh. "You still don't understand, do you? Once you gave that receipt to Haytham, once Haytham knew it was for a gold bracelet, once he ran into Theo at that idiotic gentleman's cooperative that's supposed to bring this pathetic little town back to life—" Sala stopped herself as if suddenly aware of the uncharacteristic bitterness of her words, and how they revealed a chaotic state of her mind. What difference does it make to anything now if Theo knows or doesn't know?" "What are you saying?" Rachel heard her fear and tried to quell it for the other girl's sake. "Haytham's dead, Rachel. Don't you see? Haytham's dead. And he'd gone to the Naze at night in the dark, which is less than half a mile from the old hall where Theo lives, and which is also the place that Theo's been collecting fossils for the last 20 years. Do you understand now?" Sala asked sharply. "Rachel Winfield, do you understand?" Rachel gaped at her. "Theo?" she said. "No. Sala, you can't think Theo Shaw. Haytham would have wanted to know who it was," Sala told her. "He was prepared to marry me, yes, but still he would have wanted to know who'd made me pregnant. What man wouldn't, no matter what he said to me about living in ignorance? He would have wanted to know." "But even if he knew, even if he actually talked to Theo, you can't think that Theo—" Rachel couldn't finish the sentence. So horrified was she at the pure logic behind Sala's words. She could even picture how everything had happened. A meeting in the dark on the Naze, Haytham Qureshi's conversation with Theo Shaw in which he spoke of Sala's pregnancy, Theo Shaw's subsequent desperation to rid the world of the man who stood between himself and his one true love, and what he knew, had to know, to be his moral duty. Because he'd want to do his duty by Sala, Theo Shaw would. He loved Sala, and if he knew he'd made her pregnant, he'd want to stand by her side. And because Sala was so reluctant, indeed so afraid, to be cast out from her family for marrying an Englishman, he would also have known that there was only one way to bind her to him. Rachel swallowed. She sucked in her lip and bit it hard. "So look what you've done, in passing along the receipt for that bracelet, Rachel,"
Sala said. "You've given the police a connection, which they might otherwise have never known about, between Haytham Qureshi and Theo Shaw. And when a murder's been done, that's the first thing they look for, a connection." Rachel began to babble. So acute was her guilt, and so horrifying the knowledge of the part she'd played in the tragedy on the Naze. "I'll phone him straight away. I'll go to the pier." "No!" Sala sounded horrified. "I'll tell him to throw the bracelet in the rubbish. I'll make sure he doesn't wear it again. The police have no reason to talk to him anyway. They don't know he knew Haytham. Even if they talk to all the blokes in the Gentlemen's Cooperative, it'll take them days to talk to everyone, won't it? Rachel, and that's the only way they'll know, to talk to Theo Shaw. There's no other connection between him and Haytham, just the cooperative, so I'll get to him first. And they won't see the bracelet. They won't know about anything. I swear they won't know." Sala's head was shaking, her expression a mixture of disbelief and despair. "But don't you see, Rachel, that doesn't address the real problem, does it? No matter what you tell Theo, Haytham's still dead. But the police will rest the case, or close it, or whatever they do, and then you and Theo—" "Then Theo and I what?" "You can get married," Rachel said. And when Sala didn't answer at once, she added weakly, "You and Theo? Married? You know." Sala rose. She pulled her dupatta back over her head. She looked towards the pier. The calliope music of the roundabout floated towards them on the air, even at this distance. The Ferris wheel glittered in the sunlight, and the wild mouse frantically tossed its shrieking passengers from side to side. "Do you actually think it's as easy as that? You tell Theo to throw the bracelet in the rubbish, the police go away, and he and I marry? It could happen that way if we make it happen." Sala shook her head, then turned back to Rachel. "You don't even begin to understand," she said. Her voice was resigned, a decision made. "I must have an abortion, as soon as possible, and I need you to help me make all the arrangements."
The bracelet was unmistakably an Aloysius Kennedy piece, thick, heavy, undefined swirls, similar to the bracelet Barbara had seen in Raycon jewellery. She was willing to admit that Theo Shaw's possession of such a unique item might be pure coincidence, but she hadn't been involved in criminal investigations for 11 years for nothing. She knew how unlikely coincidences were when it came to murder. "Can I get you something to drink?" Theo Shaw's tone was so friendly that Barbara wondered if, against all reason, he thought her visit was a social call. "Coffee, tea, a Coke? I was about to grab a drink myself. Bloody hot weather, isn't it?" Barbara said that a Coke would be fine, and when he left his office in search of one, she took the opportunity to have a look round. She wasn't sure what she was looking for, although she wouldn't have said no to the sight of a nice coil of incriminating wire suitable for tripping someone in the darkness, lying squarely in the middle of his desk. But there wasn't much to take note of. A set of bookshelves held one row of green plastic binders and a second row of account books, with successive years stamped on the spine of each in flaking gold numerals. A metal in and out tray on the top of a filing cabinet contained a batch of invoices that appeared to be for foodstuffs, for electrical work, for plumbing, and for business supplies. A bulletin board on one of the walls had posted upon it 4 architectural blueprints, 2 for a structure identified as the Pier End Hotel, and 2 for a leisure centre called Agatha Shaw Recreational Village. Barbara took note of this latter name. Mother of Theo, she wondered? Aunt? Sister? Wife? Idly she picked up a large paperweight that was holding down a pile of correspondence, all of which appeared devoted to a plan to redevelop the town. When she heard Theo's approaching footsteps in the corridor, she removed her attention from the letters to the paperweight, which appeared to be a large blob of pocked stone. "Raphidonema," Theo Shaw said. He carried 2 Coke cans with a paper cup fitted over one of them. He handed this one over to Barbara. "Raffi, who?" she said. "Raphidonema. Porifera calcarea ferritronidella lapide raphidonema, to be more exact." He smiled. He had a most appealing smile, Barbara thought, and she hardened automatically at the sight of it. She knew well enough what degree of complicity an appealing smile was able to hide. "I'm showing off," he said ingenuously. It's a fossil sponge, Lower Cretaceous period. I found it. Barbara turned the rock in her hands. Really? It looks like, hell, I don't know, sandstone. How do you know what it was? Experience. I've been playing paleontologist for years. Where did it come from? Along the coast, just north of town. At the Naze? Barbara asked. Theo's eyes narrowed, but so fractionally that Barbara would have missed the movement had she not been watching for some indication that he knew at heart what she was doing in his office. Right, he said. The red crag traps them and the London clay releases them. All you have to do is wait for the sea to erode the cliffs. That's your primary spot for fossil hunting, then? Out on the Naze? Not on the Naze, he corrected her. On the beach below it, at the base of the cliffs. But yes, that's the best spot for fossils along this stretch of coastline. She nodded and placed the fossilized sponge back on top of the papers it had been weighing down. She popped open her Coke and drank straight from the can. The paper cup she crumpled slowly into her hand. A tiny elevation of Theo Shaw's eyebrows told her that he didn't misunderstand the gesture. First things first, she thought. The Naze and the bracelet made Theo himself a subject that she wished to pursue, but there were other fish to fry before she got to him. She said, "What can you tell me about a bloke called Trevor Ruddock?" Trevor Ruddock? Did he sound relieved, Barbara wondered. He works somewhere on the pier. Do you know him? I do. He's been here for 3 weeks. He came to you via Marlick's Mustards, I understand. He did. Where he was given the sack for pilfering goods. I know, Theo said. Akram wrote me about it. Phoned as well. He asked me to give the chap a chance because he believed there were extenuating circumstances behind the pilfering. The family's poor, 6 kids, and Trevor's dad has been out of work with a bad back for the last 18 months. Akram said he couldn't in conscience keep Ruddock on, but he wanted to give him a second chance somewhere else, so I took him on. It's not much of a job, and it doesn't pay nearly what he was making with Akram, but it's something to tide him over. What's he do? Pier clean-up right now, after hours. So he's not here at the moment? He starts work at 11:30 at night. There'd be no point to coming to the pier before that, unless he was doing it for his own amusement. Mentally, Barbara added another tick to Trevor Ruddock's name in the list of suspects. The motive was there, and now the opportunity. He could easily have done away with Haytham Quarashi on the Naze, and still clocked in at the pier on time. But that begged the question of what Theo Shaw was doing with the Aloysius Kennedy bracelet, if indeed it was the Kennedy bracelet, and there was only one way to find out. Enter Thespian Havers, Barbara thought. She said, "I'll need a current address for him if you've got it." "Not a problem at all." Theo went to his desk and sat in the wheeled oak chair behind it. He turned the spool of an old Rolodex and flipped through its cards until he came to the one he wanted. He wrote the address on a post-it and handed this over, which gave Thespian Havers the opportunity she wanted. "Whoa," she said. "Is that an Aloysius Kennedy you've got on? It's gorgeous." "What?" Theo said. Score a point, Barbara thought. He hadn't bought the bracelet himself, because if he had done, there was little doubt that one of the Winfields would have waxed eloquent on its origins. "That bracelet," Barbara said. "It looks like one I've been drooling over in London. A bloke called Aloysius Kennedy designs them. Can I have a look?" She added, with what she hoped was her best display of girlish artlessness, "This is probably as close as I'm ever going to get to owning one, if you know what I mean." For a moment she thought she hadn't been able to hook him, but as the bait of her interest floated in front of him, Theo Shaw made the decision to bite. He handed over the gold wrist cuff, unfastening it with his thumbnail and slipping it off. "It's great," Barbara said. "May I?" She gestured towards the window, and when he nodded she carried it over. She turned it this way and that with her hand. She said, "The man's a genius, isn't he? I like these swirls. And the metal's perfect. He's the Rembrandt of goldsmiths, if you ask me." She hoped the artistic allusion was right. What she knew about Rembrandt, not to mention what she knew about gold and jewellery, could easily fit into a teaspoon. She went on to remark on the weight of it. She ran her fingers over the shape of it. She examined its cleverly hidden clasp. And when the time was right, she looked at its inside, and saw what she had believed she would see. 3 words were engraved in a fluid scroll. Life begins now. Ah, time to apply the thumbscrews. Barbara returned to the desk and set the bracelet next to the fossilized sponge. Theo Shaw didn't put it on at once. His colour was slightly higher than it had been when Barbara had taken the bracelet from him. He'd seen her read the inscription inside, and she had little doubt that she and the young man were about to dance the careful pas de deux of How to Find Out What the Rozzers Know. She realised that when the music began she was going to need to outstep him. "Makes a nice statement, that," she said, indicating the bracelet with a nod. "I wouldn't mind finding one on my doorstep some morning. Just the sort of thing one hopes to have passed one's way by a nameless admirer." Theo reached for the bracelet and snapped it back on. "It was my dad's," he said. "Voila," Barbara thought. He should have kept his mug plugged, but in her experience the guilty parties so rarely did, feeling compelled to demonstrate their spurious innocence for one and all. "Your dad's dead, then?" "My mother as well." "Then all of this?" Here she indicated the pier itself, followed by the blueprints on the bulletin board. "Is all of this commemorating your parents?" He looked nonplussed. She went on. "When I came here as a kid, it was Bolford Pier. Now it's Shaw Attractions. And the leisure centre? Agatha Shaw Recreational Village. Is that your mum's name?" His expression cleared. "Agatha Shaw's my grandmother, although she's done duty as my mother since I was 6. My parents were killed in a car crash." "That must have been rough," Barbara said. "Yeah, but, well, Gran was great." "She's all you got left?" "All that's here. The rest of the family's scattered years ago. Gran took us in, I've an older brother trying his luck in Hollywood, and raised us as a second set of kids." "Nice to have something to remember your dad by," Barbara noted, another nod at the bracelet. She wasn't about to let him slither away from the topic at hand, with Dickensian recollections of being orphaned and passed along to an ageing relative. She gazed at him fixedly. "Sort of modern to be a family heirloom, though. Looks like it was made last week." Theo returned her gaze just as fixedly, although he couldn't prevent the rush of colour on his neck, which gave him away. "I never thought of that, but I suppose it does." "Yes. Well, it's interesting to run across it like this, because, oddly enough, we're on the trail of a Kennedy piece that's very much like it." Theo frowned. "On the trail? Why?" Barbara avoided a direct answer and went back to the window overlooking the pier. Outside, the Ferris wheel had begun to revolve, lifting a score of happy riders into the air. She said, "How do you know Akram Malik, Mr. Shaw?" "What?" Clearly he expected something else. "You mentioned he phoned you about hiring Trevor Ruddock. That suggests you know each other. I was wondering how." "From the Gentlemen's Cooperative." Theo went on to explain what it was. "We try to help each other out. This was an instance when I could do him a favour. He'll do me one in return one day." "Is that your only connection with the Maliks?" He looked from her to the window. Outside, a gull had come to sit on an exhaust fan on the roof of the arcade below them. The bird looked expectant, and Barbara did likewise. She knew Theo Shaw was walking a delicate line at the moment. Not knowing what she had already been told about him from other sources, he would have to choose carefully between truth and lie. "Actually, I helped Akram set up his factory's computer system," he settled on saying, "and I went to junior school here in town with Muhammad, to comprehensive as well, but that was in Clacton." "Ah." Barbara mentally waved away the geography of his relationship with the family. Clacton or Balford hardly mattered. What was important was the connection itself. "You've known them for years, then?" "In a manner of speaking." "What manner of speaking is that?" Barbara lifted her Coke for another swig. It was doing wonders to settle the earlier consumed whitebait into her digestive system. Theo followed her lead and took a swallow of Coke himself. "I knew Mohanad from school, but we weren't friends, so I never knew the family until I did their computers at the factory. This was a year ago, perhaps a bit more." "So I assume that you know Sala Malik as well?" I've met Sala, yes. He did what, in Barbara's experience, so many people did when trying to look nonchalant about a piece of information that was causing their insides to shimmy. He continued to look her straight in the eye. So you'd recognise her, on the street, say, or perhaps on the pier, dressed Muslim or otherwise? I suppose. But I don't see what Sala Malik has to do with anything. What's this all about? Have you seen her on the pier in the last few days? No. No, I haven't. When did you last see her? I can't recall. From what I could tell when I was doing their computers, Akram keeps her on a rather short tether. She's the only daughter, and it's their way. What makes you think she was on the pier? She told me she was. She told me she threw a bracelet, something like this one, with a flip of her thumb at his Kennedy gold, off the end of the pier when she was told that Haytham Qureshi was dead. She said it had been a gift for him, and she gave it the toss on Saturday afternoon. But here's what's odd. As far as I've been able to tell, not a soul saw her. What do you make of that? As if of their own volition, his fingers reached for his wrist and closed over the bracelet. I don't know, he said. Barbara nodded gravely. It's intriguing, though, isn't it, that no one saw her? It's getting on to high summer. There's scores of people on the pier every day. It's not very likely that one of them would stick in the memory. Perhaps, Barbara said, but I've been the length of it, and here's what I noticed. No one's out there in Muslim garb. Barbara rooted casually through her bag to find her cigarettes. She said, Mind? And when he waved her onward with a flick of his fingers, she lit up and said, Sala wears the traditional get-up. Take that with the thought that she'd have had no reason to come onto the pier incognito, and we've got her here wearing Muslim garb. Wouldn't you agree? I mean, it's not like she was doing something illegal that required a disguise. She was just tossing an expensive piece of jewellery into the drink. I suppose that makes sense. So if she said she was here, and if no one saw her, and if she came here wearing her usual togs, then there's only one conclusion to draw, isn't there? Drawing conclusions is your job, not mine, Theo Shaw said, and Barbara gave him credit for saying it evenly. But if you're suggesting that Sala Malik's somehow involved in what happened to her fiancé, that's just not on. How do we get onto this business at the Nays? Barbara asked. That's rather a jump. He refused to be baited or trapped this time. He said, You're the police, and I'm not stupid. If you're asking whether I knew the Maliks, you're involved in investigating the death on the Nays, right? And you knew she was to marry Qureshi? I'd been introduced to him at the Gentlemen's Cooperative. Akram called him his future son-in-law. I didn't think he was here to marry Muhammad, so it seemed reasonable to conclude he was here to marry Sala. Touché, Barbara saluted him mentally. She'd thought she had him, but he dodged adroitly. So you knew Qureshi yourself? I'd met him, but I wouldn't call it knowing him. Yes, right. But you knew who he was. You'd have recognised him on the street. When Theo Shaw acknowledged this to be the case, Barbara went on with, Just for clarity's sake, then, where were you on Friday night? I was at home, and since you're going to inquire anyway, if not of me, then of someone else, home is at the end of Old Hall Lane, which itself is a 10-minute walk from the Nays. Were you alone? His thumb created a small dent in the Coke can. Why the hell are you asking me this? Because Mr. Qureshi's death on the Nays was a murder, Mr. Shaw, but I expect you know that already, don't you? His thumb relaxed. The Coke can pinged. You're trying to mix me up in this, aren't you? I'll tell you that Gran was upstairs in bed while I was down in my workroom. You'll note that I therefore had the opportunity to dash off to the Nays and do away with Qureshi. Of course, I had no reason to kill him, but that detail is of no consequence, apparently. No reason, Barbara said. She flicked cigarette ash into the waste-paper basket. No reason. Theo Shaw's words were firm, but his gaze skittered to the telephone. It hadn't rung, so Barbara wondered who it was he was going to phone the second she left his office. He wouldn't be stupid enough to make the call while she was skulking in the corridor, though. Whatever else he might have been, Theo Shaw wasn't an idiot. Right, Barbara said.
Cigarette dangling between her lips, she scribbled the number of the Burnt House Hotel on the back of one of her cards. She handed it over, telling Theo to phone, should he recall anything pertinent to the case, like the truth about his possession of the gold bracelet, she added mentally. Outside, with the cacophony of the arcade swirling round her, Barbara thought of the implications behind both Theo Shaw's possession of the gold piece and his lies about its origin. While it was possible that two Aloysius Kennedy golds could exist harmoniously in the same town, it was unlikely that they'd be inscribed identically. This being the case, the reasonable conclusion to draw was that Salah Malik had been lying about throwing the bracelet from the pier, and the bracelet she claimed to have thrown from the pier was resting round Theo Shaw's wrist. And there were only two ways that the bracelet had come into Theo Shaw's possession. Either Salah Malik had given it to him directly, or she'd given it to Haytham Quarashi, and Theo Shaw had seen it and taken it from Quarashi's body. In either case, Theo Shaw was standing squarely in suspicion's doorway. Another Englishman, Barbara thought. She wondered what would actually happen to the community's tenuous peace if it turned out that Quarashi had met his death at the hands of a Westerner. Because at this moment it seemed to her that they had two solid suspects, Armstrong and Shaw, both of whom were English, and next on her list was Trevor Ruddock, in line to be Englishman number 3. Unless F. Kumar came up smelling like 3-day-old cod, or one of the Maliks began to sweat more than one expected in this heat, except for Salah, who appeared to have been born without pores, then an Englishman was likely the perp they were seeking. However, at the thought of Salah, Barbara hesitated, her car keys dangling from her fingers, and Trevor Ruddock's address crumpled into her hand. What did that previous conclusion imply? What did it mean if Salah had given the bracelet to Shaw and not to Quarashi? It meant the obvious, didn't it? Since "life begins now" wasn't exactly the sort of comment one made to a casual acquaintance, then Theo Shaw wasn't a casual acquaintance, which meant he and Salah knew each other rather more intimately than Theo had suggested, which in turn meant that not only Theo Shaw had a motive to off Quarashi, Salah Malik may very well have had a motive to kill her fiancé as well. An Asian was finally firmly on the list of suspects, Barbara thought, so the case was still anybody's game. Chapter 11. Barbara grabbed a bag of popcorn and a second bag of rainbow rock from a freestanding stall at the land end of the pier. The stall was called Sweet Sensations, and its emanating odours of doughnuts frying, candy floss spinning, and corn popping were too tempting to disregard. So she made her purchase, and with barely a twinge of guilt. After all, she told herself, it stood to good reason that she might be taking her next meal with the calorically abstemious Emily Barlow. If that were the case, she wanted to bulk up on her daily junk food quotient. She went for the small packet of old-fashioned rainbow rock first, popping a piece of it into her mouth and beginning the hike back to her car. She'd left the Mini parked on the Parade, a strip of seafront road that climbed towards the higher section of the town. Here a row of Edwardian villas, not unlike Emily's, overlooked the sea. They were Italianate in design, with balconies and arched windows and doorways, and in 1900 they would have been regal. Now, much like Emily's house, they needed renovation. Bed and breakfast signs hung in every front window, but curtains sagging with grime and woodwork shedding paint onto the pavement doubtless put off the less hardy adventurer. They looked completely unoccupied, and more than half ready for the wrecking ball. At her car, Barbara paused. This was her first real opportunity to survey the town from the vantage point of the seafront, and what she saw wasn't very appealing. The road along the shore rose prettily enough, but the buildings that fronted it were like the villas, in disrepair. Years of sea air had eaten away paint and had rusted through metal. Years of isolation from the tourist trade, as inexpensive package holidays to Spain became more alluring than a drive to Essex, had leached the lifeblood from the local economy. The result lay before her like an urban Miss Havisham, jilted and frozen in a fragment of time.
The town was in desperate need of exactly what Akram Malik was providing, a source of employment. It was also in need of what the Shaw family apparently had in mind, redevelopment. Looking it over, Barbara wondered if there was a point of conflict between the two that Balford CID ought to be exploring. As she thought of this, and meditated on the picture that the seafront provided, she saw two little dark-skinned boys, perhaps 10 years old, come out of Stan's hot and cold snacks. They were eating cornettos, and they wandered in the direction of the pier. Like children who'd been instructed well, they paused for traffic at the edge of the pavement. A dusty van braked to let them cross. Partially hidden behind a filthy windscreen, the driver waved them towards the other side of the street. The boys nodded their thanks and stepped off the curb, which is what, it seemed, the van's occupants wished. With a blare of its horn, the van shot forward. The roar of its engine echoed against the buildings. Startled, the children jumped back. One dropped his ice cream, and in a reflex bent to retrieve it. The other, a hand on his companion's collar, quickly jerked him out of harm's way. "Fucking parkies!" someone shouted from the van, and a bottle flew out. It hadn't been sealed, so its contents arced into the air as it sailed. The boys dodged, but didn't quite make it. Yellow liquid splashed into their faces and across their clothes before the bottle broke at their feet. "Bloody hell!" Barbara muttered. She dashed across the street. "My ice cream!" the smaller boy cried. "Ghassan, my ice cream!" Ghassan's face was a study in disgust, but he was directing it towards the fleeing vehicle. The van was tearing up the shore road, which curved out of sight beneath the shade of a cypress tree. Barbara tried, but failed, to make out its number plates. "You all right?" she asked the boys. The smaller child had begun to cry. The blistering street and pavement quickly heated the liquid that had been tossed. The sharp odour of urine seeped upward. The boys had it on their clothes and their skin, nasty yellow stains against their white shorts, and yellow droplets speckling their brown legs and their cheeks. "I lost my ice cream!" the smaller boy wailed. "Shut up, Muhsin!" Ghassan scowled. "They want you to cry, so shut up!" He shook him roughly, one hand on his shoulder. "Here, take mine, I don't want it." "But take it!" He shoved the cornetto at the other boy. "You all right?" Barbara repeated. "That was a rotten thing to do." Ghassan finally looked her way. She could have tasted the scorn in his expression had it had a flavour. "English cunt!" He said the words so distinctly that she couldn't have mistaken them for anything else. "Get away from us. Come on, Muhsin." Barbara felt her mouth drop open, and she snapped it shut as the boys walked off. They went in the direction they'd intended from the first, towards the pier. No one, it seemed, was going to stop them from doing what they had planned to do. Barbara would have admired them had she not seen how the entire episode, as brief as it had been, served to underscore all of the racial tensions in Balford, tensions that only a few nights previously might have led to murder. She watched the boys descend the path to the pier before she returned to her car. She didn't have far to drive to Trevor Ruddock's house. She didn't, in fact, have to drive there at all. A quick purchase of a town map at Balford Books and Crannies revealed that Alfred Terrace was less than a 5-minute walk from the High Street and the bookstore itself. It was also a 5-minute walk from Raycon Jewellery, a detail that Barbara took note of with interest. Alfred Terrace comprised a single line of 7 salt-box-sized dwellings that ran along one side of a little square. Each house was decorated with derelict window boxes, and each possessed a front door so narrow that inhabitants of the terrace doubtless had to consider their daily food intake and how it might affect their ability to gain access to their sitting rooms. The houses were uniformly dirty white, their faded doors the only distinguishing feature about them. These were each painted differently, in colours that ran from yellow to puce. The paint had faded over time, however, for the terrace faced west, and it took the very worst of the day's sun and heat. Which is what it was doing at the moment. The air was still, and the temperature seemed 10 degrees higher than it had been on the pier. Egg frying on the pavement was called for. Barbara could feel her skin cooking where it was bare. The Ruddock family lived along the terrace at number 6.
Their choice of door colour had at one time been red, but the sun had reduced it to the shade of raw salmon. Barbara rapped on this sharply and gave a quick peek to the single front window. She could see nothing through its net curtains, although she could hear rap music playing somewhere in the house and the loud chatter of a television accompanying it. When no one answered her first knock on the door, she gave it a more meaningful assault. This got results. Footsteps clattered against an uncarpeted floor, and the door swung open. Barbara found herself looking at a child playing dress-up. She couldn't tell if the creature was male or female, but whatever the case, Dad's clothes had apparently been appropriated for the game. The shoes were clown-size, and no matter the day's heat, an old tweed jacket hung down to the knees. "Yeah?" the child asked. "What is it, Brucey?" a woman's voice shouted from the back of the house. "You at the door? Someone here? Don't you go outside in your dad's gear? You hear me, Brucey?" Brucey observed Barbara. The corners of his eyes, she noted, could have done with a thorough cleaning. She gave the child her happiest hello, to which he responded by wiping his nose on his father's jacket sleeve. Underneath it he wore only underpants, with the elastic stretched beyond redemption. The pants hung perilously on his bony frame. "I'm looking for Trevor Ruddock," she explained. "Does he live here? Are you his brother?" The child turned in his clown shoes and shouted into the house, "Mum, it's some fat bird asking for Trev." Barbara's hands itched to become acquainted with the circumference of his neck. "For Trev? It's not that grotty thing from the jewellery shop again, is it?" The woman came from the back towards the door, trailed by two more children. These were girls, from the looks of them. They wore blue shorts, pink halter tops, and white cowboy boots with rhinestone decoration, and one of them carried a sequined baton. She used this to bop her little brother on the head. Brucey screamed. He flew to the attack, hurtling past his mother and catching his sister in the midriff, his jaws locked over her arm. "What is it?" Mrs. Ruddock appeared not to notice the shrieking and scuffling that was going on behind her, as the other sister endeavoured to disengage Brucey's teeth from her sibling's arm. The two girls began yelling, "Mum, make him stop!" Mrs. Ruddock continued to ignore them. "You looking for my Trevor?" She looked old and tired, with washed-out blue eyes and lank bottle-blonde hair that she tied away from her face with a purple shoelace. Barbara introduced herself and dangled her warrant card before the woman's face. "Scotland Yard CID. I'd like a word with Trevor. Is he home?" Mrs. Ruddock seemed to stiffen, even as she reached for a feathering of loosened hair and tucked it behind her ear. "What do you want with my Trevor? He ain't in trouble. He's a good boy." The three wrangling children behind her lurched into the wall. A picture above them crashed to the floor. A man's voice yelled from upstairs, "Jesus! Can't blokes sleep round here? Shirl! Jesus, what they on to?" "You, that's enough!" Mrs. Ruddock grabbed Brucey by the collar of the jacket he wore. She grabbed his sister by a handful of hair. All three children howled. "Enough!" she shouted. "She hit me! He bit me!" "Shirl, shut them up!" "Now you've gone and waked your dad up, haven't you?" Mrs. Ruddock said, giving the warring parties a good shake. "You get into the kitchen, all three of you. Stella, there's ice lollies in the fridge. See everyone gets one." The promise of a treat seemed to mollify the three children. They trotted as one in the direction from which their mother had come. Above their heads, someone's feet thudded across the floorboards. A man cleared his throat violently and hawked with enough force to make Barbara wonder if he was engaging in a do-it-yourself tonsillectomy. She couldn't understand how he'd possibly been asleep in the first place, prior to her arrival. At a committed volume, a rap group was chanting about getting it, doing it, having it, whoa, man. And in competition with this, two regulars were having a heads-together about some floozy on Coronation Street, and at a roar that left nothing to the imagination. "Not exactly trouble," Barbara said. "I have just a few questions to ask him." "About what?" "Trev gave back them jars of whatever it was. OK, so we sold a few before the colours caught on, but it's not like they really missed the money. He's rolling in beans, that Akram Malik. You seen where they live, the lot of them?" "Is Trevor here?" Barbara was striving for patience, but with the sun bearing down on her, what little she had was evaporating quickly. Mrs. Ruddock favoured her with a marginally hostile look, apparently realising that her words were making little impression. She shouted, "Stella!" over her shoulder, and when the older of the two girls returned from the kitchen with an ice lolly plugged into the centre of her mouth, she went on with, "Take her up to Trev, and tell Charlie to turn down that racket while you're at it." "Mum!" Stella's whine made the appellation 2 syllables, a difficult feat to manage round the ice lolly, but she looked like a girl who was up to any challenge. "Do it!" Mrs. Ruddock barked. Stella removed the ice lolly from her mouth and blew out a breath that flapped her lips together noisily. "Come on, then," she said, and began to trudge up the stairs. Barbara felt Mrs. Ruddock's inimical gaze following her as she walked in the trail of Stella's clomping white cowboy boots. It was clear that no matter what offence had caused Trevor to lose his job at the mustard factory, it was no offence to his mum. The guilty party himself was in one of the 2 bedrooms on the first floor of the house. The raucous chanting of rap music throbbed right through the door. Stella opened this unceremoniously, but 6 inches only, because something hanging above it seemed to prevent its further movement. She shouted, "Charlie! Mum says you're supposed to turn that the fuck down!" She said to Barbara over her shoulder, "He's in here if you want him," as Mr. Ruddock shouted from behind the other door, "Can't a man bloody sleep in his own bloody house?" Barbara nodded her thanks to Stella and ducked into the bedroom. Duck was an action of necessity, because the object that prevented the door's complete mobility drooped downward like a fishing net. The curtains were drawn over the windows, so the lighting was dim. The heat throbbed within like a beating heart. The noise was deafening. It reverberated between the walls, against one of which was a set of bunk beds. The upper of these was occupied by a teenaged boy, armed with a set of wooden chopsticks, which he was using against the bed's footboard to accompany the music. The lower was empty. The room's other occupant was seated at a table, on which a fluorescent lamp was shedding a shaft of bright light on balls of black yarn, various spools of coloured cotton, a pile of black pipe cleaners, and a plastic box filled with round sponges of differing sizes. "Trevor Ruddock!" Barbara shouted over the din. "Could I have a word with you? CID! Police!" She managed to emphasise her identity in such a way as to get the attention of the boy on the bed. He saw her extended warrant card, and perhaps reading either her lips or the expression on her face, he reached for a knob on the boom-box at the foot of his bed and lowered the volume. "Hey, Trev!" he shouted, despite the sudden quelling of the boom-box's noise. "Trev! The cops!" The boy at the table stirred, turned in his chair, and saw Barbara. His glance dropped to her warrant card. Slowly he raised his hands to his ears and began to unscrew from them a pair of wax earplugs. As he did so, Barbara studied him in the dim light. He had National Front written all over him, from his bare scalp, where the faintest shadow of dark hair merely stubbled the skin, to his heavy and unmistakably military boots. He was clean-shaven. Utterly, in fact. He was devoid of facial hair, even of eyebrows. His movement had revealed what he'd been working on at the table. It appeared to be the model of a spider, from what Barbara could surmise from 3 spindly pipe-cleaner legs that had been affixed to a black-and-white striped sponge body. It had 2 sets of eyes, fashioned from black beads, 2 large and 2 small, semicircling the head like an ocular tiara. Trevor flicked a look at his brother, who'd squirmed to the edge of the upper bunk and was swinging his legs and watching Barbara uneasily. "Clear out," he said to Charlie. "I won't say nothing." "Bugger off," Trevor said. "Trev!" Charlie offered what appeared to be the family's signature wine. He turned the first syllable of his brother's name into 2. "I said—" Trevor shot him a look. Charlie said, "Shit," managing it monosyllabically, and hopped from the bed. Boombox under his arm, he passed Barbara and left the room. He shut the door behind him. This gave Barbara the opportunity to see what had been pressing against the top of the door when she entered.
It was indeed an old fishing net, but it had been crafted into an enormous web upon which a collection of arachnids cavorted. Like the spider being assembled on the table, these were not garden-variety bugs, brown, black, multi-legged, and suitable for devouring flies, ticks, and centipedes. They were exotic in both colour and shape, featuring bodies of red, yellow, and green, prickly legs with speckles, and ferocious eyes. "Nice work," Barbara said. "Studying entomology, are you?" Trevor made no reply. Barbara crossed the room to the table. There was a second chair to one side of it, stacked with books, newspapers, and magazines. She set these on the floor and sat. She said, "Mind?" And casting a glance at the cigarettes in her hand, he shook his head. She offered the pack, and he took one. He lit it with a match from a book. He left her to see to her own. With the absence of rap music, the other sounds in the house gained amplification. Coronation Street's nymphs continued their gossip at a pitch that would have served for calling the score at a football match, and Stella began shrieking about the theft of a necklace, apparently having been perpetrated by Charlie, whose name she was managing to wail in 3 syllables. "I understand you got the sack from Marlick's Mustards 3 weeks ago," Barbara said. Trevor inhaled, eyes narrowed and fastened on Barbara. His fingers, she noted, bore angry-looking hangnails. "So what? Want to tell me about it?" He exhaled a snort of smoke. "Like I got the option, you mean? What's your side of the story? I've heard theirs. You couldn't deny pilfering the goods, I understand. You were caught with them, red-handed, as it were." He reached for one of the pipe cleaners and wound it round his index finger, the cigarette between his lips, and his glance directed at the half-assembled spider on the table. He reached for a pair of wire cutters and snipped a second pipe cleaner in half. Each half became a leg of the spider. Glue served to hold the leg to the body, and he meticulously applied this from a tube. "Marlick's makes it sound like grand larceny or something. Geez, it was less than 2 boxes of the stuff, 36 jars in a box, not like I broke the bank. And anyways, I didn't take straight mustard or jelly or sauce, did I, which might have cocked up some major punter's big order. I mixed it all up. Creating a variety pack, I get it." He shot Barbara a black look before giving his attention back to the spider. It had an authentic-looking segmented body created out of different sizes of sponge. Glancing at it, Barbara wondered idly how the body segments were attached to one another, with glue, with staples, or had young Mr. Ruddock used wire? She looked for a spool of it on the table, but in addition to the spider paraphernalia, the surface was a jumble of insect books, unfolded newspapers, half-melted candles, and toolboxes. She couldn't see how he managed to locate anything on it. "I was told that Mr. Querashi sacked you. Is that the story?" "Yes, it is, if that's what you've heard." "Do you have a different version, then?" Barbara looked for an ashtray, but didn't see one. Trevor shoved an empty custard carton in her direction. Its insides were gritty with ash. She added to this. "Whatever," he said. "Were you sacked unfairly? Did Querashi act too quickly?" Trevor looked up from the spider. Barbara noticed for the first time that he had a tattoo beneath his left ear. It was a spider's web, with an unpleasantly realistic-looking crawly picking its way towards the centre. "Did I kill him because he gave me the sack? That what you're asking?" Trevor worked his fingers over the spider's pipe-cleaner legs, plucking at the covering until it resembled hairs. "I'm not stupid, you know. I've seen the Standard today. I know the police are calling this a murder. I figured you'd be round to poke at me or someone like you, and here you are. I've got a motive, don't I?" "Why don't you tell me about your relationship with Mr. Querashi, Trevor?" "I nicked some jars from the labelling and packing room. I worked in shipping, so it was dead easy. Querashi caught me and sacked me. He did. And that's the story of our relationship." Trevor gave a sarcastic emphasis to the final word. "Wasn't that risky, pinching jars from the packing room when you didn't work in the packing room?" "I didn't nick them when anyone was there, did I? Just a jar here and a jar there during breaks and lunch, and just enough to have something to flog in Clacton. You were selling them? Why, did you need extra money? What for?"
Trevor pushed himself away from the table. He went to the window and thrust back the curtains. Lit by the day's pitiless sun, the room displayed cracked walls and hopelessly shabby furnishings. In spots, the rug on the floor was worn through to its backing. For some reason, a black line had been painted onto it, dividing the sleeping from the working areas. "My dad can't work, and I've got this stupid wish to keep the family off the streets. Charlie helps by doing odd jobs round the neighbourhood, and sometimes Stella gets hired to babysit, but there's 8 of us here and we get hungry, so Mum and I sell what we can at the market square in Clacton." "And the jars from Marlick's became part of what you could sell?" "That's right. Just part of the lot and at a cut-rate price. I don't see that it did any harm, anyways. It's not like Mr. Marlick sells his jellies and stuffs round here, just to posh shops and snooty hotels and restaurants." "So you were actually doing the consumer a favour?" "Maybe I was." He leaned his bum against the window-sill and played with a cigarette in his mouth, turning it with his thumb and index finger. The window was wide open, but they may as well have been having their conversation inside an oven. "It seemed safe enough to flog them in Clacton anyways. I didn't expect Quarashi to turn up there." "So you were caught trying to sell the jars in the market square? Quarashi caught you there?" "Right. Big as life he was. Of course he didn't expect to see me in Clacton any more than I expected to see him there, and considering what he was up to, I figured he'd turn an eye away from my little character lapse and forget all about it, especially since he was having a little character lapse of his own." Barbara's fingertips tingled at this remark, the way they always tingled when a new direction was unpredictably unveiled. But she also felt wary. Trevor was watching her closely to gauge her reaction to the tidbit he just dropped, and the very closeness of his scrutiny suggested he'd had more than this single run-in with the police. Most people were at least discomposed when answering official questions, but Trevor seemed completely at ease, as if he'd known in advance what she'd ask and what he'd say in reply. "Where were you on the night that Mr. Quarashi died, Trevor?" A flicker in his eye told her she'd disappointed him in not nosing after the scent of Quarashi's little lapse of character. That was good, she thought. Suspects weren't supposed to be the ones directing the investigation. "At work," Trevor said. "Clean up on the pier. You can ask Mr. Shaw if you don't believe me." "I have done. Mr. Shaw says you report for work at 11:30. Is that what you did on Friday night? Do you have a time card there, by the way?" "I punched in when I always punch in." "At 11:30? "Somewheres thereabouts, yeah. And I didn't leave, if you want to know. I work with a crew of blokes, and they'll tell you that I didn't leave once all night." "What about before 11:30? Barbara asked him. "What about it?" "Where were you then?" "When?" "Before 11:30, Trevor." "What time?" "Just account for your movements, please." He took a final draw on his cigarette before he flipped it out of the window and into the street below. His forefinger took the cigarette's place. He gnawed at it thoughtfully before he replied. "I was home till 9, then I went out." "Out where?" "Nowheres special." He spit a sliver of fingernail to the floor. He examined his handiwork as he continued. "I got this girl I sort of see off and on. I was with her." "She'll corroborate?" "Huh?" "She'll confirm that you were with her on Friday night?" "Sure, but it's not like she was a date or anything. She's not my girlfriend. We just get together now and again. We talk, have a smoke, see what's what with the world." Too right, Barbara thought. Why was it that she had trouble picturing Trevor Ruddock embroiled in deep philosophical colloquy with a female? She wondered about the explanation he was giving, about why he found it necessary to give one in the first place. He'd either been with a woman or he hadn't been with a woman. She would either confirm his alibi or she wouldn't. Whether the two of them had been snogging, discussing politics, playing snap, or boffing each other like two hot monkeys made no difference to Barbara. She reached for her bag and brought out her notebook. "What's her name, then?" "You mean this girl?" "Right, this girl. I'll need to have a word with her. Who is she?" He shuffled from one foot to the other. "Just a friend. We talk. It's no big... Give me her name, okay?" He sighed. "She's called Rachel Winfield. She works at the jewellery shop on the High Street."
"Ah, Rachel, we've already met." He clasped his left hand round his right elbow. He said, "Yeah, well, I was with her on Friday night. We're friends. She'll confirm." Barbara observed his discomfort and mentally toyed with the nature of it. Either he was embarrassed to have it known that he associated with the Winfield girl, or he was lying and hoping to get to her before Barbara checked his story out. "Where were the two of you?" she asked, seeing the need to establish a second source of corroboration. "A cafe? A pub? The arcade? Where?" None of those, actually. We just went for a walk." "On the Naze, maybe?" "Hey, no way. We were on the beach all right, but nowhere's near the Naze. We were off by the pier." "Anyone see you?" "I don't think so." "But at night the pier's crowded. How could someone not have seen you?" "Because... Look, we weren't on the pier. I never said we were on it. We were at the beach huts. We were—" He raised his forefinger and gnawed again viciously. "We were in a beach hut. Got it? Okay?" "In a beach hut?" "Yeah, like I said." He dropped his hand from his mouth. His look was defiant. There was little doubt what he'd been up to with Rachel, and Barbara knew it probably had little to do with discussing what was what with the world. "Tell me about Mr. Quarashi and the market square," she said. "Clacton's not that far from here. What are we talking about, 20 minutes in the car? It's not exactly a trip to the moon, so what was unusual about Haytham Quarashi's being in the market square?" "It's not him being there," Trevor corrected Barbara. "It's a free country. He can go where he likes. It's what he was up to there, and with who." "All right, I'll go for it. What was he up to?" Trevor returned to his seat at the table. He pulled an illustrated book from beneath a disorganized array of newspapers. It was open to a colour photograph. Barbara saw that the picture was of the spider that Trevor was in the process of creating. "Jumping spider," he informed her. "He don't use a web like the others do, which is what makes it different to them. It hunts his prey. It goes out on the prowl, it finds a likely meal, and poof!" His hand shot out and alighted on her arm. "He eats." The young man grinned. He had odd eye teeth, one long and one short. They made him look dangerous, and Barbara could tell that he knew and enjoyed this fact. She disengaged her arm from his hand. "This is a metaphor, right? Quarashi the spider. What was he hunting?" "What a randy bloke generally hunts when he goes someplace he doesn't think he'll be known. Only I saw him, and he knew I saw him." "He was with someone?" "Oh, they didn't make it look that way, but I saw them talking, and I watched them afterwards. And sure enough, they trotted off to the toilets, one at a time, real casual, you know, looking like cats with feathers in their teeth." Barbara observed the young man, and he observed her. She said carefully, "Trevor, are you telling me that Haytham Quarashi was doing some cottaging in Clacton Market Square?" "Not that way to me," Trevor said. "He's standing there giving some scarves the finger at a stall across the square from the toilets. Some bloke comes up and does his own bit with the scarves about 5 feet from him. They look at each other, they look away. This other bloke walks past and drops a line in his ear. Haytham heads for the gents straight away. I watch. 2 minutes later this bloke slides in there as well. 10 minutes after that Haytham comes out, alone, looking the look. And that's when he sees me." "Who is this other bloke? Someone from Bolford? Do you know him?" Trevor shook his head. "Oh, he's just some poofter waiting to score. Some poofter with a fancy for a poke of a different colour." Barbara jumped on this. "He was white? The homosexual? He was English?" "Oh, could have been. But he could have been German, Danish, Swedish, maybe even Norwegian, I don't know. But he wasn't a colour, that's for sure." "And Quarashi knew you'd seen him?" "Yes and no. He saw me, but he didn't know I watched him pull this other bloke. It was only when he wanted to give me the sack that I told him I'd seen the whole thing." Trevor shoved the spider book back where he'd taken it from. "I thought I'd have something to hold over him, see? Like he wouldn't sack me if he knew I might give the word to old Akram that his future son-in-law was buggering white boys in a public convenience. But he denied the whole thing, Quarashi did. All he said was I'd better not hope to keep my job at the factory by spreading the nasties about him, Akram wouldn't believe them, he said, and I'd end up without my job at Marlick's, and without the new spot at the pier as well. I needed the pier job, so I shut my gob. End of story. You told no one else? Not Mr. Marlick? Not Mohammed? Not Salah? Who would, Barbara believed, doubtless be horrified to know that her intended husband was betraying her and threatening the family's sense of honour. And it would be an honour issue for the Asians, wouldn't it? She needed to explore this issue with Azar. It was my word against his, wasn't it? Trevor said. It's not like he was caught in the act by the Rozzers or anything. So even you don't know for sure what he was doing in the toilets that day? I didn't go in to check it out personally, if that's what you're saying. But I'm not daft, am I? Those toilets are used for cottaging all the time, and everyone knows it. So if two blokes go in there and don't come out in the time it takes to pee, well, you figure it out. What about Mr. Shaw at the pier? Did you tell him? Like I said, I didn't tell no one. What'd this other bloke look like, then? Barbara asked. Dunno, just a bloke. Real tanned, wearing a black baseball cap backwards. Not a big bloke, you know, but not exactly a poofter type either. I mean, not to look at. Oh, yeah, one other thing. He had a ring through his lip. Little gold hoop. Trevor shuddered. Jesus, he said without a trace of irony, fingertips resting against the spider on his neck. What some blokes'll do to their appearance. Homosexuality? Emily Barlow said, her voice heightened sharply with interest. Barbara had found her in the incident room of the old police station, where she held her daily meetings with the investigations team of detective constables. She'd been penning names and activities onto a china board. Barbara saw that since Emily's visit to the factory, 2 DCs had been assigned to Marlick's Mustards and were already in the process of conducting interviews there with all the employees. They would be seeking information that could lead them to an enemy of Haytham Qureshi. This new detail about the dead man would be invaluable to them, and the DCI didn't waste any time before striding to the door and giving the order to pass the information along to the constables post-haste. "Page them first," she directed WPC Belinda Warner, who was working at the computer in the next room. "When they phone in, give them the word, but for Christ's sake tell them to play their cards close." Then she turned back to the conference room, recapping her felt-tip pen smartly and setting it on the china board's tray. Barbara had reported on her entire day's activities, from her conversation with Connie and Rachel Winfield to her failed attempts to corroborate Salah Malik's story about tossing the gold bracelet from the pier. Emily had nodded and continued to make her entries on the china board. It was only when the issue of Qureshi's putative homosexuality came up that she'd reacted. "How the Muslims feel about homosexuality." She made the phrase sound like a category that she was setting up mentally in the investigation. "I haven't a clue how they feel about it," Barbara replied. "But the more I thought about the question of homosexuality on my drive back here, the less I could attach it to Qureshi's murder." "Why's that?" Emily went to one of the bulletin boards which lined the walls. Copies of photographs of the victim had been posted there, and she studied them earnestly, as if by this she could somehow get verification of Qureshi's sexual proclivities. Because it seemed more likely that if one of the Marlicks found out that Qureshi was cottaging, they'd just call off the marriage and give him the boot back to Karachi. They sure as hell wouldn't kill him, would they? Why go to the bother? "They're Asians, they wouldn't want to lose face," Emily stated. "And they sure as hell wouldn't be able to, how did Mohammed put it, hold their heads up with pride if the word got out that Qureshi was playing them for fools." Barbara thought about what Emily was suggesting. Something seemed slightly out of joint. She said, "So one of them killed him? Hell, Em, that's taking ethnic pride to the extreme. It seems to me that Qureshi be likely to go after anyone who knew his secret, rather than someone going after Qureshi because he had a secret. If homosexuality's at the root of this, doesn't it make more sense to see Qureshi as the killer and not as the victim? Not if an Asian, outraged by the knowledge that a man was planning to use Salah Malik as a cover for his homosexual lifestyle, went after Qureshi. If that's what Quarashi was planning, Barbara said.
Emily picked up a small plastic bag that was lying on top of one of the room's computer terminals. She untwisted its wire tie and dug out 4 carrot sticks. Seeing this, Barbara tried not to look guilty about her previously consumed whitebait and rock, not to mention her cigarettes, as the DCI began to munch virtuously. Which Asian comes to mind when you think of someone being driven to murder in order to revenge that sort of arrangement? I know where you're heading, Barbara said, but I thought Muhammad was supposed to be a man of his people. If he isn't, and if he offed Quarashi, then why is he raising hell about the murder? To paint himself in a saintly light. Jihad, the holy war against the infidels. He shouts for justice and directs the spotlight of guilt onto an English killer, and, coincidentally, off himself. But that's no different to what Armstrong may be doing with a tossed car. A different approach, but the same intent. Armstrong has an alibi. What about Mohammed? Did you find this Rockin' Khan in Colchester? Oh, I found him all right. He was holding court in a private room of his father's restaurant with 6 others of his ilk, in a suit by Armani, slip-ons by Bali, wristwatch by Rolex, and a diamond signet ring from Burlington Arcade. He was an old friend of Malik's, he claimed, from their days at university. What did he say? He confirmed everything, chapter and verse. He said the 2 of them had dinner that evening. They began at 8 and went on till midnight. A 4-hour dinner? Where? A restaurant? That restaurant? Wouldn't that be lovely for our side? But no, this dinner took place, he said, at his own home, and he cooked the entire meal himself, which is what took so long. He likes to cook, loves to cook, cooked all the time for Mohammed at university, he said, because they neither of them have ever been able to abide English food. He even recited the menu for me. Can anyone confirm the story? Oh, yes, because, conveniently, they weren't alone. Another foreign bloke, and intriguing, isn't it, that everyone's foreign, was there as well, also a mate from their university days. Khan said it was a little reunion. Well, Barbara said, if they both confirm. Bullshit! Emily crossed her arms. Muhammad Malik had plenty of time before I got to Colchester to phone Rockin' Khan and tell him to corroborate his story. For that matter, Barbara said, Ian Armstrong's had plenty of time to ask his in-laws to do the same. Have you spoken to them? Emily made no response. Barbara went on. He's got a solid motive, Ian Armstrong. What's Muhammad got that's holding your interest? He protests too much, Emily said. Perhaps he's got something to protest about, Barbara pointed out. Look, I agree he comes off like a lag in the making, and this Rockin' Khan may be just as bad. But you're leaving out some details that you can't tie to Muhammad. Think of just 3 of them. You said Quarashi's car was tossed. His body was moved, his car keys were thrown into the brush. If Muhammad killed Quarashi for the honour of his family, then why toss the car and why move the body? Why put neon lights round what otherwise might have been taken for an accident? Because he didn't want it to be taken for an accident, Emily said. Because he wanted just what he's got, an incident that he can rally his people round. He meets 2 ends at once this way. He evens the score with Quarashi for blackening the family name, and he cements his position in the Asian community. Okay, perhaps, Barbara said. But on the other hand, why should we believe Trevor Ruddock about this homosexuality thing in the first place? He's got a motive as well. Okay, he didn't get his job back like Armstrong did, but he didn't seem the type to say no to a decent spot of revenge if he had the chance to get it. You said he has an alibi as well. Bloody hell, they all have flaming alibis, Em. Someone's got to be lying somewhere. Which, Sergeant Havers, is exactly my point. Emily's voice was quite even, but there was a steely quality to it that reminded Barbara once again of 2 facts. That not only was Emily her superior officer by reasons of talent, intelligence, intuition and skill, but also that she herself had been admitted to work on this case on DCI Barlow's generous sufferance. Back off, she told herself. This is not your patch, Bob. She was suddenly aware of how bloody hot the incident room was. It was worse than an oven.
The harsh light of late afternoon poured in like an armed invasion. When, she wondered, had the country ever had a summer this beastly and miserable at the seaside? "I checked on Trevor's alibi," she said. "I stopped by Raycon Jewellery on my way back here. According to her mum, Rachel did a runner right after I left them. Her mum couldn't say where Rachel was on the murder night, because she herself was dancing in some ballroom competition in Chelmsford. She did say something interesting, though." "What's that?" Emily asked. "She said, 'My Rachel only goes with white boys, and mind you remember that, Sergeant.' What do you think that means?" "That she's worried about something. We know that Quirashi was probably meeting someone that night. We have only Trevor Ruddock's word that Quirashi was cottaging in the first place. And even if Quirashi was cottaging, that doesn't mean he doesn't swing both ways." "You're putting Quirashi with Rachel Winfield now?" Emily asked. "She gave him that jewellery receipt, Em. She had to have a reason." Barbara considered one other element of the puzzle that they'd not yet tried to place. "But that doesn't really take care of the question of the bracelet. What Theo Shaw's doing with it. I've assumed that Sala gave it to him, but he always could have taken it from Quirashi's body. If he did that, though, it means that Sala's lie about having tossed the bracelet from the pier was prompted by the fact that she knows that whoever has the bracelet is involved in all this. Why else lie?" Behind her, Emily said with some passion, "Jesus, this is just like going down the goddamn rabbit hole." The tone of Emily's comment prompted Barbara to study the DCI more closely. Emily was leaning her bum against the edge of the table. For the first time, Barbara noticed the smudged skin under her eyes. "Em?" she said. "If it's one of them, Barb, this town's going to blow." Barbara knew what she was implying. If the killer was English and the town caved in to more racial unrest because of that fact, heads would roll, and the first would be Emily Barlow's. In the silence that hung between them, Barbara heard voices in the entry downstairs. Terse words were spoken by a man and answered by a woman sounding calm and professional. Barbara recognized the man, at least. Muhammad Malik was in reception, arrived for his afternoon meeting with the police. Azar would be with him. So the moment had arrived when Barbara knew she ought to tell Emily Barlow the truth. She opened her mouth to do so, but found that she couldn't. If she fully explained, at least as fully as she was able, considering how little she had bothered to examine her motives before setting forth to Balford, Emily would have to dismiss her from the case. She could hardly view Barbara as an objective party in the investigation, when at the side of at least one of the suspects moved a man who lived a bare 50 yards from her own shack-like dwelling in London. And Barbara wanted to stay on the case for more than one reason now. While it was true that she'd initially come to Balford Lenays for the sake of her Pakistani neighbours, she realised that she wished to remain for the sake of her colleague. Barbara was well aware of the myriad prices women had to pay to succeed in police work. Men in the profession didn't have to persuade a single soul that their competence was unaffected by their sex. Women lived with having to do that daily. So if she could help Emily maintain her position and prove herself as a DCI, she was determined to do it. "I'm on your side, Em," she said quietly. "Are you?" Once again, Emily said the two words. She didn't ask them. Which reminded Barbara of another fact. The higher one climbed in authority and power, the fewer true friends one actually had. But a moment later, Emily roused herself from whatever black thoughts of the future were troubling her. She said, "So where was Theo Shaw on Friday night?" "He says he was at home. His grandmother was there, but she won't be able to confirm anything as she'd gone to bed." "That part of his story is probably true," Emily said. "Agatha Shaw, that's the grandmother, had a stroke some time ago. She'd need her rest." "Which gives Theo plenty of opportunity to have taken himself over to the Nays on foot," Barbara pointed out. "Which would explain why no one in the vicinity claims to have heard another car." Emily frowned thoughtfully. She directed her attention to a second china board. On it she had scrawled surnames of suspects and first initials, followed by their alleged whereabouts for the time in question. She said, "The Malik girl seems docile enough, but if she was secretly involved with Theo, she may have had a reason to send her fiancé tumbling down the Nays stairs. It would sure as hell end her obligation to Quarashi, permanently. But you said her dad claimed that he wouldn't have forced her to marry the man. He says that now, but he could be covering up for her. Perhaps she and Theo were in this together. Romeo and Juliet killing off Camp Paris instead of themselves? Okay, I'll see that it works. But aside from the car-tossing, which we'll forget about for the moment, here's something else we're not considering. Let's say Quarashi got tricked into going to the Nays to meet Theo Shaw for a confab about Theo's relationship to Sala. Then how do we explain the condoms in his pocket? Shit, the condoms, Emily said. OK, so he may not have been going to meet Theo Shaw at all. But even if he didn't know about Theo, one thing is certain. Theo knew about him. Barbara had to admit that the scales of culpability were beginning to tip in the direction of one of the Englishmen. She wondered what the hell she was going to report to the Pakistanis when they had their meeting. She could only imagine what Muhammad Malik would do with any information that supported his belief in the crime's racist nature. "OK," she said, "but we can't forget that we've caught out Salah Malik in a lie. And since Haytham Quarashi had the receipt, I think we can conclude that someone must have wanted him to know that Salah had another relationship." "Rachel Winfield," Emily said. "She's still the enigma in all this for me." "A woman went to see Quarashi at the hotel, a woman wearing a chador." "And if that woman was Rachel Winfield, and if Rachel Winfield wanted Quarashi for herself?" "Gov?" Emily and Barbara turned to the door, where Belinda Warner had come to stand, with a stack of chits in her hand. These were neatly clipped together in several different piles. Barbara recognized them as the copies of the telephone messages from the Burnt House Hotel that she'd handed over to Emily that morning. "What is it?" Emily said. "I've sorted through this lot, arranged them in categories and tracked everyone down, or at least nearly everyone." She entered and placed each small stack down as she identified it. "Calls from the Maliks, Salah, Akram and Mohanad. Calls from a contractor, a bloke called Jerry DeVitt from Jaywick Sands. He was doing some work on the house that Akram had bought for the newlyweds." "DeVitt?" Barbara asked. "Emmy works on the pier. I spoke to him this afternoon." Emily made an entry into her notebook, which she scooped from a table in the incident room. "What else?" she asked Belinda. "Calls from a decorator in Colchester, also working on the house. And this last, miscellaneous calls, from friends, I expect by their names, Mr. Zaidi, Mr. Faruqi, Mr. Kumar, Mr. Cat—" "Kumar?" Emily and Barbara said simultaneously. Belinda looked up. "Kumar," she confirmed. "He phoned the most. There's 11 messages from him." She licked her index finger and flicked through the final stack of chits. She pulled from them the one she wanted. "Here it is. Fard Kumar," she said. "Bloody hell! There you are," Barbara put in reverently. "It's a Clacton number," Belinda went on. "I phoned it, but I only got a newsagent on Carnarvon Road." "Carnarvon Road?" Emily said quickly. "Are you absolutely sure it was Carnarvon Road? I've got the address right here. Now there's a development from the gods, Barb." "Why?" Barbara asked. There was a map of the area on one of the notice boards, and she went to this and looked it over, seeking the location of Carnarvon Road. She found it, rising perpendicularly from the sea and Clacton's Marine Parade. It passed the railway station and ultimately led to the A133, which was the road to London. "Is there something important about Carnarvon Road?" "There's something too coincidental for coincidence," Emily said. "Carnarvon Road runs along the east side of the Market Square. Clacton Market Square, that is, of recent cottaging fame." "Now that's a tasty detail," Barbara said. She turned from the map and saw the DCI watching her. Emily's eyes were bright. "I think we may be looking at a whole new cricket match, Sergeant Havers," she announced, and her voice was renewed with the vigour that Barbara had always encountered in Barlow the Beast. "Whoever Kumar is, let's track this bloke down." Chapter 12. Sala used great care to set out the tools of her craft. She lifted the transparent plastic trays from their green metal workbox and lined them up neatly. She took the narrow-nosed pliers, the drill and the wire cutter from their protective sheaths,
and she laid them on either side of the row of cords, cables, and lengths of gold chain that she used to assemble the intricate necklaces and earrings which Rachel and her mother had kindly undertaken to sell among the jewellery in their shop. "This is every bit as good as anything we got at Raycon," Rachel had declared loyally. "Mama want to show it, Sala. You'll see. Anyway, what can it hurt to try? If it sells, you've got some money for yourself. If it doesn't, you've got some new jewellery, right?" There was a degree of truth to Rachel's words, but beyond the money, 3/4 of which she turned over to her parents once she'd earned enough to pay off Theo's bracelet, it had been the idea of doing something on her own, and something that was purely an expression of herself, that had motivated Sala to design and create for eyes and purses outside of her family's. Had this been the first step, she wondered, as she reached for the tray of African beads and trickled them slowly into her palm like winter raindrops, cool and smooth? Was it when she decided to engage in this solitary creative act that she had first awakened to the possibilities offered by a world beyond the realm of her family? And had this act of creating something as simple as jewellery in the isolation of her bedroom produced the first fissure in her contentment? No, she realised, nothing was ever as simple as that. There was no primary cause and effect that she could point a finger at, explaining not only the restlessness of her spirit, but also the soreness of an insular heart. What there was instead was the entire duality of a life lived with her feet attempting to march in two conflicting worlds. "You're my English girl," her father had said to her nearly every day as she scooped up her schoolbooks in the morning, and she'd heard the pride in his voice. She was born in England, she went to the junior school right there in town with English children, she spoke the language by virtue of both birth and exposure, and not from having had to learn it as an adult. Therefore, in her father's mind, she was English, and as verifiably English as any child with porcelain cheeks that flushed like peach skin after play. She was, in fact, as English as Akram secretly longed to be. Muhammad was right in this, Sala realised. Although their father attempted to wear 2 different suits of cultural clothing, his true love was with the 3-piece suits and brollies of his adopted country, despite his duty's entanglement with the shalwar gamis of his heritage. And from the moment of his children's births, he'd expected them to share and understand this perplexing dichotomy. At home they were to be dutiful, Sala subdued and obedient, honing skills in homemaking to please a future husband. Muhammad respectful and industrious, preparing himself to shoulder the burdens of the family business, and eventually producing sons who would shoulder that burden in their turn. Beyond the home, though, the 2 Malik children were to be quintessentially English. Counselled by their father to mix with their schoolmates, they were supposed to establish friendships in order to garner respect and affection for the family name, and consequently for the family business. And to this latter end Akram monitored their school days, looking for signs of social progress where he could not possibly hope to find them. Sala had tried to humour him. Unable to face being the cause of her father's disappointment, she'd made valentines and birthday cards addressed to herself, and she'd brought them home, signed in the names of fellow pupils. She'd written herself chatty, gossipy notes, ostensibly passed her way during science and maths. She'd found discarded pictures of classmates and autographed them to herself with love. And when her father got wind of birthday parties, off she went in mock attendance to a celebration in which she was never included, jubilating instead in a tree at the bottom of the orchard, where she was hidden from the house and from the prospect of her father's disillusion. But Muhammad made no similar attempt to fulfil their father's fantasies. He had no conflicts about being dark-skinned in a white-faced world, and he didn't seek to mitigate any consternation he encountered, consternation aroused at the sight of a foreigner living among a populace who were largely unused to dark faces. Born in England like herself, he no more considered himself an Englishman than he considered cows capable of flight. Indeed, the last thing on earth Muhammad would have wanted was to be an Englishman. He scorned what went for the English culture. He had only contempt for the ceremonies and traditions that formed the foundation of English life. He ridiculed the stiff upper lips that propriety regarded of men who dubbed themselves gentlemen.
and the masks that Westerners wore to hide their biases and prejudices he eschewed entirely. He displayed his own biases, prejudices, and animosities like the family escutcheon. And the demons that haunted him were not and had never been the demons of race, no matter how he tried to convince himself and others that this was the case. But she wouldn't think of Muhammad now, Sala decided, and she took up her long-nosed pliers, as if making a pretence of work would somehow assist her in driving from her mind any consideration of her brother. She pulled paper towards her to sketch a necklace design, hoping that putting pencil to paper and carved beads in position would obliterate from memory that glitter in her brother's eye when he was determined to have his way, that streak of cruelty which he always managed to keep diligently hidden from both of their parents, and most of all that anger of his, and how it whipped through his arms and burst from the tips of his fingers when she least expected. Somewhere in the house below her, Sala heard Yum calling to one of her boys. "Baby, precious baby," she was cooing. "Lovely boy. Come to your Amiji, little man." Sala's throat closed, her head grew light, and the African beads melded one into the other on the table before her. She released her grip on the long-nosed pliers, crossed her arms on the tabletop, and sank her head into their cradle. How could she think of her brother's sins, Sala wondered, when her own were as grievous and just as capable of rending the family irreparably? "I've seen you with him," Mohanad had hissed in her ear. "You slut! I've seen you with him. Do you hear me? I've seen! And you're going to pay, because all whores pay, especially white men's filthy slags." But she hadn't intended anything harmful. Least of all had she intended love. She'd been allowed to work with Theo Shaw because her father knew him from the Gentlemen's Cooperative, and because accepting Theo Shaw's offer of his computer expertise was yet another way that Akram Malik could demonstrate solidarity with the English community. The mustard factory had recently moved to its new location in the industrial estate on Old Hall Lane, and this expansion had necessitated an updating of business procedures. "It's time we entered the 20th century, Akram had told his family. "Business is good, sales are increasing, orders are up by 18%. I've spoken to the good gentlemen of the cooperative about this, and among them is a decent young man willing to assist us in computerizing each of our departments." The fact that Akram had perceived Theo as decent was what made his interaction with Sala acceptable. Despite his own affection for them, Akram would have preferred that his daughter had no contact with Western men. Everything about a daughter of Asia was to be safeguarded and kept in trust for a future husband, from the moulding of her mind to the protection of her chastity. Indeed, her chastity was nearly as important as her dowry, and no step was too great to take if it could ensure that a woman went to her husband a virgin. Since Western men did not hold these same values, it was from them that Akram had to guard his daughter from the onset of puberty. But he put aside any and all worries when it had come to Theo Shaw. "He's from a good family, an old-town family," Akram had explained, as if this fact made a difference in his level of acceptability. "He'll work with us to set up a system that will modernize every aspect of the company. We'll have computerized word processing for correspondence, spreadsheets for accounting, programs for marketing, and desktop designs for advertising and labeling. He's done this already for the pier, he tells me, and he says that within 6 months we'll see the results in accumulated man-hours as well as in increased sales." No one had argued against the wisdom of accepting Theo Shaw's help. Not even Muhammad, who was least likely to welcome an Englishman into their midst, if that Englishman were to be in any position of superiority, even one as arcane as computer expertise. So Theo Shaw had come to Malik's Mustards, setting up the computer programs that would revolutionize the manner in which the factory did business. He'd trained the staff to operate these same programs, and among the staff had been Sala herself. She hadn't intended to love him. She knew what was expected of her as an Asian daughter, despite her English birth. She would marry a man carefully chosen by her parents, because, having her interests at heart, and knowing her better than she knew herself, Her parents would be able to identify the qualities in a prospective husband most complementary to her own. "Marriage," Warda Malik had often told her, "is like the joining of two hands. Palms meet," she demonstrated by holding her own hands up in an attitude of prayer, "and fingers intertwine. Similarity of size, shape, and texture make this joining both smooth and lasting." Sala couldn't have this joining with Theo Shaw. Asian parents did not choose Western men for their daughters to marry. Such a choice would only serve to adulterate the mother culture from which the daughter sprang, and that was unthinkable. So she hadn't considered Theo anything other than the young man, affable, attractive, and casual in a way that only Western men were casual with a woman, who was doing a friendly service for Malik's mustards. She hadn't really thought of him at all, until he placed the stone on her desk. He'd earlier admired her jewellery, the necklaces and earrings fabricated from antique coins and Victorian buttons, from African and Tibetan beads intricately carved by hand, even from feathers and copperas that she and Rachel collected on the naze. He'd said, "That's nice, that necklace you're wearing. It's quite different, isn't it?" And when she'd told him she made it, he'd been openly impressed. Had she been trained in jewellery-making, he'd wanted to know? Hardly, she'd thought. She'd have had to go off somewhere to school to be educated in her craft, perhaps to Colchester or regions beyond. That would have taken her away from her family, away from the business where she was needed. "It's not allowed," was what she wanted to say, but she'd told him instead a version of the truth. "I like to teach myself things," she'd informed him. "It's more fun that way." The next day, when she'd come into work, the stone had been on her desk. But it wasn't a stone, Theo explained to her. It was a fossil, the fin of a holostean fish from the Upper Triassic period. I like its shape, the way the edges look feathered." He coloured slightly. "I thought you might be able to use it for a necklace, as a centrepiece or something. I mean, whatever you call it." "It would make a fine pendant." Sala turned the stone in her hand. "But I'd have to drill a hole through it. You wouldn't mind that?" "Oh, the jewellery wasn't for him," he told her hastily. He meant her to use the fossil in a necklace for herself. He collected fossils out on the naze where the cliffs were collapsing, you see. He'd been looking through his display trays last night. He'd realised this particular fossil had a look and a shape that might lend it to being used artistically. So if she thought she could make something of it, and with it, well, she was quite welcome to keep it. Sala had known that to accept the stone, no matter how innocently it had been offered, would be to cross an invisible line with Theo Shaw. And she saw the part of herself that was Asian, lowering her head and quietly sliding the serrated bit of prehistoric fish across the desk in polite refusal of the gift. But the part of herself that was English took action first, fingers closing round the fossil and voice saying, "Thank you. I know I can use it. I'll show you the necklace when I've finished it, if you like." "I'd like that very much indeed," he said. Then he'd smiled, and an unspoken bargain had been struck between them. Her jewellery-making would be their excuse for conversation. His fossil collecting would justify their continuing to meet. But one did not fall in love because a single stone or 1,000 stones passed from a man's hand into a woman's. And Sala Malik hadn't fallen in love with Theo Shaw because of a stone. Indeed, until she was in the midst of loving him, she hadn't even realised that there was a simple word of 4 letters that explained the softness she felt round her heart, the yearning she experienced in the palms of her hands, the warmth that rose from her throat, and the lightness of body, as if she had no real body when Theo was present or when she heard his voice. "White man slag!" Mohammed had cursed her, and she'd heard the hiss like a snake's in his words. "You're going to pay, the way all whores pay." But she wouldn't think of it, she wouldn't. She wouldn't. Sala raised her head from her arms and looked down at the paper, the pencil, the beads, the beginning of a sketch that was no sketch because nothing within her could create a design or put objects together in a pattern that was balanced and pleasing to the eye. She was lost now. She was paying the price. She had been awakened to a longing that couldn't be met within the narrow definition of the life she was expected to lead, and she had begun to pay the price for this longing months before Haytham's advent among them. Haytham would have saved her. He possessed an earnest concern for others that set the self aside, and because he was capable of acts of generosity beyond her ken, he greeted the news of her pregnancy with a question that swept aside both her guilt and her fear. "And have you carried this dreadful burden these 2 months all alone, my Sala?" She hadn't wept until that moment. They'd been sitting in the orchard, side by side on the wooden bench, whose back legs slid too far into the soil. Their shoulders had been touching, but nothing else touching until she confided in him. She hadn't been able to look at him as she spoke, knowing how much depended upon the next few minutes of conversation. She couldn't believe he would take her as his wife once he knew that she carried another man's child. But by the same token, she couldn't bring herself to marry him and then attempt to pass off the birth of a healthy baby as the birth of an infant that would have to be taken as at least 2 months premature. Besides, he'd been in no immediate hurry to marry. And her parents had seen in his suggestion that they wait not a reluctance to fulfill his part of the marital agreement, but a wise man's decision to learn to know the woman who would be his wife before she became his wife. But Sala had no leisure to pursue an acquaintance with Haytham Qureshi, so she'd had to speak. And then she'd had to wait, her future and her family's honour held in the palm of a man she'd known less than 1 week. "And have you carried this dreadful burden these 2 months all alone, my Sala?" And when his arm went round her shoulders, Sala realized that she'd been saved. She'd wanted to ask him how he could take her as she was, defiled by another, pregnant with that other's child, tainted by the touch of a man who could never be her husband. "I've sinned, and I've paid the price of sinning," she wanted to say, but she said nothing, merely weeping in near silence and waiting for him to decide her fate. "So we'll marry sooner than I had expected," he'd said meditatively. "Unless, Sala, you don't wish to marry your child's father." She'd clenched her hands together between her thighs. Her words were fierce. I can't." "Because your parents?" "I can't. If they knew, it would destroy them. I'd be cast out." She could say nothing else as the grief and fear within her, so long held in check, were finally given release. And Haytham required no other explanation from her. He'd repeated his initial question, had she carried the burden alone? Once he understood that she had, he sought only to share it and to comfort her. Or so she had concluded, Sala thought now. But Haytham was a Muslim. Traditional and religious at heart, he would have been deeply offended at the notion that some other man had touched the woman meant to be his wife. He would have sought a confrontation with that man, and once Rachel had alerted him to the existence of a gold bracelet, a very special gold bracelet, a gift of love. All too clearly Sala could picture the meeting between them, Haytham asking for it and Theo eager to comply. "Give me time," he'd begged her, when she had told him she would marry a man from Pakistan, chosen by her parents. "For God's sake, Sala, give me more time!" And he would have struck out to buy himself that time, eliminating the man who stood between them in order to prevent what he saw she couldn't stop, her marriage. Now she had a surfeit of time and no time at all. A surfeit of time because there was no man waiting in the wings to rescue her from disgrace in such a way that she would not lose her family as a result. No time at all because a new life grew in her body and promised the destruction of all that she knew, held dear and depended upon, if she did not act decisively and as soon as possible. Behind her the bedroom door opened. Sala turned as her mother entered the room. Wodar's head was covered modestly. Despite the unabating heat of the day, her entire body was clothed so that only her hands and her face were bare. Her choice of dress was dark, as was her custom, as if she were permanently in mourning over a death that she never acknowledged in words. She came across the room and touched her daughter's shoulder. Silently she removed Sala's dupatta and loosened her hair from its single plait. She took a hairbrush from the chest of drawers. She began to brush her daughter's hair. Sala couldn't see her mother's face, but she could feel the love in her fingers, and she could sense the tenderness in every stroke of the brush. "You didn't come into the kitchen," Wardar said. "I missed you. I thought at first that you weren't home yet, but Yum heard you come in." And Yum would have reported, Sala thought. She'd been maliciously eager for her mother-in-law to know Sala's every lapse in duty. "I wanted a few minutes," Sala said. "I'm sorry, Ami. Have you started dinner?" "The lentils only." "Then shall I—" Wardar pressed her daughter's shoulders gently when Sala would have risen. "I can cook the dinner with my eyes closed, Sala. I missed your company, that's all." She curled a long lock of Sala's hair round her hand as she brushed it. She laid the lock against Sala's back and chose another, saying, "Shall we speak to each other?" Sala felt the pain of her mother's question like a fist that was gripping her heart. How many times since her childhood had Wardar said those same 6 words to her daughter? 1,000 times? 100,000? They were an invitation to share confidences, secrets, dreams, puzzling questions, ruffled feelings, private hopes. And the invitation was always extended with the implicit promise that what was said between mother and daughter was to be held in trust. "Tell me what happens with a man and a woman?" And Sala had listened, both frightened and awestruck, as Wardar explained what occurred when a man and a woman bound themselves to each other in marriage. "But how do parents know what person is good for a marriage to one of their children?" And Wardar quietly delineated all the ways in which fathers and mothers are fully capable of knowing their children's hearts and minds. "And you, Ami, were you ever frightened to marry someone you didn't know?" "More frightened to come to England," Wardar told her, but she trusted Akram to do what was best for her, just as she trusted her father to choose a man who would care for her throughout life. "But weren't you ever afraid in your life, even to meet Abidjan?" "Naturally," her mother said, but she'd known her duty, and when Akram Malik had been presented to her, she'd thought him a good man, a man with whom she could make a life. "This is what we aspire to as women," Wardar told her in those quiet moments when she and her daughter lay side by side on Sala's bed in the darkness before Sala fell asleep. "We achieve fulfillment as women by meeting the needs of our husbands and our children, and by sending our children into marriages of their own with suitable mates. True contentment grows from tradition, Sala, and tradition binds us together as a people." In his night-time conversations with her mother, the room's shadows hid their faces from each other and freed them to speak their hearts. But now Sala wondered how she could possibly speak to her mother. She wanted to do so. She yearned to open her heart to Wardar, to receive the comfort and to feel the safety that her mother's quiet presence had always provided her. Yet to seek that comfort and safety now meant to speak a truth that would destroy the very possibility of comfort and safety forever. So she said in a low voice the only thing she could say. "The police were at the factory today, Ami." "Your father phoned me," Wardar replied. "They've sent 2 detective constables. The constables are talking to everyone, and they're recording the interviews. They're in the conference room, and one by one they call in someone to question, from the kitchen, from shipping, from storage, from production." "And you, Sala? Have these constables spoken to you as well?" "No, not yet, but they will, soon." Wardar seemed to hear something in her voice, because for a moment she stopped brushing Sala's hair. "You fear an interview with the detective constables? Do you know something about Haytham's death? Something you haven't spoken of yet?" "No." Sala told herself it wasn't a lie. She didn't know anything. She merely suspected. She waited to see if her mother would hear a hesitation in her words that gave her away, or an uncharacteristic inflection that revealed the roiling of a soul in which guilt, sorrow, fear, and anxiety all warred. "But I'm frightened," she said, and this at least was a truth she could part with. Wardar put the hairbrush on the chest of drawers. She returned to her daughter and placed her fingers beneath Sala's chin. She tilted her face and gazed into it. Sala felt her heart beating rapidly, and she knew the birthmark on her cheek had suffused with colour. "You have no reason to fear," Wardar told her. "Your father and your brother will protect you, Sala. "As will I. No harm can possibly come to you from the harm that came to Haytham. Before that ever could happen, your father would lay down his own life, as would Muhammad. You know this, don't you?" "Harm has already come to us all," Salah whispered. "What happened to Haytham touches all of our lives," Warda agreed, "but it needn't contaminate us if we choose not to let it. And we make that choice by speaking the truth. Only lies and denials have the power to taint us." These words were nothing that Warda had not said in the past, but now their power to wound astonished her daughter. She couldn't blink the tears away before her mother saw them. Warda's face softened, and she drew her close, holding Salah's head against her breast. "You're quite safe, dearest," her mother said. "I promise you that." But Salah knew that the safety of which her mother spoke was as insubstantial as a piece of gauze. Barbara suffered through Emily's ministrations to her face a second time that day. Before allowing her to meet the Pakistanis in her first official appearance as police liaison officer, Emily took her to the locker room and stood her in front of the basin and mirror for another go with the foundation, powder, mascara, and blusher. She even dotted Barbara's mouth with lipstick, saying, "Stuff it, Sergeant," when Barbara protested. "I want you looking fresh for the fray," she instructed. "Don't underestimate the power of personal appearance, especially in our line of work. You'll be a fool to think it doesn't count." As she repaired what the heat had damaged, she gave her directions for the upcoming meeting. She listed what details Barbara was to share with the Asians, and she reiterated the dangers of the minefield they were walking through. She concluded by saying, "The last thing I want is for Muhammad Malik to use anything from this meeting to fire up his people, all right? And watch them both while you're at it. Watch them like a hawk. Watch everyone like a hawk. I'll be meeting the rest of the team in the conference room if you need me." Barbara was determined not to need her, as well as to do justice to the DCI's faith in her. And as she faced Muhammad Malik and Taimullah Azhar across the table in what had once been the Victorian house's dining room, she recommitted herself to those ends. The two men had been kept waiting a quarter of an hour. During that time someone had provided them with a jug of water, 4 glasses, and a blue paper plate of Oreos, but they appeared to have touched nothing. When Barbara entered, both men were sitting. Azhar rose. Muhammad did not. "Sorry to keep you waiting," she told them. "Some last-minute details we had to clear up." Muhammad didn't look as if he believed that remark. Obviously he was experienced enough and clever enough to know when power jockeying was being attempted by an adversary. For his part, Azhar made a study of Barbara, as if trying to gaze beneath her skin for the truth of the matter. When she returned his scrutiny, he lowered his eyes. "Details we wait to hear," Muhammad said. Barbara had to credit him with opening the meeting with an attempt to sound polite. "Yes, well." Onto the table she slapped the folders she was carrying. There were 3 of them, and she had brought them along more for effect than for any other reason. She topped them with the yellow-bound book she'd taken from Qarashi's hotel room. Then she drew out a chair, sat, and gestured Azhar to do likewise. She'd brought along her cigarettes, and she took a moment to light up. The room was only a degree or 2 less stifling than Emily Barlow's office had been, but unlike Emily's office there was no fan circulating the tepid air. Muhammad's forehead glistened. Azhar, as usual, could have stepped from an icy shower a moment prior to Barbara's entrance. Barbara indicated the yellow-bound book with her cigarette. "I'd like to begin with this. Can you tell me what it is?" Azhar reached across the table. He turned the book with the back cover face up and read what Barbara would have thought to be the final page. He said, "This is the Holy Koran, Sergeant. Where did you get it?" "In Qarashi's room." "As he was a Muslim, that can't come as a surprise," Muhammad said pointedly. Barbara extended her hand for the book, and Azhar complied. She opened it to the page she'd noted on the previous night, marked with a satin ribbon. She directed Azhar's attention to the passage on the page, where brackets had been drawn in blue ink. "As you obviously read Arabic," she said, "would you translate this for me?" We've sent a fax of it to a bloke at the University of London for deciphering, but we'll be that much ahead of the game if you're willing to do the honours right now." Barbara saw a small flicker of irritation cross Azar's face. In revealing that he read Arabic, he'd inadvertently given her an advantage over him that she'd otherwise not have had. In telling him that she'd already sent the page to London, she'd made it impossible for him to manufacture a translation that might meet ends other than the truth. Love won, she thought, with no little pleasure. It was important, after all, that Taimullah Azar understand their acquaintance wasn't going to stand in the way of Sergeant Haver's getting her job done. It was equally important that both men knew they weren't dealing with a fool. Azar read the passage. He was silent for a minute, during which time Barbara could hear voices coming from the first-floor conference room as the door opened and shut upon Emily's afternoon meeting with her team. She shot a glance at Muhannad, but couldn't decide whether he looked bored, eager, hostile, overheated, or tense. His eyes were on his cousin. His fingers held a pencil and tapped its rubber end against the top of the table. Finally, Azar said, "A direct translation isn't always possible. English terms aren't always adequate or comparable to those in Arabic." "Right," Barbara said. "The point's duly noted. Just do your best." "The passage refers to one's duty to go to the aid of those who are in need of help," Azar said. "Roughly it reads, 'How should you not fight for the cause of Allah and of the feeble among men and of the women and the children who are crying, Our Lord, bring us forth from out this town of which the people are oppressors, or give us from thy presence some protecting friend.'" "Ah," Barbara said wryly, "roughly, as you say. Is there more?" "Naturally," Azar said with delicate irony, "but only this passage is marked in pencil." "I think it's clear enough why Haytham marked it," Muhannad noted. "Is it?" Barbara drew in on her cigarette and examined him. He'd pushed his chair back as his cousin was reading. His face wore the look of a person who'd had his suspicions confirmed. "Sergeant, if you'd ever sat on this side of the table, you'd know that it is," Muhannad said. "Bring us forth from out this town of which the people are oppressors. There you have it." "I did hear the translation." Muhannad bristled. "Did you? Then let me ask you this. What more do you need? A message written in Haytham's blood?" He dropped his pencil on the table. He got to his feet and went to the window. When he next spoke, he gestured to the street and, metaphorically it seemed, to the town beyond it. "Haytham had been here long enough to experience what he'd never had to experience before, the smart of racism. How do you think he felt?" "We haven't the slightest indication here that Mr. Qureshi—" "Wear my skin for a day if you want an indication. Haytham was brown, and being brown means being unwelcome in this country. Haytham would have liked to catch the first flight back to Karachi, but he couldn't, because he'd made a commitment to my family that he intended to honour. So he read the Quran, looking for an answer, and he saw it written that he could fight in the cause of his own protection, and that's what he did, and that's how he died." "Not exactly," Barbara said. "Mr. Qureshi's neck was broken, that's how he died. There's no indication that he was doing any fighting at all, I'm afraid." Muhannad turned to his cousin and clenched his fist. "I told you, Azar! They were holding back on us all along." Azar's hands were on the table. He pressed the tips of his fingers together. "Why weren't we informed at once?" he asked. "Because the post-mortem hadn't yet been performed," Barbara answered, "and no information's ever released in advance of the PM. That's how it's done." Muhannad looked incredulous. "You can't sit there and tell us that you didn't know the moment you saw the body." "How exactly did the death occur?" Azar asked, with a quieting glance at his cousin. "One's neck can break in a number of ways." "We're not clear on that point." Barbara adhered to the police line that Emily Barlow had already drawn. "But we're able to say with a fair degree of certainty that we're looking at a murder. Premeditated murder." Muhannad dropped into his seat. He said, "A broken neck is an act of violence, the result of a brawl, a product of anger and rage and hate. A broken neck isn't something that someone can plan in advance." "I wouldn't actually disagree with that under normal circumstances," Barbara said. But in this case, the circumstances indicate that someone knew Qureshi would be on the nays, and this someone got there before him and set events into motion that culminated in his death. That's premeditated murder, Mr. Malik. No matter how you might like to think otherwise of Haytham Qureashi's death, it wasn't a random killing arising from a racial brawl or incident. What do you know of racial incidents? What can you tell us of how they start? Do you know the look on a Western face that tells a man to change direction when he's walking down the street? To lower his eyes when he pushes a handful of coins across the counter to pay for his newspaper? To ignore the stares of other patrons when he walks into a restaurant and finds himself the only brown face in the room? Cousin, Azar said, this takes us nowhere productive. Oh, yes, it does, Mohammed insisted. How can a white-skinned CID investigate the death of a man whose experience they can't even begin to understand? These people's minds are closed, Azar. We'll only get justice if we open them. Is that the purpose of Juma? Barbara asked. The purpose of Juma isn't under discussion. Haytham's death is. Was he a member of Juma? You won't rest till you pin this on an Asian. That's where you're heading. Just answer the question. No, he wasn't a member of Juma. If you suspect that I murdered him over that fact, then arrest me. The expression on his face, so taut, so filled with anger and loathing, caused Barbara to reflect briefly on the child Ghassan, whom she'd seen on the street with the bottle-tossed urine dripping down his legs. Was it incidents like that, repeated throughout childhood and adolescence, that effected the sort of animosity she felt rolling off Muhammad Malik? He was right in so many ways, she thought, but he was wrong in so many others. Mr. Malik, she finally said, setting her cigarette on the edge of an ashtray at her elbow, I'd like to make something clear to you before we go on. Just because a person's born with white skin, it doesn't follow that she spends the rest of her life attempting to prise a silver spoon from her mouth. She didn't wait for a response. She went on to delineate the course that the investigation was taking at the moment. A safe deposit box key found among the dead man's belongings was in the process of being traced to one of the banks in Balford and in surrounding towns. The Friday night whereabouts of everyone connected with Qureashi were being sought and corroborated. Paperwork found among Qureashi's belongings was being sorted out, and Fad Kumar was being tracked down. You have his first name, then, Azar noted. May we know how you obtained it? A piece of luck, Barbara said. Because you have the name or because it's Asian? Muhammad asked. Jesus, give it a rest, Barbara wanted to say. But what she did say was, give us some credit, Mr. Malik. We don't have time to waste tracking down some bloke just to satisfy our need to cause him aggro. We need to talk to him about his relationship to Mr. Qureashi. Is he a suspect? Azar asked. Everyone who knew Qureashi is under scrutiny. If this bloke knew him, consider him a suspect. He knew English people as well, Azar said. And he added in so bland a manner that Barbara knew he was already well aware of the answer. Did anyone English benefit from his death? Barbara wasn't about to start walking on that wafer-like patch of ice with Azar or anyone else. She said, Guys, can we lift our meetings out of the realm of Asian-English questions? What we're dealing with in this investigation isn't an Asian-English question at all. It's a straightforward guilt-innocence question. We're looking for a killer, no matter the skin colour, a man or woman with a reason to do away with someone. A woman? Azar asked. You aren't saying a woman could have broken his neck, are you? I'm saying a woman may be involved. Are you trying to implicate my sister? Muhammad asked. I didn't say that. But what other women are there? Those at the factory? We're not sure, so we aren't closing any doors. If Mr. Qureashi knew Fad Kumar, a man clearly not from the factory, right, it stands to reason he may well have known a woman not connected to the factory as well. What are you doing to find this woman? Azar asked. Asking questions, following leads, looking for connections, digging out any altercations Qureashi may have had with anyone in the weeks leading up to his murder. It's legwork, it's plod work, and it has to be done. She gathered her folders and placed the copy of the Quran on top of them. Her cigarette had burnt out in the ashtray, but she squashed its remains anyway as unspoken communication that their meeting was at an end. She stood, saying with deliberate politeness to Muhammad Malik, I expect you'll communicate all of this to your people. We don't want any misinformation to stir them up when it isn't necessary. It was clear that he read her meaning. If any sort of misinformation was leaked into the Asian community, it would be coming only from a single source. Muhammad stood also, and it appeared to Barbara that he used his height, at least 8 inches over hers, to illustrate the fact that if intimidation was going to be a feature of their meetings, he would be doing it. He said, "If you're seeking Asian suspects, Sergeant, know that we intend to get to them first. Male or female, child or adult. We don't mean to allow you to interview any Pakistani without legal representation, Asian legal representation, present." Barbara regarded him long and hard before she replied. He needed to end their meeting in the one-up position, and she half wanted to let him get away with it. But that was the half of her that was tired and hot, eager to have a shower and a decent meal. The half of her that knew the importance of winning the first round of a pissing contest was the half that spoke. "I can't tie your hands at the moment, Mr. Malik, but if you muddy our waters by meddling where you don't belong, I must tell you that you're going to find yourself in the nick for obstructing a police investigation." She nodded at the doorway and added, "Can you find your way out?" Muhammad's eyes narrowed fractionally. "A good question," he replied. "You might want to answer it yourself, Sergeant." Emily was standing to one side of the china board when Barbara joined the afternoon meeting of the CID team in the incident room. This was her first glimpse of the detectives manning the investigation, and she ran her gaze over them curiously. 14 men and 3 women, they were jammed into what had probably once been the first-floor drawing-room of the old house. Some rested their bums on the edges of tables, arms crossed and ties loosened. Others sat on plastic chairs. Some of them gave notice to Barbara as she entered, but the rest kept their focus on the DCI. Emily stood with her weight on one leg, the china board's marking pen in one hand and a bottle of Evian in the other. Like everyone else in the stifling room, she was glistening with perspiration. "Ah," she said, with a nod at Barbara, "this is D.S. Havers joining us now. We'll have her and Scotland Yard to thank if the Pakistanis start towing the line, which finally lets the rest of us get going on a decent investigation." All eyes shifted towards Barbara. She tried to read them. No one looked hostile at her invasion of their patch. At least 4 of the men looked like the sort of long-time detectives who had a fondness for bouts of harassment whenever joined by a female colleague. They stared. She felt lumpy. Emily spoke. "Have a problem with this, mates?" Point taken, they turned back to her. The DCI said with a glance at the china board, "Right, to continue. Who's got the hospital run?" "Nothing we can use," came a response from a crane-like bloke near the window. "An Asian woman died in Clacton last week, but she was 75 and it was heart failure. No one's been admitted to casualty with anything looking like a botched abortion. I've checked every local hospital, clinic and doctor's surgery as well. Nothing." "If he's a ginger like you say, that's a blind alley anyway, innit, Gov?" The question came from an older bloke who needed a shave and a new antiperspirant. Rings of damp descended from his armpits nearly to his waist. "It's too early to label anything useless," Emily said. "Until we have solid facts, we check out everything as if it's the gospel. Phil, what more do you have on the nays?" Phil removed a toothpick from his mouth. "I had a second go at the houses backing onto it." He gave a glance to a small, black-bound notebook. "Couple called the Sampsons were having themselves a date night with a babysitter watching their kids. Babysitter, a girl called Lucy Angus, had her boyfriend there for a bit of a snog, but when I tracked her down and gave her memory a jangle, she recalled hearing a motor on Friday night round 10:30. There were some positive murmurs at this. Over them, Emily said, "How legitimate is this? What sort of memory jangling are we talking about?" "Didn't hypnotize her, if that's what you mean," Phil said with a grin. "She'd gone to the kitchen for a drink of water." "Guess we know how she worked up a thirst," someone called out. "Shut it!" Emily's order was brusque. "Phil, go on." "She heard a motor. She remembers the time because whoever was out there gunned the hell out of it, and she looked outside but didn't see anything. Someone was running without lights, she said." "A boat?" Emily asked. "From the direction of the noise, yeah. She says it was probably a boat." "Get on this, then," Emily said. Check the marina, check every harbour from Harwich to Clacton, check the boat hires, and get inside the garage, the shed, the lock-up and the back garden of everyone even remotely connected to Quarashi. If someone took a boat out that night, someone else had to have seen it, heard it or documented it. Frank, what have you got on that key from Quarashi's room? It was Barclay's, he said, all the way in Clacton. The time lock was already running when I got there, so I'll have the goods in the morning directly they open. Right, Emily said. So here's where we head. And she went on without pause, assigning the detectives to their activities for the next day. Primary among the tasks was the effort to locate Fad Kumar. I want this bloke found, Emily told them, and I want him found bloody fast before he has a chance to do a runner. Understand? Second among the tasks was the effort to break Muhammad's alibi, and there were several murmurs of surprise when Emily introduced the idea, but she was unmoved by them. She assigned a DC called Doug Trotter the task of sorting through Rakin Khan's neighbours for anyone who could swear to the fact that the Asian man was with someone other than Muhammad Malik on Friday night. Barbara watched her. Directing a team like this was clearly nothing to Emily. She had an unflappable confidence that spoke volumes as to how she'd attained her position while so young. Barbara thought of her own performance on her last case. She cringed at the contrast between herself and the DCI. After fielding questions and listening to suggestions, Emily ended the meeting. As the detectives dispersed, she took a hefty swig of her water and came to join Barbara. "Well," she said, "the Asians, how did it go?" "Mohammed's not threatening anything at the moment, but he's not backing off the racial bit. He's been singing that song as long as I've known him." "I'm wondering, though," Barbara said. "Could he be right?" She told Emily of the incident with the 2 children which she'd witnessed near the pier that afternoon. "Not bloody likely," Emily said when she'd finished. "Not with a tripwire, Barb." "I don't mean that it's an arbitrary killing based on race," Barbara said. "I mean, couldn't race actually be behind it, even if the killing was premeditated? Couldn't culture be behind it? Cultural differences and all the misunderstandings that come from cultural differences." Emily appeared to consider this, her attention on the china board, but her eyes not actually focused on its lists and data. "Who are you looking at, then?" "Theo Shaw can't be wearing that gold bracelet for nothing. He had to have a relationship with the Malik girl. If that's the case, how would he feel about her marrying? It's a cultural deal, the arranged marriage bit. But would he be likely to back out of the picture just because he's told to exit stage left? And what about Armstrong? His job went to another bloke. Why? Because it's the done thing, keeping positions in the family. But if he didn't deserve to be given the sack, wouldn't he want to do something to put things right? Armstrong's alibi checks out solidly. The in-laws confirm. I spoke to them myself. OK, but aren't they likely to confirm no matter the truth? He's married to their daughter. He's the breadwinner. Are they going to say something that might put their own kid out on the streets? "A confirmation is a confirmation," Emily said. "But it isn't in the case of Muhammad," Barbara protested. "He's got an alibi as well, and you aren't buying it, right?" "So am I supposed to put Armstrong's in-laws on the rack?" Emily sounded impatient. "They're relatives. That makes their confirmation weak. Muhammad's not related to this bloke Rakin Khan, is he? So why are you supposing that Khan would lie? What's his motivation? They stick together. It's part of who they are." But there was a patent lack of logic to that. If they stick together, then why would one of them kill another? Emily drained her bottle of water. She shot the empty towards a waste paper basket. "Em?" Barbara said when she didn't respond. "That doesn't really follow. Either they stick together, which means it's unlikely that a fellow Asian offed Quarashi, or they don't stick together, in which case it doesn't make sense that Khan would lie for Muhammad Malik. You can't have it both ways. It seems to me—" "This is gut," Emily interrupted. "This is instinct. This is a basic feeling that something stinks and I've got to track it down. If the trail goes into the Asian community, I can't help that, all right?" There was no question of its being all right. Emily was, after all, directing the entire investigation. But Barbara felt a sense of disquiet with the entire idea of instinct. She'd been on cases before where instinct turned out to be just another word for something else. "I suppose," she said uneasily, "you're the gov." Emily glanced her way. "That's right," she said. Chapter 13. Rachel Winfield didn't walk directly onto the pleasure pier. Instead, she paused at its land end. She stood between the pier-end hotel, whose windows and doors were boarded against the sea, and the row of kiddie-car rides that flagged each side of the pier's entrance. It was dinner-time, so a lull had come in the day's activities. Rides still ran, and the beeps and blasts of noise from the arcade games still drowned out the cries of gulls, but the time of day had reduced the number of pleasure-seekers, and the ringing of bells and the bleeping of horns from fruit machines, pinball machines, and other games of chance were intermittent now. Thus it was the perfect time to talk to Theo Shaw. He was still on the pier. Rachel knew that from the sight of his BMW, parked in its usual spot just beyond the lobster hut, a tiny yellow and green striped cabin beyond the abandoned hotel that had never sold lobster and probably never would. She stared at the cabin's hand-painted sign, burgers, hot dogs, popcorn, doughnuts, and while she watched an elderly couple make a purchase of popcorn, she chewed on her lip and tried to consider all the ramifications of what she was about to do. She had to talk to him. Theo may have made his mistakes in life, and certainly not leaping immediately to Sala's rescue upon the death of Haytham Quarashi was one of them. But he was not a bad person at heart. Rachel knew that he would make things right in the end. After all, that's what people did when they were in love. True, it hadn't been wise of Sala to keep the news of her pregnancy from Theo, and it had been even less wise to agree to a marriage to one man while she was carrying another man's baby. Theo could do his maths as well as anyone, and if Sala had married Haytham Quarashi and produced a child, supposedly by that marriage, in less than 8 or 9 months, well, Theo would have known the child wasn't Haytham's, and what would he have done then? Of course, the real question was what he had done 3 days ago on Friday night out on the Naze. But this was a question that Rachel didn't want to answer, and could only pray the police didn't ask. This is all about love, she told herself stoutly. This isn't about hate and killing. If Theo had done something to hurt Haytham, which she didn't for a moment actually believe, then doubtless Haytham had provoked him to do it. Accusations might have been hurled, nasty comments might have been made, and then all in a terrible instant a blow might have been struck in anger, a blow from which this terrible situation that Sala was in had grown. Rachel couldn't bear the thought of Sala submitting herself to an abortion. She knew it was the anguish of the moment that was propelling her friend in this direction anyway. Because Haytham was dead, and it appeared to Sala that no other immediate solution to her troubles was available, she wanted to take a course of action that Rachel knew quite well she would live to regret. Girls like Sala, sensitive, creative, protected from life, completely gentle and without guile, didn't get over abortions as easily as they thought they would. And they especially didn't get over abortions of babies whose fathers they obviously adored. So Sala was mad to think that ending the pregnancy was the only option she had, and Rachel was set upon proving that to her. What bad could really come from Sala's ending up in a marriage with Theo Shaw? It was true that her parents might be peeved for a while when they discovered she'd run off with an Englishman. They might not want to speak to her for a few months even. But when the baby was born, their own grandchild, the son or daughter of their own beloved child, then all would be forgiven. The family would reunite. But the only way that any of this could happen was if Rachel warned Theo that the police might try to tie him to Haytham Quarashi's murder. The only way that this could happen was if he got rid of that damning bracelet before the police connected it to him. So her path was clear. She had to warn him. And she had to nudge him, however delicately, towards doing what was right by her friend and doing it before another day passed. Not that Theo Shaw would need nudging, of course. He may have been hesitating over the last few days because of what had happened to Haytham, but he'd be determined to do his duty once he learned that the clock was ticking on an upcoming abortion. But still, Rachel hesitated. What if Theo failed Sala? What if he didn't do what was right? Men often ran the other way when responsibilities cluttered their paths. And who was honestly and absolutely to say that Theo Shaw wouldn't do the same? Clearly Sala believed he'd abandon her, or she would have told him about the baby in the first place. Wouldn't she? Well, Rachel thought stoutly, if Theodore Shaw didn't take up the burden of his obligations to Sala, Rachel Winfield would step in. That last flat of the Clifftop Snuggeries still remained to be sold, and Rachel's savings account still contained the money to put down towards a purchase. So, if Theo didn't behave the way he ought to behave, if Sala's parents disowned her as a result, Rachel herself would provide a home for her friend, and together they would raise Theo's child. But that probably wouldn't happen, would it? Once he learned about Sala's intention to be rid of their child, Theo sure would act decisively. With all the ramifications explored, Rachel turned from the lobster hut and set off down the pier. She didn't have far to go, however. Just inside the arcade, she saw Theo Shaw talking to Rosalie the psychic. This was definitely a positive sign, Rachel decided. Despite the fact that their conversation didn't actually look like a psychic consultation, since instead of his palm, the tarot cards, or a crystal ball, Rosalie appeared to be doing her reading from a piece of pizza in a plate on her lap, there was still the chance that between bites of pepperoni, Rosalie was giving Theo the benefit of her experience in dealing with the problems of her fellow men. So Rachel waited until their discussion was at an end. When Theo nodded, rose, touched Rosalie's shoulder, and began to come in her direction, Rachel drew a breath and straightened her shoulders. She adjusted her hair to cover as much of her face as she could do, and she walked to meet him. He was wearing that gold bracelet, she saw with some concern. Well, he wouldn't be wearing it for much longer. "I got to talk to you," she said, without preamble. "It's real important, Theo." Theo looked at the colourful, clown-faced clock that was mounted above the arcade's doors. Rachel was afraid that he was going to say he had to be somewhere, so she went hurriedly on. "It's about Sala." "Sala?" His voice was careful, non-committal. "I know about the two of you. Sala and I don't have any secrets. We're best friends, you know, been best friends since we were little." "Did she send you to me?" Rachel was glad to hear that he sounded eager, and she interpreted this as another positive sign. Clearly he wanted to be with her friend, and if that was so, Rachel knew her job was going to be easier than she'd anticipated. "Not exactly." Rachel looked around. It wouldn't do for them to be seen together, especially if the police were lurking nearby. She was already in enough trouble as it was, what with lying to the woman detective that morning and then doing a bunk from the shop. Her position would only worsen if she was caught talking to Theo while he had that gold bracelet on his wrist. "Can we talk somewhere? I mean, somewhere not so out in the open. It's real important." Theo's eyebrows drew together, but he cooperated well enough, gesturing towards the side of the lobster hut and the BMW parked near it. Rachel trailed him to the car, keeping a nervous eye towards the marine parade, half in the expectation that, her luck being what it was, rotten, she stood a fair to even chance of being seen by someone before they got to safety. But that didn't happen. Theo disarmed the car's security system and slipped inside, unlocking the passenger door for her. She glanced about and then slid in, wincing as the hot upholstery singed her flesh. Theo lowered the windows. He turned in his seat. "What is it?" "You've got to get rid of that bracelet," Rachel blurted out. "The police know Sala bought it for you." He kept his eyes on her, but his right hand reached for his left wrist and, as if unconsciously, encircled the gold band. "What do you have to do with all this?" It was the one question she'd have preferred not to hear. She'd rather have had him say, "Bloody hell, absolutely," and remove the bracelet without asking anything at all. It wouldn't have been at all disagreeable had he tossed the bracelet into the nearest rubbish bin, which was 10 feet away and buzzing with flies. "Rachel?" he prompted when she didn't reply. "What do you have to do with this? Did Sala send you?" "That's the second time you asked me that." Even to her own ears, Rachel's voice sounded weak. "You're thinking of her all the time, aren't you? What's going on? The police have already been here, by the way. Some heavy-set woman with a roughed-up face. She had the bracelet off me for a look." "You didn't give it to her, Theo?" "What else could I do? I didn't know why she wanted it till she'd already had a good look at it, and told me she was searching for a similar one that Sala claimed to have thrown from the pier." "Oh, no," Rachel whispered. "But the way I see it, she can't know they're one and the same," Theo went on. "Anyone can own a gold bracelet. She can't prove anything by the fact that I have one." "But she knows," Rachel said miserably. What's written inside it, she knows. And if she saw the engraving inside of yours—" She saw that there was still a margin of hope, and she went on eagerly, "Except maybe she didn't look inside the band." But Theo's expression told her that the Scotland Yard detective had done just that, reading those incriminating words and adding them to the information she'd already gleaned, first from Rachel and then from Sala. "I should have phoned," Rachel moaned. "You and Sala, I should have phoned. Only I couldn't because Mum was there and she wanted to know what was going on, and I had to get out of the shop directly the policewoman left." Theo had halfway turned in his seat to face her, but now he looked away to the pier approach, that concrete promenade that ran along the Strand and separated it from the 3 rows of beach huts that climbed the hill. He didn't appear so much panicked as Rachel had suspected he might be, all things considered. He looked confused. He said, "I don't understand how they traced it so quickly to me. Sala wouldn't have—" Then he turned back to her, and his voice sounded eager once again, as if he'd drawn a conclusion that painted a picture he'd long hoped to see. "Did Sala tell him she gave it to me? But no, she couldn't have if she told them she threw it off the pier. So how—" There was only one way, of course, and he appeared to work that out soon enough, because he said, "That police detective talked to you. How did she end up talking to you?" "Because—" How could she describe her actions in a way that he would understand when she didn't really understand them herself? Oh, Sala had her own interpretation of what Rachel had meant in giving the jewellery receipt to Haytham, but Sala wasn't right. Rachel hadn't meant harm, she'd meant only the best. Haytham questioning his fiancée the way any man might, and the truth about Sala's love for Theo coming out as a result. Sala being saved from a marriage that she didn't want, and Sala being free to marry where she chose, whom she chose, when she chose. Or, if it was also her choice, Sala not marrying at all. "Haytham had the receipt," Rachel said. "The police found it with his belongings. They're tracking down everything connected with him, so they came to the shop and asked about it." If anything, Theo looked more confused than ever. "But why would Sala have given him the receipt? That doesn't make sense unless she'd changed her mind about marrying him, because no one else knew." But then he saw, and she could see that he saw. He sharpened his vision on her. Sweat trickled from Rachel's temples, following her hairline and the curve of her jaw. "What does it matter how he got it?" she said quickly. "She may have lost it on the street. She may have left it lying round somewheres at home. Yum may have picked it up. Yum hates Sala, you've got to know that. And if she found that receipt, you can be sure she'd have gave it to Haytham straight away. She likes to cause trouble, Yum does. She's a real witch." And the more Rachel thought about it, the more she was able to convince herself that this fabrication was well suited to her purpose. Yum wanted to keep Sala as her personal slave. She'd have done just about anything to make sure her sister-in-law had no chance at marriage, so she'd remain at home under Yum's thumb. Had she actually got her hands on that receipt, she would have turned it over to Haytham at once. There was no doubt in the world about that. "Theo, what matters is what happens now." "So Haytham knew that Sala and I—" Theo'd moved his gaze off Rachel, so there was nothing she could read in his eyes to understand why he sounded so thoughtful, but she could imagine well enough. If Haytham knew that Sala and Theo were lovers, then Haytham hadn't been on an informational fishing expedition on that fateful night at the Nays. Haytham knew, and that's why he asked Theo for a meeting, and that's why he was so quick to accuse, because it wasn't an accusation at all, it was the truth. "Forget about Haytham," Rachel said, words tumbling out to direct him where she wanted him to go. "OK, it's done, it happened. What's important now is Sala. Theo, listen to me. Sala's in a bad way. I know you probably think that she didn't do right by you in agreeing to marry Haytham, but maybe she agreed so fast because she thought you didn't mean to do right by her. This sort of stuff happens when people love each other. One person says one thing and it goes misunderstood, and the other person says another thing and it goes misunderstood. And before you know it, no one knows what anyone else really means or thinks or feels any longer. People get themselves in a real twist. They make decisions they might not otherwise make. You see that, don't you?" "What's going on with Sala?" he asked. "I phoned her last night, but she wouldn't listen to anything. I tried to explain." "She wants an abortion," Rachel cut in. Theo, she's asked me to help her, to find out where she can have it and get her away from her family long enough for it to be done. She wants it as soon as possible because she knows it'll take her father months to find her someone else to marry, and by that time it'll be too late. Rachel saw that she'd cleared from his mind all thought of the gold bracelet and its pernicious receipt. His hand shot out and grabbed her wrist. "What?" he asked. The question was hoarse. Thank God, Rachel thought, and she told herself that she meant it truly. Theo sure did care. She thinks her mum and dad will disown her if they find out about the baby, Theo, and Sola doesn't think that you'll marry her, and she knows there's no hope of finding someone else fast, and she can't hide the truth forever, so she asked me to find a doctor or a clinic or whatever, and it's no trouble to do that, but I don't want to, because if she goes through with it... Theo, can you imagine what it'll do to Sola? She loves you, so how can she kill your baby? He released her wrist. He turned his head and stared before them into the rock wall that retained the hillside above which rose the town, where Sola waited for Theo Shaw to decide her fate. "You've got to go to her," Rachel said. "You've got to talk to her. You've got to make her see that it's not the end of the world if you and she go off somewheres and get married. Sure, our mum and dad won't like it at first, but this isn't the Middle Ages. In modern times, people marry for love. They don't marry for duty or for anything else. I mean, they do, but the real marriages and the lasting marriages are the ones that grow out of love." He nodded, but she couldn't tell if he actually heard. He placed his hands on the BMW's steering wheel, and they'd circled the wheel so tightly that his knuckles looked like they'd popped through his lightly freckled skin. A muscle worked like a spasm in his jaw. "You've got to do something," Rachel told him. "You're the only one who can." Theo made no reply. Instead, he moved his arm to curve it round his stomach, and before Rachel had a chance to tell him that he had only to claim Sala's hand in order to save the life of their child, he was out of the car. He stumbled over to the rubbish bin. There he vomited, violently and for so long that Rachel thought he was close to losing his entire insides. When the retching passed, he drew a fist across his mouth. His gold bracelet caught the bright, hot afternoon light. He didn't return to the car, however. Rather, he stood at the rubbish bin, chest heaving like a runner and head bent low. Heaving wasn't an unreasonable reaction, Rachel decided. In fact, it was rather an admirable response to a piece of horrific news. Theo no more wanted Sala to submit herself to the surgeon's scalpel, or whatever it was they used to prise unwanted fetuses out of their mothers' bodies, than Rachel did. Relief came over her, like the cool water she'd been longing for since she'd left the shop. True, she'd done wrong by giving Haytham Qureshi that receipt for the bracelet, but it had all come out right in the end. Theo and Sala would be together. She began to plan her next encounter with Sala. She thought of the words she'd used to relate what had just passed between herself and Theo. She'd even got as far as imagining the look on her best friend's face as she heard the news that Theo would be coming for her, when Theo himself turned round from the rubbish bin, and Rachel had a better look at his expression. Her bones felt liquid at the sight of him and what the sight meant. His pinched features radiated the misery of a man who saw himself irrevocably trapped. And as he walked heavily back to the car, Rachel understood that, come what may, he'd never intended to marry her friend. He was exactly like so many of the men Connie Winfield had dragged home over the years, men who spent the night in her bed, the morning at her breakfast table, and the afternoon or evening in their cars, fleeing the previously amorous scene like hooligans on the run from a petty crime. "Oh, no!" Rachel's lips formed the words, but she emitted no sound. She saw it all. How he'd used her friend like a typical man as a casual and easy mark for sex, seducing her with a kind of attention and admiration that she couldn't hope to get from an Asian man, biding his time until she was ready for a physical approach. And that approach would have been subtle. No move made until he was certain that Sala was completely in love with him. She had to be ready. More, she had to be willing. If she was both, then the responsibility for anything untoward that happened as a result of the pleasure Theo Shaw took from Sala Malik would be Sala's alone. And Sala herself had known this all along. Rachel felt the animosity rising like a stream of bubbles escaping from her chest to her throat. What had happened to her friend was so bloody unjust. Sala was good, and she deserved someone equally good. That person obviously wasn't Theo Shaw. Theo slid inside the car once more. Rachel opened the door. "Well, Theo," she said, making no attempt to hide the contempt in her voice, "is there any message you want me to pass along to Sala?" His answer came as no surprise, but she'd wanted to hear it just to make certain he was as low as she'd decided he was. "No," he said. Barbara stepped back from the mirror in her loo with a view and admired her handiwork. She'd stopped at Boots on her way back to the burned house, and 20 minutes in the single aisle that went for a make-up department had been enough for her to purchase a bagful of cosmetics. She'd been aided by a youthful shop assistant, whose face was a living, breathing testimony to her enthusiasm for painting her features. "Super!" she'd cried, when Barbara had asked for some guidance on the appropriate brands and colours. "You're spring, aren't you?" she'd added obscurely, as she'd begun piling a variety of mysterious bottles, cases, jars, and brushes into a basket. The shop assistant had offered to do Barbara right there in Boots, giving her the benefit of talents that appeared questionable at best. Evaluating the girl's yellow eyeshadow and magenta cheeks, Barbara had demurred. She needed the practice anyway, she explained. There was no time like the present to get her toes damp by dipping them into the waters of cosmetic improvement. Well, she thought, as she observed her face now, she wouldn't exactly be finding herself on the cover of Vogue in the foreseeable future. Nor would she be selected as a sterling example of a woman's triumph over a broken nose, a bruised face, and an unfortunate set of features that could most mercifully be described as snubby. But for the moment she would do, especially in dim lighting, or among people whose vision had recently begun to fail them. She took a moment to shove her supplies into the medicine cabinet, then she scooped up her shoulder bag and left the room. She was hungry, but dinner was going to have to wait indefinitely. Through the windows of the hotel bar upon her arrival she'd seen Temur Azar and his daughter on the lawn, and she wanted to talk to them, or at least to one of them, before they got away. She descended the stairs and crossed the passage to cut through the bar. Since he was well occupied with seeing to the needs of his resident diners, Basil Treves would not be able to waylay her. He'd waved at her meaningfully upon seeing her enter the hotel earlier. He'd gone so far as to mouth, "We must talk," and to waggle his eyebrows in a fashion that related he had something of a momentous nature to impart. But he'd been in the process of ferrying dishes to the dining-room, and when he'd mouthed, "Later," and tilted his shoulders to indicate he was asking a question, she'd made much of giving him a vigorous thumbs-up to keep lubricated the machinery of his fragile ego. The man was unsavoury beyond a doubt, but he had his uses. After all, he'd been responsible for unknowingly handing them Fard Kumar. God alone knew what other jewels he would manage to mine, given half a chance and equal encouragement. But at the moment she wanted to talk to Azar, so she was just as happy to see that Treves was unavailable.
Disc 10.
She ducked into the bar and crossed to the French doors, which were wide open to the dusk. There she hesitated for a moment. Azar and his daughter were sitting just outside on the flagstone terrace, the child hunched over a spotty wrought-iron table on which a chessboard was set up, the father leaning back in his chair with a cigarette dangling from his fingers. A smile played round the corners of his mouth as he watched Hadia. Obviously unaware that he was being observed, he allowed his features to take on a softness that Barbara had never seen in them before. "How much time do you want, Kushi?" he asked. "I believe that I have you trapped, and you're only prolonging your king's death throes." "I'm thinking, Dad." Hadia squirmed to a new position on her seat, rising on her knees with her elbows on the table and her bottom in the air. She made a closer scrutiny of the battlefield. Her fingers drifted first towards a knight, then towards the single remaining castle. Her queen had already been taken, Barbara noted, and she was attempting to mount an attack against far superior forces. She began to slide the castle forward. Her father said, "Ah," in anticipation.
She withdrew her fingers. "Change my mind," she announced hastily. "Change my mind, change my mind." "Hadia!" Her father drew her name out in affectionate impatience. "When you make a decision, you must adhere to it." "Sounds just like life," Barbara said. She stepped out of the bar to join them. "Barbara!" Hadia's little body rose on her chair till she was kneeling upright. "You're here! I kept watching and watching for you at dinner. I had to eat with Mrs. Porter 'cause Dad wasn't here, and I wished and wished that she was you. What have you done to your face?" Her own face screwed up, then lit as she realised. "You've painted it. You've covered your bruises. You look quite nice. Doesn't Barbara look quite nice, Dad?" Azar had risen, and he nodded politely. When Hadia chanted, "Sit, sit, please sit," he fetched a third chair so that Barbara could join them. He offered his cigarettes and lit hers wordlessly when she took one. "Mummy uses makeup as well," Hadia confided chattily as Barbara settled in. "She's going to teach me how to do it properly when I'm old enough. She makes her eyes the prettiest of prettiest that you've ever seen, as big as anything when she's done. Of course they're big anyway, Mummy's eyes. She's got the loveliest eyes, hasn't she, Dad?" "She has," Azar said, his own eyes on his daughter. Barbara wondered what he saw when he gazed upon her. Her mother, himself, a living declaration of their love for each other. She couldn't know, and she doubted he'd say, so she gave her attention to the chessboard. "Dire straits," she said, as she studied the meagre collection of pieces with which Hadia was attempting to wage war on her father. "Looks like white flag time to me, kiddo." "Oh, pooh!" Hadia said happily. "We don't want to finish now anyway. We'd rather talk to you." She adjusted her position so that she was sitting, and she swung her sandal-shorn feet against the legs of the chair. "I did a puzzle today with Mrs. Porter, a jigsaw of Snow White. She was asleep and the prince was kissing her, and the dwarfs were crying 'cause they thought she was dead. Of course she didn't look dead, and if they only thought about why her cheeks were so rosy, they could have worked it out for themselves that she was only sleeping. But they didn't, and they didn't know that all she needed was a kiss to wake up. But since they didn't know, she met a real prince, and they lived happily ever after." "A conclusion to which we all fervently aspire," Barbara said. "And we painted as well. Mrs. Porter used to do watercolours, and she's teaching me how. I did one of the sea and one of the pier and one of—" "Hadia," her father said quietly. Hadia ducked her head and was silent. "You know, I've got a real thing for watercolours," Barbara told the little girl. "I'd love to see them if you're up for that. Where have you got them stowed?" Hadia brightened. "In our room. Shall I fetch them? I can fetch them easier than anything, Barbara." Barbara nodded, and Azar handed over the room key. Hadia squirmed off her chair and dashed into the hotel, ribboned plaits flying. In a moment they could hear her sandals clattering against the wooden stairs. "Out for dinner this evening?" Barbara asked Azar when they were alone. "There were things to see to after our conference," he replied. He dislodged ash from his cigarette and took a drink from a glass on the table. It held ice, a lime, and something fizzy. Mineral water, she guessed. She couldn't see Azar blithely swilling down gin and tonic, despite the heat. He replaced the glass exactly on the same ring of damp from which he'd taken it. Then he looked at her, and with such intent scrutiny that she was certain she'd smeared her mascara. "You acquitted yourself well," he finally said. "We gained something from the meeting, but not, I imagine, all that you know." And that's why he'd not returned to the hotel directly in time for dinner with his daughter, Barbara decided. He and his cousin had no doubt put their heads together for a discussion on their next move. She wondered what that move would be. A meeting of the Asian community? Another march in the streets? A request for intervention from their MP? An event designed to heighten media interest in the killing and the investigation once again? She didn't know and couldn't have said, but she had little doubt that he and Muhammad Malik had decided upon an action they'd take in the next few days. "I need to pick your brains about Islam," she told him. "Tit for tat," he replied, "in exchange for—" "Azar, that can't be how we play the game. I can only tell you what DCI Barlow authorises me to tell you." "That's convenient for you." "No, that's how I stay involved in this case." Barbara took a drag of her cigarette and considered how best to garner his cooperation. She said, "And as I see the situation, it's to everyone's advantage that I stay involved. I don't live here, I have no axe to grind, and no vested interest in proving or disproving anyone's guilt. If you blokes think that there's prejudice behind the investigation, then frankly I'm your best bet of weeding it out." "And is there?" he asked. "Bloody hell, I don't know. I've been here 24 hours, Azar. I'd like to think I'm good, but I doubt I'm that good. So can we get on with it, you and I?" He took a turn to think things over, and he seemed to be trying to read her face for the truth of what she'd said. "You know how his neck was broken, though," he finally said. "Yeah, we know. But when you think about it, how else would we really be able to determine it was clear-cut murder?" "And was it?" "No, it." She flicked ash onto the flagstones and drew in on her cigarette. She said, "Homosexuality, Azar, how does it sit with Islam?" She could see that she'd taken him by surprise. When she told him she wanted to ask him about Islam, he'd no doubt concluded that whatever questions she had would be further questions about arranged marriages, more of the same as she'd asked that morning. This was an entirely new direction, and he was clever enough to know how the question related to the investigation. "Itham Quarashi?" he asked. She shrugged. "We have a statement that makes it possible, but only that, and the person who gave it has a good enough reason to want us heading off on a goose chase, so it may be nothing. But I need to know what sort of deal homosexuality is to Muslims, and I'd rather not have to send to London to find out." "One of the suspects made this statement," Azar said thoughtfully. "Is this an English suspect?" Barbara sighed, expelling a lungful of smoke. "Azar, can we give this symphony more than one note? What difference does it make if he's English or Asian? Do you lot want this murder solved no matter what, or only if an Englishman did it? And the suspect is English, by the way, and he was turned over to us by someone else English. If the truth be told, we've got at least 3 possibilities, and all of them are English. Now, will you give it a rest and answer my flaming question?" He smiled and crushed out his cigarette. "Had you displayed this level of passion in our meeting today, Barbara, most of my cousin's trepidations would have been resolved. Why didn't you?" "Because, frankly, I care sod-bloody all about your cousin's trepidations. Even if I'd told him we had 30 English suspects, he'd hardly have believed me unless I'd given him their names. Am I right?" "Admitted." Azar sipped his drink. Another time he managed to replace the glass on the same ring of condensation from which he'd taken it. "So," she said. He waited a moment before answering. In the silence, Barbara heard Basil Treves ho-ho-hoing it at someone's joke. Azar grimaced at the obviously false nature of the laughter. "Homosexuality is expressly forbidden," he said. "So what happens if a bloke is a homosexual?" "It would be something that he would keep to himself." "Because?" Azar toyed with the queen he'd captured from his daughter, his dark fingers rolling the piece to the base of his thumb and back again. "In openly practicing homosexuality, he would be indicating that he no longer believed in Muslim ways. This is sacrilege. And for that, as well as for the homosexuality itself, he would be cut off from his family, from other Muslims as well." "So it follows," Barbara said thoughtfully, "that he'd want to keep this business quiet. Maybe he'd even want to get married and have a reasonable front to deflect suspicion. These are serious charges, Barbara. You must guard against denigrating the memory of a man like Haytham. In insulting him, you insult the family to which he was bound by contracted marriage." "I haven't charged anyone with anything," Barbara said. "But if someone opens up a field of inquiry, the police are bound to walk across it. That's our job. So what about the insult to the family if he was homosexual? He'd have been contracting himself to a marriage under false pretences, wouldn't he? And if a man does that to a family like the Marlicks, what's the penalty?" "Marriage is a contract between 2 families, not just between 2 individuals." "Jesus Christ, Azar! You can't be telling me that Quarashi's family would simply send over a different brother for Salah Malik to marry, like she was some fresh hot roll just waiting for a suitable sausage?" Azar smiled, it seemed in spite of himself.
Your defence of your sex is admirable, Sergeant. Great, thanks. So—" He interrupted. "But what I mean is this. Haytham's dissembling would have caused an irreparable breach between the two families. This breach, and the cause of it, would be known to the greater community as well. So in addition to being cut off from his family, he would have done a job on their chances of emigrating, right? Because I expect that no one else would be hot to strike a marriage bargain with them, not after they'd palmed off spurious goods as the real thing, in a manner of speaking." "Correct," Azar said. Finally, Barbara felt they were making progress. So he had a bucketful of reasons to keep the lid on if he was queer. If he was, Azar acknowledged. She stubbed out her cigarette, placing this new bit of knowledge into various positions in the puzzle of Querashi's murder, attempting to see where it best fit. When she had a potential picture in her mind, she went on slowly. And if someone knew what he was hiding, knew it for certain, because he'd seen Querashi in a situation where there was absolutely no mistaking what was going on, and if that person got in contact with him and told him what he knew, and if that same person made certain demands— He said, "Are you speaking of the person who suggested Haytham's homosexuality in the first place?" Barbara noted his tone as simultaneously anxious and vindicated. She realized that her speculations were leading them both where he and his cousin ardently wished them to go. She burst his bubble. "It's a rare Englishman who would know all the ramifications of a Muslim's homosexuality, Azar, especially all the ramifications of this particular Muslim's homosexuality." "Then you're saying an Asian knew?" "I'm not saying anything." But by the way his eyes moved to and stayed on his glass, she saw that he was thinking, and his thoughts led him to the only Asian, aside from members of his own family, whom the police had mentioned in connection with Haytham Querashi. "Kumar," he said. "You think this man Fad Kumar played a part in Haytham's death?" "You didn't hear that from me," Barbara said. "And you wouldn't have pulled that idea from nowhere," he continued. "Someone has told you of a relationship between Haytham and this man, yes? Azar, or something has told you, and if you speak of demands being made under these circumstances, demands that Fad Kumar made of Haytham Querashi, you must be speaking of blackmail as well." "You're getting really ahead of yourself," Barbara said. "All I'm saying is that if one person saw Querashi doing a job where he wasn't employed, another person might have done the same. End of story." "And you think that other person is Fad Kumar?" Azar concluded again. "Look!" Barbara was feeling exasperated, partly because he'd read her so well, and partly because his reading of her could lead to his muddying up the case by involving his cousin where his cousin wasn't wanted. "What bloody difference does it make if it's Fad Kumar or the Queen of—" "Here! Here! Here!" The sing-song cry came from Hadia, who stood at the door. She waved her watercolours in one hand. In the other she held a white-lidded jam jar. "I only brought two, 'cause one of the seas awfully bad, Barbara. And look, see what I caught as well. He was in the roses outside the dining room, and after lunch I got a jar from the kitchen, and he flew right in." She presented her jam jar for Barbara's inspection. In the fading light, Barbara saw a rather unhappy bee flinging itself hopelessly against the glass. "I put some food in for him. Look, do you see it? And I poked some holes through the top. Do you think he liked London? I expect he will, 'cause there's lots of flowers, so he can eat them up and then make honey." Barbara set the jar by the chessboard on the table and gave it a close inspection. The food Hadia had provided consisted of a wilting pile of rose petals and a few sad leaves with their edges curled inward. A Nobel-caliber entomologist in the making she clearly wasn't, but she was positively inspired when it came to the art of providing distraction. "Well," Barbara said, "here's the problem with that, kiddo. Bees have families, and they all live together in hives. They don't like strangers, so if you take this bee back to London with you, he won't have any family to live with. I expect that's why he's in such a state at the moment. It's getting dark, and while it's been a nice visit, he'd like to go home." Hadia came to stand between Barbara's legs. She crouched so that her chin was level with the table and her nose pressed up to the side of the jar. "You think," she asked,
Should I let him go? Is he missing his family?
Sure, Barbara said, picking up the child's watercolours for an inspection. Besides, bees don't belong inside jars. It's not a good idea, and it isn't safe.
Why?
Hadia asked. Barbara looked past the paintings to the artist's father. Because when you ask a creature to live in a way that's against his nature, someone always ends up getting hurt. Theo wasn't listening, Agatha Shaw concluded. He wasn't listening any more than he'd listened during drinks, during dinner, during coffee, or during the 9 o'clock news. His body had been present, and he'd even managed to respond in such a way that a less perspicacious woman might have taken for holding up his end of the conversation. But the truth of the matter was that his mind was no more on the redevelopment of Balford-Linnaeus than hers was on the current price of bread in Moscow. "Theodore!" she snapped, and wielded her stick at his legs. He was passing her sofa yet another time, treading from his chair to the open window, as if he'd decided to wear a path straight through the Persian carpet before the end of the evening. His grandmother couldn't decide which activity drove her more to distraction, his charade of conversing with her, or his newly found interest in the state of the garden. Not that he could see much of the garden in the fast-dying light, but there was little doubt that if she demanded to know what was so enthralling outside the window, he would claim to be mourning the death of the lawn. Her stick failed to stop him, missed him entirely. But when she said, "Theodore Michael Shaw, traipse across this drawing-room another time and I'll give you 6 of the best that you'll never forget, and I'll use this cane to do it. Do you hear me?" That did the trick. Theo stopped, turned, and looked at her wryly. "Think you're up for that, Gran?" The question was fondly asked, yet he seemed to feel the fondness in spite of himself. He walked no farther to the window, but his gaze went to it none the less. "What the devil is it?" she demanded. "You haven't heard a word I've said all evening. I want this to stop, and I want it to stop right now, tonight." "What?" he asked. And to give him credit, he looked sufficiently nonplussed, nearly to convince her. But she was nobody's fool. She hadn't brought up 4 difficult children, 6 if one counted Theo and his pig-headed brother, for nothing. She knew when something was going on, and she knew even better when that something was a something which someone was trying to hide from her. "Don't be obtuse," she replied tartly. "You were late, again. You didn't eat more than 10 bites at dinner. You ignored the cheese, let your coffee get cold, and for the past 20 minutes, when you haven't been wearing a trail through my carpet, you've been watching the clock like a prisoner waiting for visiting hours." "I had a late lunch, Gran," Theo said reasonably, "and this heat's pure hell. How could anyone tuck into salmon pie in this kind of weather?" "I managed," she said, "and hot food is appropriate when the weather's beastly. It cools the blood." "That sounds like an old wives' tale to me." "Piffle," she said. "And food isn't the point, you're the point. Your behaviour's the point. You haven't been yourself since—" She paused for thought. How long had it been since Theo hadn't been the Theo she'd known and loved against her wishes, her wisdom, and her inclination for the last 20 years? A month? 2? He'd started at first with long silences. He'd gone on to longer observations of her when he probably thought she wasn't looking, and he'd mixed these up with nocturnal disappearances, hushed telephone calls, and a disturbing weight loss. "What in the name of Medusa is going on?" she settled on demanding. He flashed her a smile, but she didn't miss the fact that this rident expression did nothing to alter the bleakness in his eyes. "Gran, believe me, nothing's going on," he answered in that soothing tone the doctors always use when attempting to garner the cooperation of a recalcitrant patient. "Are you up to something?" she asked directly. "Because if you are, I'd like to point out that you've little to gain from obfuscation." "I'm not up to anything. I've been thinking about business, how the pier's shaping up, and how much money we're going to lose if Jerry DeVitt doesn't have that restaurant open before the August bank holiday." He returned to his chair, as if this action would prove his words. He clasped his hands loosely between his knees, and gave her what went for his full attention these days. She continued as if he hadn't spoken. "Obfuscation destroys, and if you wish to argue about that, perhaps 3 names will emphasize my point. Stephen, Lawrence, Ulrica, all practitioners of the fine art of deception. She saw his eyes tighten in a wince that pleased her. She meant to hit him below the belt, and she was glad to know that he'd felt the blow. His brother, his father, and his pea-brained mother, those three were, all of them dissemblers, all of them consequently disinherited, all of them sent into the world to fend for themselves. 2 of them were already dead, and the third, who knew what insalubrious end Stephen Shaw would meet in that snake pit that went for a society in Hollywood? Since Stephen's departure at 19 years of age, she'd been telling herself that Theo was different. He was sane, reasonable, and enlightened in a way that his immediate family had never been. Upon him she'd learned to place her hopes, and to him would go her fortune. If she didn't live to see the completed renaissance of Bulford Linnaeus, it didn't matter, because Theo would carry forward her dream. Through him and his efforts, she would live on. Or so she had thought. But the past few weeks, or was it a month or 2, had seen the waning of his interest in her affairs. The past few days had shown her that his mind was deeply engaged elsewhere, and the past few hours had indisputably illustrated that she had to act soon to bring him back on track if she wasn't to lose him altogether. "I'm sorry," he said. "I don't mean to ignore you. But I'm juggling the pier, the work on the restaurant, the plans for the hotel, this town council business." As his voice drifted off, his gaze began to travel to that blasted open window. But he seemed to realize what he was doing, because he quickly brought himself back to her. "And this heat," he said. "I'm never my best in this sort of heat." She observed him through eyes which she narrowed. Truth or lie, she wondered. He went on. "I've put a call in about another special town council meeting, by the way. I did that this morning. They'll get back to us, but we can't expect anything soon because of this business with the Asians and the dead man on the naze." This was progress, she admitted, and she felt the first stirrings of encouragement that she'd experienced since she'd had her stroke. It was snail-like and maddening, to be sure, but it was progress all the same. Perhaps, after all, Theo was as fully ingenuous as he claimed to be. For the moment, she decided to believe that he was. "Excellent," she said. "Excellent, excellent. So, by the time we meet with the council again, we'll have the necessary votes in our pockets. I dare say, Theo, I've come to see that disruption of yesterday's meeting as a stroke of divine intervention. This gives us an opportunity to massage each council member personally." Theo's attention appeared to be on her, and while she had him interested, she intended to make the most of their conversation. She said, "I've already seen to Treves, by the way. He's ours." "Is he?" Theo said politely. "He is indeed. I spoke to the insufferable man myself this afternoon." "Surprised? Well, why ever not speak to him? Why ever not set our ducks in position before we pick up our guns?" She could feel her excitement rising as she spoke. It came upon her like a sexual arousal, heating her up between the legs the way Louis used to do when he kissed the back of her neck. She suddenly realized that it mattered to her very little whether Theo was listening or not. She'd been holding back her enthusiasm all day. There was absolutely no point in sharing her plans with Mary Ellis, and now she needed and intended to vent it. "It took practically nothing to get him on our side," she said happily. "He loathes the Parkies as much as we do, and is willing to do anything to help our cause. Shaw redevelopment serves the interests of the community at large, he told me. What he meant was that he'd cut his own throat if that would keep the Parkies in their place. He wants an English name wherever a name's going to be seen. On the pier, on the park, on the hotels, on the leisure centre. He doesn't want Bulford to be a stronghold for coloureds. He hates Akram Malik especially," she added with great satisfaction, and she felt the same frisson of pleasure she'd experienced on the phone when it had first become clear to her that she and the loathsome hotelier had at least one characteristic in common. Theo looked down at his hands, and she noted that he'd pressed his thumbs together tightly. He said, "Gran, what does it really matter that Akram Malik named a patch of lawn, a fountain, one wooden bench, and a laburnum tree in memory of his mother-in-law? Why's that put you into such an uproar?" "I am not in an uproar. And I'm certainly not in an uproar about that rodent-filled green of Akram Malik's." aren't you?" Theo raised his head. "As I recall it, you didn't have any dreams of redevelopment until the Standard ran that article about the park's dedication." "Then your recollection is incorrect," Agatha countered. "We worked on the pier for 10 long months before Akram Malik opened that park." "The pier, yes. But the rest of it? The hotel, the leisure centre, the buildings along the Marine Parade, the pedestrian walkways, the restoration of the High Street. None of that was even part of the picture until Akram's park. But once you read the story in the Standard, you couldn't rest till we'd hired architects, picked the brains of city planners from here to hell and back, and made sure everyone within hearing distance knew that long-range plans for Balford-Lenays were in your hands." "Well, what of it?" Agatha demanded. "This is my town. I've been here all my life. Who has more right to invest in its future than I?" "If that's all this was about, investing in Balford's future, I'd agree," Theo said. "But Balford's future plays a minor role when it comes to your hidden agenda, Gran." "Does it?" she asked. "And what exactly is my hidden agenda supposed to be?" "Getting rid of the Pakistanis," he said. "Making Balford-Lenays too expensive a location for them to buy property here. Freezing them out, economically, socially and culturally, by ensuring that there's no land available for them to build a mosque, no shop open in which they can buy halal meats, no employment available where they can find work." "I'm providing them work," Agatha cut in. "I'm providing everyone in this town with work. Who do you expect to work in the hotels, the restaurants, or the shops, if not Balford's inhabitants?" "Oh, I'm certain you've spots allocated for the remaining Pakistanis that you can't drive out. Manual labour, washing dishes, making beds, scrubbing floors. Jobs that'll keep them in their places, ensuring they don't get above themselves." "And why should they get above themselves?" Agatha demanded. "They owe their very lives to this country, and it damn well behooves them to keep that in mind." "Come on, Gran," Theo said. "Let's not pretend we're living out the last days of the Raj." She bridled at this, but more at the weary tone in which it was said than at the words themselves. All at once he sounded so much like his father that she wanted to hurl herself at him. She could hear Lawrence in him. At this very moment she could even see Lawrence. He'd sat in that same chair, solemnly telling her that he meant to leave his studies and marry a Swedish volleyball player 12 years his senior, with nothing more to recommend than enormous bosoms and a leathery tan. "I'll cut you off without a shilling," she'd shouted, "without a farthing, without a bloody half-crown." And it hadn't mattered to her in the least that the old money had gone out of use. All that had mattered was stopping him, and to this end she'd thrown all of her resources. She'd manoeuvred, manipulated, and ultimately managed to do nothing but drive her son from the house and into his grave. But old habits didn't so much die hard as they refused to die at all without being extirpated through determined effort. And Agatha had never been one to demand of herself the same dedication to expunging one's defects of character that she demanded of others. So she said, "You listen to me, Theo Shaw. If you've a problem with my redevelopment plans and a wish to seek employment elsewhere as a result, just speak up now. You're easily enough replaced, and I'm happy to do it if you find me so repugnant to deal with." "Gran." He sounded dispirited, but she didn't want that. She wanted surrender. "I'm quite serious. I speak my mind, always have done, always will do. So if that's causing you to lose sleep at night, perhaps it's time we each went our own way. We've had a good run of it, 20 years together. That's longer than most marriages last these days. But if you need to go your own way like your brother, go. I'm not holding you back."